we take that shit for granted all the time, right? So like, what's art anymore? And so like, does
Yeah.
it necessarily mean that the visual format should be redefined? I'm done talking.
Yeah. Is it a wave or a particle?
It's a good question.
Do you have anything you consider a piece of art, an object of art? You know what I mean? Could be even a firearm or something like that. You
I
consider it
think
to be so well made.
1970 guitars are a piece of.
Yeah.
I collect 80s skateboards for their artwork.
See, that's pretty artistic. Yeah, some of that shit in 1980s is awesome, man.
And so like, these are like real things, but like as the more and more we get into the future, people are like growing up on video games. You know what I mean? People are like living in this virtual world. So like,
It's not reality, right?
but there's no other thing. I'm just saying, there's no other thing that is like that, like object that you can have besides like, you know what I mean? Like, even an MP3, right?
I think
music.
for insurance purposes, if you had an insurance on your house or your property, you would have guitars of value before you'd have NFTs. That's the average person. The average person has not an NFT, right? They've got a personal, maybe like the guy who's 60 has a car in his garage, right? The guy is approaching 55 has got his Harley. There's just, there may be a section of people that have been in sort of maybe more exposed to the online nature of the world due to the shutdown.
Right.
But the average people still, I'm telling you, man, I ask around. Nobody cares about the NFTs. It's just a really small community.
I think it is a small community, and I think it's a lot of it's money being pushed around and stuff. You know, so I'm not trying to. But that's that art application of it. You know, and I'm just saying what it does. It has some kind of use case. You know, because it is whatever it's now. If that's even fucking valuable in the future, you can get it. You know, whatever. There's other applications for NFTs that I'm not even looking into just yet. You know, that make this shit.
You can buy a house right now as an NFT.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and, it's those kinds of things in the future, like, yeah. And the other thing I guess it proves out too is that the blockchain, the stakers, the miners, like the workforce will adapt if the work is there. They'll go out and spend the money to buy the rigs to do the work to get the monies if it's there. So what does that mean? It means you can decentralize the banking structure. You know what I mean? You can extend it, change it, whatever. It's like the workforce itself will just develop to absorb whatever these the benefits to be made by bonus for solves, right? So that's cool too, right? It means that like the one company can't have a monopoly on the tech, really, or it means that the NSA controls it, whatever. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's another thing that got proved out in all of this. You know, even in the heyday craziness of all of the Ethereum runs and the high gas fees and stuff like that, it's still maintained what it, the world didn't end. And yeah, it's just like stress testing this type of thing as a means of currency. Yeah, it's pretty new, so like, yeah, it's gonna have some growing pains for sure, but I think they're determined to make this like the future ledger, you know what I mean, for like income and expense, you know what I mean, just as a way to like evaluate things and people. And I don't know, I'm not for it, but it's
that is what they're doing. That is what they want, right? They want a carbon limit. They want everything attached to a carbon footprint.
Okay.
Well, that's what they want.
Make it sound so simple sometimes. I don't know. It's like the cream dream of like J. Edgar Hoover. If you fucking knew about like what we could do today,
Well, yeah,
You know,
and
any
all the
intelligence
rulers,
agency in the
the
past would be
rulers
like, "Oh
don't.
my God, holy shit, you guys are actually going a little too far, maybe." But good job.
Well, that's the whole point now, isn't it?
Keep those
Is
commies out of Washington. Go ahead.
about implementing the technology, right? And sometimes what the technology can do. I believe Pegasus is an example. Um, that software that they have, the Israelis have Pegasus. I think it's called Pegasus, right? Am I saying it wrong? Is it not Pegasus? It's shit. What's the
Like a
name?
unicorn or something.
No. They have a basically they have software that can scan everybody's computer instantaneously all around the world, and they sometimes loan it out to governments who are wanting to use it to catch spies. That's apparently the technology, and I'm drawing a blank. I want to call it Pegasus, but I might be calling it wrong.
Yeah, man. But that's like this. I mean, this like cloak and dagger shit. You know what I mean? Certain infos trying to be like held back. Certain ones. You know, you want to keep tabs on people who know about these particular things. You know, because somebody's at some point somebody can set up the next 100 years based on what they know now. You know, based on the conditions right now, they can be like, "Oh, we'll roll it out this way." Yeah, that makes sense, Jimmy. You know what I mean? They figure it out.
It's a little
You don't
digital,
have.
right? Where it's kind of like there's a danger of it being completely electronic, you know?
Well, I think you can rule the world. You just have to plan it. Just have to plan it. And you know, anytime somebody's gonna get in the way of your plans, you gotta fuck them up because everybody wants to rule the world. All right, I'm done.
Skyline, you fall asleep?
No, I'm awake.
Okay. Yeah,
I was just picking up
yeah,
my breathing.
yeah. I was about to move to the hot bike just in case.
Data's playing with Chat GPT 3 now. I'm gonna try to play it off like he isn't. Yeah, but you can like run that stuff on your computer now. That's really dope. Run like Stable Diffusion. That's just badass.
Next, hot mic.
No, I'm just talking.
Oh, you were talking to somebody?
No, well, no, I was talking about data, but yeah, you can talk about something else.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I just thought you were hot micing.
No,
like
it's just
anybody
dead
else.
air. Yeah, just try to pick it up like the conversation didn't end. Actually, so,
Data's here. I can't believe the conversation ended.
yeah.
It's getting data.
I haven't tried GPT, man. I just been watching a couple of real smart dudes and filling the program out. I don't know if you guys are into programming, but it seems pretty fun. But it's something I probably should have picked up 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's, I'm not trying to be like Julian Assange or something like that. You know what I mean? I just like want to be able to execute like simple ideas sometimes. So
Well,
that's approachable. Yeah.
games are the kind of future, right? I mean, in the sense for the Web 3.0, any kind of artistic avenue in that regard. The idea is, from what I understand, if I take a photograph and I have the original print source of that photograph, that it can't technically be held on any future blockchain phone. Also, as plus as well as our phones have to upgrade, right? We have to head to a new system of telephones.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
but
a lot of things like you can like do them better if you can script a little bit. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean you need to be a master programmer, but you know, a lot of like you use like Blender and stuff, right?
Are you familiar with Walter Bislin's Earth curvature calculator?
Okay,
Are you familiar with it?
I am. Yes.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask it because I have an interesting little observation about the calculators and Walter Bislin. I just would like to get ChatGPT to verify it for me. That's all. But I haven't used it yet because they want your phone number, and I don't like putting my phone number out there. So
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if
do you,
that's like
do
with
you,
the
do you use ChatGPT to help you with games?
with games. No,
Yeah, programming games. I don't know.
I wouldn't know how to try to do that, but it sounds cool. It would be a good like thing if you could just like slot it in for like your NPC characters. It would make a pretty cool like little thing.
What would you use ChatGPT for?
Well, I mean, I use it for like the AI image generation and stuff. That's pretty cool.
So what do you do? Take pictures and ask it to combine it based on a concept?
Like, yeah, that feature is like pretty new, but yeah, you can do that. So you could take like an inspiration photo or something like that and combine it with another photo, and it'll like spit that out, which is pretty cool.
And that's what you're using ChatGPT for.
I haven't actually tried that feature of it. No, I sometimes just use it for as just a visualization idea.
What do you mean?
I'm like an artist, so sometimes I'll use it for that. Like if I think of something, I want to see it, but I don't really feel like drawing it. It's fun to see if the AI can make it happen.
What do you think of that for illustration artists and their future occupations?
I don't know. Presumably, if you don't have a good idea to start with, it's not going to be any good at all. But that's like saying, like, what about photographers now that there's stock photography sites? They still exist. I don't know. I think it, some things, it's about the artistry, it's not about, and but actually the thing with artists is that you could resample your own work and then apply it to other things. So like if I draw something really great in one style and like I'm like, wow, that's the best I'll ever fucking do. You know what I mean? I could try, but I'm not going to get this fucking vibe. You know what I mean? I can now take that and apply it to like all my other subject content, and it's like, wow, I just turned out to be a great artist all of a sudden. And I think I like that AI can do that. It's a tool regardless. I don't know if I don't think it cheapens the work per se. Some people just have better natural talents than others, but natural talent, it doesn't itself determine success anyway. So yeah, whatever. If
I
you're a
was
shit artist,
watching
you're probably
there's
shit AI
there's,
stuff. Yeah.
there's a channel, I think, I don't know if it's Digital Perspective, but it's in vein of one of those crypto channels, and he always had an intro with one of the financial advisors and one of the I guess one of the let's say visionaries of that like future agenda, right, of what they wanted, and they primarily said that by 2030, that because of the sophistication, the lawyers will be using ChatGPT, law firms, instead of hiring lawyers. You know what I mean? Like lawyers will be like not needed as much in a sense for a top organization, because top organization will just pay the highest algorithm or the highest bid for the smartest lawyer, right?
Yeah.
And of course, they'll have somebody to represent, and then that goes with accounting. All you would have to do is feed your accounting to. You could do that right now with ChatGPT.
So it's a
LPG
little bit
access.
like being able to clone somebody's personality in a way, because you can model
Well,
the GPT. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you can make a car salesman GPT, right? It'd probably be really good at selling people cars if you base it off of a good car salesman or a group of great car salespeople. You develop this like it's like the doctor from fucking Star Trek, the holographic doctor. I don't know if you remember.
yeah, but I get the reference. Yeah.
Just you can composite all these things into a neural net. It's a real thing. It's not just some data Star Trek shit. Like neural networks are what make all this stuff possible. That there's no neurons per se, but like that each item as a parameter is controlled by like a vector relationship between a grouping of other items. So it's like everything can adapt at the same time. The calculus all happens at once.
Do you
Awesome.
think it's designed to enslave the individual or to free them in a sense that when you, as in, like right now, I wouldn't know how to do a procedure, but potentially, let's say there was an incident, let's say where I needed to do a procedure, I could just rely on AI. I could be like, hey, AI, I have this incident. This is what's going on. Can you tell me what to do step by step? And the AI would be like, no problem. Here's the procedure. This is what you do. Whether it's
Right.
the
I
side
mean,
of the
like for
road.
things like first aid or whatever. I mean, like, why wouldn't
No, I'm
chat
talking like
GPT?
right on surgery. Like somebody had like an appendix attack, right? And it would give you, it would tell you how to do the
Yeah,
appendix
I
surgery.
don't know if it has like again, you would need to like train it on a specialized set of knowledge to be able to like have it extract that. But like in as far as like just what you can do on the playground, which I don't know if you have to. I don't think you have to put your phone number in to just do the ChatGPT playground, but it'll like recall things within a grouping of things. So it's like, tell me a story about three bears that go to the woods in 3 paragraphs or something like that, and it'll try to present you with a convincing story with a beginning, middle, and end. And because you asked it to tell you a story, so it knows the format of those things. And then after that, you can be like, okay, great, but can you put a genie into it? You know what I mean? And then it'll recompose, throw genie in, and you're like, oh, okay, cool, I like this one. And but like, can you also put clowns in it? And you can keep going through this until you break the memory chain. You know what I mean? It's got like a certain amount of bits that it can recall like these individual items and then try to stitch them together.
It's answer your
It's
question
interesting.
about if you could slave or free an individual, right? With Tony Stark and Jarvis. Did Jarvis help Tony Stark develop things, or did he enslave him to do things? I would say that he helped him. If you don't want to do all those teraflops worth of calculations or whatever longhand, it's like, hey Jarvis, can you run this through a thing and then make sure there's enough gold plating in there? And it just, it's being used as a tool to help facilitate certain stuff, not the other way around.
Yeah, but it's
But
also
it's
like
not like everything is a double-edged sword. It should be used also for bad things and nefarious things. But yeah, it's supposed to be a
it,
tool.
it also like opens up the pot. Like, okay, so I grew up in a time like before Nintendo, when I remember seeing the Atari. There's other people that would grow up only see the Nintendo and never know about the Atari. Well, anyway, at some points you can use Chat GPT. Chat, you could just compose your own assistant, with its own voice, personality type, know your personality shittiness, and then be able to help you out with that. Like, you know what I mean? That's the possibility for, and then to be born into that, right? Like, oh yeah, we have this device, kid. This is a DigiFriend. It's like it morphs itself to your fucking person. Here, shove it in your face. This is what we all do now because we're intolerable. This helps us out. Whatever, you know. That's like, I think, the future road that AI could really play in really augmenting, how people behave and act and stuff like that. Don't you think? It's so right around the corner, right?
Well, that's essentially the ultimate of why it's there. It's no different than incentivizing work based on eating and exercising. I mean, they were offering a form of currency. And they're still offering a form of currency for the behavioral changes. It's like essentially what the carbon credit ultimately is about.
I don't know. It's interesting. We're talking about like the chips, internal chips and stuff like that. But essentially, if the vision system on a camera that's got like a front facing camera, if that can just like read your eyes, it can tell it can do a lot of knowing about how you work. You know what I'm saying? So like, in essence, like if let's say if like TikTok had that ability to like, see where your eyes are moving, then it would really have a great way to predictively program you with other videos that have the same kind of anchor points and durations of attention span to these specific points and into the queue. And so it's really interesting. AI is crazy, you know, and but its ability to also be to synthesize is amazing as well. That's why deepfakes are crazy. That's why this art stuff's crazy. Because like you could say like, hey, make me a Picasso, but also of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and it would do that, And it might even be a point where you're like, I want to watch a whole movie in Picasso. You know what I mean? And the graphics cards will strain to fucking shit it out. But you know, that's the incredible power that this kind of digital stuff has. You know what I mean? For good or bad, really. Yeah, it's like, to me that's amazing. I mean, they use the same things for chemistry, for other kinds of synth. You don't think they're going to try to synth out like any other kind of engineering, chemo, physical, whatever they can do that they can virtualize and synthesize and train and stuff like that in the computer is cheaper than hiring motherfuckers to do it. So they'll do it that way. Yeah. It's just like this. We're got to be on the doorstep to this new kind of way that like tech is going to be. You know what I mean? It's like we're living in the '80s, and the 2000s are yet to happen or something like that. Or we're stuck in the 1950s waiting for fucking, oh, this car's got an automatic transmission, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's just like these
But are
cars
we
now drive.
crossing a line? Is there a line that we should not cross? Are we crossing a line? Are we getting close to it?
I think the body modification stuff, that's like, I don't know. That's where it gets to be like interesting and scary at the same time.
Because think of it this way, right? Like we've always been consumers of products that were programmed for us to consume. Right now, I feel like, especially with like OpenAI and stuff like that, we're somewhat becoming the programmers of our own, not necessarily enslavement, but our own automation. We're creating the robots and or the language for them to learn from us to better on the surface assist us, but maybe on the back end replace us.
Assist us to do what?
Whatever you want, man.
plan your trip. You know what I mean? Used to need a travel agency. Now I'm sure like a Chat GPT plugged into the internet could do a hell of a job. You know, booking you good fares and shit if you programmed it to. You know, the future's in being able to program AIs to fucking automate shit for people and cut other people out of jobs. And that's like, yeah. And at some point, yeah, where do all the jobs go? But then what can they make you slave for? I don't know. Is there benefit here? If all the drudgery jobs go away and it's just like, whoa, you know, oh, I'm an
Yeah, but
opera
what
singer.
gives you right? So what gives you meaning in life, right? If all of your needs are met so simply, right? They're handed to you.
Yeah,
You almost lose a sense of purpose, right? What does that do for somebody's mental state or their
sure, yeah.
ability to find happiness?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
hear what you're saying, but people who working at a gas station aren't like fulfilling their life's purpose of selling someone
Yeah.
gas.
How do you know?
Yeah. Okay, maybe Earl's at the pump and he's like, you know, I could have been a ballet dancer. You know what I mean? Maybe he had some other, you know, area
Right.
that he
Well,
could have done.
no, that's what I'm saying. But my point is that he would be free to go do that if he wasn't
Do you
stuck in a
know Earl
kind
at
of
the gas
town
station, dude?
Not
that.
personally. Heard of him.
Yeah, but that's always the thing, right? Like what that
You mean basic
automation
needs
frees up
or
people
other
to be
needs?
able that automation frees up people to pursue their dreams, right? But as we slowly take away the desires or aspirations that people have to provide for themselves and their family, do their desires, their wants become something that is basically unobtainable, right?
I would
Any,
argue. Well, I hear what you're saying, but the only reason why most people have to work for jobs is because we're presented with a debt slavery system that we're born into and have to
correct.
literally work to survive just to pay for normal life. I mean, they want to tax the air we breathe or the air. You know, we're in a system that is not devised to make humans thrive
Yeah,
at
that I
all
mean
at any present.
the taxation of the air is what's going to fund this new form of enslavement, by the way. You
I
think it's
also
freeing, but
I
it's
don't think they're
enslaving.
worried. No, they're not worried about money. I don't really think. These are the people who literally print money. They're worried about what the money buys them and how many people are enslaved to that system of money.
Right. They're
In
not
whatever
worried.
form.
Right. They're not worried about the money in the system as long as the
As long as
average
the system,
people don't have the ability to obtain a lot of it.
as
Right.
long as the system remains in place, that keeps people, the system that's in place that keeps people down and not thriving as a human race, as long as that system, in whatever form that system takes, whether it's a monetary system, whether it's a credit system, whether it's a whatever, as
Mm-hmm.
long as there's that system in place to devise people against each other and to, then that's always, it doesn't matter. It's whoever's in control of that system. And if people believe in that system or vote for it, it'll continue to perpetuate it.
Correct. And this is the new form of the system that's getting put upon the people, right? Which limits your mobility economically, even though it's touting more freedom time wise through automation. What do you have the ability to do, right? So if we eliminate people's uh, meaningless jobs, right? So then what are we doing? We're supplying them with a some sort of universal basic income. Is that what we're our main goal is? And then people have the freedom to do whatever they want, but then they don't have the money to afford all these things, or all these things provided to us all free of charge, and then you have the ability to go anywhere and do anything and acquire anything that you want, or is there still
I would say
limitation?
there's a problematic part of this because how do you switch people from one system to another system flawlessly? Well, there's going to be a learning curve and a steep one for anyone who wants to switch systems. The systems that we're working before, I mean, the fact that this system is almost the complete opposite of what would make humanity thrive means that everything has to change.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really problematic because they have people so hopelessly devoted to the system that in order to unplug that and plug in an entirely new machine, and what that machine even looks like is almost unimaginable at this point, because it's not like We just need a little bit of course correction here or there. We need an incomplete 180.
Is it
No,
a system of haves and have-nots?
100%. And it's
No, I would say
Then
that it has to be a system of everyone have. What I mean, the world
mhm.
is abundant with all kinds of stuff, and the problem is that some people have hoarded stuff to the point of where it's scarce for other people, and then artificially pumped up prices to make an entire system out of false scarcity or planned obsolescence. And these are all things that are done on purpose that don't. I mean, if I'm sure that someone could build a car that would run way better than the cars that we have for a lot longer with engines that go for a lot further without breaking. But when you want people to continually rebuy a car, you don't make a car that runs forever or is meant to be repaired.
so Fuzzy. Are you under the impression that this new system is somehow going to be people centric? And when I mean that, in the way of like the average person centric, for the benefit of the average person, these people who control the large corporations that are funding the new system somehow are going to become benevolent? Is that your
Well,
idea
no,
of what's taking place?
yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that transfer of power would take place, but I think that they're going to do anything they can in their power to keep their own power, as demonstrated.
Yeah, and this just gives them more power, insight, and control over human beings under the guise of, you won't have to work, you don't have to worry about anything, everything will be taken care of for you, right? But
I
we
don't. I
also
don't
track
think. No, I
everything that
don't
you
think they'll
do.
ever.
We also track everything that you do. If any of your habits are detrimental to your health, that's a cost to the system. So now that we know, based on your biological inputs, that we monitor on a minute by minute basis, yeah,
But
it's
I don't
literally
think.
an authoritarian's
But they're
wet
not. They're
dream.
not. Unless it's something. The problem is, I don't think because of 1984 and Brave New World, you can't really push society too far into one of those directions, because then it becomes obvious. Oh, I mean, 1984 should be more obvious, but like those draconian measures are so overly uh, obvious that people should recognize it, and the vice versa. If people do nothing except take a pill and then zone out all day, they got to keep people in just the right amount of fear in between. There's the Goldilocks zone of fear and imbalance and just division within people. You just keep people on the edge one way or the other, and you keep them right in the middle.
Yeah, I agree with you to a certain extent, but let me ask you a question. In 1984, who installed the cameras for surveillance? Right? Was that INGSOC? Was that the state?
Or there was probably independent contractors who were given a good wage that says you're going to be doing good work for XYZ excuse that they're given, and given a bonus and said, you're okay, cool. Or they were, maybe it was from someone from Eurasia under a different work order that didn't even know where they were, because
I'm
there's so
not
many
asking
different
about
ways.
the exact individuals who
But I hear
installed
what you're saying now. But it's like they and then, well, it's like, who is it that built like the pyramid, or not the pyramid, like when they say that
Can I just finish my
the
analogy
slaves of the
before you're getting way off
pharaohs.
the weeds?
Oh, sorry, I thought you. Yeah.
My point being is, and I said it earlier today, and I've said it a couple times on the server. When I first read the book 1984, back in 1993 or 94, I always wondered, like, gosh, this would be ridiculous to live under this totalitarian dictatorship. They must have, had some sort of war or way of suppressing the people and controlling them and coming in and forcing them to live in these situations and monitor them with cameras and blah 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 blah. It's like there's no way that would happen now. There would be such a large war and this huge totalitarian government similar to like what we were told as far as the Nazis in Germany would have to take place, and we obviously squashed that. So this would never happen. And then I find myself, 30 years later, living in a world where A totalitarian government did not need to install cameras everywhere and in everybody's home to monitor them. The people did it to themselves.
Exactly.
Not only did they do it to themselves, they cheer for it, they beg for it, and they
Yeah,
want more of it.
exactly. 100. I don't know who said it, but they said basically humanity will demand its own enslavement at a certain point if you keep them. But again, they're only demanding that because they're put into a position where they don't know any other way, and they're force-fed lies their whole life about a way it should be, and blah blah blah.
Correct. So what is the path we're being fed now? Like, what is the future that we're being fed right now?
It's always those 2 steps forward, 1 step back. I mean, they're obviously going to. I mean, how many? Whatever they just stir up, whatever solution they want, they just create the appropriate solve problem
Right.
to
Hegelian
solve it.
dialectic, right?
Exactly. Right. Exactly. So it's sort of they're just whatever they're doing. They're slowly getting people to demand their own enslavement, and on top of that, what did the other person say? Where no one at a certain point, no one's going to own anything, and they're going to like it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone just rents everything, leasing car. I mean, there's no especially when planned obsolescence is a thing. Why would you spend all that time and money and energy devoted to a car that's going to, you're just as soon as you have your car paid off, it's now a 15-year-old car with 100,000 miles on it and is worth nothing.
Right. So
Yeah,
you
just,
would.
hold on
So
real quick.
you're like. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Go ahead. I was going to say when this whole universal basic income and automation kicks in, like, are they still going to make things with planned obsolescence in mind? It doesn't even make sense at that point.
Yeah, I don't know the total outcome there, but I feel like, so Fuzzy, we're kind of agreeing on certain aspects, but then disagreeing on whether or not we should accept this automation. You can't hear me?
No, I got you. So no, but to what Jeremy just said, right? The planned obsolescence. Of course, they're going to want planned obsolescence because now you just keep your universal income going in the same cycle. So you can't get out of that cycle. You're just barely in it, and they give you all the pricing on everything is enough to where if it does break, you just replace it. TVs now are a couple of $100 instead of thousands of dollars. There's no value on anything anymore. Why would you get a $4,000 TV when you can get one for 150 bucks that's the same size for most people who don't even care? There's no so therefore if it breaks in your universal income, like, well, you just use some of that to replace the stuff that is already broken because you just know I'll get more money next week, and you're just perpetually in the same cycle. Now the cycle just perpetuates itself, like the light bulb, right? They could have made a light bulb that lasts a lot longer, but now if we're going to give everyone $1 every week, we're also going to sell a light bulb that is $1 and it breaks every week.
It just doesn't make sense to keep using planned obsolescence if you have this.
Well, I mean, they'll also just use crappy, I mean, whatever. Okay, so maybe it's not planned obsolescence, then it's just going to be all coming from one manufacturer. Like what choice, why, if they can control
your choices will be eliminated, right? So this is where I'm saying that the divide between the
universal basic income thing, and like we're just wasting.
Yeah, you totally like cut out and then came right back in, Jeremy. So maybe he's still cutting out. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Jeremy, you cut out and then cut back in. But no, I mean, I would say it doesn't. The money itself doesn't matter. The planned obsolescence doesn't matter. The universal basic income doesn't matter. What matters is hooking people onto a system, and then controlling that system, whatever that system looks like.
Right. I'm still confused on whether you're in agreement with this system or have apprehensions.
I see it as a double-edged sword. I think it's an amazing tool, but also can be absolutely used for nefarious ends. And it's a double-edged sword like so many things, and that's the problem. I'm a Gemini. I see both sides of it. Right? I get it.
Right. Like I understand as well both sides of it. But I also see that based on the history of the people who seem to be pushing this new system, or at least the agenda that's slowly nudging us towards this new system, aren't going to be the ones that are there for our benefit, for humanity as a whole. These tend to be the people that call the average people, useless eaters and stuff, right? So I don't think that these people are
100%.
I don't think that these people are somehow going to eventually grow like a conscious and think that we should all hold hands, sing kumbaya, and live under UBI that
100%. Yeah.
supports all of us. Yeah.
Never. Like, as long as those are the people coming up with the UBI, then of course not. I'm 100% against anything that the system itself is creating to better the system and say, hey guys, we're going to redo ourselves and we're going to revamp our own system to make it better for y'all. Oh, okay, good. Sign me up. No. There's got to be something. There's got to be, like, when nobody shows up for a voting booth for an entire election cycle, then I'll show up probably to the next election, whatever that might look like.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, I mean, you would think that at
yeah.
this point, people have seen the detriment of
No, you'd be so wrong.
being supported by like a governmental basic income, right? You
There
would
are so
think
many
that
people
right now
so
people
locked into the system, so many smart, intelligent people who really think that there's something good that's happening right now. It's really, people are so deluded. It's mostly the way left Democrats, or even most Democrats who vote still, just will not see it. They refuse to accept it. At least with Republicans, they can say like, yeah, well, at least there's kind of a practicality attitude towards that. But Democrats, everything's just in the air. Oh, well, it's just going to be, la-di-da. We're just going to have to, hold my nose and vote for this utter catastrophe and still think it's going to change. Those are the most hopelessly ridiculous people. Whatever CNN comes up with, whatever crisis might happen, they're the first to run out to get the support Ukraine bumper stickers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
Or the
typically look at
ribbon.
it on like left and right political side.
Oh, I
I
know.
think
I'm just
people
saying,
who
like, yeah. I was just using an example because there's a large demographic of people that are still hopelessly thinking that the government is doing something.
Doesn't it sound good though? Like, all right, we're going to have everything automated. No, people aren't
That's
going
how
to
they
have to
sell it
work
to
as
you.
much.
That's how they get you people to be on board with it, because it's supposed to all be just easier for us humans. It's just going to make our life be so much easier, because I was having such a problem before writing scripts without AI. So, it's like there's, they create problems that their solutions are make our lives easier for. I mean, the fact that we still don't have an online way to do taxes for free is an utter absurdity. But they do it on purpose because Easy Tax or whatever, TurboTax gave them a subsidy or whatever. They gave them a lobby to make them. They would. Oh my God! That's how they sell it to you. They sell you the idea. They make life hard, and then they sell you the thing that's going to make it easier for you by making their system more, or actually less transparent.
Ransomware system.
Right. They figured out
I'm
how to
just
do
saying, isn't that
ransomware
like
for
the goal?
life
Isn't that
ransomware.
like the goal? Isn't that like the goal to like automate everything so that we don't have to be busy doing these mundane tasks?
Right.
You really want to spend your life folding laundry, washing dishes, putting dishes away, like all this mundane, boring stuff.
But that also is part of life, right? Chop wood and carry water. Certain things you're just going to have to set up your day. And if you want to do certain things throughout your day, you're going to have to set up the dominoes to do that. And
But
then
what
Yeah, but
most
if
people
we
don't
can,
understand is these mundane tasks, right? Especially when they're directly related to providing for our needs in life, are what are some of the most fulfilling things that we have in our lives, right? So, like I said previously, if all your needs are provided to you 100% free, what are you going to do? What are you going to take
we would
enjoyment
have
in?
time to.
Where are you going to find your purpose, right? In what, frolicking through the fields because you can?
no.
I'll tell
If
you what
that's
we
what
do.
you want
I'll
to
tell you
do, you
what we
can
do.
play music. You could do whatever you wanted to do that ever does
Jeremy's going to
feel
frolic.
joy.
I'll tell you what we do. We're gonna go measure H blocks in Puma, or we're gonna spend more time with our families, or we're gonna do science. Whatever we want to do, we'll be able to do things. We can figure things out, how the world works. Have a good night. We'll have tons of people on problems, fixing them. We'll have all this free time to, get more stuff done.
Maybe we'll find that.
Like, you really want a guy spending his whole life? Do you really want a guy spending his whole life standing at a checkout counter or helping doing some scientific stuff and figuring out more cool shit?
I think you're losing the point of the person standing behind the counter. If he had a passion for it and he feels fulfilled in it, is typically going to have that be a portion of his life. If you don't know what your passion is in life, or you don't feel like you have anything going on, you can get knocked around between a bunch of different shit.
Yeah, but
to
that's,
say, like,
I hear what you're saying. If he was selling his own artwork over a counter and selling directly to customers and he felt fulfilled in doing that, I 100% agree with you and would fully support that person to do that. If you're over the counter selling Doritos or someone else's gas to profit for their sake, I don't think that that's very life fulfilling. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right, but here's the catch as well, though. Like, say that person really wants to play music, right? Like somebody gave the example of earlier. I'm sure there's loads of people who would love to just play music for a living. Like, I have friends that do that. Like, that's their job, is they play music. But they also hustle, they bust their ass, and they make a living playing music. Now, if everybody had the free time and everybody wanted, the amount of people that want to, or at least have in their mind this illusion that their life would be so much better if they could just sit around and play music, you would have an overabundance of people that want to play music and a lack of people that want to actually sit around and listen to 90% of the people that can't really do it very well.
No,
right?
yes and no. Yes and no. I think that the best stuff would rise to the top, as it currently kind of does at this point. But
What
everyone
about the
likes
people that want it?
everybody likes different kinds of music. Not everyone does want to play music. Other people want, and like you just said, make a living. The only reason you're saying that is because you're currently living in a system where you have to do something in order to literally live. Right?
Yeah,
The only way, and then some people have figured out a way to make their passion something profitable so that they can make a current living in this current society. But maybe they wouldn't have, maybe they only chose that because of the situations that they were presented with, and in order to survive, they've made you know what I mean? Like, if you wouldn't have to worry about it in the, I have to make a living out of this, I would maybe spend time trying a bunch of other things I've never tried before because I didn't have the time to do, or the wherewithal to have access to it, or never have enough time to make a living, to try other things that don't make me a living, because I don't have time to waste on things that aren't profitable for putting food on the table, because that's the way we currently live.
Yeah, but that all comes at a cost, right?
Right. This is where the useless eaters. That's where the useless eaters term comes from.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing, right? If you want to do something else, you want to change it around, and it doesn't involve like you doing it for a quote unquote living, your living is paid for, right? Then what is the motivation?
Useless eaters are giving? I mean, I'd love to see the graphs on how many useless eaters are also getting government handouts.
Well, here's the thing, though, right? Once you make everybody a government handout and then free them up to be able to do whatever they want to do, kind of thing, what is the cost on the back end of that?
Right.
That's my question. Because right now, the cost of you not doing your passion, right, is meaning you're having to be under somebody else's thumb from 9 to 5 or whatever.
All right.
That's the cost now.
Would you say that this semi truck drivers, are they living their passion, or are they doing a job that's required and pays well?
But what is the ask, though, for that freedom? Meaning your life, your livelihood is taken care of, right? But what cost does that come at? What do you have to provide back in order to receive that for free, so that you have all this free time to do whatever you want? What are you giving in return? I guarantee you it's not just nothing and it's just coming to you. I guarantee you there's little red little fine print that comes along with being a part of that system.
Well, yeah, everyone has to. I don't want to say the word pull their weight, but I mean, no one's shoveling my driveway. I'm doing that right now because I have the time. Right? I could pay someone to do it, but if no one's passion is to shovel snow, but they've only decided that, hey, in this world, in this economy, and the way I need to make a living, I could do it shoveling snow in this area. Right? I mean, because we live in a world that has certain things that happen, you know, and if I didn't want to do that, I have the freedom to, you know, go live somewhere where I don't have to shovel snow.
You have the freedom to do that
versa.
right now. You just choose
I know
not
I could. I know because it doesn't necessarily bother me.
We have the freedom to explore our little prison that we live in. We go to work, we come back to our cell. We're free.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing
And
is,
it's about to be a lot smaller prison too, with a lot more guards and a lot more rules.
A lot more
under the guise
bars.
of more free time.
A lot more doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
what about
You get
But
an
there'll
extra
never
hour
be
in the
more.
yard. You get an extra hour in the
There'll
yard,
never
but
be more doors than wheels. Keep that in mind.
what?
oh my god.
Because you know the Industrial Revolution kind of like I built this prison for us, you know, called cities. Now they got services for the prisoners. Now the prisoners think, hey, we can do whatever we want. Just don't be a useless eater. Support the prison. You know what I mean? Like,
No, but that's the problem is this is why I brought that up before, is because it's not my goal to do something with a useless eater or identify them and treat them differently. But in a world that you guys are describing, that actually becomes a very important part of the ledger, because they're like, if you have like a majority of people who are not contributing but are receiving, then you have to ask yourself, how is this thing paying for itself? And
That's a good question.
It becomes a problem
Hold
for
on.
a bunch of those useless people. So
No,
like,
the only reason, hold on.
That's a good point. And I
No,
want
it's not though, because the only reason you're
hold on
saying that
real
it has to
quick.
cost something is because the people who are creating the cost in the first place are the ones running the system.
yeah.
I just
I
want to
would
say to somebody, I think Napalm said earlier, you know, if we choose to accept this automation, it's not going to be a choice. Like you can't stop it. You're going to have to accept it. The food that's grown, the way your water gets done, you know, your tap water, everything, you know, will be automated. It's not like you're going to be like, oh, I'm not accepting this automation. It's just going to be there.
Yeah, but labor is one thing, and if you can make that seamless and free, that's cool. But resources are not free. Resources have
in
a
Morals and Dogma, Albert Pike
there's
talked
more.
about the most valuable resource in this world, which is the human being, the wasted force. Like he said that there are people right in this country that are just wasting their energy and force doing whatever they want. This cannot be. We must harness this wasted force. You know, so the word useless eater, it's a word created by these people that want to control, you know, the resources and of the world.
Exactly. Resources are not scarce as the people who are making those scarce resources claim. Right? There's more. We throw out more food on a daily basis that we have enough food to feed the entire world, and we throw it out every day. Don't tell me there's no
we have
reason.
unlimited. What do we need to survive? Food, water, shelter. Like we have unlimited amounts of all those things. We can make an unlimited amount of food, water, and shelter.
Unlimited is incorrect. To say it's limited,
unlimited, bro.
Say there's a lot of it, that's fine. That whatever number you want to put to it is fine. But there's a limit, meaning that there's a ledger where there's a amount that there's go in and go out. And if there's more going out and there's nothing coming in because there's everyone wants to be a musician or something like that. And there's no right. Those resources don't come from anywhere.
All of those resources are renewable. Trees can grow, water gets replenished, and food can keep growing food. All of those
grow
things
as much food as you want.
You're gonna start eating people's shit.
We can grow as much.
Do you think there's hold on real quick, guys. Hold on,
Why not?
Do you think there's a lack of food in this world?
Yes.
It can't be remade.
Yes.
You think there's a cap on how much food we can grow?
Do you have any idea? how much food is wasted every year, every day?
That's
You
fine.
can feed the whole United States with like less than like half of one state.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we
Coach,
could
your blind
grow.
ignorance on this subject is telling. If you're going to sit here that say that food is not renewable, trees are not renewable, and water is not renewable.
Yeah.
Food is
Yeah,
renewable.
food
You have to
food
eat
is
from
infinite,
the
man.
state.
A seed
They're
creates
doing
a
it
plant.
wrong.
A seed creates a plant that produces thousands and thousands of seeds. Right? It's ever
They're
replenishing.
doing
Tony,
it
we
wrong.
can grow as much food as we wanted to. There's no cap on the amount of food we could grow.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
No, there is
Kosho.
no cap.
No. Kosho is taking the stance of
There's
Monsanto. According to Monsanto, you're absolutely right, Kosho.
According to just numbers, you just do like regular numbers. There's not an infinite amount of
there's
food.
no cap. There's no
Whose
cap
numbers,
where
Pat?
or what kind of food you can grow
Well,
anywhere. We have buildings, indoor greenhouses, Kosho. Please get with the times.
it seems a bit
It's actually
disingenuous
shocking that
because
you're
like
saying
it's not okay. He thinks he lives on a ball, so there's a limited amount of land, and
Yes.
technically speaking, you could say that you could reach a limit. But it's the
Yes.
disingenuous tactic, right? Because as it applies to the real world, I mean, not even close. We're not even close. Like I said, you can literally feed the entire United States with
Yeah.
like half a state, like half of Iowa or something. So I don't know why that wouldn't be addressed.
It's the
We're not talking
scarcity,
about.
the
We're not talking about how
scarcity
easy it is to get
mentality where
and there is a
when
limit.
you make it
It's
seem
not
like
limited.
something is limited, right? You can raise the value and cause wars to control the resource. I mean, they do it with everything, you know.
No,
Yeah,
we
but
can
You
build
don't
a
need a war.
skyscraper.
I can't believe that you're taking this stance, Kosho. For real, I really, truly, I thought you were smarter than this. I can't believe we're talking about it.
You can say there's only a limited
above
amount of.
ground, underground, skyscraper, yes. Which I said a million times years ago. 30 stories down, 30 stories up. You can have any fruit, anything you want in any state, anywhere, any climate, indoor greenhouse, anytime.
Yeah,
Nice.
so you need what you need to grow food is you need obviously a place to grow it, light, water, and nutrients. So I mean, we get an unlimited amount of light. We can make light bulbs and we grow stuff indoors right now. There's unlimited water in the world, nearly unlimited.
There's unlimited water?
I mean, it's nearly unlimited. We can turn ocean water into usable water.
It doesn't matter the amount that there is. The point is that there is certainly limits.
Well, no, if you were able to
self-imposed limit.
produce more than was eaten, then it would technically be like unlimited. Like it isn't really there is really no limit overall because it's a perpetual cycle. So
Yeah. But the scary point I was trying to make is, in the beginning they needed us to do the labor. There's the idea that you create an AI algorithm that can code and create a better AI code, and then it's just we don't know what the AI is doing. So my example is we are people doing labor, but now we're building systems that can automate the labor that we provide. So what you know what I mean? We've built our own replacement. Automation, the technology. Now they don't need human labor. You know what I mean? It's so expensive. Slaves are so expensive. You gotta feed them, house them, worry about what they want. Talk about their rights and all that crap.
Exactly.
But
Just
robots,
oil the robots.
right?
That's my point, though, is that there's the people become a part of the ledger, and it becomes a costly part and a not needed part. That's the problem with getting universal basic income is you make yourself, you're part of that ledger, and it turns out that it's gonna become obvious that there's gonna be certain people who are less or more valuable to not be a part of the system.
like truthers. Yeah, like the people that actually are capable of independent thought. Yeah.
Flat
But see,
earthers.
here's the thing: if I can't believe you're not agreeing that food is more abundant than you give it credit for. But imagine a universal basic income where all food and water and shelter are taken care of, and none of your basic income goes to paying those things.
And
we don't need
be.
basic income. No, it shouldn't be. No,
we don't need it.
Hold on.
If a man doesn't work, he shouldn't eat. I believe that. because it's like, what's the purpose of life? It's actually a deep philosophical point, though. You
No,
know,
Yeah,
you'll
but
I
work.
agree. I agree. I'm just saying.
You'll work, just not as
Most
much.
people think. Most people think of universal basic like to be able to cover those basic expenses, which theoretically could and should be taken care of. Those should be the 3 or 4 most top priorities for all humans to make that the easiest thing to accomplish in order to thrive in society. When it's
yeah,
the
they should have to
3 or
work
4
though.
hardest.
They should have
I
to work.
know. No, I know, but I'm saying those should be so easy to obtain that everyone should never have to question whether or not where their next meal is coming from, because they know.
That's what
Because
I'm
we live in
saying.
a society.
Well, there has
It
to
should
be some
I
be.
hear you.
stipulations
No, but you
because
still
then
do
they'll
your
just
thing.
abuse the system.
No, I hear what you're
It
saying. My
should be
point is,
so that
food is so abundant, it shouldn't be a big a problem as it
I
is.
agree. I agree. It's obviously being like artificially held down, but
I'm next.
But that's my point. It is artificially held down, and that's the point. Is that when people say when Kosho talks about balancing the books or having a ledger on one side, they're talking about the outrageous prices about all of these things. And that's saying why it's not working when those prices wouldn't be the problem in the first place if the entire system was different.
Well, universal
Oh,
basic income is supposed
all
to be
right.
a
I'm next.
temporary. Is Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, go ahead, bro. I'll just go next.
Oh,
I got a lot to
yeah,
say on this.
it's a temporary solution while everybody. It's supposed to be while we're supposed to get re-skilled. You know, all the industries and trades skills are going to be replaced by automation. That's what it's supposed to. Temporary, until you get re-skilled. But then there's also, own nothing and be happy. Go ahead.
Yeah, these things, the things Fuzzy's talking about, like not okay, maybe not the universal basic income, but like as soon as you're born, like the child, we should as society should be able to provide enough food, shelter, and water for him, for the rest of their lives. Just because we know they're going to need it, it should just be there, and that way people don't have to worry about going to sleep hungry or whatever. Like that shit happens in first world countries right now.
I don't know, man. I'm in California, Santa Barbara, at the moment working, and I just bought this homeless guy food. He walked in, just fucking clearly hungry, starts asking people for food, and I just went and got him some food. I'm just saying, man, like we're supposed to be in like the greatest nation in the world, yet we've got poverty every which way I turn, dude.
You know what? You know what some cities started doing? They started growing food into public areas. And then if people need food, they just go pick it, like tomatoes or whatever the fuck they grow. I don't know. That's a
okay.
dope
But this
ass
is the
Yeah,
idea.
problem, though. This is the problem, though. Human
That's not
nature is to
capitalism.
Yeah, give
abuse
them a seed
whatever you
packet
have.
next time. Give them a sandwich and a seed packet. Say, here's a sandwich. Go plant these. Have fun.
D-Mock,
You-
bad timing,
Like,
D-Mock.
are you going to give these like crazy leftist unlimited
Hey,
resource? What do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do if everything they need is automatically insured? What are the crazy leftists going to do? Nothing. They're going to become drug addicts. They're going to still like live on the street. They're going to still walk around trying to get money for drugs. They're not. That doesn't really. I think we have a serious problem with how we produce food and water, and I think we can provide clean water to the world. And yeah, I'm all for that. This idea of this like utopia where everyone has their basic resources and don't have to do anything, that doesn't work. That won't work.
if everything's automated though, and we have machines doing it, like that city in the Matrix, it'll work.
So what are the people going to do? Answer my question. Like, what are the leftists going to do in that society?
Next.
I don't know,
After
but
napalm.
if the machines are
Yeah,
doing it all, like we'll all have food, shelter, clothing, and all that, and people are free to, they'll be free to do whatever they want. I guess.
Whatever they want. Okay, what do you think they want, bro?
I don't know. As
here's
long
the
as they're
thing.
not
No.
breaking the law.
I
I got
hear what you're
next.
saying. I get it. I totally understand what you're saying. You've got to chop wood and carry water. It's the basic. That's life, right? I've literally had to when you have to go get a pail of water from a well and then walk back to your house, you don't drop any, right? Because
Yeah,
you
there you go.
instantly
There you
know
go. That's it.
value, right?
That's all I'm
I
saying.
I hear.
Is he cutting out for anybody else, or is it just me?
Yeah, he's
So I know it's me. It's
Okay,
annoying,
good. Well,
but I
I
got
called
you. No,
next
but
anyways.
yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so the answer to your question, Austin, is exactly what happens now with people that are their basic needs are provided for them even within this country. Look at the welfare system that we currently have. It's meant to be a crutch to be able to increase upward mobility. And then what do we find after decades of having a welfare system is that it creates people that only want to live within that class, and it's not fulfilling all of their wants, it's only fulfilling their needs. So they supplement other activities in order to help supplement their wants, whether that be through criminal, black market, or anything like that, typically happens within welfare communities. So that's exactly what happens when allegedly everything just gets taken care of as far as your needs are all, given to you. People become one super lazy, and then they find other ways and other outlets for their time. Typically it's involving getting more than what you're able to obtain and not through legal means, and or some type of black market behavior. So
Also,
Well,
when I said
yeah.
all
Well,
your
hold on.
basic needs met, I know,
I
but
was
just
after Nate.
water doesn't have to be $4 a bottle.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, like if you got everyone sitting around, it's a no-brainer that idle hands is the devil's play. You're going to be having people committing all kinds of crimes and shit, or on the retrospect, you're going to be having other people trying to gain information, kind of like what I did on Corona sit back time when the kids were forced out of school and I had to be home with them. I spent my free time researching things. So it gave me the ability to kind of get a leg up and how to perceive reality. But I don't think everyone else, not everyone, is going to do that with their time. So we're just going to have a ton of crime. Go ahead.
Some people are going to be lazy. I mean, I don't know what crimes you're going to commit, but I mean, some people are going to be lazy. Yeah, there's going to be criminals. A lot of people though will have a lot of free time on their hands, and we can think tank on stuff. Help solve problems, stuff like that.
On top of the fact that most crimes happen because of lack of needs or being met, or lack of money or monetary things, or lack of
No
not
one's
because
going to
of
be out
bored.
there. Yeah, no one's going to be out there trying to steal so they can eat that day, because we're going to have all the food all over the place.
And
most
that's the
people
thing
don't
too.
steal so they can eat, right? Typically the people who need the food is going to be somebody exactly like Dicelo dealt with today, who is actually just having his hand out to see if people could help him eat. Most people's stealing is not so that they can eat.
Well, people do commit crimes so they can pay rent and bills and stuff. I mean, they're career criminals like that.
To gain a monetary value or an illusion of success in the mind of most of the other population. If that goes away, or is that no longer needed because it's stupid and people realize it for what it is, then that will, in theory, go away by a large portion. And on top of the fact that, the part of why all these people can't afford shit is because milk and eggs are fucking $7.
Yo,
And that
somebody made a
doesn't.
great point. Somebody made a great point the other day. They're like, how is a gallon of milk more expensive than a gallon of gas? That doesn't even, gas is way, you know what I mean?
Yep, it's a good point. But here's the thing, man.
Water is more expensive than gas.
Yeah, you give people all the free time in the world, you provide all their needs to them very easily. You know what people are going to do? They're going to find more problems.
No, come on.
And eggs are actually $1 a piece almost.
They're going to find more problems, more things to complain about.
No. Most of the problem, the only people the only people who are going to complain about those problems are the people who don't have skin to watch anymore.
No, it's going to be the same people now that feel like everything should be handed to them, right? Are the same ones that are creating most of these non-problem problems, right? The problem with whether you call them by the proper pronoun or whatever and all that kind of shit. Those are the
what
things
about
that are going to
this
arise.
This problem being the largest chicken pandemic in history. This is the largest chicken pandemic ever. That's a problem, huh?
When there's no actual thing to fight, we will create things to fight amongst ourselves to further control and divide people.
Yeah,
that's
you're
the point of that. But it's not people who are complaining about all of that stuff. If they're only complaining about that stuff because they watch the news and the government complains about that, and they need to do their virtue signaling by complaining these things and being part of the program.
I mean, don't
That
you guys
program
think?
goes away.
Don't you guys think shelter, food, and clothing should just be like some basic necessities that are like automatically provided to you because we're a human?
How is it automatically provided to you, Jeremy?
There's so many houses.
No, I'm
There's
saying
so
we
many
T-shirts
could.
just
people
falling
doing
out of the
different.
trees. T-shirts just
Who said
falling out of
water
the
is more
trees, man.
expensive than petrol?
Hold on.
Water is
No,
not
you're
more
missing.
expensive.
It
Hold
is.
on, you're missing the point. You're missing the entire point of what his question is. Why is water more expensive than gas?
It's not. Water is not more expensive than petrol.
Milk
It
is.
was at one point. At one
Is.
It's
point, I
nowhere
remember.
near as expensive as petrol. Water is put
Milk.
into a bottle. That's why it's expensive. Petrol, if you put petrol in a bottle, it'd be fucking expensive. You
Are
can
you
get water
saying?
from your
Hold
home
on.
and you can filter it, and it's almost free.
Free. You can
People are
collect
just
Drilling it
rainwater.
from
too
the bottom of
fucking.
the ocean, refining it,
People are
putting it on a
too
tank,
lazy.
and putting it
I
on
can
a
make
People are
boat.
free
just
H
too
blocks all day
lazy.
long from
Bro,
Puma Punku.
You can take
my
water
point.
from
The
your
point is,
home with you. You don't have to buy it from the shop.
I
No one's
understand
forcing
that.
you to buy it.
No, my point. Oh, if you're at an airport and water is a $4, $10 for a bottle of water, some nonsense.
No, they
It's
have free
absurd.
drinking fountains in all airports.
Okay, but I think you're missing the point.
Water falls from the sky. Just saying.
Exactly. It is literally a free, abundant resource that is literally falls from the sky.
Yeah, but you
And we
can't
have
really.
somehow have legalized certain things to do with it. It's insanity. If those things went away, if the price gouging of food worldwide wasn't a thing, people wouldn't have to do so many things to get food done, right? There wouldn't be that big a problem if it wasn't
Well, that's
made to
why
be a problem.
inflation
But
needs to be settled because of the
before
national
the
debt.
before the
Unfortunately,
Industrial Revolution, people provided these services for themselves, like houses and homes, families. And if you worked, if you had a job, you stayed with the family that you worked for, and those services are provided by just by being so cities, people coming to cities to get to work in these factories, and there were none of these services. So these services had to be provided for the workers, the factories, which is what we call cities, and that's what we're in today. We're in this big factory called an economy or a cities, countries now, right? And we're relying on those the employer to provide us with these services that we used to provide for ourselves in the past. You know what I mean? And
Okay.
who knows what they're putting in the food, the water, you know what I mean? That's the difference. Is
We
when
know
we
what they're
provide it
putting
for
in it.
themselves,
We know
we
what they're
know.
putting in it. It's poisoned. We know. The
Right.
the thing is, doesn't that sound like a great world where every human being doesn't have to worry about where they're going to sleep tonight or if they're going to eat or not, or if they have clean water? Like, we can't make that happen as humans to make sure everyone has that. We
I
can
think
go land
certain
on the moon
technology.
and do all this goofy shit, but we can't make sure everyone has those three things. Come on.
I mean, people don't live like that anymore, right? Because in this day and age, the people only know one way of living, and that's not the way we're supposed to live, right? People don't know how to live. They don't know how to grow food, how to source water, how to build a small cabin to live in, how to make clothes. He doesn't know where clothes come from, like where the materials come from. Like the basic things that we should know, right? Like it's foreign to us because provided by the state, by the prison. You know what I mean? And you don't know that the earth is not a ball because
Right.
it's been provided by the state. The
Exactly.
reality.
Smart people have figured it out. But that's when I say provided, I mean it should be so easy to obtain that it's practically free because it's so abundant. If we're going to
I think
literally
it
be
should
in
just be
an
straight up.
economy-based resource where it's supply and demand, well, if something that falls from the sky should not be something that's worth a great deal of money. It's free.
I think it should be straight up free. Like, yo, why we can't, like, seriously, we can't just build houses for people and then now they have a house for the rest of their life. Or, I don't know. I feel like these things are basic human necessities that we should make sure all
Yeah,
humans have.
But
yeah.
think of
Back
Jeremy, you're not thinking of the cost of 2x4s, bro. 2x4s are expensive.
You
Who's
don't
gonna
build
pay
out
for
of
that?
2x4s. Dude, you don't build
I'm
houses out of 2x4s. Remember the
kidding.
Three Little Piggy story? Remember the Three Little Piggy story when
I
a
do.
big bad wolf blew the house down? We're using the same building material as the second little piggy. It doesn't even make sense.
That's
It's
how it
dumb.
used to be. Families used to do that. Like there's a certain family that is highly skilled in building houses. This family is skilled in working with metal. That family is skilled in building boats. This family and this, we lost this. It used to be the families that controlled certain industries and skills, trade secrets. You know what I mean? But now it's
Don't the
technology,
Amish live that way?
order. Yeah, gotta share everything.
Yeah, we
Amish
could
are
take a
dope.
page
That's a
out of
good model. Go ahead, my bad.
I was just going to say we could take a page out of the Amish's book for sure. But this idea that everything should just be provided, like everything comes at some form of cost, right? If water is definitely free, you can have free water. You just need to figure out a way to acquire it, right? It's free. It falls from the sky. Catch it in the form of rain, process it, filter it, figure it out, right? But it's much easier to just go to the store and purchase the little bottle or to turn on the tap and pay
Yes and
somebody
no.
else to pipe it.
We're also living in a world where the government has outlawed in certain places the ability to collect water.
Food should be free, right? Well, guess what? We all have the ability to put a seed in the ground and ensure that it gets watered, right? And it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, but we certainly have the ability to do it.
Now,
We just choose not to.
Why, as a society, do we choose not to grow apple trees on all the streets?
Because it's provided for us very easily. So we choose not to
I
do
guess
it.
that's the point. No, but it's not easily because it's now there's a cost, and if we
What do you
put all
mean?
of that, if we all because
It's very
someone's got to
easy.
tuck the apples in here,
I
you got to
can
pay for
go
that.
to the store and get an apple right now.
I
get
know,
but there's some hungry little.
Hold on,
real
you're
quick.
gonna pay
Hold on,
whatever
Fuzzy.
they decide.
Okay, hold on.
Correct.
But the thing is, it's easy. You go
That's
to the store
why
and buy it. Hold
Well,
on, man.
that's the thing, man. Like everybody used to have a lot of this stuff at their house. Like in my grandparents' generation, most people grew a lot of their own fruits and vegetables. Then my parents' generation, almost nobody did that. And now literally almost nobody does it in my generation. So
Corporations
yes, it costs us more for the apple because we decided we
Jeremy
wanted
get
the
in.
convenience of going to the store and getting an apple as opposed to actually putting it in the ground and watering it and taking care of it.
Okay, these things are easy to get. Yes, you can just walk into the store and buy it. You don't have to actually grow your own stuff. However, what about the little, 15-year-old kid that's going to go to bed hungry tonight? They can't just go to the store and buy it. They don't have a job. They don't have money. They don't have land to grow food. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and the
Also,
problem
the fact that also, I'm not saying that an apple, everyone has to make their own apples. My point is that if apples could be so abundant that they only cost a nickel, then we're not in the same problem that we have. If water at a bottling thing was 10 cents, not $2-3, like when did soda become now it's almost $3 to buy a single can of soda?
Yeah, we get your point. But here's the thing: apples can be so abundant that they literally have no value at all because they're all over the place.
It's
And that
food.
15-year-old kid,
Only because the world has
15-year-old
put
kid could
price on
easily
that.
just pick it. Go ahead, guys.
No, the 15-year-old kid can do what? Fuzzy, relax.
Oh, yeah.
The 15-year-old kid who's going to bed hungry could easily just walk around and pick these free apples that are everywhere because it's an abundant resource. We just don't plant them because we think it's more convenient to get them from the fucking grocery store.
What you're saying that the price of food is not, you do know that the world prices, food is fixed by a few companies, right?
I'm just saying, if we plant.
How much did I pay for pineapples last year? Do you know my pineapple cost last year?
You're literally missing the point.
No, you are missing the point.
It's subsidized.
Seriously?
How much do you think my
more
pineapple cost was last year?
We don't even know if you bought pineapples or not. The point is, if you have all
ate
those
a bunch
apples,
of them. I didn't buy any. I ate a bunch.
Well, all right,
just don't put them on your pizza.
I fucking grow them. My neighbors grow them. We exchange them. And guess what? You put the top of an old pineapple in the ground and it grows more fucking pineapples.
That's dope. That's fire right
there.
there.
It takes a little while for that to
Thing
grow. It takes a little while for that to grow. And also with your trees planted on the side of the road, we pay for taxes, and a lot of maintenance of those trees are taken care of. We could have pear trees and apple trees and all these things up and down the highway, but our society, doesn't look out for one another. They're trying to look at how they can get a buck from somebody else.
We spend $50 billion a year. America, this is just America, $50 billion a year on lawn care. Do you know how much money it would take to end world hunger? What the price tag is on that? Like 11. It's like 12 or 13 or 11 or something. It's not. We could do it like 3 times. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
We could do it like 3 times over for what we spend on our lawns in America.
Yep.
Easy.
There's plenty of land around. Why don't they give us an acre when you're born in the country of origin?
Instead of planting Bradford pears all throughout your city and the branches just break off and they're not producing any fruit, just plant some real pear trees, right? So, yeah,
Yep.
and as far as the apples go, there's only so many kinds of apples. And if you don't start taking those seeds out the apples and growing different varieties, the pests and the diseases are going to just take over the apples. And then once they're gone, they're gone. That's it.
Yep.
So you're also
I
saying
agree.
that because of the way that the monoculture of fields and how agriculture has now become monoculture fields as opposed to many different things growing in the same area, but because we've monetized the most the most necessary human resources have become monetized and commoditized, then we're living in this situation. But we don't have to. It could be different, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the way we are now is messed up. That's why I like what somebody said the other day. I think it was Paul. You got to change your mind and your heart. We got to change our minds over like how to live and shit, because we're not doing it right now. We're all only worried about the money. That's not going to lead you into anywhere good when you're only worried about the money. But yeah, I seriously think that these things should just be automatic. What if
Here's the thing,
should be
Jeremy. There is a
automatic?
cost to everything. Like I said, not things just can't be automatic. Like I said, you can't just. There's no T-shirt trees or shoe trees, right? You don't take the laces from a shoe and put it in the ground and it grows more shoes. There's cost
No,
to these things.
I understand they cost money, yes, but did you hear the price tag I had on to end world hunger? It was like 10, 11, 14, say it's 20 billion, whatever. Dude, that's nothing with our just America's budget could end it. Just
That's
with
not real, Jeremy.
World hunger
What's
is
not
not a
real?
cost issue.
The price
It's
tag
just,
on it?
No, that's way unrealistic, dude.
and it's not.
It's not a money
I've heard it
thing.
was
It's
in
not
like
a supply thing. It's a control and the distribution of supply resources.
Exactly.
I hear you. There's
Control.
some places we can't get food to, and it's not a price thing. But in America and these first world countries, it is a price thing. No one should be going hungry.
Yeah, it's also it has to keep the population, of that country, the people, under control.
Most
I
people
mean, I
aren't
bet
going hungry.
you saw they came at Elon talking about, look at all your money, you could end world hunger. And he said, okay, formulate a plan for me to end world hunger under like $50 billion, and I'll do it right now. And they couldn't formulate a plan.
They couldn't do it for under 50 billion.
Yeah.
I've seen the price tag as low as like, I don't know, 12, 13, 14 or something. I thought it was way cheaper than that.
Another
But
big
if you're just
problem of
growing food,
is obviously the food's not nutritional.
the thing is, if you're just growing food, cities in America started doing this. They just started growing food plants outside in public places so that people can just go pick them if they're hungry. Like, we could easily do that and just have food all over the place. There should be food all over the place right now.
Yeah, for something for a people supposedly this far into our civilization, and that we still have. I mean, does Flint, Michigan, still have clean drinking water yet? I don't know.
They got
So
clean water now.
Sri Lanka, the
Yeah,
World
but
Economic
How
Forum,
long did that take?
the World Economic Forum was pushing that green thing, right, in Sri Lanka. Told them not to use fertilizers. Now they're starving. Sri Lanka, they're like going They're rebelling, protesting. They're like starving, no food because they were told not to use fertilizers. But fertilizer, comes for free. There's this thing called biodigester, right? It just spits out fertilizer easy. Like it's not it's natural, the natural fertilizer.
But Bong,
And
why would the World Economic Forum lie? I don't understand. What would they have to gain to lie from the people?
yeah, their agendas. They call it the World Economic Forum is really the opposite of what the name stands for. It's
Okay,
about
I was
destroying the
I
economy of
was
the world.
joking. I
Yes,
got it.
that's what I was like. I don't know. Because they liars. 'Cause that's what they do. It's
All
their
of the
job.
old cities were they put their pipes together with lead. So it's not just Flint, Michigan. I mean, all the
No, I
infrastructure of
know.
these old cities, they all have lead. So they all have many kind of chemicals and many kind of heavy metals in the water. And yeah, I wouldn't advise it. I would advise get out in the country and dig yourself a well. And it's not that hard to dig a well.
The
Even in the cities,
infrastructure of
even in
America is literally like falling apart. There's places in America that lose power like dozens of times a year. Like there's a place where they got water running in New York City, a giant pipeline of water. That shit leaks crazy. People's basements be getting flooded. Just our bridges are falling. I mean, our infrastructure is literally falling to pieces in America.
I mean, we had the city of San Diego voted to not have their town water get chlorinated or fluorinated. They was like, nope, we all voted as a town, society, city. Nope, 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 we're not. We don't want fluorinated water in our drinking system. And the city of San Diego was like, yeah, well, I mean, we get you, but we're still going to do it because fuck you.
I lived in Vermont a while ago, and yeah, they put it to a vote where I lived, and we voted no, we don't want fluoride in the water.
But and Vermont listened, but in San Diego they said, no, we're doing it, even though people like all voted not to do it.
It really happened. It's crazy.
I saw a documentary a long time ago about it. I mean, just yeah.
Well, dude, the whole fluoride thing, I mean, is ridiculous if you start looking into it. So,
of course, I mean, don't even get me started. The point is that
Like the Illuminati playing card, there's something in the water.
But you literally.
Well, there are people in here that would defend it, though. You guys don't.
You got to have good teeth.
There are a lot of people in here that would defend. Yeah, exactly. Literally, the ballers will defend fluoride in the water. So,
because they
I
buy
think
into
that
the propaganda.
Sounds good. Yeah. Okay. Well, are you going to do like the propaganda? Is the first step of your cure the world plan like do away with the propaganda? Because that's what you're going to have to do.
Oh, I would absolutely. I would not. I would have. What was that? The Schmidt-Mund Act would probably have to go back into effect. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah. So that's not. Yeah, that's not.
No, I get
I'm
it.
just
No,
saying.
you're right. No, but I know. I don't know how this would ever come to pass. But there's no way you can fix this system from within. And still.
So basically, what we were left with is the people on here that defend fluoride in the water should be allowed to go drink the fluoride in abundance. Just drink out of tap. Man, that's what you want. Like, we are
right
huge as a society. I hate to be this guy. It's gone, bro. Okay, like should we still like try to help people out? Yeah. Should we grow fruit trees everywhere? I think so. I think everyone should have all kinds of fruits, and they leave the corner of their crops unattended for the less fortunate, and they're giving their excess away, and you should be able to go have free access to all kinds of fruits and vegetables everywhere. Sure, yeah, I agree with that, but I just think that people aren't really being realistic. Like, it's gone. You give a bunch of people free food now, they're going to be like, yay, I can do heroin all day.
What's it, real quick? I wanted to ask, did you see the baby water in the grocery market that has fluoride in it for babies?
Fluoride.
Literally advertises fluoride added. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have teeth. What's the justification on that?
Well, they
no
need to develop teeth.
Brand new babies.
Yeah, helps them develop healthy teeth. You didn't know?
Yeah, how else are they going to
Fucked up.
develop healthy teeth without all that fluoride in the bloodstream? That's
That's not how it works, bro.
Yeah, no.
They
Healthy teeth
they done this
requires
thing.
good fluoride.
Think about this, dude. They did studies, and adults have like serious neurotoxicity problems when it comes to ingesting fluoride, and they're going to try to give it to a baby. Are you
Yeah,
kidding
you
me?
got to start them young. Right?
There are
Yeah,
people
but
in
the
this room that would
sooner
also defend that, bro. I'm just saying.
Does anyone want to
I'm saying
defend
those
before
are
we
the
move
same
on?
people.
Hold on. Before we move on, does anyone want to defend fluoride in a newborn baby water?
No, I say take the toothpaste bottle and put it beside the baby water on the baby aisle and circle where it says do not swallow or do not eat, right? And then circle the fluoride.
Kosho, you want
Poison.
to defend? Kosho, you
Yeah.
want to defend fluoride in a baby water? Kosho?
I
He's
wonder.
one of the ones that may be reasonable about it.
No,
You never
not the
know.
same person who said that there was not there wasn't that there was actually food shortages or food is not abundant. That same person, I don't know about that.
No, he was being really particular and trying to get a gotcha to derail the conversation by saying it's not unlimited technically.
Oh, but it's something that perpetuates itself. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, he was, but still, that was that's funny that he would try that here.
Well, that you would then ask, what's the motivation to always derail the conversation? But he would probably never defend giving a baby fluoride, I would guess.
You never
Now
know.
I'm really curious.
I wouldn't bet on it or anything, though.
Yo, but there literally we could grow if we just, not factoring in money or anything. We could almost grow unlimited food. Like yes, there's a point. The food needs water, okay, but I mean, you can desalinate ocean water. Like there's almost no cap. We could feed like 1,000 times the amount of people we have right now. Like probably easily.
You can completely fix the world.
It's not even about land either. I know what you said, like half.
Jeremy, you're roboting real bad.
Ohio or something. Yeah, no doubt. But you can make it even smaller, Kume.
Why don't we have wave-powered desalination plants along every coastline? Can someone explain that to me?
Yeah,
wave-powered desalination plants.
That was pretty easy
And
to
electricity.
Electricity? What do you mean? Wave-powered? They're powered by the waves.
Yes, wave powered electricity as well. That's what we're working
So how
on.
profitable would that be, though? How profitable would that be, though?
Well, if you were able to produce free water, essentially, or that would be very.
There's no profit in
free
it.
water.
Zero.
You're not gonna make profit with something free, my guy.
Zero. Yeah. This point. Yeah. The thing is, with the wave power and the sun and the wind and the hydro, there's no cap on the amount of electricity we could get. I mean, really.
What are you, a saint? What's this guy doing? You trying to give people things for free? How are we supposed to eat?
If we come up, so he just proposed that idea, right? Which is an interesting idea. And people in this room would be like, "You're an idiot. That's not realistic." If Elon Musk comes out tomorrow and says it, they're going to act like he's a god. So it's much less about the information, bro. I'm just saying, like,
and who it's coming from.
So yeah. It's called Stockholm syndrome. So
if you come in and say the same thing Einstein said, they'll think you're wrong in a nutcase. But if they hear Einstein say it, they're like, "Oh yeah, that checks out."
Exactly. Like if I had to come in and say, "Did you guys know, dude, the Earth's core is not spinning. That's stupid." They'd be like, "You're an idiot. Oh, was it such an idiot? Just incredulity." But then I just dropped a link to them saying that the Earth's core stopped spinning. And then they're like, "Yeah, of course it did. Yeah."
Well, you didn't say that. You just said it doesn't. So, of course it slowed down and stopped spinning.
That is what they would do. You guys know that, right?
Because with it, you didn't qualify your statement with saying scientists now say.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen,
but they literally
taking a
came out. It just came out the last 2 days and said that the Earth's core is stopped spinning, and they think it may even be spinning the opposite direction now.
They don't know what's going on. They
Because
couldn't get that 8 Mile koala borehole shit right.
no, of course they don't know what's going on because they built a lot of their model off of seismic activity, and then they went and looked at the charts, and the seismic activity is not really jiving with their model. So they just said, "Oh, the Earth's core must not be spinning." Kind of like when like the days got shorter, they're like, "Oh, the Earth must be spinning faster." Like they'll just whatever is needed, they'll just make that the new model.
Yeah.
When they built the biggest dam in.
Yeah, and then they just change it next year when the model doesn't work, and then they say, well, science is just ever evolving,
When they
And
built
so
the
Left Lane
biggest,
says I was sorry, go ahead.
when they built the biggest dam in China, biggest dam in the world in China, they said it slowed the Earth down.
Yeah, like dude, just whatever keeps their worldview. Like Left Lane was like, "Why'd you say ha ha? You're just being incredulous." I'm like, "Have you researched this?" No, I'll leave it up to the experts. It's like, well, if that's what the experts say, like if you ask someone, they say they believe in the Bible, and then you ask them about Genesis 6, but you have to ask my preacher, and you're like, well, it says it right here, and you're like, no, I trust the priest on this one.
Yeah.
Like, this is your belief. Don't you want to understand and know what you claim to be true? No, just go talk to the priest. I trust the priest.
The
They've been
I mean,
doing this for hundreds of years.
it's kind of like, what difference does it make, really? I mean, in the big scheme of things.
Yeah, nothing is a big deal if it goes against your model, right? Like, if anything shows your model was wrong, it's no big deal. It's no big deal. But the fact the sun
How
sets
does it?
proves the Earth isn't flat definitively for 7 straight years. No questions asked. It's a 100% debunk of flat Earth, period, point blank, end of story. But, the Earth is spinning faster, slower. Oh, core stops spinning the opposite way. Oh, our seismic activity doesn't work at all. We can't explain what's going on with the core. We can't explain the dynamo model, which actually required the core to be spinning, but now it's not spinning, so now the dynamo problem's worse. That's no big deal. Our model's perfect. I trust the science. It's such a hypocrisy. Oh, but sunsets, bro.
I'm taking a poll. Left Lane. Hold on, Left Lane. Do you support the fluoride they sell in the supermarket for newborn babies that has fluoride in it? Yes or no? I'm taking a poll.
I'm I'm not up on that research. I don't know anything about it.
No doubt. All right.
I couldn't say if it's good or not. Yeah.
What do you research?
What's it? 60-year-old. I used to study a lot. The last 10 or 15 years, I'm on cruise control.
But you really don't know if fluoride is good for babies?
Wait, Left Lane. I think you're a good guy deep down, I truly do. And I think that, you just don't like the idea of going against what's accepted. Like, why would I be this late in my life and, like, be the crazy guy that doesn't believe, what everyone knows? Okay, but, like, are you not seeing our society fall apart? Like, are you witnessing it as well?
Yeah, I am. I think there are very serious issues at hand. And I think a lot of it gets neglected over talking about the shape of the fucking Earth.
Well, I mean, he said
what's one of those issues? Can you enumerate one of those issues?
Hold on, guys, one at a time.
I went around the whole country talking about the shape of the Earth and talking about everything they're doing to
Hey,
strip
wait,
our rights.
check your satellite connection,
Guys,
bro.
Guys.
Bro,
Relax.
he's robot. He's telling me.
You're roboting. He sounded fine to me. Check your tin can and a string internet connection.
You have grandchildren, right? If you have grandchildren and you say you haven't done the research and you're just and I'm not I'm not trying to beat I'm not trying to beat you in the head about it. I'm just trying to say, do your research on it and find out. And if you're convicted that fluoride is bad for young children and you have nieces, nephews, grandchildren, any of these things, I mean, if you care, if you have natural affection, which is going, by the way, I mean, no one has natural affection hardly anymore, but yeah, you might want to speak to your daughter or so on and so forth.
I mean, realistically,
What is one
you wouldn't
thing
even
you think is not good?
realistically you wouldn't even need fluoride in water for kids that don't still have their baby teeth. You know what I'm saying?
It's so much
What do you
worse than
need
that, though.
fluoride?
It's like you don't even need babies, bro. Like, it's just basic, like, morality. Like, say you're 60. You got to live 60 years, bro. You got to live a life for 60 years. You got to make your mistakes. You got to live in a free place. You got to travel if you wanted to, work where you wanted to, like good times, bad times, live and learn. You got to live a free life. Where when you were 20, the food had tons of nutrition. When you were being born, you weren't being injected with 108 jabs by the time you were 18, right? You got to live a life, okay? Now, these other children just don't get to live a life, but oh well, I got to live mine, though. So, like, who cares about them not getting to live theirs? That doesn't make any sense. That's why we're here. We're here to
Left
live
lane,
and
you got
defend the children, bro.
left lane. They handed you a Lamborghini and you guys trashed it.
Yeah, your generation
No, I
raised that
wouldn't.
generation.
I've got two 20-something-year-old vehicles, and they're both like brand new.
No, your
But do you
scenario
not
of
see my
life is the
point, though?
Lamborghini.
Leflane, what is something you said that there's a lot of issues you see around that's bad about the world? What is some of those issues?
Oh, just everything that we talk about, the government, the tail wagging the dog, basically in a nutshell, and situations like that, and a lot of things get overlooked, and primarily what we talk about is the shape of the earth. And every
What
once
do
in
you
a
want to
while,
talk about?
everybody talks about the government and these things. Well, it's just the other day there was a thing came up about the government imposing something on the people, and I was talking about we need to come together as a people rather than being divided over the shape of the fucking earth.
Yeah, but left
If
lane,
we
think
want
about
to
this.
fight the government, we should be on the same team.
Well,
Right,
But,
We're
think
not
about this.
but
divided
with it,
over the ship. We're not divided
Right.
over the ship of the earth. You keep saying that. We're not.
Wait, I'm gonna bridge the gap. So, like, okay, from a Glober's perspective, then it makes no sense to invest tons of time in debating about the Earth. I agree 100%. If a Glober thinks for sure it's a globe and flat Earth is crazy, and they think that there are other problems, they should be constantly talking about that and investing in that and trying to fix that problem. We think we were lied to about everything, including the and we think this is what we think. We think that when people discover that we were lied to about the earth, they will have to step back and re examine all the other lies. So it's an effective way to wake people up to the lies so that we can all come together and focus on the things that really matter instead of watching anime and CNN all day. Okay, that's our motivation. The reason that I spend so much time on flat earth is because I have literally maybe over 1,000 emails I've gotten that says their entire life changed. And now they homeschool their children. Now they grow their own food. They make sure that they have nutrition. Now they don't get them jabbed. Now they prioritize health. Now they are going at their local governments. They're doing all kinds of stuff, actually doing stuff now because Flat Earth woke them up. You're never going to find someone say, "Oh, I discovered Kosho says this about this galactic cluster. Therefore, I should go protect children." No, it does the opposite. It does the opposite. It
Hold
makes you
on.
think we're insignificant and no one cares about each other. So that's the fundamental divide there.
Hold on. Let me. What I got out of all that is it makes sense for us to be talking about the shape of Earth, right? For all the flat earthers and stuff, because we think we've been duped. But if you think we're glad you're here, but like, if you think it's a waste of time, we should be talking about other. Like, why spend so much time with us?
yeah, that's a good question. It's just an interesting conversation, and for me, the government could not have fooled me about the shape of the earth because I've got my own ideas, my own proofs to myself about the shape of the earth. The government didn't lie to me about the shape of the earth. The government never told me that Earth is a planet. I mean, it's like that's my experience. I
You didn't go
experience
to school,
that I'm on a
dude?
rotating planet.
You went to a school that
No,
talked about the
no, you
government
don't.
lying
No,
about
you
brother.
don't.
Hey, but let me ask you this, Lifeline. Let's say hypothetically you weren't in a public school that told you the Earth's a planet. Let's say no one told you what the Earth is. You just lived your life. Just be honest, please. You just lived your life and you just went and you saw stuff in the world, you just lived your life, what would you think the Earth is?
Yeah, I would.
If no
I
one
would
ever
just
told
look at the path of the, just like I always say. It's it. I would look at the path of the sun, the way the sky moves. And to me, to think I am moving is the most sensible answer to what I observe. To think that I'm sitting still and the entire universe is moving is asinine to me.
See, this is what I'm
Why?
saying. You can't really do it. You can't
Wow, so
reset your mind. You just said universe, so you have an
Well,
idea of what the universe is. No, dude. If I have 100 children, okay, and they're not told what the quote unquote universe is, they're not told how big the sun is. They're not told anything like that. They're told, look at the ocean, look at the sky, look at the horizon. What do you experience? They're all going to think that the earth is stationary. They're all going to think the stuff in the sky moves over top and around us. Every person alive is going to think that. You're only thinking it's logical that there's some alternative because someone's presented a story to you that says, oh, you can move but not feel it. Oh, the sun and moon can look like they're the same size, but they can be drastically different sizes, right? All this stuff is not logical. It isn't what anyone would think. The whole globe sales pitch is that it's an illusion, that it feels like we're not moving, but we actually are. So realistically, you would never have thought the Earth is a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball flying around the sun. That would never happen. That's not real. That's not honest.
yeah, he started
Navigator.
off by
No, it is. It's the way I
started off
see
by
it.
saying he would look up and he would see the sky moving, right? And then he said it would be ridiculous to him. And I'm asking the question, why so? Why would it be ridiculous to you for you not to be moving on the earth, but the sky moving when you started out by saying you would look up and see the sky moving?
Well, you got to think about what could be causing that.
Well, I mean, Wissa presented you with some an example. You know, you're in the you're on the earth, and no one's ever told you. And you started out saying I would look up and see the sky moving. Now, why would you think it's ridiculous for you on the earth to be stationary and the things above you to be moving? Why so? Can you go into some detail and expound upon why would this example you're giving, no other information, just you on the earth and the things above you moving? Why would you think it's ridiculous for you to be stationary on the earth, not moving? Please.
But just the observation as a whole. You think about the sun and its path across the sky. You point at it at sunrise and at noon and at sunset. Now you point to where you think the sun is at midnight. See, no, let me finish. Now point to where you think the sun is at midnight and tell me if that makes sense.
Okay, so if you had no other information, you just told me the sun is moving in a path across the sky. Yep. That's what you would see, man. I mean, Witz is presenting you with a great argument. No other information has been provided to you. You're just observing.
Well, let's go this way.
So
let's go this way.
Sun moving a path across the sky. So you see the sun move in a path across the sky. Right?
Okay, for the third time. Yeah, for the third time, yes. Let's do it this way. I'm going down the road. I see trees going by. What am I to think of that?
Did Wisdom
Hold
on, guys, one at a time.
Wait, let's tell me if I'm right or wrong.
I'm gonna make a list.
Okay, but it's gonna get real. It's gonna turn to a 20-minute conversation. It could be a 3-minute conversation. Left Lane, in summary, what you're saying is that if no one told you anything, you went out, looked up, and you saw the stuff in the sky move, it would be ridiculous to think that the stuff in the sky moves.
Yes.
Oh my God, bro! I don't like. There you go.
Like the clouds. What about the clouds in the sky? Are they stationary and you're spinning underneath them?
Well, that's a whole different thing. I mean, we know why the clouds move because of wind.
What about airplanes?
So when we feel the wind going all different directions, it wouldn't be logical to think, oh, the wind goes in all different directions, because that's what it does, right? So it's logical to be like, oh, well, I feel the wind. I see the wind go in all different directions. So logically, I'm standing here still, and the wind goes in all directions. That's what you see, right? Same thing with the sky. Okay, we stand here and we see the sky, and then we could even go look at what our ancestors saw. They saw the same thing. So that's crazy. We see the same thing. It's just like wow, we have things called time and days and hours based on what the sky does. So, like, this
Well,
is the point that it comes off disingenuous, Lifeline, because the globe model's claim is that everything's an illusion. Okay, now whether you think it's true or not, could it be true? Sure, in theory,
I disagree with
whatever.
that.
That's what the globe says, bro. The globe says it looks like
I
we're
disagree with
moving.
that.
It looks like we're stationary, but we're moving. That's what the globe says.
Yeah, well, it goes back to me talking about the trees going by. It looks like the trees are moving, but I'm the one
No, but we're
actually
driving
moving.
in a car. You know you're driving in a car, man. That makes our point
And
better.
I know I'm on a rotating planet.
Oh my God! So when a 5-year-old left lane, if I have a group of 100 children and I don't tell them anything, I don't tell them anything about what the Earth is. I just take them out. I let them go look at waterfalls. I let them go look at the ocean. I let them go look at star trails. I let them look at the sun and the moon. I just let them look at nature. They look over the ocean. They see the horizon. It's horizontal. I don't tell them anything about what the Earth is. I give them no explanations. And then they're given a test, okay? And they're asked what they think the Earth is. And they asked to describe parts of the Earth. What are the children going to say?
That would be an interesting experiment. But
Well,
on that horizon, out over the water, are there any boats being obstructed or anything like that?
Dude, a child that sees the boat go away is not going to think, oh, the Earth looks flat, but it's curving, it's going behind it. Like, a child's not going to think that, bro.
Why not?
Like,
why not?
because
You could demonstrate
stupid.
that with a ball in the room, or watching a car go over a hill out beyond you. You can see the thing go over the hill and it disappears bottom up because
Then
it's
you
not
could
a
just take your little
That's a
toy car.
horizontal line.
You could then take your little Hot Wheel and just move it away from you on a table and see the same thing. And then you can take them to the ocean the next day. And you can take them to the ocean the next day, and they're going to see the boat further away. So the child being like 7 is going to say, I see the boat further today than I did yesterday. So they're just going to be like, wow, it's clear outside. I can see further. They're never going to think that there's something physically blocking it and that it moves around. So again, this goes back to this is disingenuous, bro. This is the main argument for censorship for you guys, by the way, which is flat Earth is dangerous because it can mislead children because it seems to make sense based on their limited understanding and senses. They would believe, yeah, flat Earth, not moving, sky moves, sun and moon same size, makes sense based on what I see. So it's dangerous to tell children this because they'll believe it. That's like the whole argument for censorship.
Things
I don't know. We're going in 2 or 3 different directions now.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, guys. I know everyone can hear me. Let Left Lane respond, then Democ.
I just feel like that conversation goes in so many different directions with everything that you just said that it's hard to address a single point of that. I don't know what to say to it.
I just wish you would level with me and be like, yeah, I think realistically, the children will probably think the Earth is flat, and that they need to be taught, that actually it's more nuanced than that. And look, here's a ball that's spinning, and you can move it just the perfect rate based on its size that you can't tell it's moving. They would kind of have to be explained the principles to think it's possible. And I've never even had a baller disagree. Every time I ask a baller this question, they say, yeah, the children would almost always think the Earth is stationary and flat.
Well, I mean, you could convince a child of many things that are false.
No, we're not convincing them of anything, though. We're not convincing them. That's the whole point. We're just letting them decide on their own.
Well, exactly. The ballers are the ones trying to convince them of a lie, like telling them things disappear bottom up on a ball. That's false. Things up here bottom up on a ball. If something is out of my view, right, I can't see it at all, and I go up in the air, I'm going to see the grass, the ground, the steps, the front door, everything but the top of the roof, the top of the chimney. I'm going to see the front of the chimney. I'm going to see the bottom of it perfectly fine. Everything on a sphere. That's what's going to appear to me. Now, hold on. Do you have a sphere and a little house on it or something, an object to show me where I'm wrong?
I just want to quote you on this. Things up here, bottom up on a ball.
Yes,
is that what
sir.
you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They disappear top down. The top is what disappears on a globe. That's what you can't see when something's out of your view and you rise up in the air and you look for it. The top of the building, little guys waving at you, you will never be able to see them ever on a sphere. On a flat Earth,
No,
when you
that
go
doesn't
up,
sound right.
you can see. It doesn't matter. Listen, go get a ball and do it. It doesn't matter about your feelings or how it sounds. Trust me.
I've done it, and I've seen things disappear bottom up.
Let's see your video. Record it for us next time.
Bro, anyone can do this. You just go grab a ball.
Well, hurry up.
I already did it. This is remedial.
Well, record it. Show us. I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
All right. Where were we? Where were we, guys?
Hey, you
I don't
not
know. It's a pretty
understanding how the
interesting combo,
ball
though.
works, how things appear or disappear on a ball, how you don't comprehend it.
Yeah, I don't understand. You're right. You got it. Where were we, guys?
You were nobody in the room apparently. If they agree with something disappearing on a ball bottom up, that's ignorant. They appear bottom up on a sphere. They disappear on a flat plane bottom up. You guys have lost your mind.
Yeah, it's called, plane. There's a horizon and the plane. But the other thing are navigators. If what you were saying is true, right, that you should experience the ball, then the Earth should never have been thought flat. Navigators should not be navigating the way they do today and in the past, using the stars as a map, some kind of like a calendar map on a flat, motionless plane. No, but
Guys,
that's
I'm
not the
getting
case.
a lot of arguments. I'm getting a
Yeah.
lot of arguments from the Globers that say the navigation techniques show a globe.
Yeah, how? To ask them how. Okay, show us how it shows a globe.
For one, do you believe there's 60 nautical miles per degree? Do you think that's part of celestial navigation?
Okay, so let's say okay, let's go with that. Then what?
My bad. What'd you say? I can't do this right now. I gotta go.
Yeah, they can't because.
No, I could. I just am busy right now. Don't get it twisted.
He's getting
I
too
could.
close to the
I'm just
globe.
busy right now.
It's the same thing, right? It's like you have to assume it's flat and work with it as if it's flat. It's the same idea in navigation.
But you can't. You can't do that because you have to use spherical geometry to make it
No,
work.
you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
you do.
Spherical geometry
Absolutely.
happens
Absolutely,
in
you
the
do.
sky.
If you go to the almanac.
I
didn't mean to
in
talk
the
over
sky.
you.
I'm telling you, it's not on the ground. It's not a spherical. It's not a curved a geometry that you're talking about. You're talking about the arcs in the sky. The geometry is
No,
in the sky. The spherical
your geometry.
triangles that you're talking about is in the sky.
Okay,
Trust me.
you said that 3 times now. Am I going to be able to respond to that?
Oh, go ahead.
If you go to determine the GP of your celestial body, you'll find that you have to use a spherical geometry to determine that GP.
Okay, how? Can you explain where this spherical triangle or geometry is?
It's in the Haversine formula.
Okay.
And I don't know that. I don't know how to operate the Haversine formula. I mean, I'm not mathematically completely illiterate, but I'm not that advanced either. But
you just have to point out or look where the ground is being treated as a sphere.
The coordinates.
I'm just saying it requires the spherical geometry in the 60 miles per degree. That's based on you traveling across the surface. And you can't do that on a flat surface because you don't get that linear relationship of 1 degree per 60 nautical miles on a flat surface.
What? I don't understand what you're saying.
As you move across the ground,
the
celestial body will change 1 degree for every 60 nautical miles that you move. You move another 60 nautical miles, or 120, that's 2 degrees. You move another 60, is 3 degrees. That's a linear relationship, and that happens on a spherical surface.
When? Who does that? Like, has any navigator?
That's just simple geometry. Yeah, that's just geometry.
That a
You
line.
can draw it out on a piece of paper.
Yeah, I think you're
a flat piece of paper. No. You don't have lines on spheres. I don't know who told you that. Get a new teacher.
For somebody
Coach
who's
might be able to clarify that.
You said that the flat Earth, right, is dividing us, right? But you know so much about the arguments against flat Earth. It's like you're more invested in flat Earth than all those problems that you claim that we should be worried about. Like, what's up with that? And you're being
Yeah.
disingenuous at that.
He's
Straight
not
up,
being
just
What?
disingenuous.
No.
rude.
Point out my disingenuity. What am I being disingenuous about?
You're
You
saying
said a
that
line belongs on a sphere. Doesn't exist, can't exist, won't ever exist.
He was talking about the relationship along
There is
with the distances along a sphere and the angles. And
there is no angle on a sphere. There is no distance or relationship to a line on a sphere. Try again.
okay, I'll try again. You notice like on a clock, like a clock will go around
No, a clock's
the
not a
way.
sphere. No. Notice I don't. You notice when you get a sphere and we talk
Yo,
about a
don't
sphere, maybe
interrupt.
we can
Coach
stick to
was
that.
right in mid sentence.
I was mid-sentence. That's
About a
true.
clock?
The clock.
He was asking about a sphere and a line. Now, why would he jump to a clock? He's changing the subject now. We're going to tell
Well,
time.
I'm trying
Okay.
to describe how a circle behaves, and a circle would be
We
the
don't care about a circle.
circle would be the
Come on.
straight distance
You
path.
just got back, bro. Relax.
Yeah, so if you were to take it straight, make a route straight all the way across the surface of the sphere and end up back where you were, you can think of that as a circle, and you can think of a clock to try and imagine how the angles would relate to the distance, and you could see that 1/12 of 360 is that's in like 30 degrees. So every 30 degrees, you would number from 12 all the way back to 12. And if you're walking on the outside of a clock, that would be the same distance. So those angles are a linear relationship with that distance. Whereas on a flat plane, if you were to do the same kind of traveling, let's say for instance you're using a star, it would lower by some angle for every distance, but that angle wouldn't be consistent. It wouldn't be a one-to-one linear relationship. It would be a trigonometric relationship.
You just said a flat base of a flat clock wouldn't be synonymous with the flat Earth. That's crazy. And now you're trying to say that a flat base of a flat clock of a circle, which is flat, it has no dimensions, is going to be synonymous with a sphere and an angle and a line. What are you talking about? You're not making any sense. Now, what you're supposed to be demonstrating is a line and an angle on a sphere. Go.
That's what the clock was.
A clock is not a sphere. Why do you do that? Why do you pause like you're fucking done and then keep going? A clock is not a sphere. Where is a clock a sphere? Where?
Yeah, let's just pretend the clock, okay, is the meridian, the prime meridian, okay?
Is it flat?
One line of longitude.
Is the surface of the clock flat? Therefore, eliminating your sphere altogether that we're supposed to be, focusing on.
Yeah, but DeMarc, we're walking on the outside of the clock. We're not walking on the face of the clock. We're walking on the outside of the clock.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well,
where's the line on the outside of the clock? Where's the angle?
That's representing where the line is pointing of the hand of the clock as it moves on each number, and the distance that travels as it goes around the clock. So linear.
What does that got to do with the sphere?
So
the flat hands of a flat clock that point away from itself. What are you talking about, dude? You're not making any sense at all.
And start at the equator and move to.
So you're demonstrating a flat plane
on that meridian. What's going to happen is
a flat clock.
You're going to travel along the outside of that clock.
A flat clock, right?
Every 30 degrees you travel is going to be one number from 6 to
12. A sphere clock.
It's a flat clock, and you said it can't work on flat. I'm waiting to see where it can't work on flat when you're demonstrating it's working with a flat clock. You're losing me. Beep.
The outside of the clock is not flat, DeMarc.
The top of it is where the hands are. Kosho.
We're not using that side of the clock, DeMarc.
Yeah, you are. You're going around it in a flat circle. There is no depth to your circle, Kosho. You need a sphere to have depth. We're not talking about a flat circle on flat Earth. We're talking about your sphere.
I'll show you a picture, DeMarc, but I gotta
finish. Yeah, get a picture.
Yeah, and it's flat, and you're going to demonstrate everything flat, and then tell us how it doesn't work on flat. How that's the most ignorant thing I've ever heard in my life. Here's
let's
how
just
it works
wait.
on a flat thing, every way, shape, or form, Demok, but it
All right,
can't
let's
work
just
on flat.
let's just wait and see which side of the circle he's using here. All right, before we jump to any crazy
That was
conclusions.
some,
Now,
Chairman. If you don't know, dude, holy Jesus, that was some
wasn't
great
really paying attention.
obfuscation. It was
I don't
great
even know what they were talking about. I
obfuscation.
was busy with a coworker just now.
It was great obfuscation on
Okay, what was the
Denmark's
point then?
point.
Why not? Well, let's reiterate the point.
He's talking about the curve that's traced out on the outside of the clock as the hands move in the circle of the clock.
And then pulling the angle from the center of the Earth. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh, this is celestial navigation thing? Okay.
Actually, yeah, thank you, Nupti. That's exactly right. This, the hands of the clock are meant to be the straight lines that are extending from the center to the surface all the way to the star, and wherever you are in the clock. So let's say you're at midnight. The hand is pointed at 10 p.m., okay? And that's where the star is. So your angle is going to be parallel to that hand from where you are, right? And we've already discussed that every number is 30 degrees. So if it's at 10 o'clock, then it's going to be 60 degrees. So it'll be 30 degrees elevation because 90 minus 60.
No, it'll be below the horizon. What are you talking about?
It won't be below the horizon. So you're
So
at
you're
midnight,
not
and the hand is pointed at 10 o'clock. The horizon would be anything below 9 o'clock. Or that would be, yeah, anything below 9 o'clock.
Hold on, just real quick. Who here thinks celestial navigation proves the flat Earth?
I do.
Okay, do a measurement and let's see how you do it and go through all the steps.
Yeah, who said it proves the flat Earth? Who said that?
Bong Sal. No, that was a good point Jeremy
Let me see
made.
how you do it. Let me see how you
show
do
us
it.
how.
Bong, you think
How you
I
do it
do.
and which part of that?
I do because first of all, you can't have a curved adjacent. Using a sextant, you need
There's
to.
no curved adjacent.
And second,
There's no curved
Polynesians, Samoans have been navigating the South Pacific Oceans using celestial navigation way before Europeans arrived. So the question we have to explain why they think the Earth is not a ball. So
Can you just do it? Can you just do? Hold on.
Show me an example.
Zanuck, can you just do one? Like pretend you're lost at sea, use stellarium, get the angles. Can you just do one, and then point out the part of how you get that it's flat? That curved baseline to an adjacent. That really doesn't matter because you can make a straight line on a side of a hill, on the side of a mountain, in valleys, all types of shit. If you measure down to still water under that line, then you might have something. But that alone, you can't have an angle to a horizontal baseline to a curved adjacent. Like I don't know what that's even means.
You're imagining your line, Jeremy. That line
That's a
doesn't
Nathan
exist.
Oakley thing.
That's in your
a
imagination.
Huey,
Listen.
Nathan Oakley debacle.
Whoa.
Don't quote
If
that.
you
This
have a
debacle.
sphere, all you're going to do is imagine a line. There
Because
is
there's
no
no such thing as a
line
curved
on a
adjacent.
sphere
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
50 millionth
Panic.
time.
I haven't turned down. Sorry.
Well, a line simply proves it, Jeremy. If you're going to use a line, then you're on flat Earth. You can't use
No, just
lines
because you
on
make a
spheres.
line.
Yeah, show
Okay,
me.
look.
Show me on a sphere how you're using a line.
D-Mark doesn't want to
Please.
engage in serious conversation.
I don't know what
No,
that
I
means.
do. I
But
want
if you
you
were
to
on the side
demonstrate
of
everything you're talking about from fucking point A to Z. And you're not going to do that. You're not willing to do that, Zanuck, or any flat earther in here that's talking like Jeremy, who always acts like he knows what the fuck he's talking about, but never demonstrates fuck. And then asked me to demonstrate an opinion that I told him was an opinion from 8 years ago. He's so weird, right? That he has the facts on all this shit, but he's not
I wish we
demonstrating
could
either.
make this.
So if
I
somebody
wish
can
we could
just
make this
solely
conversation
get a
progress.
sphere and show me how the lines work on a sphere,
Thank you,
please.
D-Mark.
I'm done.
Come again, please. Don't let the door hit you on the way out.
You can make the problem right now. I'm not gonna lie. So we can make this horizontal baseline. Can we make it on the side of a hill?
Yes.
What's a sphere?
No, this
We
is
need
for
a
the guy who
sphere.
said we need a we can't. Hold on, man. Demok,
Yes, you
just
can do
relax for 5 minutes, will you?
Well,
you
yeah.
can do it anywhere. Yeah.
If you stay
We
on
can make
topic, a sphere and a line,
Nemo,
buddy.
please.
God damn it.
Please, goddamn, fuck.
Because
Well,
you're
you won't.
using the horizon, and let's say it's a cloudy day, and
Why do you need
you
the
can only
horizon?
see as
Xanax.
far as the mountains in front of you. That's not the true horizon. So you're trying to use the horizon. You're trying to see as much as the sky as possible because you want to see the stars, and where the stars will tell you where you are on the map. That's the first thing, and then you can
What if
start
you?
triangulating your
Dog is
position.
lost
And
before we even get started.
I
What
just
if
want to
you're
go ahead and throw this
standing on
out
a
here.
hill?
I'm
you
now
can do
in
it
here
anywhere.
by my
All you have to
computer,
do
and when
is
people continually interrupt, we're now going to start moderating more strictly.
Yo, if it's Xanax or Demok, don't even unmute him.
So I'm going to be muting you guys, and we're going to be also debate modding, as in facilitating the conversation so they don't become redundant and regressive.
So listen, we're on the side of a hill, right? And we get our elevation angle to the. Well, wait, you said they're using the horizon when they do it. I mean, I thought they were making a horizontal.
That's what the
You're supposed
horizon
to be.
helps you establish.
Yeah, you're supposed to
The
explain where
horizon's
your
not.
imaginary line's at.
The horizon's not horizontal.
It
Yes, it
doesn't
is.
exist.
Jeremy, you do know that the word horizon came from the word horizontal.
Yeah, but we're making a straight line out there.
Actually, it's the other way around. Horizontal came from the word horizon.
I know, but now we're making a horizontal line from us. We're making a
Xanax.
We're making a horizontal line from us to the horizon, and that line isn't horizontal. Usually, sometimes it could be, but it's usually not.
Or from you to the horizon is a straight line. That's what you're trying to
Yeah,
establish.
it's a straight line. Yes, you could do
Yeah,
that if you
not-
were on a
not-
hill or the side of a mountain or anything.
Yeah. You can
but
do
not
that
if,
anyway.
not if there's a huge hill between you and whenever you're drawing the line to.
Yeah, but you
Right,
could be
right.
on the side of a hill where the ground's curving away from you and still get this elevation angle. No?
Yeah. The argument that you can't take an elevation angle on a sphere is stupid.
It is. I'm with you on that one. Like, yo, what the fuck, dude? That shit don't make no sense.
Yeah,
I can do
just
if I
use a
can do
little
this on the
tangent.
side of a hill.
Yeah.
It's going to be less, though. That's the only point. It's going to be less. You can still do it. You know what? I'd let you use your horizon or whatever you want to use. Anything close, because it's going to be kind of the same wherever you go. Want to use the horizon? Go ahead and use it. Your almanac won't work too well, but you can find your way around the Earth by doing that. But the co-altitude angle will be something that will be slightly off due to the fact of your horizon, and your horizontal will be a little off. But that doesn't make any difference. The fact that you have a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship, that blows the spherical surface. I mean, it blows the flat surface out of the water. You cannot do that on a flat surface.
We're gonna see. Yeah, I have this celestial navigation thing actually does have an argument that somehow no one's managed to figure out before me, even though I just got into this argument. Is that if you can get the distances using celestial navigation, you get 4 points, you get that square, that symmetrical object, and then that'll tell you if it's on a planar or non-planar surface. So
yeah, I mean,
we're gonna find
the
out.
bottom line is you can't. But what you can use an argument, like Whitsitt always says, well, we don't know what we're looking at. It could be refracted. It could be a personal dome. It could be for your personal stars. I mean, all these things that are kind of far fetched. But
You
those are
always
good
make
points,
stuff up.
argument.
You have to use. You have to assume a
How
flat
about
surface.
don't say my name if you're gonna straw man? How about you just stop? How about this? Remove from your repertoire what it says. How about that? That'll be.
Well, let's hear from this. Let's hear from this other guy though. Let not do whatever this is about to be.
I'm saying
Why
just
is
stop
everything
strawmanning my arguments.
Yeah, why
no
is
doubt.
everything
Good point.
gets to be a
He's strawmanning
sphere of
himself.
stars and like a sphere though? That's my question to everyone. Why was everyone starting with a sphere that we're trying to show that we don't have and we haven't demonstrated a sphere yet? So when we have a sphere of stars somewhere and a little sphere actually in something and actually a sphere we can do something with, a little replication or version, then yeah, we could probably do a lot of things that you have in your imagination, Jeremy, about a sphere or any other glober. Right. But we don't have that, and we've never have.
Well,
I'd
I'd love to hear from the guy that thinks that this horizontal baseline thing proves something. He was about to say something. Go ahead. What's your name also?
Me? Who?
Yeah, what's your name?
That's Bong.
I'm
Bong?
Bong Sao. What did I say? Sorry. Yeah,
Bong,
Let
alright.
go of the argument you heard from FED. It's not a good argument. The whole fact that you can't take elevation angles if the Earth's a sphere because elevation angles come from a horizontal is not a good argument. You can just use a local tangent point to get an elevation angle on a sphere.
Well, you need the horizon. You need two straight lines. I mean,
No, Witchett's right on that one.
Yeah, you need a straight.
I'm
You need
always
two.
right.
No one's arguing that you don't need two straight lines to do this with.
you need
However,
90. You need
that
90
doesn't mean
degrees. Yeah.
where no one's saying you don't need two straight lines to make
90 degrees
to
as
get
well.
this angle. Bro, stop, dude. Just stop, man.
I'm just trying to clarify on the two straight lines creating a 90-degree angle. That's
Yeah, you get two straight lines. We know you need two straight lines. Now that doesn't tell you. Now you have an angle. If you're not measuring down to the surface of Earth with that one of those straight lines or something, then you're not getting any information about what shape it is.
Well, you
or
are.
if
What
it's
you're doing
curving
is
or not.
you're sighting the horizon, right? But then you correct for dip correction, which is the water at your feet, right back down to the water, setting a straight line to the horizon, and then a straight line, to whatever is above, to whatever you're above, and then that's a 90. Yeah. So you are
Great.
correcting the horizon with dip correction back down to the water. To a straight.
Okay, so now you don't have a 90, whatever. You have two straight lines. Fine. How
No,
does
you have
that
a
tell you
90.
what the ground's doing? Bro, are you going to interrupt me every time?
I remember learning
Why
this.
is everyone, bro? Like, I'm gonna start muting people. Okay, Jeremy was in the middle of talking, man.
Out and see. It's because you get a more
Bonk. Jeremy was in the middle of talking. Someone else interrupted him.
I was trying to. Yeah, I wanted to interject. Sorry, go ahead.
Well,
My
no,
bad.
we don't. We're
I don't want
trying
to shut
to
the whole thing
prevent
down. I mean,
interjection.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
we can open it up if you guys want. I mean,
Go ahead. No, go ahead. That was my bad.
I don't know. Where were we?
You're saying
you make
90.
two straight lines. You make two straight lines. One of them's to the horizon, another one's to the star. What does that tell you that the Earth is doing in between you and the horizon?
That it's flat. Because
you measure down from that line. So you measured down from that line to check the water to make sure it was all at the same elevation above that line.
Yeah, it's called dip correction. You for your height above the water, and then you assume that it's all at the same height, being one straight line, and then you navigate by it. Yeah, one equally elevated line. Yeah, not a curved baseline.
You're above the water, and you're looking down at the water.
Right. So then you do you do your correction above the water because you're above the water. You're not under the water. You're in a boat above the water. So then you calculate 1.22 and then how high you are above the water back down to being perfectly level. So now you're not looking down at the horizon. You're looking straight, and then it's a straight line up and a straight line out at 90 degrees.
It's not 90 degrees. If you have to make a dip correction, it's not 90 anymore.
Yeah,
there is no 90 in the first place. It's only at the GP.
Jeremy, he's saying you're correcting to make it 90.
You correct to make it 90. So what? That doesn't tell you if the ground is if the water's curving or not. And between you and that point, you would need to measure down from the water or something, from the line to the water. Just saying that alone is meaningless.
It doesn't really even matter, Jeremy, because if he gets whatever angle he gets, forget about dip correction. He can be off a little bit. The difference is the delta. You move, make this very clear in your mind. You move and you see a 1 degree change in that angle to that star, using whatever method you want, whatever mistakes you make, it doesn't matter. As long as you repeat the mistakes the same, you will find a 60 nautical mile per 1 degree relationship. That cannot work on a sphere. Does that understand?
Yeah, we know. Understand? I'm really not interested in arguing it with you. I want to get my own people straight on this. Like, if there's something I'm missing about this horizontal baseline, I want to know it. If there's nothing there, I want them to know it. Like, either way, we got to get to the bottom of this shit.
They're assuming the consequent, Jeremy, by saying that this horizontal goes all the way to the they're assuming the horizontal goes all the way out to the GP of the star they're looking at. That's affirming the consequent in its purest form.
Danik, you said sphere before. You meant to say flat. Just make that clear.
How about this? How about we go up to say 30,000 feet, maybe on a mountain, and we look out to the horizon. Like, how would we treat that
You're
then?
on top of the mountain. You're on
Mhm.
top of the mountain looking down at the horizon. We gotcha. You got a straight line
I don't
between
think
from
that's what I'm
you to
saying.
the horizon.
To me, you're not looking down at the horizon. You're looking directly straight at the horizon, as if you were in
Been up in
front
the
of
air
you.
very often.
You're not. I'm
Well,
saying
that's
you
what I'm
could
figuring.
be because we
As we
do
go
have
down
video. We
lower,
do have.
yep.
My
Go ahead.
bad. I thought you were done. We
No,
could
I
be
was just
because
saying.
sometimes.
Go ahead.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. We go up, up to 60,000, then we go all the way down to sea level. Like how, can we talk about that? The differences in how we see the stars and treat them for celestial navigation, all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out how this shows us that it's flat. Like you go up 10,000 feet, you are making a line down to. You probably would be making a line down to the horizon at that point if you're looking at water, because it's not straight out. It's below level.
Because the atmosphere
On
gets
a
so
flat
dense that we
plane.
can't keep on seeing forever. We can't see forever when the atmosphere gets
Yeah,
so
I'm not.
dense, and then you have to calculate down to the water that is below your feet. Yeah.
The stars have to
Whatever. I'm
go
not.
below your feet. The stars would have to go below the fucking whatever you claim the horizon is from your sight. The more you go up, if you look out, you should be able to look out and forward and see fucking stars below that imaginary 0 point angle 90-degree line you made that you went up from. Now you should be able to see stars below that. That's why it's not a globe, because you can't. You never
Perfect.
see stars appear below that ever.
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point, honestly.
100%. You should be able to look at stars for so many degrees, 69 degrees down past that 0 point that you make. What are we talking here, man? A ball so big, and you have your imaginary line. You go up from it. It's your L. It's your horizon line, right? And now you're in a helicopter. You should be able to look down past that fucking line. If that's where the horizon stops and you dip down and you made the correction, now you look forward that you made the correction for that, forward and down past. You should be seeing past. So many.
Oh, God. Okay.
Yeah.
So
On the ball, yeah. Can I expand on the ball? As you go up, you would start looking down all around you at the horizon because you're going away from that ball. We're on a
you're getting
plane.
higher on a flat Earth. Why would you not be looking down on a flat Earth?
But the ground wouldn't be
Because
going down and away from you in all directions.
Right, because you're looking at more plane beneath you, and it just keeps like. Remember, if it was a table, it would just stop where the table ends, right? But if there's more plane, then it'll just keep rising to eye level until wherever
That's
it
if
ends.
you
And
can see forever. You can't see for.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know there's something going on in the atmosphere, and you can't see forever. We know.
Wait, Jeremy, why would the horizon rise towards eye level at all on a ball?
Well, that's perspective. No matter what if it's a sphere or a flat plane, that's
Well, let's hear
going
the
to happen.
ballers say that. How about that? Hey, ballers, why does the horizon rise at all?
Well, Jeremy was answering you just fine.
So that's what. So it's perspective. So it isn't a physical effect when we're looking at the horizon. It's based on perspective. So perspective will cause the horizon to rise. That's your answer.
As it's falling.
That's hilarious because it seems like when we say that it's unacceptable, but now it's flipped around and it's perfectly fine.
It's clear perspective. I think it's called clear perspective.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, hold on 1 second. Who's doing that noise?
I don't know, but Jeremy, I heard there's going to be a NASA. I don't want to change the subject. I don't want to, right? But or there's going to be a NASA rocket launch in your area at 6 p.m. an hour from now.
And Albany? Near Albany, New York?
Yeah.
Where?
I
think it's being launched from Virginia, but can be seen from New York.
Oh, Wallops Island. Okay.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to see. I was able to see the heavy launch from North Carolina, 690 miles away. So that was pretty impressive. I don't know where the rocket was at that time, but
yeah, if you want to get your camera, I'm gonna, if you're gonna get your camera out to try to check it out, and just figure out throw it out there.
Is it a substantial rocket, or is this like a little peon rocket?
No, they're saying it's a very large rocket that almost anybody in that area is going to be able to see from like Maine to Virginia to lower. Yeah.
Cool.
You guys, what does that sound?
Hold on, who's doing that? We need to figure this out right away.
I think it might be wrong.
Xanax Mike.
Oh.
So
you guys know, like every time, like I'm like, it rises towards eye level, not to eye level, right? But why would it do that on a ball? And then the ballers say it doesn't rise to eye level. What's it? I just said that. I literally just said that though.
A lot of them will say, "What's it that you're looking down the entire time, and that's why you're seeing because a big hump of water in the way. So you're actually looking down. So they don't actually even know what horizontal is until they presuppose a globe. They don't even know what a tangent is until they presuppose a globe.
Straight up geometry and optics.
You don't know how optics works.
I don't know how optics works.
None of us know how optics work.
Bro.
That's why we're stuck on this globe. Nobody really knows how they work perfectly.
Well, I know one thing is that they don't work with orthographic Euclidean geometry. I know that.
Actually, they do. You actually can, if you want, go and take yourself a piece of string. Go like to one end of your kitchen to the other end of the kitchen and put that string in 3 places on the floor. Measure the angle from your eye, and it's the exact same answer you get from an orthographic drawing.
Okay, so objectively, we don't see in orthographic Euclidean geometry. Just we draw a straight line from the eye out to some point as if that's definitive reality. That's not how we see. This is going to be proven with just railroad tracks. They appear to converge, but in tangible reality, they're parallel. We don't have like a direct representation of reality. Our optics are curved. Visual space is curved. So it's actually more like hyperbolic geometry. Our visual space is curved. We have curved lenses.
All I can tell you is that geometrically speaking and optically speaking, when I look at something, the points in my field of view, like when I look across my kitchen, 20 feet, that the floor, quote unquote, appears to rise up. And that is a geometric thing that would happen if you take a protractor and a piece of string. You will get the same answer as you.
Yeah, but that's a really short distance, right? Like, and just like a glober would say, like it's not a large enough distance to change like the ratio. Like that ratio is really really close, right? So over long distance, you'll say that we'll be able to see like we'll have enough information to where you can't see it over a short distance. It's too short of a distance to hold that ratio that we're told, the law of perspective ratio.
This is just a concept to explain why things rise up. They don't rise up. They fall in a specific place in your field of view. And that field of view is geometrically, verifiably. Now, I can't guarantee that it would work exactly perfectly all the way to the horizon. But in the near field, within several hundred yards, what you see is going to fall in your eye exactly where it would fall in the orthographic view.
But I think what Winston was saying is that things do go from your feet upward in the distance due to perspective. The problem is, and it goes toward eye level, but it never gets there, and that's a problem for.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I don't want to talk about it.
Angle.
See, this is the thing. You will come here for the next 3 years and say the same talking points and want us to talk about it every day. You're gonna say angle drop with angle drop with altitude. Dip with altitude. Over and over and over, and then you're gonna say on a flat Earth it should rise completely to eye level, and no matter how times are corrected, you'll just keep saying it.
But you keep.
And what's the point in debating it every day with you?
Because you say the same thing restored without any kind of basis.
You brought it up.
No. What's your basis to validate the claim that on a flat Earth the horizon would have to rise all the way to eye level?
Because you can see through over.
As you said, things will rise to eye level from your feet as it goes in the distance. So, and you can get that ratio of the angle where it will be by taking the distance and having that divided by your height, and that's where it should be in your field of view. We don't see that on a flat Earth. We can actually measure objectively, as you like to say.
What's that ratio?
The ratio would be your height divided by the distance to anything in the distance. That's what will be in your field of view on a flat surface. We don't measure that with it. It's a objective, measurable, proven law of mathematics and geometry.
That's also based on the angular size of the object. So you're taking you're taking two things, right? The angular size of the object. Oh, it's not.
It has nothing to do with the angular size.
Dude, visual space is curved. Do you understand the words that I just said? Why do you keep pretending I didn't say it?
It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so
Yeah,
what
yeah,
you would
what
do
does
as a
that
big
mean?
boy is try to refute the argument, not just jump in, pretend it wasn't said, and then continually and baselessly tell us what would happen on a flat Earth for the 4,000th time.
Hey, could I say
What
something?
is curved visual
When you
space?
spin in a circle,
Yeah, how's
that's what
vision
he's
curved?
talking about.
Tell us how vision
The
is curved.
circle you guys try to claim on the clock for a sphere, he's
This
letting
is
you
the
know
icing on
that
the
when a
cake.
human spins in a circle, it's a 360-degree circle. Doesn't mean sphere, but it's
With its greatest
360.
asset.
Now, do you understand, Zanuck?
It's just so simple, right? Like, watch, ballers, this is a yes or no question. Are our eyes curved?
Yes.
So is visual space curved?
No, our lenses actually accommodate and focus the light onto our fovea. And we can see straight lines. I see straight lines on the signs out there. I can see a building way off in the distance. Straight lines there.
Left
Yeah,
lane,
but the
you know,
straight
look at
lines
this,
of
this
a
all-
railroad tracks will appear to converge.
Yeah, I mean,
Not
that's,
in
That's
that
perspective. That's
that's
perspective.
I see straight
That's what we're
people.
talking about is perspective.
Perspective
Yeah,
based
but
on
it's
the
in the center.
the spherical dynamics of how we see. We see in a sphere, and that's why partly why the train
Well,
tracks.
Geo,
Yeah.
Mayock, and Skyline, and left lane. If you draw a line straight down, up and down in your field of view, center, vertical, and have a straight line horizontal, it will be straight end to end with your curved lens. Anywhere
Yep.
else, you can have some distortion.
No,
But camera, your eye, everything will always be straight in your field
no.
of view, horizontal and vertical.
That's blatantly not true. So if I take a now you have to
Show me an
interrupt.
example.
Now you have to interrupt. So if I take a hula hoop, right, and I keep it completely level, right, and then I hold it up to my face and I look at it, the hula hoop is going to look like it's curving. It's actually level though, but it's going to look like it's curving.
It won't.
It
Not at
object.
all.
Do you want to bet money on it?
Yes.
How much?
That's like a third grader. You want to bet money on it? Dude.
Yeah, because
if
it's
that level
the reason
is
I bring up the
straight
bets is
line-
because it's to accelerate the bullshit.
Oh.
Because you will just sit here for 3 hours and bullshit about it.
Show me
So
a picture.
okay, so if I show you a video where I take a hula hoop, I hold it out in front of me, and when I move it, it looks curved, you're gonna admit that you were wrong.
Oh, when you
Yes.
move it, you added a
It's got to
caveat.
be level though.
Okay.
It's got to be level. It's got to be level at eye level. If it's a flat curve and it's at eye level, which please get this through your head, it will be straight across your field of view. You will not know if it is curved around you because you have nothing to base it on unless you have some texture on this object. But as far as its object in your field of view, angularly, it will be perfectly level, straight around you at eye level. Does that make sense to you?
Again, your mic is still clipping, bro. It's all staticky.
So we see in curved visual space, we have curved lenses. All optics are imitating the eyes. We have curved optics, okay, and we have like a circle of view, right? We cannot see infinitely. That's ridiculous. We see in a curved limit of view, objectively. So visual space is curved. There is no way it's not, because that's how the eyes and all optics work.
Yeah, and this is part of what
Okay, so
makes
I'm
up
not-
the one. This is part of what makes up the 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. They want to reify it and try to claim that it has to do with the Earth being a sphere. That's not the case. It has to do with the actual celestial field of vision and the way that the sky actually works. So when they state that as if it's some slam dunk, it's not.
Exactly.
When
Oh, I have to do
Geo, first of all, I will reboot after this sentence. Go ahead, Miak.
Well, I mean, you should be able to demonstrate that.
When Witzit says that we can only see so far, what is that range?
Oh, well, that's relative to a variance of factors in the real world. So
What
Like
factors?
0.02 degrees based on your
Humidity,
eye
temperature.
diameter and frequency of light and the 1.22 constant.
do anything but acknowledge that I said something that you can't dispute, yet you want to claim
try
isn't
and be
true.
honest. Try and be honest.
Okay.
What is
Let me
No,
make
you
a
try to be
statement.
honest. Do we see in curved visual space? Yes or no? Do we see in curved visual space? Yes or no?
Try and make an honest answer.
Well, I don't know what
See,
that
you guys
means.
want to bury my
I don't know
point.
what
This
that
is the
means.
seventh
Let me
time I've
respond.
said
Let me
it.
respond. Can I respond, please? Can I
You
respond?
guys-
Not if you're not going to respond to my point. No.
You said a bunch of things I didn't say. You made a bunch of straw mans also that no, if you have something that is curved, that is level and flat, and it's at eye level and it's around you, it will be angularly in your field of view exactly flat, exactly straight in the horizontal plane. Anything vertical will do the same in your center field of view. Just like
This is incorrect.
What the hell?
Dude, is he a robot?
That was awesome. Maybe he's
AI
like that was some crazy AI shit right there.
Zanuck is AI. He showed his cards.
That would explain why he never runs out of batteries.
True.
They're just
That was
weird to
very
me. Like
creepy.
it's like, why can't ballers just be honest about anything? Like if I say the point, address the point. Why I got to be here for 4 hours trying to say the same thing over and over? Why can't you just address it? Specifically address it. Like we have a limit to view. Your question is, what is that limit? Wait, no. Instead of you asking me what the limit is, are you saying that there isn't a limit?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so we can see forever, according to the ballers, and we don't have curved visual space, according to the ballers, even though our lenses are curved, and we don't have a circle of vision. Is that your claim?
Don't have a circle of vision. What is that?
Yeah, we see in circles.
No.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
So sorry, you think it doesn't make sense.
You should be able to draw this and demonstrate it.
Oh, there it is, right there in the chat. Oh man. Oh damn.
Visuals.
Yeah, it's been posted several times.
We've broke down all the math. It's all been like visualized and illustrated. All of it. With
This
the
is going
exact
to be
math.
like the linchpin to their, because this is their whole entire argument with visuals, but they don't understand visuals. It's going to be like their downfall.
And they're never going to them, if you're challenging what they think that like orthographic Euclidean perspective is just objective and everyone knows it. So like the fact that you're going to go against it, they can't compute that. They're like, there's 0% chance that you're right. That's all that they can. They're not actually thinking about what you're saying. They're like, there's no way that what you're saying is right. Everyone knows this is how perspective works because they've heard so many people say it.
Right. Is spherical mathematics, is that Euclidean or non-Euclidean, ballers?
So that picture posted, that green circle. So you're saying that we're inside the circle and we're seeing that green sphere because of how our eyes work. Is that right?
Yeah, inside that green circle would be like your eye, and that green circle would be pretty large, right? So that's your visual space. That's the way we see the world.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
disagree with that.
If you go to a beach, like you look out, the farthest you can look out is like straight ahead, and then
what about the stars that are
around,
further away than that circle?
Yeah, I think it's pretty
Oh my
amazing
God,
that
dude.
like a human being stands in one spot on the surface of Earth, right? And they spin in a circle, and the horizon is in a straight line all around them. And then they see the stars decline, right? Like they think vertically, and then they call that a sphere around them, and then the stars a sphere because they back away from them, above them. It's crazy. That's crazy to conclude to have your whole place of living based on those two things.
Yeah, Jesse's got a good question. What experiment can we conduct to demonstrate this?
What experiment can you conduct to demonstrate that we see an orthographic Euclidean straight lines?
We don't see an orthographic. We see in perspective.
Well, you draw an orthographic vision. The way that you describe perspective is we use an orthographic depiction outside of us from the side, and we draw a straight line from our eyes out. Can you test that, please?
Well, the orthographic view is just used for illustration of a concept.
Hey, can you actually show to me that we see in perfect straight lines, please?
So either way, the problem with that orthographic view is that is a two-dimensional representation of a 3D world, but not seen in the 3 dimensions drawn back to the 2 dimensions in which the eye see, because it's not drawn into perspective. That might have confused people, but yeah, that's what's taking place.
If we have railroad tracks and we know that they're straight intangible reality, they're parallel to one another, why do they look like they converge in the distance?
Because the angle is reducing as it gets further away from you.
Why?
Why?
Because they start from inside the center line. Hey, is this
what?
My mic sound okay, or is it still bad?
No, it sounds
Sorry.
bad. It's echoing.
Horrible. Log off.
Still bad? Okay, I'm gonna reboot.
No, it's fine.
Just kidding.
It's not fine.
Oh, it's okay. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
it's
no,
not
you're
fine.
fine.
No, it's not.
Because all lenses are curved.
Is
Not
it
a
Yeah.
pinhole. Pinhole
That's
lenses
why.
aren't curved.
And
What?
pinhole cameras are just flat walls.
pinhole camera? You have diffractive lenses are not
Correct.
curved.
It works on diffraction, which is the same.
No, it's
concept.
just a hole. It's just a hole. And it doesn't even have to be a round hole. It can be a square hole. No lenses involved.
Correct. Yep.
There you go, Jason.
Well, this is the additional part that you guys are going to get super triggered about. So the Atmos acts as an additional lens. So when we look out, we have our optics, which is curved, and then we have an additional lensing effect. So we have, based on what the atmospheric conditions are, it is additional to our baseline observation, right? So that's why we see such a drastic change in what appears to be curved or less curved in the distances, because we're having an additional lens basically through the Atmos thrown on top of our lenses.
Are you saying we can't see straight objects be straight at long distances?
Are you saying, Zanuck, that air doesn't move in all directions from a center point?
When you reach your limit of vision, things are going to converge into each other in hyperbolic geometry, and in non-Euclidean visual space, flat plane shapes will appear distorted.
You have a word diarrhea issue.
Okay, so you never and we could be here for 5 years, and you won't actually rebut my point. You'll just say stuff like that.
Rebut it. Can you?
Well, I think during like more debate moderating, like if Zanuck does that, like boom, he's just muted for 10 minutes. Like if his response is something about diarrhea, someone speaking diarrhea, it's just boom, you're out for 10 minutes at least. Like that's just not even valid in an actual debate to come out with that. It's just a total distraction trying to create an emotional reaction.
Just make sure you apply that fairly to Witsit.
Yeah, I was going to say,
I mean, when you started your last statement with, "Oh, you guys are going to all get triggered by this," and then went on. I mean, that's not, you know what I mean? You're going to cite a response if you start.
Yeah, he clearly did get triggered though, but yeah, they're not going to respond to it.
Well, I just want
to
poop.
Right, but
you
you
want
could
to respond, so I apologize for my preface. Can anyone respond to the actual point?
Well, I want to understand your point. What is the rate of this visual curvature?
It's relative to the conditions. I just said that. I just said that the Atmos is acting as an additional lensing effect. I just said that.
All right, I'm gonna take one exception to that. Horizontally, if I measure and I follow perspective rules, I can measure something on top of a mountain 100 miles away, and I can measure the angular size of it and tell you the size of that object.
You
Let's say there's a car,
you can't
or
do that.
there's a building on top of that mountain. I can measure that building, tell you that it's 150 feet wide, and be accurate. So it's still following the rules of perspective. When does the rules of perspective break down and become measured?
I just want to point out, you don't know what the size of the mountain actually is. You've only measured it with an angle, so you don't actually know its actual size.
I'm talking about an object on top of the mountain. I want to know how big that rock is. So I look out with my my theodolite and I measure it from left to right, and I say, okay, it's 6 arc seconds wide, and I can tell you the size of it based upon that 6 arc seconds. And when we go to that mountain, break out a fucking tape measure. I will be within a very high reliability on that, probably within a foot. On the 100 foot, within 1%.
I'll drop some pictures for you guys.
So
Hey, by the way, the atmosphere acts as a lens, but also it's not limited to just one.
Well, it's not
just letting you know.
It's not acting like a lens. If it's giving me the same answer as
No. For example,
stop it.
Okay, you know when you see like two suns.
Geo?
No. I have to describe.
Hold on. Let's just do one at a time. Just let Moyak finish, and then Riggs.
Okay. So if I can measure something and I can get an accurate answer and it matches the what do they call it? The perspective formula. Where is the lens? It's not magnifying. Obviously, it's not magnifying. It's not reducing the image. So what's the change?
Something magnified for you to see a little rock on a mountain 80 miles away. Something magnifies.
All right, Riggs was next. Riggs was next.
Yeah, well, often you can see buildings that are off in the distance, especially if you're looking over water. They'll be projected from that atmosphere in front of you because it's a dense medium, and it will actually magnify the buildings. And you see stuff like you'll see stuff like a sun in the clouds, but you obviously see the real sun, and then you see another sun, and then what you're looking at is like there's like a swell. There's like a swell of air that is magnifying, projecting a different sun off into the distance. So what I'm trying to say is that, yeah, the air acts as a lens because you're basically taking in information from a point, and that point has a circle of vision. Okay, so that's added on top of your eyes, but also the atmosphere itself can have different projections within it that acts as another lens. So once you leave your eye, it's pretty much up in the air unless you have extremely homogeneous columns of air and conditions. There's a lot of various effects that you can experience.
And that's why I mentioned the mountain and measuring a rock on the mountain.
Riggs, can we see things straight at great distances through a lot of atmosphere? I mean, would you agree we have?
You can try.
Well, hold on. Is there an example of seeing like the Empire State Building from a few miles away, 20, 30 miles away, or any other large structure? We have the Slack in San Mateo here that is 2 miles long. You can see from a mountaintop 70 miles away. Is there a situation where you can find a straight object that we know is straight and detect any curvature in it at all? Because
you don't understand what curved visual space means, Sanic. You think that means that if we have if I hold a ruler up in front of me, it'll look curved. You just don't understand it. So stop pretending you're teaching us. No, it's that your assumption of Euclidean geometry applied to angular size change with distance is incorrect. It isn't as simple as you guys say, where it's like, oh, look at this simple, consistent ratio of how things change. That's not how it works.
Talking baby talk to me.
Yeah, well,
baby talk to me.
Okay.
I have a question for Witsit.
Well, stop saying this. Stop pretending.
All right, so you didn't ask a question.
No, Witsit, I do understand how perspective works. I do know how angular size works. I do know how objects in the distance will reduce in angular size directly proportion to the distance. What is their point about seeing things in a orthographic view that's not seen in orthographic, in curved space time, whatever I can't even keep track of the terms you're using. But the point is, what looks curved? What's going to look curved with our curved eyes?
See, here's what you don't. Again, you just said it again, right? Right after I corrected, you just said it again. You're not actually in this like pursuit to understand what's being said. You're in this pursuit to say it's wrong. No, I didn't say that. Oh, if I hold a ruler in front of me, it's going to look curved. I said the actual visual space is going to converge via curving. Okay, that's how we see the limits of visual space.
I don't know what you mean. Still,
I know you don't know what I mean.
And being on, no, please explain yourself. If you understand it in simple terms, explain it for all of us.
Okay, everything's going to converge at the limit of vision. Everything's going to converge via a curve of that limit.
Give me an example of that.
Anything you ever see.
Give me an airplane.
See, you guys pretend that we can see. You have to say we can see forever to disagree with what I'm saying.
Well, why wouldn't we be able to see with? We can also get a telescope. Can we use a telescope to aid our magnification of things in a distance that are almost forever away?
No, you mean you can look at the sky and make up stories about how far away it is.
Well, we can see things like Mars or Jupiter, and we know they're very, very far away because of even just simple tests we can do trigonometrically.
Photons moving towards your eye isn't the distance of the optics that the eye has. The eye is only capable of perceiving, I think, up to like 45 miles, depending on atmospheric conditions. But when you're talking about perceiving celestial objects, i.e., lights in the sky, it's a little different, Zanuck, because now you're looking at something that's supposedly traveling towards you.
I see a mountain at 100 miles. I don't know about you.
That is nothing to. Wow, dude. Wow, you destroyed me, man. Shut it down.
Well, he just kind of said he couldn't see beyond 45 miles.
Okay.
You guys
agree that we have a limit to the vision? Yes or no?
You guys
There's essentially no limit.
Oh my God.
You can Google this information that I just said. Type in what's the limitation of the human eye. It'll give you exactly what I just told you.
Well,
yeah, that is part of. Yeah, I think that's part of how they've done this deception. Yeah, it's reifying the actual perspective matrix and how our eye actually works and the distance that we can see, and reversing the geometries and making the stars infinitely far away, kind of inverting the celestial sphere and making the Earth a sphere. I also want to say as well with what Riggs said too, there is the component. I think what can happen, it's almost like like if you were to put multiple glasses on, like multiple lenses.
Like layers in Photoshop.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it worse, exaggerates it. And this is why conditions are so important. But this is what's they hijacked it, but this is what's crazy about the phenomenon, right? The people in here will pretend that it's like this definitive scientific thing. But if you actually go look into it, it's admitted that we don't understand the eye at all. Like, we're just trying to understand it the best we can. We have a very limited understanding of how the eye works, period. Okay? That's reality.
What was the query you said to put into Google? What is the limit of?
It's diffraction limited, right? So the way, you guys always want to claim.
No, what was the question to put into Google?
A pinhole camera, we still get perspective, blah, blah, blah. It's because it works on diffraction, right? And if you want to say that light, are you just going to overtalk me,
Yes,
Moyak?
I'm trying to get the answer from you, and you're not answering it.
Well,
What is the limit of the human eye?
That might have been something Dysel said. That might have been something Dysel said, but at least
I'm sorry.
Let Napalm finish.
Yeah, so you guys want to bring up like a pinhole camera or a camera obscura and blah, 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 saying there's no lens here. So your whole idea of the lens and the way that we view the world visually through a sphere is completely out the window. Well, the way that a pinhole camera works is it works on diffraction, right? So you have diffraction limits. That deals with the Rayleigh criterion as well. So when we say that there's limits to your vision, it also has to deal with diffraction limits too. That's why you have limitations on things in the distance. That's why you get the Rayleigh criterion. That's why you have things that appear to disappear towards the vanishing line. But if you think about it, diffraction, even think about light rays coming in straight lines. When they diffract, it's depicted as a wave pattern that's circular, right? That's what's taking place. That's why you don't see in direct straight lines Euclidean, orthographic view can easily draw it out, because it's diffraction is what's taking place.
Yeah, like the retina is on the inside concave surface of the eye. Okay, you cannot look over to your left and see forever. You have a limit to your left, right? So everyone take their eyes and try to look over to the left, like test your peripheral limit, like look over to the left. You're going to see a curve. When you look over as far as you can to the left, you're going to see that you have a curved limit both ways. Okay? We have a curved limit of vision. It's insane this would ever even be disputed.
Yeah, you can go to the eye doctor. I mean, this sounds like really elementary, right? But you go to the eye doctor, they stick lenses in front of your eye, right? And they have this little landscape of like a house with a trail going up to the house. And they say, look straight into it, and they're checking your peripheral vision and whatnot. They start making it more and more blurry, and it starts looking curved even in that lens. Even everything blurs out at the edge, and they tell you when it's a little red light, click the button when the red light beeps. I mean, we know that this is what happens at the peripheral of your vision. Things blur out and it forms a curve. I mean, it's just what it is. How do we differentiate that from a globe?
All right, now can I have my question asked? I want to know where the hell he thinks. I mean, I personally have seen things at greater than 45 miles. So that's an absolutely false statement. Where is the
I posted a link in the main chat.
I didn't see a link. Okay.
Yeah, I've got one in the main chat. I tagged you, Moyak. You can read that.
And then Dysel just posted one too.
Like, you guys want to grasp the magnitude of what we're saying. Like, if what we're saying is true, then you guys have hijacked how the eyes work and made up stories about the Earth. Right. So when you want to go, now we'll take this over to Walter Bislin, where he showed how the sky would work on a flat Earth. And you guys have your robotic mantra about how, you would have to have crazy bendy light rays that are made up and unrealistic and all this this talking point you guys have. No, you don't. You guys don't understand how the eyes work. You don't understand how we actually see things. We actually have an azimuthal grid of perspective, and we have a limit of vision, an arc of vision. We cannot see forever. It is insane to think you can.
So Dysel, there's no 45-mile limit in the Guardian article. Where's the 45-mile limit?
All right, so I'm reading right here. It says the furthest point you can see is about 3 miles out. The average 747 passenger plane flies about 6.6 miles up in the air. On clear days, city buildings can be seen from 50 miles away if you're standing on the ground. So
Okay.
I'll post the link to that one.
Okay, now that's a different statement. That's not saying you can't see it. That's saying you can't see it from ground level.
Well, like I said, it's due to atmospheric conditions. Depending on the conditions, it says you can see anywhere from 3 to 50 miles away, depending on the conditions.
At horizontal, yes. If I get up
Yeah,
and
ground
if I go and stand on top of a hill, I can see 150 miles. In fact, even standing at ground level, I can see 150 miles to the Rocky
yeah, I
Mountains.
mean, you're going to see a lot further.
Visual
So
rays
there is
entering
no
that.
limit to if it's big enough, you can see it. If it's
See,
right,
but you really want to talk about this instead of the actual point, right? Like you want
Well,
to talk
that is
about the
point,
limit
and you're
thing for like
interrupting me. So you should be muted and banned.
you want to jump on the conversation and change it away from what's actually being said, and that's what Zanuck did. That's what you were all.
Earlier, sir.
Well, there were 2 points. No, there was this other point of how far we can see, but if we're starting to do more of this like debate moderating. So I mean, anyone can hold anyone else's to task on a particular topic without all the obfuscations if they want to, but we just have to organize it that way. So Whitsitt has his point, then there's the how far we can see point. So either could be more fully addressed. But if there's 2 points going on at once, then it might seem like they're, you know what I mean, that someone's pushing away from that point, even though there was 2 of them happening.
Yeah, but I mean, it's very obvious that one point's being jumped on to avoid the original point, and that's what always happens. So
it's very obvious that you deflected away from the original claim that it was 45 miles.
It could have been my fault. Sorry,
Moyak, do you understand that diffraction takes place after light passes through an aperture? Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I don't think I even have a perspective on that.
I think this is a huge topic because it starts to get to like the root of the wound of what this is, like the globe deception.
Yeah.
Exactly. I agree.
Because diffraction, right? Are you familiar with the Rayleigh criterion and Airy disks? Airy disks are in disks because of diffraction patterns.
The Rayleigh criterion. I got to think about that one and how that applies to this conversation, because as far as I'm concerned, Rayleigh criterion not breaks down, but becomes kind of irrelevant when you're talking about the size of an object. So I can. There's no distance that I can't see if the object is bigger.
That's correct.
So
yeah, there is no intrinsic limit.
Diffraction takes place when light enters an aperture.
Okay, and
as it passes through, right? So that diffraction is in the form of curved wavelengths. No, straight lines.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Can you demonstrate that to me?
Yeah. You ever heard of a pinhole diffraction?
I can't hear
you.
You. Mike,
I just rebooted. Is my mic not good right now?
No, you're breaking up again.
No, it's garbage.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Zanuck. A pinhole camera works on diffraction.
Right. that is a deflection of the light rays in straight lines at the pinhole, at the corner edge of the pinhole. That's how pinhole diffractor works.
Thanks for your concession.
Right. So diffraction occurs through the pinhole, right?
Yes, at the pinhole.
So you guys should stop bringing that up as if some type of rebuttal.
So right. You're literally agreeing with me. That's how the pinhole camera works, is through strictly diffraction, through a small aperture.
But there's no curved lens on it.
Oh my gosh.
No curved lens on it.
That is the point, right? Diffraction at the small aperture is what curves the light.
No, the light doesn't curve.
Oh my gosh.
Dude, do you understand what diffraction is? Let me see if I can find some visuals for you.
I do understand what diffraction is. It doesn't make things curve.
See, it always jumps back to the make things curved, right? Because they want to straw man this point, bro. They don't.
Right.
Like they want to be able to say, because they want to be able to say, look, if I hold a ruler up, then Austin Whitsitt says the ruler should curve. We should never be able to see a straight ruler. That's what they want to say, because they want to straw man the point.
You spend more time telling us what we say rather than actually discussing things. It's actually kind of annoying.
Because you guys constantly come knock the pieces off the board. Like, I've already made my point. I've dropped like 12 different depictions of my point.
Well, you said, okay, so you said when you say things, you say that we think that you're saying that things are curving due to diffraction or refraction or whatever your response was. What is your point then? You think it's don't curve, so things that are in straight lines, we would see them as straight?
No. Okay, so when you reach your limit of vision, everything's going to converge into that curved limit, and that limit is a curve. Have you looked at any of the depictions I dropped in the chat?
You're making multiple claims in one sentence. So when you reach the limit of your vision, then things start to curve.
Like, this place actually does end up making me mad. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I end up getting
You say a lot of things that are very difficult to follow for people that have been traditionally changed and indoctrinated by our system. So
like, I try to keep my cool, but
Well, listen, one suggestion was Zanuck, your mic's still messed up. One thing I would suggest is to perhaps see it more as like the audience listening is the, versus a Zanuck getting it kind of thing, or whoever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
like,
would you send like an open-minded person like a 3-hour back and forth semantical diversion conversation with Xant? Like, if you wanted them to learn what you're saying about how they hijack perspective, would you want to send your buddy Zanuck and Moyak distracting and deflecting for 3 hours, or would you want like them to be able to hear it laid out and productively discussed for like 15 minutes, right? So that's why it gets frustrating. It's like, I drop the pictures, just talk about the point we're making, right? And actually respond to it, or just concede. But like, that'll never happen, it seems. So it gets frustrating because not only is it intentional deflection, but it's presented in a way as if it's just we don't understand and all this like nonsense.
Right.
Like, bruh.
They're constantly saying like, we want to try to rewrite physics and this and that and the other. But the things that we're saying it's like mainstream stuff. Now I'm having to defend what diffraction actually is, because Zanuck is going to twist it to say it doesn't bend things. We're not talking about things. We're talking about the light. We're talking about as light enters an aperture, how it hits the surface, all the things that are taking place within perspective and how we visually see the world. And if we don't talk about how that works and based on known knowledge, then we're never going to understand it. But the problem is it doesn't fit their model. So they're going to fight against very well-known things like diffraction, perspective, all these kinds of things, as if like we're trying to rewrite everything that's been done on these topics.
Is the image that Sledgewig posted a second ago, 541, is that how you understand a pinhole comrade work?
Well, before
what that is not depicting is how diffraction works.
Okay.
So scroll up a little bit, Moyak, scroll up to what I posted on diffraction. That's what's taking place. See, that's what's happening with the light. Would you agree or disagree?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna look at it.
See what I'm saying?
All right, well, let him look at. Well, I was just gonna say.
See what I'm saying?
Hold on, man. What I was gonna say, dude, I think there's value to both styles of discussion. Like, let's just say there was 20,000 people watching right now. Let's just say that was the case. I do think there's value to having different styles of discussion, and I do think there is value to the more heated debate style. And I also think there's a lot of value to more of like a podcast style where you're like laying out the information and just sharing the information. So I think there's value to both. I think some people want to hear the debate because obviously this is a huge discussion in terms of the world, and the future of the world and the shifting of paradigms and everything that's going on. So there are a lot of people that are going to be in different ways conflicted. And I'm not saying that on one side or the other, on both sides, et cetera. There's going to be all of this going on with trying to figure out the roots of this deception, how it happened. And we need to like tease out between which parts are the deceptive, corrupt parts and which parts are the true parts. And so it's going to be a long process that's going to take many years to continue to unravel. And I think there's going to be many like phases of it. So I'm just saying, I do think there's value to both. Now, when you're talking about like, almost like if we're going to do more a debate style, like what is considered a foul? Like in hockey or whatever, in basketball, there's a foul, and then you're timed out kind of thing. So perhaps we can discuss more about that. Like what is a foul? Like what is it? Obfuscation, ad homs, etc. Fallacies, and then we could talk about putting a plan together in terms of that, because what one person might consider a foul, another person may not. But at the same time, there's going to be a lot of these different points. I mean, imagine if there's 20,000 people watching and we had 50 of the science, top level PhD scientists on the panel as well. So imagine that as well, to the point to where there is going to be a lot of contradictions and concerns to go through. So I'm just saying, I think there is value to both, but at the same time, I hear what you're saying. If you feel like there's certain obfuscations or fouls being made, then yeah, that needs to be addressed. At the same time, these points are pretty complex, and it may take many years, for these to all be hashed out. Even if someone is correct right now.
I agree that this conversation specifically, it's like, we've all kind of seen the depiction of perspective, and this is like seemingly a different idea, even though it was really the original idea and it was done away with. So it's like, yeah, it would require relearning, just like it took a lot of time for us to relearn about the Earth. But if we hadn't just gone and watched Eric Dubay and hear the flat earthers present their position, and we just went to MC Toon to hear them violently fight and misrepresent their position, then we'd be here 40 times as long trying to figure out what the flat earthers actually think. Right? Like if you go to MC Toon to listen to what the flat earthers think, then you're not going to know. Well, like that's what happens in these, like, I don't think that heated debate is synonymous with obfuscation, right? Like we have a list of fouls for debate. It's called a fallacy. Like almost everything you can do improperly in a debate's already been defined, right? We have an extensive list of fallacies. And like when someone makes a specific point, to just say, oh, you're trying to change all of physics, or oh, you don't have the credentials to talk about this, or you don't even understand math, or like saying that you're saying we could never see anything straight, and then being corrected, but then saying it 5 more times anyway, saying the straw man 5 times after it's been corrected, right? It's like this is the part of it that really diminishes the value of the conversation. And then it gets into this personal thing, then people start to get frustrated because you're bastardizing their point intentionally, where then like I start insulting and blah, blah, blah. And then just overall it's going to devolve. Like it's just annoying. It's like this is agree or disagree with the conversation. At least like actually hear let the other position be laid out.
Right, but I mean, there's like debate, like even in like high level institutions or whatever, graduate schools and so on, and colleges. There are, they have debates like these that are, and there's like a very specific moderator, and there are things that are considered like almost like a foul type of thing, and et cetera. So yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I think also there's a factor. Just last thing I was gonna say, there's a factor I was talking about the other day, like anabolic versus catabolic functions in the body, like building versus breaking down. And I was making the relation that the type of discussions where we're more like podcast style, that's more building, for like building on ideas and sharing each other. It's not as much challenging each other, we're more just sharing our thoughts and building on them and progressing. Whereas the debate style is more of the breaking down, not necessarily breaking down in a bad way, but it's like you're trying to break down the ideas and get down to the root of it, and trying to burn through, okay, that's not true, what is true. But the thing about that process is that there may not be the feeling of completion as much, like, all right, we got to it, because even if someone's right and someone's incorrect, there's still the tension and there's still the points that are, being made.
What I wanted to say real quick to Whitsitt is that this probably should be better on my cell phone now. Is this better, Gio?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. So
that's
Whitsitt,
even
we're
worse.
not trying,
I can hear your voice now.
I think it's good to keep this at a little higher level, ethically, morally, whatever, so we can actually exchange ideas. And I don't think you need to go back at me and tell us how bad we are. We shouldn't be making fun of you about how stupid you are, you're uncredentialed, this and that. But when you start saying things that are foreign to us, even though we have been in your mind indoctrinated to the rhetoric or whatever has been told us and taught to us, just help us through, because these terms you're using are foreign. They don't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm interested in what your ideas are. So when I say things like, my impression for you is that, or on you, is that you have this thing where, well, this is why we see things that are curving, and it's curving because we see things through curved lenses. And then when I start saying, okay, then we shouldn't be able to see things that are flat. If they're perfectly straight, they should be curved. No, you're totally bastarding, making a straw man. No, I'm not trying to insult you or you cheapen your point. I just don't understand what you're saying then, because it sounds like things that we see that are curved, like horizons or whatever, they're because we see things in a curved sphere in front of us, or I just don't know where you're coming from. I just need more clarity. If you can help.
Okay.
But that wasn't the point. The point was that right when we started talking about seeing the horizon at certain elevations, right? You jumped in and started talking about how it's not exactly at eye level, right? Ignoring the fact that the globe Earth has been debunked. Like we're not even going to talk about how the globe has been debunked, how this can't be possible if the Earth is a globe. But it seems like a red herring. You want to talk about how it's not
Hey,
exactly.
I don't even know what you're saying there,
they
Bong. But no,
invoke
that's not what I said at all.
perspective. They invoke
I said
perspective as a
I asked Winston a question, and now I'm going to respond to you real quickly. No, Bong, I'm not assuming anything. I'm just saying if the Earth is flat, we wouldn't see the horizon drop precipitously as we go up in altitude. There would be an actual value that we would have, and even if it was obscured by atmosphere or diffractive limits or whatever you want to make up or declare as the reason, we still would see it. We still would see telltale signs of it being higher than we see it. What we can see. The land we can see that's beneath us and how far it is away is an easy calculable angle that is the distance to it divided by the height above the surface. So when that isn't out of sync, Bong, that's why we know that or have indications that the Earth could be curved. It could be something else, but that's one indication that it's not flat.
I understand. What do you say? What do you say then about the Red Bull jump where the horizon, was visible at virtually eye level? Right from the inside the pod, like how do you? Are you?
It wasn't, and I addressed that and debunked that. In fact, several people have. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Can I finish? Let me finish real quick. Hold on, let me finish. I
finish.
debunked that, and other people have as well, and that it's not at eye level. And okay, so you're not going to let me talk. Okay, great, thanks.
I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. Okay, the horizon is visible at 128,000 feet, where there's a camera inside pointing out level. Okay.
No, it's not level, and you have nothing on there that shows it is level. And I have proof from the pictures. Hold on, let me just finish the.
Hold on, Zanuck. You guys, Zanuck, you were interrupting. Hold on. The last thing that I just want to say real quick. The last thing that was said, I just want to say, Zanuck, the last thing you said is in terms of the debate thing, that is good that you were saying that you want to understand, like, for example, where Witset's coming from. That is already feels more productive to get to that point, because what might have happened in the past is just an ad hom, you don't understand, and just that whole thing looping into circles. So I just wanted to commend you and say that does sound good. Now, there is still the thing that Witset brought up. However, Bong and Zanuck, there's now this horizon thing. So I guess whichever... I don't know if Bong and Zanuck want to go through this, and then Witset, your topic would be.
What's going to happen is we will sit here for 5 hours, and the actual point will not be addressed. Like that's just my assumption based on previous interaction. But like you see it does get frustrating because like it doesn't matter if I make a point and the ballers don't like it. Then this is what you're fighting against. And then someone else is going to take the bait and then run down a diversion with them. Like it's like, why can't you guys just address
promoting and prognosticating negativity? Just move on. Just start being.
How can I move on? I have to sit here and waste 3 hours.
So Gio, this is what I'm talking about. We're not being productive when he's saying he's.
Well, one thing, Witset, they may or may not be able to. Like, there's something about cutting edge to the point to where it's like it's new to them. Like it's a whole new thing. So,
well, wouldn't you just say, "Oh, I don't know"? Wouldn't you just be like, "Oh, I don't know about that"? Like I have to look into it. Or you would actually ask what they're saying, right? Like if a baller comes here with new globe evidence, I'm going to ask what they mean.
But if we hold people to task, right? But if we do the debate moderating style, we hold people to task, then we can continue to go through as long as it takes for them to either say, "Okay, I don't know," or "I have a sufficient rebuttal." And if they don't have a sufficient rebuttal, then they don't. I mean, I can't force them to concede, but they're. It's like write it on the record. Okay, they don't have a response yet.
Well, Gio. So he made a point about how things converge and things are curved and at the diffraction limit, this and that. I said clearly, things in your center field of view vertically are straight, and things horizontally at your center field of view, eye level, are also straight. He said, no, I'll show you a proof of that, and he never produced anything. But he's making statements. He needs to back it up. I challenged him. It's how science works. I'm not saying he's an idiot. I'm just saying. Show me some more clarity and show me some evidence of that.
About the curved adjacent, and I was trying to get to this point. I was trying to get a very cool, like, I wanted us to go to 60,000 feet, right? Pretend we're in an airship versus being on the ocean, and ask the question: is celestial navigation still apply up here? How do the stars? And then go up to 128,000
Yes,
feet.
very easily. Now, Bong, so you're interrupting me while I was saying, while I was talking to Winston. So if you just be quiet for a second.
Bong, you were interrupted. Go ahead and finish. I had to mute him. So you can finish.
We were talking about celestial navigation and how it's not possible on a curved surface or on a ball. But now we're seeing the horizon, at certain elevations. That's why we're talking about how the eye works now. But yeah, that's where the conversation was going earlier. But Zanuck always got triggered about the horizon being at visible at eye level. Well, sorry, I mean almost eye level.
Yeah, that's what actually happened. So what happened was Bong made a point that the Earth would be dropping down and away from you in all directions. And so we said, yeah, so it doesn't rise to eye level, it rises towards eye level, which is what it's expected on a flat Earth. But if we're on a globe, it's supposed to be going down and away from us in all directions. So why is it rising towards eye level at all? Then they all said perspective. Okay, so then I jumped in to correct their misunderstanding of perspective, which is the linchpin to the whole deception. So we can go run around and talk about celestial navigation, ignoring the entire assumption about perspective. We can go talk about long distance observations, ignoring the whole assumption about perspective. Or we can talk about the base assumption that's applied to every other conversation in this entire realm. Right, so probably the most efficient way would be to efficiently discuss the primary assumption of how we view things before we go talk about what we can deduce from what we view. Yeah, don't you think?
Okay, well, Bong asked a couple different things there, and Bong, what I want to tell you is that we see things drop precipitously below eye level, precipitously and measurably well below where they should be if you have a flat surface beneath you. To your other point regarding the drop, the Baumgartner drops, yes, there's no measure on that footage, although there's comparative and relative positions of the horizon, or what looks to be like the horizon, that I've shown many times as false, as that is not at eye level. So you think there is a constant horizon that stays in the same position, and it doesn't, because I showed the evidence to that, and other people have shown the evidence on the video clips as well. So that's not true as well.
Well, that's not what I said. Witsit summarized my what I wanted to say perfectly. So maybe you should respond to what he said.
Well,
I'm just gonna read this now because now I'm just gonna read it. So here I'll drop it again, and we're gonna cover what's actually being said. Okay, so fact: visual rays impact the retina. You have the arcs have identical angles / proportions. You see the depiction right here, and then you have the lines are perpendicular to circumference at the limit of the vision at the edge. You see where they intersect the retina. So visual rays entering the eye converge and cross each other in the eye, where they then diverge in equal angles, falling on the retina in the back part of the eye. This is the same principle as a pinhole camera or camera obscura. These angles made on the retina are the same as those on any concentric arc circle, with the radius such that it can be drawn between the eye and the object. We can always draw such a circle or an arc segment of a circle outside the eye. All visual rays intersect the retina and any concentric arc perpendicular to the perimeter or boundary surface due to their equally curved nature. Okay, this is the argument. This is the actual argument. You guys want to just pretend you know how the eye works, and you don't want to address this.
There'd be no different for those lines that you've shown on the retina if that curved line on the right side, the line saying being perpendicular to the circumference, was not a circumference, was actually a straight line. There'd be no difference. Those angles and lines would be exactly the same. There'd be no difference whatsoever.
Okay, this is incorrect. When you look all the way out to the limit of the vision where it's curving, it's going to converge along that curve. It's going to converge into points along the curve. Okay, so you're going to have hyperbolic visual space, and when you look through this visual space and you get to the limits, you're going to see flat plane shapes appear distorted purely because of vision. Before we even get into the atmosphere,
I don't know why you're saying that, but okay.
Why would it, if we have a limit that's curved, so everything that's at that limit is going to be converging into the curve? How is that a disputable thing?
They're all converging to a intersection point in the center of the eye where it is inverted and then projected onto the retina. We all agree to that. The point is those lines would still be straight, even whether that line that you see on the right is curved or straight. If it's straight, all it will do is change those 2 points above it. Actually, only 2 points there would be at a slightly different angle, and that line would be at a different angle, and it would be a different angle into the retina. But nothing would be, there's no changes there. The eye's not doing anything special at all just because it has a curved retina. You can look at a wall at 10 miles away, a big wall. Let's say it's a 5 mile high wall. You would be able to see those lines at the top, middle sections, and toward the bottom, all of them to converge, meet at the center point of the retina. The retina in the same exact way. And you would say, oh, there is a mountain or a wall that I'm seeing 10 miles away. That's 10 miles high, whatever. Doesn't matter if it's curved or not. You know it's curved by certain telltale facts of what you see, by comparison of certain shapes and sizes. And knowing the distances.
Zanek's argument is that if visual space is curved, it would be the same as if it wasn't curved. That's Zanek's argument. So the ballers
you only know what you see in 3D space based on other visual cues, but everything going to the eye is going in straight lines and intersecting at that center point. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in focus. That's the whole idea about that center point. When they all converge there and then mirror the image upside down, that means whatever you're seeing is clear.
It comes back to the back of the retina, which is also curved. It enters the front, which is curved, and therefore we have a limit that is curved. It's all curved. Visual space is curved. And when I first brought this up, you guys said, nuh-uh. Now your argument is, oh, it would be the same. So do all the other ballers agree now that you were wrong when you said that it isn't curved, and then we can move forward to how Zanek's wrong about them being the
visual
same?
space it's a very peculiar term. So I'm just trying to decipher what you actually mean by that. I see this drawing. I'm taking that is to what you mean, but it doesn't matter whether you're looking at for example, if all those dots were 0.02 degrees, that's how big the dots were, then yes, we would have a circle around us. That's the only time we could see things that are 0.02 degrees. It doesn't mean we can see beyond that. It just means that those objects, if they were all 0.02 degrees, would be a circle around us. We'd be living in a sphere with little dots all the way around us. We're in the center of a sphere, and the dots are outside of us, and every one of those dots is 0.02 degrees. Yes, we'd have a sphere around us. It doesn't mean we see in a sphere. It just means that's a shape of where those objects would be in our field of view.
Okay, but we do see in a sphere, though. Like, you can turn all around and see in 360 degrees in whatever direction you want, right?
Yeah, the horizon actually exists in all directions. The reason it exists on the ground is because of our proximity to it. And that is actually one of the reasons that things shrink from the bottom up. It's not because they're going far away. It's because your angle to the ground is limiting your optics, and it's going to obscure something that's beyond the thing of the limit of your optics. No, it's absolutely true.
Hold on, I'd also like to say from what Whitsitt just said. Hold on, Zanik. I'd also like to say from what Whitsitt just said, there's a lot of curved stuff going on with the way we see. The curved in the front, it's curved in the back, like. There's a lot of curved stuff going on there. What he's saying doesn't sound too far-fetched.
No, yeah, especially when you know that the eyeball is round. I mean, it's ridiculous to just presuppose that we see everything flat with a round eyeball. It sounds stupid.
It's insane.
Look at the straight line going into the center of the eye. Does it curve at all? It goes directly straight from an object, miles and miles away, infinity almost, depending how bright it is. Goes right to the center of that curved lens and right to the back of the eye, right to the retina, without any curvature whatsoever. No curvature implied, expressed, or shown in that drawing.
So eyeballs are round just for show? Like
he just doesn't. He doesn't understand that everything's going to converge into the curved visual limit. It's called an arc of vision. So that there is the geometry of the pure visual field is a double elliptic geometry. Seems so obvious once one grasps it that one feels that this must have been recognized, even taken for granted by previous thinkers who have spent much time on the relationship between geometry and vision. And this is, R.B. Engel, which is a mathematician and philosopher, PhD, and he's talking about how this was first postulated and just ignored and suppressed. So this isn't like a new idea. This isn't some flat earthers making stuff up. This is an accurate denotation of how the eyes actually receive information. And it was known a long time ago, originally postulated by Thomas Reid, and it was ignored. Okay, and that's why we have all kinds of contradictions and paradoxes within the current geometry of perspective.
You would think somebody like Zanuck would be like all for it. Like, let's figure out how the eyes really work so we can prove the globe. But he's more along the lines of let's not, because we can then say we live on a globe.
Well, I
Well,
think
you're
it's a red
saying
herring. I think the real question is why isn't the horizon dropping in respect to radius if it's a ball as it should? Why is it even anywhere near this? Why is it inside of this camera? It's looking out, like almost level, right? The horizon should be dropping down, shouldn't it?
Well, Bong,
on
that's
that
my
on
point.
that note,
That's my point. This is a death blow to the globe, okay? Because when we look out at the horizon, it rises towards eye level. Now, the Earth is allegedly curving down and away from us, but they claim that because of perspective, it optically looks like it rises some, right? Now, if we know we actually see in curved visual space, then we're going to understand, no. If we lived on a curved sphere, it would definitely be going down and away from us in all directions. So
Yeah,
this is the problem that they have. This is why they're going to fight this until the death. It's not because they, think it's incorrect. It's just that it has to be incorrect.
So you're
I got a
saying because
question.
of this spherical.
Damn it.
Go ahead.
I just want to know if any FE people in here think that the horizon is always in the middle when you're at altitude, like in a plane or something.
Like perfectly level with your
Yeah.
with your.
I mean, this is
Absolutely not. Nobody does.
Bong brought this up a few times.
I think it sort of is.
Can I respond?
The problem with this is that, like, sometimes you're flying above the clouds and there's no thing for it to be a horizon in front of you. So sometimes the horizon will be below even, but also refraction exists, and I would agree that light would go downward with the medium also. So there's ways for that to construct itself.
Like in an airplane, you're saying when you're in an airplane flying, you don't have to change the true horizon. It stays at one level all the time.
Orthographically, the horizon is always going to be level with the Earth, right? But then if there's no thing in front of you to demarcate horizon, then you're going to assume that the connecting point is the first thing below you, like if a cloud line, if you're flying above the clouds, for example.
Well, what I want to respond to is this. No, yes, even flat or round, the ground will come up toward eye level, as what's it said. The great difference and the key here to this argument is that by how much makes all the difference in the world. If it's round, it'll go up to a point less and at a rate less than if it's flat. Flat should be a greater rate than round because the Earth.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence here.
Okay, go ahead.
When we go higher, Bong, we know the horizon drops much more than anything in any point below us at any distance from us than would be on a flat surface. And to your last point that I didn't answer before my phone crapped out or something, the celestial navigation star, yes, you can still use stars. You don't need the horizon that's below you. You can look straight up and get a deviation from straight up, which is the vertical, to the star. That's called the co-altitude angle. And that 60 nautical miles per 1 degree variation will be the distance to the GP. So there's no problem using the sextant, an aviation sextant. Okay, thank you.
I disagree with the same thing on the ball because a ball is constantly curving. The moment you increase elevation, there is drop in respect radius immediately, and because it's curving constantly. And now a radius of 3,000. You know what I mean? It's too small. Like you should immediately see it because of its radius.
Right. If the horizon is made up of the edge of the ball, as it were, and the sky, then yeah, exactly. As you raise up, that should sequentially fall as you go up. But if it's optical, based upon the optical extinction point over a planar surface, then it would, as you're rising, that angle's increasing, and so it would make sense that it would continually rise towards eye level up with you.
Yeah, we should read this off too. Like what Gleam dropped his fire. RB angle the geometry of visible. You got the assumed beliefs, which is what everyone here would be holding to, which is the Euclidean geometry includes such theorems as the following. Number 1, a straight line cannot be a circle. Number 2, every straight line is infinitely extendable. Number 3, two straight lines intersect at most in one point. Number 4, two straight lines cut by a third straight line perpendicular to both never intersect. Number 5, all equilateral triangles have the same interior angles. Number 6, the sum of the interior angles of a triangle equals 2 right angles. And then number 7, the 4 angles of a rectangle are all right angles. Now here he says
5 kills the globe, yeah.
Hold on.
by precise, yeah, we get it. Flat earthers have also said this a lot. I get it. That's why I think it needs to be corrected. So, like, by precise measurements of visual distance, it is shown that none of these theorems holds for the straight lines, triangles, and rectangles of the pure visual field. On the contrary, number 1, a straight line can be a circle, i.e. a visual straight line can be a closed line with all points on it equidistant from a polar point in the visual field. Consider the horizon with the point directly overhead as its center. Number 2, no straight line is infinitely extendable. If we extend any straight line segment in the visual field, it eventually returns on itself. It is thus finite, though unbounded. Again, consider the horizon. Number 3, every pair of straight lines intersect at 2 points. Imagine standing in the middle of a straight railroad track on a vast plain. The visual lines associated with the 2 rails are demonstrably visually straight in every segment. They appear perfectly straight, not curved visually, yet these visually straight lines meet at 2 points which are opposite each other on the horizon, and they enclose a substantial region on the visual field. And there's like 5 more on the list. These are important misunderstandings.
I just want to respond to the first point with a straight line can't be a circle. And that was you said exactly what I was going to say pretty much. Like, if the horizon is a straight horizontal line, that's where we got the word horizontal from, right? But
It is the word horizon. The word horizontal came from horizon.
Yeah. So,
Yeah,
I mean, the horizon's horizontal. Yeah. A horizontal straight line, right? But if you do a 360,
how we came up with the term horizontal.
Yeah, in a plane parallel to the horizon. Yeah, horizontal.
Yeah, but
it didn't come
I'm
from
saying though, if you do a 360,
it came from
if
being
you do a
spherical.
360, it's a circle. If you do a 360, it's a circle, and now you have a horizontal circle.
Why would it be a circle, Jeremy?
No, objectively, the etymology of the word horizontal tracks back to horizon.
Greek.
But
Horizon,
why would it be
H-O-R-Z. Horizon, hidden, to be hidden.
Jeremy, why would it be a circle?
Comes from
A straight
Greek.
line. Why would it be a circle if you turn in a circle?
Not Latin.
Because you're going to see a horizon at every point around you. Eventually, it's going to come back to itself. It's going to be a whole circle.
Like a protractor.
Right. So, like, if you're standing at a point and you draw a straight line out from your point, and then it's a little more of an angle to the right to that straight line, like it's a little further, then a little further, then a little further, and then you trace those dots that you made, it would make a circle. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, the horizon, all the way around you, the horizontal horizon.
Yeah, the only reason the horizon does that, because you're on a object where the distance is going to be the same thing in either any direction you look at. So you look at any direction, and let's say it's 3 miles, that'll make a 3 mile radius, and everywhere you look, you're going to create a circle around you.
However, you think on a flat plane,
if you're not on an object like that, and you're on I don't know, some kind of field where you can see varying distances, there's no reason for a circle like that to appear, right?
Wait, you think that if we're on a plane, that the eyes would see different distances based on what direction you're looking on the plane?
Well, there'd have to be reasons for why that would be the limit to your distance.
Wait, you need to give a reason why it would be different.
Same in all directions.
Give me a reason why it would be different.
It could be different.
Why?
Because of topology, atmospheric effects.
Those are nothing to do with the eye. We're talking about how we see, vision. He's saying that there's a vision difference.
No. As far as how far you can see, that limitation is set by the size of your lens.
So it's invariant, yeah. So what he's saying is insane.
Yeah, can I just add? Sorry.
If you increase your elevation, that radius increases too, and that can only happen on a plane versus if you were on a ball. Like, if you drop down to the ground, it should, or if you go up a little bit, it should drop. The horizon should drop down, right? And according to
well, I'm pretty sure that, like, the max, like along what you're saying, the maximum is like 300 miles or something on a sphere of 3959 that we should be able to see.
If it's not because of the shape of the Earth,
no way.
Purely because of the angular size of whatever it is you're viewing, and how far away it was from you. Because your angular resolution would be invariant, that's sure, but the size of every object is different, and the distance of every object is different.
No,
So
I mean, I'm pretty sure that like on a sphere, 3950. Oh, sorry, guys.
Well, we're talking about the ground. What's
Yeah,
the angular size of the
can I
ground?
just
Go ahead,
just
Glenn.
add in optometry when they're describing the geometries of visual space and other spaces, there's normally three involved, and it's physical space, which is obviously Euclidean geometry, which is measurable. You put a ruler up to it, and then you've got visual space, which is exactly how Whitsitt just described, and then you've got well, sorry, apologies. I'll explain the difference between them at the end, but then you've got pictorial space as well, which is like having a photograph or looking at a 2D image, like on a screen, on your screens. Now, the difference between them all depends on one thing and one thing only, and that is the vanishing point. The vanishing point in Euclidean space, physical space, is infinite. Yeah, that's immeasurable throughout the whole universe. It's infinite. The the perspective space, which is from the eye or a camera or a telescope, that is limited by its acuity or limit, complete limit. Oh shit! I just dropped my things. And then you've got pictorial space, which is zero vanishing point because you've destroyed all information of depth, and you're left with the distortion squashed in, basically. And that's how they try and transform between the three geometries of how can I get the actual Euclidean space from a photograph, and they try and figure out the mass for that. And then they try and say, right, from my human eye, from the actual camera's point of view, what is the transform from that to Euclidean space, so you can figure out exact geometry. And from all my investigations for a good few years, I've always found that no geometry fits. Every single geometry is breached in some way, shape, or form, or the axioms are breached. And I'll cite a peer reviewer on the thing, which is Dr. Mark Wagner.
All equatorial triangles do not have the same interior angles. Consider a large visual triangle like that between a star due east on the horizon, a star due north on the horizon, and a star directly overhead. In this case, equal visual straight lines connect the three stars, so the triangle is equilateral. Yet the angles are all right angles, and thus are larger than angles of smaller equatorial triangles which approach 60 degrees. The sum of the interior angles of a triangle is always greater than two right angles. This was the case in the visual triangle described above, and will be found to be the case for all other visual triangles upon careful measurement. The four angles of a rectangle are always larger than right angles. This is clear if we measure the visual angles, that is, the angles appearing in the visual field of, say, a picture frame if it is visually rectangular. It is not necessary to use instruments to see this. We can approach a picture frame so that the sides are not only all straight, but the angles are all visually equal. Yet the equal angles are all obtuse visually. So
that shit was all fire.
So like looking at a painting sideways versus looking at it straight on. You know,
looking at arrays.
It says now all the counter-Euclidean propositions just enumerated are theorems in the two-dimensional non-Euclidean bipolar elliptic geometry of Riemann. In fact, all theorems of that geometry will fit precisely, so far as precision is possible, the configuration of the visual field. To those familiar with this type of non-Euclidean geometry, the remarks above should be sufficient proof that it describes rigorously the geometry of the pure visual field in monocular vision. So, I mean,
is there like an English version of that?
Well, when you're looking at the base postulates of Euclidean geometry and then trying to compare it to an alternative, you're going to have to like be able to wrap your mind around like the complexity of the concepts, opposed to each other. So there's, I mean, I don't know if there's really a way around it.
There's actually, to tie it back together, there is a video that somebody made in regards to celestial navigation and the fifth postulate, with the interior angles being the same on both sides of a plane, and that's how they navigate. Let's see if I can find it.
And that's why you get bigger and bigger objects further and further away. Then Euclidean geometry begins to fall apart more and more. Okay, and this is very important. And what they've done is they like have looked at the sky, and they've looked at plumb lines. You see what I'm saying? Like they've looked at all these things, and then you hear people like Zanuck when he says, on a flat Earth, it would have to rise completely to eye level. On a flat Earth, it would do this and this and this, and on a globe Earth, it would do this. And we always yield the perspective assumption. Flat Earthers for years now have just been giving it to them. That's the whole trick. You see how we've been debating flat Earth for 7 years, and this whole time they've just been given their perspective assumption.
I don't give them that. I think that is the trick.
I agree.
Well, there's also different types of horizons, in my opinion. So there's like more nuance to this shit. I try not to get involved because when people say, "Oh, it has to rise to eye level," I'm like, "Well, not really."
Right.
You have to assume a few things. Either it's an infinite plane we can see forever, and that light travels, and assume the way that of that light works. So there's three assumptions, and the way light works that we see forever.
A lot of assumptions.
Well, there's probably a beautiful, majestic answer here that hasn't been discovered yet. But the problem is that it's like being suppressed for hundreds of years at this point. So it's made no progression, and now people think they fully understand visual space, and they don't. I'm certainly not claiming to, right? You have like this argument between like this double elliptical geometry and spherical geometry and hyperbolic geometry of visual space, and then they work for certain things, and then there are parts that need to be refined in certain other areas, and there's a dispute as to which one's the best. But the idea that we fully 100% understand visual space and its orthographic Euclidean straight lines is absolutely absurd and demonstrably false.
There is no best.
Can I just add as well? I'll just post in the general. There's atmospheric scientists, Bowen and Fraser, who've done experiments, extensive experiments, on how far you can see in the atmosphere, how far you can this distinct.
In a spherical. Can I ask you a question? Was it like a gradient of a flat gradient in a lab that they tested with, or was it like spherical air?
No, it's actually just from various altitudes, like from a mountain.
Why would we see? Why would we see
so
things
so it has
Hang
nothing
on,
to do
sorry,
with.
I haven't even got to my point yet. It may explain the dropping, or the apparent dropping, let's say, of a flat surface as you're rising, because they say at altitudes greater than a few kilometers, the horizon is indistinct because of contrast reduction, even on extraordinarily clear days. An airline passenger flying over an ocean cannot point to an apparent boundary between earth and sky and confidently proclaim its distance. To determine the distance.
That's incorrect.
No, what do you mean that's incorrect? These are the top boys. Anyway, let me continue the site and don't interrupt.
Yeah, Zanuck, don't just jump into telling me that the dude from Harvard's incorrect in the middle of him talking. My goodness.
Okay, to determine the distance to the horizon within 10% requires knowing its angular position within a few minutes of arc. This is unattainable in realistic atmosphere, even one that is very clean. Scattering by air molecules themselves is not quite sufficient to blur the horizon, but it does not take many particles before the horizon becomes indistinct. And that, seriously, you look up, forget what fucking Zanuck says. I swear to God, he deserves, he's anti-science. Bowen and Fraser are basically Andrew Thomas's Young's friends. And they are, obviously, the way how I found them is through David K. Lynch, who is, to shoot Zanuck right in the fucking foot, the little idiot, David K. Lynch done the paper on how you can measure the curve of the Earth, and he's one of the oldest professional flat Earth debunkers, so to say, scientists who is a NASA contractor and fellow of the American Optics Society. So shut up, Zanik. You don't know what the fuck you're on about. Don't interrupt. I'm citing you the science. I'm just reading it, you mate. It's not me just making it up. It's experimental and evidenced.
Yeah, so that's so true. Horizon, you know, when you're up in a plane and you see those pictures that guy takes with his infrared camera, and he can only see, you know, so far into the distance. And then he puts the infrared filter on and he can see way, way farther. And that horizon does come up. Just so much stuff in the atmosphere. When you get up way high like that, you're seeing so far and you're seeing through so much stuff. You can't see the horizon clearly, but if you put an infrared filter on, you can see the horizon rise up. You can see further.
Oh,
Just like standing on the beach,
exactly.
a fog bank comes in on you. The horizon looks really far away, and as the fog bank comes in, it just gets closer and closer till, I mean, I've been in fog banks you could barely see, you know,
oh my God!
a couple
Please.
feet out in front of you. So,
all right, can I respond to?
It all depends. It all depends on what's in the atmosphere, whether it's clouds or smog or smoke. The higher you are up, the further you're going to see.
Can I go next?
You're going to see through more and more of that stuff that's in the atmosphere.
Okay, so I'd like to respond to both of you. First of all, yes, we can see farther with infrared filters, and by the way, we do that with heads-up displays. Have this quite often, where you can see infrared filtering and see the horizon doesn't rise or doesn't change. For what we do see is a delineation between the ground and the sky, and you can tell because they're different colors. One's black, one's green. But besides that, hold on, no.
Yeah, Zanik, you'd have to. I know you're going to try to respond to Gleam because this is addressing the exact point you keep making. You think it's a slam dunk thing when you show your heads up display and you're trying to say because of the position of the horizon that all of a sudden the Earth's a globe. So yeah,
no,
you're going to have to respond.
No, you're mind fucking me. You're mind fucking me because that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is that I get that. You see, well, you're telling me what I was going to do, and I'm not going to do that. So
put a condom on, Gio.
So be safe. So listen, this is the point I want to ask the Gleam. So all the things you say, yes, it's hard to see the horizon with particularly in the air, and there is some distortion. There's not exact delineation. Maybe it's not exactly perfect. It's close, but not. But that's fine. All well and good. But what do you say to the fact that when we do see a level line in the distance established by any method you decide, we can then see at high altitudes, not reasonably high, like 30,000, 40,000 feet, that the sun and the moon can both be found below eye level, well below eye level, over a degree or two, sometimes 3. So whatever we're seeing, if it's a gotcha, because if you see the horizons, oh well,
Not a
you really
gotcha,
can't see it.
Zanik. I just explained it with the 3 visual spaces.
Hold on.
That's all I need to say because
Hold
you're
on,
chatting
no,
shit.
you're talking over me and telling me I'm talking shit. I told you where and I got muted. You tell me and you're going to be left unscathed because that's how biased this is in here. So just let me finish my sentence. I'm going to be very nice about it.
You said right, Gleam, and then he spoke, and then you kept going.
Well, it was
rhetorical. You did. Well, you can't do something rhetorical. Ask someone a question, and then when they respond, get mad that they responded and try to make up a story that he interrupted.
All right. So we have this object called the moon and the sun, and they are below eye level. They are if the horizon and thing was so blurry because of reticulate, but it really went out farther, and someone added in this, said that we have infrared, we show it does rise higher. Well, it's not going to rise any higher because we see where the moon is, we see where the sun is. They are below level. That throws a big wrench in that idea, and that logic is flawed seriously. So you can tell me now why the sun and the moon are below level, and you're going to make up something about 3D spaces and
no, man, it's simple. It's simple,
I didn't
bro.
ask you. I asked Gleam.
Real fast, got to point out. So Zanik Zanik, stop, man. Zanik. First of all, this is a Harvard paper, or it's a paper published on Harvard. It's an atmospheric physicist, right? And one sentence in, Zanik said, "Nope, that's wrong." He knows more about optics in the atmosphere than the expert within his own paradigm without even hearing it. And then stop. And then the guy was talking about how we actually have evidence where when you go up high, you look with the camera, you see the horizon in one position. When you add the infrared, the position of the horizon changes, which is objective. Everyone can see it's been done many times. You just said it wouldn't happen, even though it's objectively been demonstrated. So you see why this conversation gets frustrating?
No, but let me respond to that. So no, it's two different things. I didn't say that. You will see times where it's obstructed, and you will see where it does rise up with infrared. I'm talking about at altitude where that doesn't happen. I also talked about not only the fact that this Harvard professor, whoever it was speaking, talked about airline people flying an airline with their own eyes, looking at the horizon and seeing it blurred out, not being able to see the actual horizon. I go, that's true. But then when we see a sun and the moon fall below level, it doesn't matter what you see in the airplane with your naked eyes, because that person also could use an infrared and see things differently as well. He may or might see a rise up or not. But what we see is the sun and the moon below level with it and gleam. It's below level. That object is below level. So if the horizon,
If you
can zoom in all you want. You can't zoom in. It will
does
not
it rise
change.
back up?
No, it doesn't rise back up. It's always below. No matter what you do, the horizon will always be below the sun and always be below the moon. And the moon and the sun both are below eye level. Always.
But when you zoom in,
Wow,
does
the
it
horizon's
rise again?
always below the sun.
Yeah.
The horizon's always below the sun. You just debunked your own position, which is you claim it goes below the horizon. But
below
dude,
eye level.
no, yeah, whoa, time out. I just pointed out, because this is what you have to do. We have to do with you. Okay, so we just pointed out a guy gets in a plane, takes video, then adds infrared, and the horizon changes position. You responded by, after first you said that wouldn't happen, then I corrected you, then you responded with, I didn't say that. I said it wouldn't happen at higher altitudes. That's what in a plane is. Okay?
No, the plane was how they don't see the horizon clearly. Then he says people looking at the atmosphere through the atmosphere do use infrared. Tolan or somebody he quoted used the thing on a mountaintop or something and saw that the horizon.
Go on a plane.
Two different.
No,
he didn't say.
he does it in a plane. He does
doesn't
it
matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter
Look
because
in the chat for the answer to your question anyway. I'm just not speaking to you. You're just literally engaging in an argument.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that. Why would you see the sun and the moon below level?
Look at the pictures.
Look in the chat. I've just shown you a little crayon drawings for your little petty brain.
Oh, your crayon drawing?
That actually makes a lot of sense.
I thought we're gonna have. So you didn't show me the evidence. You got your own confusion of what we see. Now, why do you think that is anything to do with what? Wait. No,
all right, sorry. I had to mute Xanax. Real fast. Look, here's the deal, Xanax. It's real fast. I'm just trying to mod real fast, man. Can I just mod real fast? Okay, Xanax. Look, when someone drops in the answer to your question, and then you refuse to look at it and you start pretending you're rebutting it, it's very disingenuous. If you want to have a conversation, you need to take a step back and try to be genuine, okay? When someone answers your question or says something, you need to listen to what the other person's saying so that we can have a productive exchange, not just throw words past each other, okay? So can you just take a breather and pay attention to what people are saying back to you so that you can respond to what they're actually saying instead of hand-wave dismissing what they're saying over and over, or we can't have any exchange that's productive.
Got it. Hello. So yes, you have a drawing, you have your understanding of it, and I get what you're coming from, but it's incorrect because I want to show you an actual picture of what we see. I asked you why and how the sun and the moon can be below level, not some arbitrary X in the middle of your screen. I'm talking about an observation at altitude where the moon and the sun are well below level, like multiple degrees below level.
All right. Well, it was last left on Gleam posting these images showing responding to that. Have you looked at them yet? And can you respond?
Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, they don't really make a lot of sense to me. I don't think they make a lot of sense to anybody.
Well, then if they don't, hold on. Well, then if they don't, ask for clarification or inquire.
Can you clarify? Can you clarify and then also contrast that to what I've posted with regards to the sun and the moon below level? So if you can do that, that'd be great.
So is level straight or curved?
How do we know that's level? How do we know we're looking
because
level?
Because when you fly a plane and you have you're lucky enough.
All right, hold on.
me
Now we're already
level.
derailing into other things. Hold on. Gleam.
How do we know?
Hold on, guys. We're doing more of this. Hold on, Beryl. We're doing this debate moderating, which is going to be a little more strict. If it's more open panel style, popcorn style, then anyone can, of course, jump in. But we're trying to do more of the debate style right now. So, okay, I believe it was back to Gleam on this particular point. Barrel Rider, you're free to bring up a point, obviously, in a second, but just before Gleam doesn't get a chance to respond, because Zanuck is asking for more information on this particular point.
Yeah, the core thing is exactly what I explained earlier. You are going from the 1 and 2, which is physical Euclidean space, into perspective space. Perspective space is basically an illusion created by your eyes and spherical lenses. Okay? And the actual optical distance that you can actually see. Now, doing that, obviously the apparent rise in the floor, the atmospheric quote sorts out the little dip that you want to talk about, but the apparent rise in the floor means that you're looking at an illusion. Yeah, regardless, it's an illusion.
I don't know. Is it? Why do you say it's an illusion?
Well, I feel like
we're
definitely not.
Is it
It's a defined illusion in optometry, Zanuck. I'm not allowing you to destroy science, mate. Stop denying. You're just going against the grain just for argument's sake. No, because I haven't finished my actual point.
Well, finish it. Go ahead.
The point is, you've got to go from that illusionary space, which doesn't actually have any transformation maths which are solid yet, into Euclidean space. And you're expecting them to be a one-to-one relationship, and it isn't.
Okay. Well, when we're on the plane, and I got this picture, like I showed. Do you see my picture now? See a picture of the level line, and someone asked me, "How do you know that's level?" Well,
you're locally
that's one of the most expensive levels on the planet. Locally level, yes. And everything we see in the distance in a straight line with that level line will be.
What's your optical distance limit?
Why are you up? Why are
you still haven't understood it, Zanuck?
Why are you interrupting? Why are
You're
you
too busy jumping.
Why are you interrupting me? You're just completely interrupting me. Let me finish. Let me finish. Thank you. Okay. So we have a level line, and yes, it's locally level. That means it's perpendicular to plumb, and everything out would be level, straight line. Now, if you would think that a flat surface would rise to that, but if there was some obscurity due to the atmosphere and conditions and clouds, whatever, that would be a good explanation why you didn't see the horizon rise up. But we see something that we can't. We know it. Wait, is that really required? You want to interrupt me right there, too, Riggs? So we have the moon below.
You found
no, I didn't pause.
No interruptions, man.
Guys, please just let Zanuck finish this, because otherwise it's going to take all night.
So yeah, exactly. I'd have been done by now. So this moon, I have discernibly and noticeably and objectively is below level. Okay, and it is low level by a degree. And we also have the sun below level at a much lower altitude, only at 13,000 feet, and it's a half a degree below level. So we know that the things you're saying don't really make much sense as it pertains to why the sun is below level, and the horizon is a pretty distinct line there.
To you yet?
It's not below level. The images you're showing us has been manipulated. All you got, look. When you're using the system and you're sitting in there, you got to position your head in a certain way so that it lines up with the horizon. All you got to do is move it down a little bit, and now it appears.
That's incorrect.
Level is always going to be at the horizon.
Anyone knows about heads knows it's incorrect. Sorry, that's incorrect.
To level,
the horizon's not always going to be at level, even if
you're lying.
You're
Can
actually
I
lying
answer to allow you to understand, Zanuck?
Let me respond to him first.
Did he respond? No, hold on, Zanuck. You just responded. Did he respond to your point, Gleam? Or
Well, he's misunderstood it, and what he's come up with is exactly what I'm telling him. I mean, Zanuck, where's your horizon there? I mean, it drops below your local level, but you know that you could literally be standing there and you can have a tree drop before your local level in the distance. It will look like a little dot.
How does a tree drop below local level if the surface is flat? How does that work?
I was wondering what you meant by how is the sun below level.
With distance,
brother. It doesn't go below level. You're wrong.
But no, you're talking about this HUD image that you keep
That's before
posting.
it hits the horizon. It will go into a pixel, mate.
No,
And your
no,
eye
you
line
have,
is at the horizon, is it not?
no, you're confused because if anything at eye level, anything at eye level on a surface that is flat will stay at eye level into infinity in your field of view. Always be at eye level. It will not go
I've
below eye
modelled
level.
it differently anyway,
Well,
based on a
you've modeled
clipping
it
plane.
incorrectly.
No, how is it incorrect when it's
Because
an
I'm telling you,
illusion?
the law
Listen,
is the law.
Zanik, listen. You're not listening, and that's why you're not
I am
understanding.
listening.
You're just buying
I'm
back.
listening very
Yeah.
carefully.
That horizon.
I'm listening
Yeah.
carefully.
That horizon. Let's say that horizon is where that line is in your crosshairs. Yeah.
But
Is
it's
that
not
your
though.
one? Sorry, that was Slickwid. Yeah, you see Slickwid.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Slickwid's one. Yeah, and the moon is below the horizon.
How's that
But
possible?
that's what I'm trying to explain, my man. Yeah, so
I'm listening.
that is your local level.
Okay.
Okay.
Would you?
Now, what are you interrupting for? Would you
You
agree
paused.
that things
Just
drop?
let him finish.
Would you agree that things appear, but do not necessarily, because they're at the same altitude, appear to drop towards the horizon based on distance and perspective?
Things and one thing, the last thing was not really accurate. No, only if objects are below eye level will
He's
they
not
rise up
answering.
to eye
I'm
level.
bowing out. I'm sorry. I cannot handle this fucking
I'm
level
almost
of
done. I'm almost
stupidity.
done. And anything above level will drop to level with
I'm out.
distance. So that's the correct answer. You should be out because you don't make any sense.
That's what they do.
No,
They
you're
do
right.
that, and then they say,
Wait,
"Oh
wait,
yeah, run away." You know,
Can
you
I
gotta
ask
be
him
the
a
bigger
question
person.
before he goes, please? He said that there,
Hold on, real
like
quick.
a tree can
No,
be
hold on.
below your
Hold
level
on,
if
man.
you're
I've
up
been
in
in
the
line for a minute.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Look,
My
Zanik,
robot.
we're talking
No,
about
Jeremy,
the red bulls.
go ahead.
You were a little delayed, but I think Riggs and was trying to get into.
So,
But
go ahead.
It's Jeremy
Wait,
then
go
Riggs,
ahead.
yeah.
I'll wait. Okay, we're
Yeah,
clearly
if
not
it,
seeing an
okay.
Euclidean. Go ahead, Riggs. No, go ahead.
You said you would wait, so I wasn't
I'll
sure.
give an example. I'll put an example in
Go
chat.
ahead, Riggs. Go ahead,
So
Riggs. I'll wait.
is your example about the tree? You said the tree would be below your level, your local level, if he's up in the air. But the sun, I don't propose. I mean, I guess you're not assuming things about the sun, but I don't assume or propose that the sun would be even below you if you were up there in the
That is
sky.
my point, sir. That is my point. You high five. That's all I've got to say. He didn't understand that. It's exactly that. It's an
No, I'm
apparent
saying
thing.
I don't understand it because why would you presume? I mean, you could make that claim, but I don't presume the sun is below anyway. So why would you say the sun could be like a tree below you, different of your local level?
Well, what I could say you could do to confirm it is that
I was talking to Gleam.
Answer.
I let Gleam
Okay.
respond to it.
Can I say
Because
something?
Euclidean geometry does not match your perspective space. They've tested it.
That's what
They've
I wanted
tested
to
it with
address.
Euclidean, non-Euclidean, and it does not match.
I just want to say, just because you post an image, okay, where the HUD is positioned above the horizon, doesn't mean that that HUD is level. Okay, that's what I wanted
Okay.
to say.
Well, let me
Oh, then
explain something
that's a fair
really
point.
simple
But
about. No, it's not a fair point. I'll explain to you real quick. Let me respond because he asked. He's pointing that to me. So no, you're also very confused. One of the key elements of the HUD display when it's installed is that it has a very narrow positioning of where you can see and where you can't see. Now, if you ever can see the way it's mirrored and the way it's
This guy makes me
aligned,
so
let me finish.
angry.
Almost done. Here's the punchline. Here's the punchline. Let me finish. Let me finish the punchline, please. Please, I beg of you. Stop.
Guys.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, please. I was in the middle.
It's
Of the
only
sentence.
around.
They're babbling
Let
back.
Danik respond.
Alright, hold on,
Let me
guys.
finish the sentence.
Let's
me
let
finish the
Danik
sentence.
respond. However, Zanik, I will say you've done another foul because if you start out telling someone they're confused, it's going to create more of a tendency to want to respond or interrupt. So
Okay.
don't
Well,
do the ad hoc. Respond,
well,
because what Bong brought up is a valid. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't mean. Then I should stop. I don't mean to say you're confused. Then it's a common misconception that if you look down or up, you're going to be able to move that position of that level. No, it's actually designed. One of the most elementary, most important elements of this design and installation is that you cannot move around and see that horizontal change. That horizontal line, which is the level line, not the horizon, because if it is not in perfect position, your vision to it, you will not. It will will disappear and evaporate. You will not be able to see anything. Once you get into range where it is visible, it is all very accurate, and you can move around in a very narrow angular change, and still that line will always follow where the horizon, or excuse me, where the level line actually is. So that it is true. I've flown these fucking planes. Come on, guys.
Stop lying, man. You're such a pathetic liar.
No,
I've showed you
dang it,
multiple
it does not
pictures.
move.
Yo, don't,
dude.
Yeah,
Don't
we're not
do
going to let the ad hoc
that.
go. Yeah. Okay. I believe Bong, if you want to
Don't do
respond, and then
that.
Jeremy.
Come in and call him a pathetic liar.
Yeah,
Come on.
I agree. I agree with what Zanuck is saying, but the image that you're presenting, okay, you can take a camera, put it in the cockpit, and move it around and manipulate where you put the horizon because it's out of position to where your head, where you're sitting. That's where you should be looking from. But
That's not how it works.
Zanuck, I'm going to start muting you.
Image of a HUD where where level is above the horizon, and then again, it's at 60,000 feet. When we go up to 128,000 feet, the horizon is still there.
Okay, I have a video. To show you someone moving around the cockpit while this level line is oriented, and you can see when he moves, that level line actually moves with him within a certain narrow ring. Can I finish?
Why is everyone interrupting?
I don't know. It's crazy.
My God, bro, get a hold of yourself.
The point that's being made.
It doesn't matter. You can't just interrupt, man, because then he interrupts.
Right. So
Zanuck has had a lot of the time. That's why he's being
everybody.
interrupted,
Keep on talking. Everybody.
Well,
So
Zanuck, one thing is that
time.
your mic does also, it's doing like a delay thing, probably because you're on your phone, but just go ahead and finish your point. It's because it sounds like you're done, but you're not because it's doing a delay thing. But go ahead. Finish your point.
It's a quick point.
No,
so yes, it is a quick point. Very quick, because the misconception is that you think you can move around. And no, if you can see this HUD, that level line will follow you. And I can show you a video that actually shows live in a cockpit with someone looking at the HUD and moving around his head a little bit. And you can see that level line moves exactly in proportion to where he moves and is accurate. And when it gets out of the range of the capability of the instrument, it will go blank. You will see absolutely nothing. As you get back in range, it reappears and is exactly accurate. You have to trust me on this one, or you do your own research. It is very accurate and is not subject to the things you're thinking it is too.
I just want to point out that 30 seconds isn't very quick, but Clay Undersill, he did post. I think that's why he was frustrated, right? He's been posting these pictures. If you look at 41 minutes after the hour, you can see that at just 400 feet, you have the horizon, pretty significantly below the artificial horizon at just 400 feet.
Is that the horizon?
Look at the picture at 41 minutes after the hour. You can see
it. I'm looking at it. I see a bunch of fog. There's
that's fog alone. Yeah.
As a pilot, I can see that's fog, and I would say that's not the horizon. It's well beyond
that. Hard line on the left of the picture isn't a horizon.
This is what I meant earlier when I said that the horizon has different definitions.
Well, just look at my picture. Which might be better. I'm actually on a runway, sitting on a runway there. You can see the. That's actually, he's got the picture of that too, right on the
sitting on the runway doesn't help us at all, dude. The point is that when you go up, it's not this definitive science where we know.
That was my point. You're at altitude.
Oh my God. You got my picture. You're sitting here about, I don't know, with the altitude, I think it's 10,000 feet. I can't remember what I put there, but that you can see discernibly that it's pointing in blue sky. You have it. It's not in the ground. There's nothing. There's no fog. There's no haze. Nothing. It is actually above whatever would be considered the horizon. It is above it. And when we have, that's why the sun and the moon below it is really the definitive pointer that you have something that is below level. That means the horizon can never rise above that because you're seeing the object. Unless of course the horizon is behind the moon of the sun, which is pretty, inconceivable, but you can go with that. But that's,
fair enough. Okay.
Right.
So
That was my point.
Jeremy's turn.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good looking, guys. Good looking. So we're clearly not seeing in Euclidean geometry, right? I mean, can we all agree to that? Because, that's obvious, right? Right, Zanuck?
Yeah, train tracks.
See what?
We're clearly, it's obvious that we're not seeing in Euclidean geometry. Like we don't see like that, right? Do we agree on that?
What do you mean we're seeing? I just don't understand this whole seeing in Euclidean geometry.
In 2D.
Declaration.
We got Euclidean geometry.
Mario
We
Brothers.
got Euclidean geometry where parallel lines don't meet. They don't converge. They don't diverge, right? That happens in Euclidean geometry. Parallel lines do not get closer together, right?
Correct.
Right, but train tracks do, so we don't see in Euclidean geometry. Would you agree?
No, I would disagree because we do see train tracks in Euclidean geometry converge. That's the basis and fundamental foundation for trigonometry. I can tell you how much they would converge by how far they are to the left or right of you and where they will be in a distance. Just like I can if you were 6 feet above the surface, how far away something is, it's going to rise up. Now that is Euclidean because you have the Euclidean equation, which is trigonometry.
You're just saying how you're applying
Hold
Euclidean
on,
geometry
Riggs, I'm
to
still
what
talking.
we see.
Riggs,
You're
I'm still
not
talking.
saying
That's
that.
not
I'm
Riggs.
still talking. Whoever,
Everyone relax. Please, guys.
So we have someone 6 feet tall, and we know how far something is away from us. We know just by your height divided by that distance, inverse tangent, arctangent, will give you the angle for which that object will reside. Regardless of how big it is. That's where the center point of that object will be.
I don't think you could find Euclidean if you had hair around it, Zanuck.
Okay, so we're definitely not seeing.
You're talking about perspective. That's different.
Can I
That's
ask?
what you're talking about.
I think
Perspective
Jeremy
not part
didn't
of the
finish his point. I don't think Jeremy finished, and then I think Bong's on deck. But go ahead, Jeremy. Finish. I think we're going to finish your point.
Yeah, I don't know what Zanuck just said, but in Euclidean geometry, straight line, parallel lines, they don't meet. They don't converge. They don't diverge. They're just parallel, equidistant away from each other the whole way. When you look out and see the train tracks converging, that clearly does not mimic Euclidean geometry because that doesn't happen.
Yes, it does.
So we're not seeing.
Is trigonometry?
It does happen in.
Yes. Is trigonometry fundamental? Is trigonometry a fundamental factor in Euclidean geometry? Is it used?
In Euclidean I don't know. In Euclidean geometry, parallel lines don't meet. Right? They don't meet.
That, but answer my question. Does trigonometry work in Euclidean geometry?
Do parallel lines meet in Euclidean?
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to your question.
I do the answer. I know the answer. The answer is yes.
Why can't you answer my question?
Because it looks.
You had a question on the
like
table, and now you're
converging.
asking this about trigonometry.
Because it's a fundamental foundation pillar of Euclidean geometry.
That's exactly
in Euclidean geometry.
It looks like they meet.
It looks like they're converging, but they're not.
On the table.
Zanuck, have you heard of the alleyway
perspective.
experiments? Have you heard of the alleyway experiment?
I'm ready to give up here. You guys are really not really understanding.
I get in
No, you are not. Experimentally and empirically, they've been proven not to be.
What's that? What's proven
look in the chat now.
Okay.
Dr. Mark Wagner.
Can you read that out for me, please, Zanuck?
Yes.
There we go.
Dr. Mark
I'll
Wagner,
be quiet.
a leading peer-reviewed and peer reviewer in perspective. Visual space is a space that we consciously experience it, and it is revealed through the subjective judgments of the observers. Previous theorists have tried to test whether visual space is best described by a small set of synthetic geometries, such as Euclidean geometry or Lindbergh's hyperbolic geometry. The geometries of visual space reviews this synthetic work and demonstrates that visual space regularly violates the axioms of these geometries assume.
Like parallel lines converging.
Can I get in there?
Visual space, so it says visual space reviews this synthetic work and demonstrates that the visual space the visual space is regularly violating these axioms that the geometries assume.
Like parallel lines not converging. The thing I was just trying to explain to you. The thing the peer review paper just said that I was trying to explain to you 2 minutes ago.
I was giving to you in context. Yes, it looks like they converge, but they don't. And that's what it looks like. He talks about visual space regularly violates these axioms. That's a good example of that, Jeremy. You're right. I'm not disagreeing with you.
So based on that blurb, Zanuck, would it be appropriate to try to use Euclidean geometry in orthographic view to present how the world presents itself in visual space?
Oh, it depends on how you want to present it in visual space. If I want to present something, for me, for example, I'm looking at this tree. It looks really small in the distance, but is it small? No. I would explain in my description using orthographic and these axioms that we are familiar with that tree gets smaller with distance proportionally to the change in distance. That is true on an orthographic and geometric view of it.
Wrong.
No, the axiom,
that goes counter to what you just read.
You can't. So you can't. But no, it's saying that the visual space is different. So visual spaces, you're right. It says it looks like it's smaller. Is it? No, but it looks like it is. So that is now contradicting and demonstrates that it violates these axioms with these geometry.
But based on the axioms of Euclidean geometry, the angles would decrease, meaning it would get smaller, and that's why you guys always tries to use straight up Euclidean geometry, orthogonal view. Here's these two angles. That's why it looks smaller in the distance. Look at my little straight lines to this orthogonal view.
Let me
what you just read.
Let me show you an example how it works.
The visual space, right? How you actually see the world continually breaks the axioms of Euclidean and even some non-Euclidean hyperbolic geometries.
I'm not disagreeing with you whatsoever. What I'm telling you is that you could just start by saying, here's what I'm going to tell you, and then lay the foundation what you're going to say. Yes. Does a tree look smaller in the distance? Yes. Is that Euclidean? Well, the reasons of Euclidean geometry, yes, it is smaller, but it looks like it's shorter. It is small. Is it? No. We know it's larger because we know the geometry, how geometry works. We know how trigonometry works, but we see it small. So if you're saying about visual space and what it looks like if I make a painting, I'm going to say, paint this tree, make it like 1 inch tall. And I'm going to say, that tree represents a 100-foot tree. You'd make a painting. Hold on, let me finish. You make a painting and you make a 1 inch tree and you'd end up, I'd be dictating what you do. And I'm telling you what to do with these small objects. And they're going to represent tall or small objects based on how I construct this painting, which is on 2D. So yes,
you make a good point. Yeah.
The visual
No,
space
he doesn't make a good point because what you don't understand, the point is that we know things change angular size with distance. It's about how the ratio is assumed consistent and Euclidean, and that isn't the case. Okay, then he hides a phenomena that isn't exclusive to his argument and then says somehow it proves his argument. And also, why do you keep saying the word contradicting? Can you just drop that word? It's not a word.
Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Well, Jeremy, Bong, and Barrel Rider were all. So
I'm real quick. I'll be real fast.
I'll be faster. I'll be even faster if I can go.
Well, all right, Bong and then Barrel Rider. Go ahead. Go Bong first, real quick, and then Barrel Rider, you're next.
Just wanted to bring it back to the Red Bull camera from the inside. That horizon, is that the geometric horizon of the globe Earth?
All right. So just real quick before we jump onto some new shit. So Zanuck, now that you've heard it from my mouth.
I thought I was
okay. My bad. Go ahead. I got to go on break, so I'm not going to be around, but I'll get back with you guys.
Okay. If you go to 350, Clay Underseal put a picture of that HUD thing. Take a look at that. I mean, that pretty much refutes what Zanuck's saying, that thing you can only see the horizon level.
I keep posting things. I already had the discussion with Zanuck, but he's keep using the same argument as if it's true, and it's very disappointing. I'm sorry if I said pathetic, but it's just for me, it sounds very pathetic if someone just keeps trying to lie about something that is not true, and it makes me very annoyed because, especially as a person as me that really looks into these things and likes aviation a lot, and he's lying about it, and that makes me.
That's
very
how
That's what I mean.
The
I would
HUD.
hire him.
Yeah, the HUD. If you could see that display, it is accurate. If you move your head around, that line moves with you.
You're doing the same as Zanuck, and I'm done with this.
Yeah, no, he knows what he's talking about, and you evidently don't.
Well, that's the thing. Hold on, Clay. That's the thing, though. Hold on. You can hold them to task on it. So, Left Lane, do you want to respond to the one at 50 after the hour, 50 minutes after the hour? He posted one that shows the level line on the HUD display is it's not aligned with the horizon. It's way under the horizon. Could you address that? Because that's what he was referring to.
Yeah, because they claim you can't make a photograph like this. Like if you change the camera position, you can't see the HUD. That's what Mr. Zanuck claims in his goofy Wolfie video, and it's not true.
It started with the sun being lower than level line, right? And like what he said about the tree, like we know the tree is not smaller, but it seems to get smaller. We would say the same thing about the sun. Like it looks like it's dropping below and lower, but we still have the sun shining down on us, so we know it's not lower.
Because that's a fact. End of story. Yeah, it's basically like a parallax, potentially like a parallax effect. Like if you're behind the HUD display and you move It's like having three things in a line. You have the sun way out there, you have the HUD display in between, then you have your eyes. If you're moving the camera or your eyes around, it's like parallax, basically. It could potentially change that position. And then, sorry to tag on a second point, but the other point I was going to bring about this is that, like in that Skunk Bay footage, we see the horizon, wavering up and down. So it's just another factor of refraction. Could that be affecting the position due to refraction as well?
Yeah, and again, I wish that Zenik just would be intellectually honest and just say that indeed you can take photographs differently from what your head position would be located to look specifically at that display. Like you can change the position of your camera and it will change the outcome of how high the line is or how low it is, which you can see the picture I posted. It can literally point to the ground if the one who takes the photo wants to make it look like. So Wolfie is a liar. And
No.
Do you concede, Zanuck, that it's possible that you can do that? Yes or no?
Okay. Yes, it is possible.
Okay, cool. We all agree with that. This is basic.
Shit. That's a very anomalous. That is a very anomalous. Hold on. It's an anomaly of anything I've ever seen. That doesn't. It's how it's designed not to work. So I don't know what brand this is. It's certainly possible that there's a brand that shows an illumination that's not dependent on pilot position.
Can you clarify, Zanuck, if you have ever used?
Let me.
Real quick, we're not going to be able to move on until you get Zanuck to realize we don't see in Euclidean geometry. Like that's like a stopping point right there. You can't go on after that. Like what, Zanuck? Do you understand now? The PhD said it with the peer review shit. I told you like.
Skyline said that Zanuck.
Euclidean geometry, Zanuck.
Skyline never responded to
I've never gotten a chance to. Yeah, that appears to be an anomaly. My boss Jeff has got a Bonanza and he's got HUD and when you set up or you squat down or you lean over, the HUD disappears. You can't even see it. So I don't know what that one is.
I'll just ask. Can I just ask you guys? Can I just ask you guys the question? If you were a globe earther and I asked you, is that the geometric horizon on the Red Bull jump? What would you say if you were a globe earther? Yes or no?
Do what? Do what now?
If I asked you, is this the geometric horizon of the globe on the Red Bull jump? You know that camera with the horizon?
No, it's not. No, it's not the geometric horizon. You can't have a geometric horizon without an apparent horizon, and vice versa.
How would you, being at eye level at 128,000 feet, if it has a radius of 3959 miles?
All right, B-Ball, were you responding to that? Go ahead. Was that B-Ball?
Go ahead.
I put the Red Bull jump picture in the chat. If you want to take a look at it.
Okay, B-Ball, go ahead if you want to respond to that.
I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, I thought you were responding.
But the Red Bull horizon, B-Ball.
The Red Bull horizon, is that the geometric edge of the Earth on a globe?
No, it's not. It's not the geometric horizon. It is the apparent horizon.
Right. So what does that mean for the radius?
That just means that we can't see the geometric horizon. It doesn't mean anything.
Did Zanuck see that we?
Jeremy, you're roboting really bad, so I muted you for a sec. B-Ball, were you finishing?
Every time we go to this Red Bull jump, this is a bad example. Use a better example, please.
Well, it wasn't an example. He was asking the question, why do so many layman globers believe that that's the geometric horizon, and does any other glober believe that's the geometric horizon?
Well, you got to understand that a normal person on the street isn't going to know half the things that we talk about. So.
Wow! I have posted another anomaly.
We were talking about celestial navigation earlier, right? And then we started increasing the elevation that we apply celestial navigation. And now we're at 128,000 feet. The horizon is still there. You know, I don't know if celestial navigation works up there, but then the question comes up, hey, wait, is this the geometric horizon of said globe? You know, if it's a globe, because, you know, it's not dropping and it's not doing what a sphere should be doing, of that size.
Guys, I missed it. Did Xana concede we don't see in Euclidean geometry?
In his heart of hearts, he did.
Did he say it out loud?
He didn't refute it. He didn't refute it.
Yeah, let's just get to the end of that, Zanuck. You agree that Euclidean geometry being parallel lines and so on that don't intersect, that don't appear to be, the fact that train tracks converge, obviously we're not seeing in that exact same orthographic type Euclidean, like perspective is not directly correlative with Euclidean space, correct?
It is completely correlative.
All right, so he disagrees, Jeremy. So this we'll mark that on the record. He still thinks there's a rebuttal to that.
Even with the PhD peer-reviewed dude and me telling you.
No, he's talking.
So why is it that you guys agree with this?
Because I take it in context.
Why is it that you guys agree with this?
And why are we getting these little Mickey Mouse HUDs? We're getting these Mickey Mouse HUDs brought up here, and they're not even the right. It looks like these are artificial horizons that are projected onto the windshield as a HUD. This is not.
I did want to ask.
Airline. This is not. This is not an airline. This is not an airline quality or aircraft or a military quality system.
Zanuck, if you want to claim that
I know how they work. This is not how they work, by the way.
Yeah, you keep saying you know how they work. Have you ever used them? Do you use them often, Zanuck? I just want to clarify on that.
Not my plane, but planes I've flown and planes I've been in. Yeah.
You just try to gaslight, right? At this point, that's what you do.
All right, hold on.
Why is it that you guys?
Real quick, hold on. B-ball, your mic is kind of crackly and distant sounding. You're next. Clay, did you want to respond to that? And then B-ball, you're next. You want to respond to what he said about the HUDs?
Me?
No, Clay.
Clay.
Okay.
Every HUD works the same way.
No,
it's a projected.
They're not. They're not the same.
It's a projected image that can I finish? It's a projected image that you can look at, and I've already also from professional HUDs. I have posted pictures
where
you can see, dude. Where you can see from professional HUDs where you can see at 400 feet the horizontal line of that professional HUD that is suddenly claiming to be the only working thing. The horizon, the actual horizon being below it. So is the Earth already curving at 400 feet?
He already conceded this earlier, man.
It makes me really this
some
guy.
HUD. Hey, stop talking. You don't have to insult me. Let me just speak. We don't want to hear your insult.
I didn't insult you, man.
Let me just tell you something.
I didn't insult you.
Some HUDs can have just an artificial horizon projected on it. It's not the level line. I am talking about a true level line from a cockpit, from a professional HUD that's in an airliner or a jet or the planes I fly in, Learjets or Aerostars and things that are fairly expensive that have a lot of equipment built in there. And I can show you.
You do use the HUD.
Hold on. I not my personal plane. Well, my parents' plane. It wasn't mine. It was my family's. But we use HUD. These HUD. Listen, let me finish the sentence. So I'm going to show you a video of what it's like to be in the cockpit live, and shows you moving around and how that level line does not change. And hopefully that'll be enough evidence, because just because you show something with a level line is like in the dirt, that tells me. Hold on. It tells me that might not be the level line. It might be just a artificial horizon that's projected onto a HUD display, which is very common also.
He still goes on with the same story. Why he's doing so? He's just making up new stuff to
you can think that if you'd like.
To justify his incoherent thoughts.
But why would that surprise you? See, Zanuck's been making this, when he's asked for the number one proof of Earth curve, this has been his point for like 3 years. So it's impossible you get him to concede it isn't proof of the globe.
Now,
literally,
I want in line.
He just ended up saying now that there's only a specific type of HUD that is. Can I just finish? He just ended up now saying as his main argument, there's just a specific type of HUD that is only placed in very expensive aircraft that will work the way I claim it to be. Everything else that you will ever show me is just cheap HUDs that just for some reason are not that professional to be equivalent to what I show. Like, this is a made up story. This is absolutely the most ridiculous, not backed up claim ever. And I've
Okay.
already pointed out why Wolfie is wrong with his video, why his curve that it is showing is exactly made by his window. He has a curve on the ground. I've proven this to be the case. I've posted the pictures the last time we had this conversation, and Zenik is still using the same guy to make his arguments. And that's why I said pathetic, because it's very, yeah, it is pathetic if you just can't admit that you're wrong.
All
Sorry,
right.
but
Well, I think he was going to go get something to show. I think B-ball and then Riggs are so. B-ball
That works for me.
All right, B-ball. Did you
Go ahead. I don't think can anybody hear me?
Well, it's kind of
not great.
Right,
But
so
try it.
No, don't worry about it. Never mind.
Well, we can hear you. Okay, but either way, if you want to give your time.
My only question was, why is it that you guys agree with these peer-reviewed papers, but you guys disagree with other peer-reviewed papers?
Well, they're
Sorry,
not
that's
taking into
me.
consider.
No, that's me citing them, and I don't disagree with other peer review papers. Well, some I may do. Depends on what you're saying. Do you want to be specific? Because you wouldn't believe in every peer review paper, I'm sure.
I don't believe in the ones that assume the consequence, and that's what they're trying to prove. Yeah, it's not worth reading.
Well, it's a valid question,
It's
B-ball.
empirical experiment on what I was quoting there. He goes through 31 of the previous experiments where people are estimating the angles and distances and many other factors either way. And he's meaned them out, and he's found that there's no consistent geometry that can flip between the two spaces that I was just talking about.
Yeah, maybe see if B-ball agrees with it. B-ball, do you agree that we do not see in Euclidean geometry?
No, I don't agree with that.
So you think we do see in Euclidean geometry? Even though train tracks appear to converge.
They don't.
Yeah, B-ball, your mic is rough, man.
They don't, but they appear to.
Well, let's
We
put
know
that
that
on
doesn't
pause. His mic is really echoing bad. Let's maybe. I don't know if he's going to be able to respond. B-ball, do you want to try? No one else has to speak when you speak because it does a big echo. But go ahead if you want to respond. And then Riggs is next, I think.
I posted a video, by the way, at timestamp too.
Dude, now he's posting a video of a different HUD. Last time it was the HUD from a Learjet. Now you're using HUD of a fighter system, which is a completely different
That's what I
technique
said.
of projection. Dude,
Yes.
now Zenik, I'm done
It's
with
the
you,
same-
man. I don't
same
want to talk with you
technique.
anymore.
I
man.
want you to see.
No,
I want you to
I'm done
that
with
the
you.
HUD moves around with the eye.
Yeah, he's done.
Really,
He's
I'm
done.
tired of you.
B-ball's
dude.
not
I'm tired
speaking.
of you. I'm tired of you, man.
All right, I'm going to take my turn. You guys can stop then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Look,
Thank you. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're fine, Clay. I accept your argument, Clay, but I think that Zanuck's being honest when he's using it as like a level reference. I don't think we need to assume any foul play there. He's giving his best effort. There's other examples of this. I've personally seen what appears to be the sun within the clouds, slightly lower. I don't argue with that. The problem is that the horizon is optical. Now, actually, I'm going to reference B-ball. He posted some good images. Let's assume that the horizon is not there. This is how it would work. Okay, it doesn't matter if your lens is curved or not. It doesn't matter what the field of view is. This is how it would be. It would be Euclidean, right? However, in the upper atmosphere, okay, if you're down near the people tell me all the time refraction is greatest at the shore, right? Because you're just over water. You have a lot of dense medium, whatever, right? So what's going to happen is that light's going to get dragged down with the medium a lot. From altitude at a plane, it's going to get dragged down a little bit. That would be my presumption, and that's what is apparent, because that's what the horizon is. It is apparent. Okay, so we can all agree with these points. I just don't know why people just want to use all these other examples of why it would dip down. I mean, assuming everything's perfect and no one's lying, there's still horizon, which is apparent by definition. There's still refraction, which is agreeable by all positions. It's just a matter of whether or not it is following a physical curve, which actually wouldn't even make sense on a globe. So I would argue that on a globe, it would have to be even further down because of the geometry and the refraction. But on a flat Earth, it would just be slightly lower. because the refraction alone is less at the higher altitude. That's all I wanted to say. Like, I don't disagree with that something could be lower than eye level or horizon level at altitude. It just wouldn't be all the way down or obstructed by like, you just wouldn't be able to see the obstruction actually, because usually there's clouds in front of you or a cloud deck or something just below you. So anyways, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I think claiming to measure the entire shape of the Earth based on a HUD display in an airplane that's floating around in the sky is not a very solid way to decipher the entire shape of the Earth, considering all those
It's not
factors
even
you just said.
something that isn't possible. So I just don't know why we're arguing about it.
Can I say something?
No.
Oh, come on.
Go for it, dude.
No, I looked at that video that Zanuck posted, and it's not really that good at showing what he's trying to show, because the person that's looking through the HUD is only moving his head up and down and sideways. It looks like a couple inches, and you really don't get to stop and see where that line is in respects to the horizon. I think he would have to move more and stay in one position so that you could see that line change.
Yeah, I got several pictures, several videos of that. One I posted again from a 787. That's a good one, and I have one that's hold on. I have another video I'm looking for right now. Hold on, real quick.
Shut the fuck up, Zanuck.
Yeah. So it would be good to see one where he moves his head up and down maybe a foot, and then the whole thing, so you can't see it anymore. You can't look through the HUD anymore. Like you're saying, you have to look straight on through it to see. Now, why would Clay's pictures show the horizon so low using a HUD? It would seem like there's some kind of discrepancy here.
All right, he's done now, Zanuck. Go ahead.
He's asking me. I'm answering him, because that is not a traditional HUD that you would expect to have a level line. There's specific HUDs that have a level line that is very accurate to level. These might just be because it shows the 5 degree up, 5 degree down from the artificial horizon, which is just like you have on a bubble horizon, a gyro horizon in your Cessna. But that is not the level line. That's all I can say. And I don't know for sure. I've got 95%. I'm right on that. But the ones I'm talking about are 787, fighter jets, Lear jets, high performance civilian airplanes. They all have a level line, which does not. And I promise you this: within 5 minutes, I will produce a video showing the pilot moving his head around where it disappears as you move up or down. Okay, I will give you that. I promise. Okay.
Okay, let's see that.
Okay, you got it.
Okay. Yo, Pesci. Lethal Weapon 3.
I wanted to ask Clay. Is Clay a pilot?
No.
Clay?
It's a very Glover thing to say.
I'm not a pilot, and I don't claim to be one, but I'm gonna definitely do my private's license, because Zanuck really cheered me on a lot, Seeing all this misinformation being spread makes me very annoyed, especially when you look at a Learjet pilot like Wolfie that claims that his windows do not change or interfere the image outside that you see in reality. And you can literally see on ground creating a curve. Just shows you to watch to how far these people go to lie about their imaginary globe.
Wolfie's lied a lot, and that's why he's not around much more. He's a liar.
And again, the funny thing is, if I look at if I look at the HUD that you have as a display in your center console of an airplane, for example, the U2 plane. I'm gonna post a picture real quick. Every HUD that you have as a digital, not being a transparent HUD, but having as a display. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, sometimes I'm limited with my speech. Sorry, this is the wrong picture. 1 second. So this picture. Oh man, so many pictures. 1 second. Yeah. Okay, this is a picture at 70,000 feet from a U2 plane, and this is the HUD that they use because because this is the main avionics display. You can see that the horizontal line is perfectly lined with the the dipping of the airplane. You know, it's the yellow thing that you see there. So no matter what he wants to claim with the heads up display, what is very necessary to look at is
that's artificial horizon. That's artificial horizon. That has not a HUD.
Yes, that is a HUD, man.
No, it's not. It's not. It's just that line right there is the artificial horizon line. It does not respond in any way, shape, or form to the horizon. Because it's the artificial horizon. I don't expect you to know this because you're not a pilot.
Can you stop screaming? You neither a pilot, man. Zanik, you claimed last time as you talked that a pilot is like literally when he flies over mountains, he just needs to use his visual side to determine if he's going to make it over the mountain. No pilot would go into his plane and start doing this type of stuff. Every pilot has its briefing and he has his charts and exactly knows the territory that he's trying to fly over.
You back up. You back up. You
pilot,
always,
man. You can't say me anything.
Quiet.
Come on, man.
Quiet.
You
do always
again,
back up.
man.
You were kept on insulting me, and I had to respond. You
I didn't
are insulting
insult
me.
you.
Are you saying I said things I didn't say? I did not say you do that. You stop. Just stop it. Let me respond. I said you always back up your instruments with visual, and you know because you're at this curve that some object in the distance, a mountaintop that looks like it's at eye level, will not be at eye level. Will not be level to you because of the curvature. So you check your instruments, and if you wanted to fly, say your instruments were gone, and you wanted to clear that mountain, you would know intuitively that mountain that is 50 miles away, that is at eye level, is going to be much higher than you. So that's why I said that. Don't misrepresent what I said.
Yeah, that you showed there, Clay. That's an attitude indicator. That's not a heads-up display.
He thinks it is. That's silly.
Why is the artificial horizon showing at 70,000 feet? It's a digital artificial horizon. It's not even analog anymore. Okay, so they
my
can
God! See how silly.
It is analog.
Why is
crazy.
The artificial? See, he doesn't want to address this. Why is the artificial horizon in this YouTube?
It is an analog. It is an analog attitude indicator.
No, it's not analog. It's a.
Oh yes, it is. Man. It's a gyroscope. It's a gyroscope with visual stains on it.
Man, I'm done with this. I can't talk with these people. It's just so.
Because you regressed the conversation. Like I settled it, saying that the only thing left to evident is the fact that it's apparent and there's a refraction involved. Then you guys went back on the whole idea that I said. I don't even know why.
I'm just wasting my energy at this point.
You're digging yourself in the mud for no reason. Like it doesn't matter either way. You proved your point.
Riggs.
He already conceded 10 minutes ago.
Riggs,
and now he's like going back on it.
Well, no, Riggs, listen, he has something posted in chat right now, and that is clearly a digital artificial horizon. When that line is on the level there, that level, it looks like a level line, that means you're not diving or climbing. It means you're flying level. It has no representation whatsoever of the horizon. Zero. It is only an artificial horizon in the digital realm on a TV screen in the center console. It is not a HUD.
I agree.
He's wrong. He's so wrong.
It doesn't matter either way.
It does matter because he's lost.
They're both electronic.
That the plane is flying over a dipping horizon. Still, you have an artificial horizon is still necessary, or is there to give a pilot a reference, especially if it gets.
No, it's only for wing level.
You do know that. You do know that not every airplane is using a heads-up display, right? You know that, right?
Oh my God! You know what? You're hopeless. He's hopeless.
Wait a minute, Clay. The heads-up display, the HUD. Listen, Clay. The HUD, the heads-up display, projects on a screen on your glass, so you can keep your head up out of the cockpit. That's what a heads-up display is.
I know, but what does?
Why are you calling that a heads-up display?
What does it project? What does the heads-up display project, man? What does it project?
The level line.
It projects the level line that represents your
and
level.
Your attitude indicator, and your speed, and your elevate and your altitude, and your yaw, and your center direction of travel. It has many elements into that.
Does it not just reflect the very artificial horizon you see in the avionics?
No, not at all. They're different. Completely different. The HUD display gives you a representation to level, and it has a directional indicator
and an angle of incident or a angle of attack indicator that are completely irrelevant to the artificial horizon in the center console, which is only a wings level or up and down or pitch and yaw.
Everything you find on your artificial horizon is going to be projected on your heads-up display.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah,
Because
then you're a liar.
it's using what you see and projecting where level is and everything with respect to level, plus all the digitized information about your airplane, the airspeed, the altitude, how much fuel you got, anything else you want to have on there. Your flaps are down, if your gear is down, little things you need to see on your head, it pops it up there. But the actual position of the plane relative to your direction of travel, your rate of climb, the respect to level. Why I think there's a 5-degree and a 10-degree and a 15-degree line there. If you actually had that plane, hold on. If you had the plane tilted down into directional indicator at 5 degrees, you are definitely going 5 degrees below level. You are going 5 degrees from level down. That's not shown on the artificial horizon.
Does the Concorde did the Concorde use a heads-up display, or did they use an analog instrument which was an artificial horizon? Yes or no?
I don't know what the Concorde had. I never flown it.
I can tell you they used the
Concorde.
artificial horizon.
Oh my God, you are just too much. You are just too much. Seriously, dude. This is a level line. This level is always accurate. You cannot move your head, or you will not.
He doesn't get it.
It's better to be too much than to not to be enough. Like you,
Yeah, I've got
you're not.
to. I need to correct something I said about the analog. I didn't look close enough. That is not analog. That is digital. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's obviously digital. It's obviously like a computer screen in the middle of nothing, of a clear lens, telling you what's true and not true. Yeah.
So why do they
I was
need,
mistaken.
in the times of that we're living now, having so much modern avionics, even in Woody's plane, still the display is the artificial horizon still is a perfectly flat line, and the plane is level above it. Why is it still being depicted?
Why are you still fighting this? I don't understand why you're fighting this. You're wrong.
Yeah, a plane just gets to a certain altitude and it flies straight and flat and level. That's it.
Yeah,
it's not that complicated.
That's correct. And Zenik wants to claim something else. He claims that only the HUD display shows you the reality of things.
Only the HUD display shows a level line.
Yeah, that's
You don't. Yeah, but in reality,
it just shows
Zenik,
whether you're
you don't
flying.
keep tipping your nose down to
it
match
shows
that,
whether
that
you're
level
flying
line.
level. It doesn't
You
show
fly
what
straight.
the respect is to the horizon. There's a difference.
If you
Okay,
the reason why the HUD came up
I'm
is
going to back out because this is just going to be noisy. So you heard my piece. You're wrong, Clay. I hope you do some research and learn about the HUD display.
You're wrong. I have already showed you pictures on 400 feet. 400.
Those
feet.
aren't HUD displays. They're HUDs, but they're not showing the level line in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, so let me see.
Look at the airliners I've posted. That shows the level line. Okay. You still want to fight this, really?
This is this must be from a CRJ, because the CRJ.
Oh my God! Why are you arguing with me? You think you know something you don't. It's hilarious.
This happens from a professor.
You're wrong. You're just completely wrong.
It's above you.
You're just not going to get it. I'm not going to engage with you anymore. Like you said to me, I'm out.
Always flatters wins again.
No, you don't win. You don't do anything but just go wither into your little corner, look up head displays, and see how they work. Look at some videos. Why don't you do some research? Watch some videos of airplanes with head displays. They're all over the internet. None of them will dispute anything I say.
I just posted a HUD display from a CRJ, from a very expensive big airplane, regional airjet. Okay. Do you see how the line is not lining up with the horizon? At what is this altitude?
Not HUD displays.
We're red herring. My question was, if that's not the geometric horizon of the globe Earth, from the Red Bull jump, right? Then how big is the radius now? You know what I mean? Because it's still visible at 128,000 feet, rising to eye level.
Doesn't rise to eye level. I showed you pictures why that's not true. Did you see the pictures I
said-
posted?
rising,
Did you see the picture?
it's
Did you see the pictures I
rising.
posted? Did you or did you not
Look,
see the
can you
pictures I
answer the
posted?
question
Yes.
and look? I know. Okay, you're right. You're right. I misspoke. Right, it's still there. It's right
Thank you.
there.
No, I
Okay.
can show you even more detail. You want to have something that
It
has
should be.
reference points? Let me show you that has less distortion. You can actually make out a little
No,
clearer
no.
than
I'm
your
gonna
idea.
give it to you. It's not an island.
I'll put it in the
Because
in the chat for you. I'll put it in the chat for you.
true rising. But the point is, if it was a
I'll do that for you.
sphere with a radius of 39, 59 miles, right? It should have
I'll
been
do it.
a long time ago.
Okay, here's a picture you need right here. There you go. There, that shows the horizon drop. Okay, only over
I'm asking
30,000.
Oh, lovely, Zanuck. Lovely, Zanuck. Have you another picture in mind to compare what you deliver as truth against?
I just
Wonder.
did. I just did. It's in the chat.
Nothing else, though, except your truth. Is there just a
I
spinning
just
ball
put a
of truth?
picture of the exact thing he's
So
looking for. Okay.
that's not the photo I'm talking about. It's the photo taken from inside the pod, pointing out.
Okay, there it is. There's that too. I get that as well. Anything you want, I'll give.
That's it.
That's how I
So
work.
that's
Yeah.
that horizon right there that we're looking at, right?
And that debunks it by the different look at the different camera angles. Look at the picture. Look at the posters. Look at the cards. The 3
Let
or
me
5
ask the
cards.
question.
Hey,
Let me ask you the
quiet.
question.
Listen. I'm answering you. Let me first go. Look at the cards on the side. See how those cards are perfectly square. And then you got the picture of the smaller circle that was done on takeoff. Look where the camera was. Look where the camera was. Look at the line that aligns those cards. Can you not tell that camera's in a different position? My God, you must be a little soft and you don't
You're
get it.
selling something
So
desperately,
you're saying the
Zanuck.
camera
You're
is
selling it.
down? Are you
Okay,
saying
you're
the
not.
camera's pointing down?
It's.
Angle?
What do you think? What do you think?
I think it's pointing directly forward because
Reference
if you look
frame.
at the man, and you line up the camera with his head, it looks like it's pointing directly straight out.
Zenik, what about the essential door that he has opened is just at a different position, than from the ground. We don't know the technique of how this door is being closed or opened. Maybe due to the opening and closing of the door, it can change a little bit of height, more or less. Because if I look at these two handles, they actually line up with both camera footages. And I don't understand why would you you can even look better. Look on the top, Zanik, what you're saying is wrong. Look at the top of the capsule, this white LED light or whatever it is. You can see these little triangles. They're perfectly the same to the previous picture.
You know what's crazy? It really just comes down to Zanuck will tell you that you're looking out at a physical horizon that's curving underneath you, and he'll claim that it never changes. So it's that simple. Zanuck claims that when you go into the plane, you see a physical Earth curve below you, and that where it's at will never change. So he just loses. He makes
By
the
his limitations is the revelation. By his limitation is the revelation, Austin, right? So that's what I was asking. At least on the basis of his own philosophy, science will always try to prove science wrong at every step. What is the basic opposing model that you're comparing globe Earth against? Nothing. There's nothing at all. All he has to do is to extol the virtues of the current held model, and that's revealing in itself, isn't
The
it?
only reason I even addressed it and jumped in is because his talking point has evolved over the years, but it's angle dip with altitude, right?
You know it.
Horizon drop with altitude. And first he said on a flat Earth it would rise to eye level, and I've corrected him and said no, it wouldn't. And they said yes, it would. You don't know what you're talking about. Then he ends up admitting, oh, it would just rise towards eye level, or wouldn't rise to it. So, but then when he tells his claim again tomorrow, he'll say rise to eye level again, even though I've corrected 20 times. Secondly, he claims there's a physical geometric curve that's physically there and that it'll always be in the same place. But then you press him on it, he'll say, oh, well, it changes some. Oh, well, then it's not a physical actual place. It isn't always there. But tomorrow he'll say
And
the
then
claim.
infinite refraction, yeah.
Tomorrow he'll say the claim saying that it's always there. So then I explained, you always claim what should happen on a flat Earth, and all the Glovers do this. On a flat Earth, this and this and this would happen. This would have to happen on a flat Earth. That's how we know, blah, blah, blah. But then you correct that they're actually using Euclidean visual space, orthographic straight lines in Euclidean visual space, and that's not how we actually see. You give them PhDs, robotic experiments, all kinds of things, provably showing that it isn't how we see, right? And then they'll just wait till tomorrow to say the same.
I wonder if
Okay,
that's
wait
what he
a-
would say is
One
happening.
second.
So like
Wait a- then
refraction makes the
who is more
images like
fond of
loom
foolish
high above the
then?
horizon, and then perspective makes it lower to eye level. Is that how refraction works as well? 'Cause
Refraction
these
is
things
the
are being
color.
refracted way above the level line, right? But then
Okay.
perspective lowers it to eye level.
So I just posted a
Craziness.
heads-up display. I just posted a heads-up display from the CRJ 200, which I see without even knowing I knew it was this display. I just really found the source of it,
Okay.
and it is indeed a CRJ. And this is a
Okay.
plane that is being used as a regional jet in America. Multiple agencies use this.
Let me ask.
And again, I think Zenik will still claim that this is not still too cheap of an airplane to be the same as what he wants to. These whole claims are so stupid.
Okay. Let me ask one second, please. I've been trying to get in. 1 second, me. I just wanted to make a quick response to what Austin said. Okay, 1 second, please. I just wanted to make a quick response to what Austin said. Who is more foolish? A question, Austin, then. Who is more foolish? Him coming back having the same arguments recurring with you on a daily basis, or you coming back having the same arguments with him recurring on a daily basis? So go ahead.
I invited him. Are you saying I shouldn't come in Discord and talk about what I consider to be one of the biggest lies ever? Right?
No, I'm not saying that. But who
Right.
is benefiting more? One second, Witz, because you answered, Zanuck will come in and have the same argument with you and with a myriad of other opponents on a continuous basis, on a daily basis. He'll do it tomorrow. He did it yesterday. He'll do it today. Your motivations are different. His motivations are clear, or at least they should be. He's benefiting. He wins, right?
If I go to another server, though, Zanuck starts frequenting that server and doing the same thing. I just tried that a few weeks ago. So it doesn't matter where I go. Zanuck's going to fall over there and try to conversation rape me. And the point is,
how do you combat him then?
But nobody has to
run away. So like
nobody has to respond to him though. That's one thing. You don't have to engage with him.
That's true, but whenever it's very known, like human psychology, when someone's going to say your name and misrepresent what you think or say for a long period of time, you're going to eventually jump in, take the bait, and correct it, right? So it's just like a tactic, and it happens on both sides. Someone's like, okay, I'm disengaging. The person can say something in such a way where you can't help but respond almost. And
yeah,
like,
Zanuck,
kick him out. Don't allow him.
Zannick's going to use that opportunity to come in and say something along the lines of, I think you're real smart, Austin, but maybe if you took a little bit more time, maybe took some classes on this, and he'd start to like try to degrade your character, allude to the fact that you haven't studied anything, blah 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 blah, just to get you to re-engage again, so that he can misrepresent you. Yeah.
But there's also the fact that if he dominates the chat for a long time, that there could be something valid about muting him for an hour or something, just to let the chat breathe, because everyone will keep going with him for hours. But then Witsit, what is your suggestion then? Because people obviously like going back and forth with these guys, obviously. So.
Well, he asked me like why I do it, right? Like I do it because I consider it a huge lie, and I like to come here and be like, yo, two flat earthers. I like to talk to flat earthers. Like, did you guys hear? They said that core of the Earth stopped spinning, and now it's going the other way, and that the Earth is speeding up, and now it's slowing down, right? And like talk about it, or be like, yo, have you guys heard about this? Have you guys heard about visual space? But you really can't have a conglomerate of flat Earth without the anti-flat earthers, and you don't really want to echo chamber. So I'm just saying that if he says my name a lot and says a bunch of straw mans, if I don't respond, then I have to sit here with my headphones on listening to Zanuck for a long time. Yeah. So it's like it's then I'm like, I want to jump in and shut it down, but then of course we know that never is actually how it goes.
Then what would be a solution? I mean, I think we've talked about, like, if we had two live streams going, if one of them was more like podcast style, where, like you said, if you just wanted to talk to people who already know the Earth's not a globe and actually develop ideas and stuff without someone jumping in and trying to contest it, we could have a separate stream for that. So that if Zanuck or someone popped in there, be like, "Oh, sorry, that's not what this stream is for," and then have one that is the debating, style. So that's one option, is to have two streams. But what other solution could you think of? If there is one.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I still think what we were talking about earlier is the same thing, which is like, if the ballers or flat earthers are in a conversation and they're intentionally not responding, or they're trying to change the subject, and then like that should just be modded. Like, no, this is what was said, like actually respond to what was said specifically, not monologue pretending to but don't, right? Like, that's just what I think. I don't see so what's the echo chamber? No, I don't. I would love there to be like 10-1 globe versus flat earthers, but not anti-flat earthers. They're not ballers. They're anti-flat earthers. So like, there's no way to have a productive conversation. But like this, I'm not even proposing radical change or anything. I'm just answering his question. Like, well, if he comes here every time, you come here every time. It's like, yeah, like when I'm doing other stuff, I come in the server to chill, right? Like, I didn't invite him here. Like, I would be perfectly fine if he didn't come here. Trust me, So.
But I mean, we can also just U-turn the conversation at any point. For example, if we just said, "Hey, Zanuck, no one's interested in debating with you right now," we could totally just shift it to something completely different. Because I do kind of get you. If he wants to do that and agitate people, he kind of could get to do that, because there's always going to be someone that wants to respond to what he's going to say. So that's one factor. But another thing I'll say, like I said earlier, let's just say there's 20,000 people watching to a live stream like this. There would be a lot of people, because a lot of the stuff Zanuck says is quote unquote the mainstream stuff that he's read somewhere, or that he, you know what I mean? So even if there was like, various scientists, PhD, masters, whoever people, they may be saying some of the same points Zanuck is. So it's not, you know what I mean? So it's sort of like,
official voice,
some of these are points that will need to be addressed, like to the whole world, right?
Yes.
You know what I mean? So,
And I'm not doing it to
just
educate anybody.
Can I ask Clay a question?
Oh yeah.
Gio, just to let you know, I'm not doing this to agitate anybody. I really am being honest. So what you see here is what you
You're
get.
not being honest with yourself ever, Zanuck.
I'm posting so much.
Okay, you may say that, but that's not.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say, yeah, lots of times it's nothing that necessarily needs to change, really, Gio. It's kind of unavoidable, but it is also lots of times, as you continue to engage, people who may or may not be listening, or people that may be listening casually, will start to see how disingenuous and deflecting some of the answers are, which actually works in our favor because it exposes them for what it is. Yeah.
There's nothing to change. He is who he is, and he's an anti-flat earther. Nothing's ever going to change his mind. That's all it is. There's nothing, reality, nothing. It doesn't matter.
Zanuck, is a $39 million worth airplane too cheap as a HUD for you?
Okay, wait, I actually have a solution. Okay? Here's one solution. If you've talked to Zanuck about a certain point, because I try to do this all the time. If you talk to Zanuck about a certain point 500 times, why we got to talk about it for 3 hours again every day, right? Like, he should be limited to new discussion.
You bring it up to now.
You bring it up, though. You bring it up.
I didn't bring anything up.
Yes, you did. So, I was responding to you, actually.
And I'm in the middle of talking.
Probably were.
So
I like the idea of new stuff.
That's what I'm saying. If someone that's what most flat earthers want to do. Like, dude, you hear about this? Blah blah blah. Okay, we're trying to come up with new things. So if we bring up new conversations and ballers want to jump in, that's awesome. That's perfect. It's needed. Okay. But if I bring up something about, they said the Earth stopped spinning, or they say that the core of the Earth stopped spinning, and then Zanuck jumps in to say, you don't even understand Coriolis, and wants to conversation rape me about Coriolis, that shouldn't be allowed. I've been forced to have hour-long conversations with Zanuck about Coriolis 50 times. I don't want to talk to him about it anymore. So that's the main problem, is because then it gets really redundant. It's the same talking points over and over, and then we never get any productive new conclusions, right? Like, that's my opinion.
And
he just doesn't understand Coriolis. It's fine.
1 second, please. I have a comment to make on that. That's why we are where we're at. And remember, at a very, very fundamental basis, that the ball earth represents the lie. So everything that they proclaim to be true is something that we can never, ever experience. And that's from all aspects, from the littlest to the largest. Can I just say, I know lots of people are trying to get through. I want to say two things in particular. Gio, I was listening to the start of the Hangout yesterday, and what you said was brilliant in a sense. I always sort of recognize it it. But you said that heliocentrism is ultimately about what's going on in the sky. And it is, isn't it, in a sense? It's not saying anything about the Earth. It's this sort of attempt to encode the distinction, I guess. And this is from greater minds as well. So all I will say as well, I think a solution would be is a man to declare his intent or a woman to declare their intent upon entrance into a forum like this. Well, yes, my intent is here. I'm trying to further my knowledge, my basis of my understanding of my own fucking shit reality. Sorry about that. I don't mean it like
Well,
that.
are you trying to
Life's
speak
good.
truth?
But oh, I would also say that a man's intent declared will then allow him to enter into an honest conversation based on his word.
Right, like whether you're here to seeking truth, wanting to build ideas, learn learn more or share, ideas, etc., rather than perhaps someone who maybe just wants to tear things down or just
defend the model, right?
Is a paycheck a valid reason? I mean, I'm sorry.
Like maybe create a Xenic room, right? And then you create the list of topics, his go-tos. And if someone wants to go back and forth with him about those same topics for hours, you can go to the Xenic room, right? Go to the Xenic room. Xenic has mute power. Go at your own peril. Like you want to talk to Xenic about Coriolis and horizons and planes. Well, I heard him talk about that 5 years ago. So feel free to drop down below. We have the Xenic room. Make yourself at home. Go talk to him about Coriolis. He would love nothing.
Truth, sir.
I'm just commenting, but I mean
It's like a school of discord, isn't it, Austin? A school of discord. We're at different stages, all of us. So how do we decide and decipher? I guess it depends on Geo's motivations. What do you hope for ultimately, Geo, from this discord? Do you hope to have the same conversations? Zanuck would only love. This is why Zanuck wins every time that he has air, because he's taken up great minds like Whitsett, Austin, not just Austin, obviously all the rest of us, or all the rest of ye as well. But you know what I mean? He wins every time then by bringing everything back to the defense solely of a model. That is what the heliocentric model, given to some Aristarchus, the salmon. But you know
To
what
me,
I
it's
mean?
much
He
more
wins every time
you
now.
guys know that they just came out and said, it literally just came out and said that the Earth's core stopped spinning, and it may even be spinning the opposite direction now.
Oh,
Okay.
pole shift, Whitsett. In metaphoric speaking, imagine Whitsett that the greater minds who were delivering the story obviously were encompassed a greater story. So what has been said, it's easy to recognize the fakery. Remember, Neil Armstrong said one of his parting messages was to recognize truth's protective layers. This is life and beyond, and I think God are the greatest mind going. So many different layers to our experience. So what we can make once we see beyond the literal is the point. Zanuck wants to keep
Fucking
us
hell.
stuck in the literal. What we make of beyond the literal, that's our matter, isn't it?
Well, I
I'm
wonder if
saying-
I the one thing. Well, go ahead.
Well, I'm saying people have different motivations. So when I come in here and I say that, right, first thing they're going to say, that's not true. There's no way that's true. Blah, blah, blah. Citation like that you just, right? Obviously, I'm not making it up. It's their own paradigm, adjusting what their claim is. Objectively, they can just type into Google,
It is.
stop spinning. But they don't want to do
It
that. They
is.
want to waste my time and make me go get them citations and deny
Yeah.
it. And then whenever they have to admit their claim is updating, then they just say, "What's it matter?" Or "I don't know." Or "Well, they're the experts. I don't know. Who cares? No, you don't understand it. Well, it doesn't matter." Blah blah blah. Whenever Earthers would talk about it, though, we'd be like,
I've heard Zanuck treating you as bad as Nathan Oakley treated you.
You have.
I don't know why everybody's interrupting you guys. I'm gonna have to temporarily mute. Go ahead, Whitson, finish.
So, like, if the flat earthers were to talk about it, we'd be like, wait, how'd they come up with this? We look into it. We say, oh, seismic activity doesn't match their model. So they've had to start updating what's going on with the model and try to change the dynamo model, even though it already had problems. So we would talk about, oh, look, the seismic activity is debunking them. Let's look into the specifics of it, blah, blah, blah. And we would build off of what's really going on. The other side is just going to say, find a way to dismiss that being important.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing
I have
I'm
a
saying.
picture. They have a picture presented to us all. That's in the blue marble. This is what I'm telling all us flat earthers here consistently. The picture that they presented the blue marble in all of its breakdown. Now, when it comes to flat earth, what the fuck is earth? What's our picture that they're always looking for you to present a picture to replace their picture, like children are doing this. But if there's a greater sort of a scheme in play, well, where are we at then? With it, the problem is though, you continuously go against the dichotomy, the opposite position, which is the spinning ball earth, and it's a literal sort of battle, you know what I mean? But have we all considered that ball earth might be true, but just not in a literal way? I think this is the deeper decoding. It's, you know what I mean? We can throw out the baby with the bathwater, and it's easy then to get stuck in this rut, arguing fucking Zanuck and the likes at Gem Panda's channel for years on end. But if we then see beyond it into a greater level, and maybe the lie is contained within, or the truth is contained within the lie, and indeed the lie is built on the truth. You know what I'm trying to say by that? That not everything is rubbish.
No, I hear you.
And last thing I will say, I beg your pardon, I will go on mute after this.
Right there.
Last thing I will say, Zanuck never treated you as bad with it as Nathan Oakley treated you when Ether was mentioned. So that's the last thing. I'm done there.
Well, there's all these nuances between, having an echo chamber versus having, lively discussion and debate. And there's probably lines that can be overcrossed and all kinds of components. This is also just a huge discussion in terms of the earth and also the state of the world, that the percentage of people that are believing the globe. So it's just huge. And the only thing I can think is to have like different types of streams for different types of vibes, because it sounds like what you're saying is almost like ideally if the globers could be like more of a productive glober or something, like instead of just shooting everything down and using ad homs or whatever, actually find some way that they could, be like, oh, well, that's interesting. Let's look into this more and actually like work with us to put some of these pieces together rather than just oppose, to the last, bloody punch kind of thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like when I bring this up, they all like instinctively are in a mode of, find a way to just dismiss it, right? So they're like, oh, citation, please. Oh, must not be real. Oh, you made it up. Oh, you can't back up your claims. Didn't they get the citation? Like I'm about to drop the citation. Then they'll say, oh yeah, they'll read it and immediately just defend whatever little thing it says in there. And they'll say, oh yeah, it makes perfect sense. Oh, but this isn't important. This doesn't matter. Blah, blah, blah. Coriolis. We're like someone that just kind of open-minded. I know open-minded globers in the real world, right? And when I bring this up to them, they're going to be like, "That's crazy, right? What?" And they're going to look into it and be like, "I don't know. This is wild, bro. This is crazy." Because they don't feel the need. They're going to be like, "Thanks for showing me this." They're not going to like scream at me about how it doesn't matter.
Why do we spend so much time talking about the people around the subject? Why don't we just talk about it? Because I was going to ask, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the supposed rate of the rotation of the core before this information would come out, because I understood it was extremely, extremely slow. Like
400 years per revolution.
Yeah,
That
just
doesn't-
go ahead and say we already predicted.
That's faster than I thought.
Just
that
go
matters.
ahead and say it was already predicted to stop and spin the other way. Just say it was predicted. It's fine.
Well, actually, it's under debate. There's no consensus on it, and now they're even talking about it rotating as slowly as once every 1,000 years.
No, I heard like an arc second or a couple arc seconds a year, something like that, different than the rotation. So that it seems like it's very, very, very like close to the rotation with like a slight difference. And if it's that slight of a difference, then it doesn't really seem that odd that it would, since that speed fluctuates, that speed could become zero and go the opposite direction. It does seem like it would have some effects, but it doesn't seem...
that they don't have a working model, that they don't know what's happening. Their model doesn't even claim to know what's happening at all. They don't even have a mechanism from the center out. They have different claims about if it's moving, if it's not moving, how much it's moving, what direction it's moving. But it doesn't matter because we think it's just small. We think it's just barely moving. So we don't care about putting the pieces together about how that would affect the movement of the outer core and how it would affect all the seismic activity, how it would affect the precession of the magnetic field. We're not going to logically progress. No, we're just going to think about how we can say it isn't important or doesn't matter. I just predicted what you guys were going to do.
Well, why are you just making up what people are thinking that they're not saying? No one's saying that.
That is what
and
you're
like,
saying.
that's fine. Dude, that's fine. Dude. Well, let's just have a conversation that we're having then. Because I wouldn't have said, I would have said that, yeah, investigating that. I mean, I actually literally just said that. Investigating the effects of that, should be interesting to see what sort of effects that would have.
You just explained why it isn't a big deal. That's what you did.
No, I mean, I explained why it's not like super surprising or something. If the speed is extremely slow and it slows to like 0 from that speed, it doesn't seem that odd. And even if it starts rotating the opposite direction, the only thing that's, like I said, seems crazy about it would be the possible effects of it. But
No, they can't understand the mechanism of what. So what causes the Earth's core to spin?
Well, the fact that it's not it's suspended in a fluid, so I mean the Earth's rotating.
But what's the mechanism that's causing the movement?
The different rotation. I mean, it's in a fluid, so there's dynamic flow of that fluid, which is why there's
but what's causing the motion?
And the differing motion, like I said, it's in a fluid.
No, just the motion
in
in general.
Fluid.
Before we talk about the fact that it's changing or anything, what causes the core to spin?
The fact that the Earth is spinning.
Okay, so
They're
the
both
Earth
spinning.
spinning causes the core to spin.
Yeah, they're both spinning, so that's what causes them. I mean, there's no surprise that it's spinning.
Okay, so why would it switch directions then if it's based on the spin of the Earth?
Because it's spinning at a slightly different rate than the Earth. Because it's suspended in a fluid.
Why would it switch direction? If it's getting its momentum to spin from the angular momentum of the Earth, then why would it change directions?
Like I said, it's a dynamic fluid. It's not just like floating in water or whatever. It's like a bunch of charged, iron and nickel or whatever. So, I mean, who's to say? I mean, I couldn't tell you why it would abruptly change direction or anything like that. But I could imagine that it would be that it's because that speed fluctuates. That speed can become 0, and it can, turn the other direction.
But turn the other direction doesn't make sense. So if you could say that it's directly related to the spin of the Earth, so the Earth is slowing down, so it's slowing down. Well, they claim that the Earth is speeding up. They claim that they just mysteriously can't explain that either, that the Earth is speeding up now. So as the Earth speeds up, they discovered that the core slowed down to the point that it stopped and then went in the opposite direction as the Earth was speeding up, but then slowing down, but then speeding up again. So they're coming at, and what they say is they have no idea. Right? They say they don't say it's no big deal. They say they have no idea. That's what they say, right? So, dude, it doesn't make sense to claim that the Earth is spinning, so the core is spinning, and the Earth just keeps spinning in the same direction, but all of a sudden the core changes direction.
Well, no, the core is still spinning the same direction. I think that needs to be made clear. It's not changing its direction that it's spinning. It's changing the direction that it's that the difference in their spin is going. So it's basically spinning with the Earth. It's just the rotation differs by about an arcsecond a year or something like that. And so that difference is, probably decreased to 0 and then went the other direction. But they're both still rotating the same direction. Yeah.
Did you even actually read it?
I'm sure it doesn't say anything different than that because I already know which direction it's spinning. Like it's spinning with the Earth.
Opposite direction.
No, but it's not spinning like the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation. It's just the what do you call it? The difference in the spin.
No. It said it was going one direction and then it stopped, and they think it may even be reversing and going the other direction now.
Yeah, but that's not what it means clearly. Because if it was going a vastly different speed than the Earth, we would have a crazy magnetic field.
Well, have you read it? Have you read it?
Yeah, but I'm saying I don't have to read that to know that it's not the case.
But it may be
the speed that it was rotating in reference to the Earth was arcseconds different than the rotation of the Earth. Not that the Earth was rotating around it or something like that.
Real quick. Do you guys want to keep going with this?
Well, if you were going to bring up something a little different, I was going to just respond to Pete. You go ahead, Jeremy, but I'll say this briefly. We don't even have to continue on this, but yeah, Pete, when I was saying yesterday, I thought about, it was a couple months ago, I kind of said this up and it stuck with me, where it's like the entire heliocentric model could be described as just a very fantastical explanation of what the sky is when you really think about it, because there's no actual curvature on Earth. The whole thing is built upon like a story of what the sky is. I think seeing it through that is through that lens is pretty interesting.
It was brilliant when I heard you saying that, Gio. And the thing is, you can go further with it. This is what I'm thinking, right? So what they've actually done, they've told us the truth in an inverted sense. What they've done is converted the flat sky. The flat Earth into a. Oh, hang on. Okay, let me get this straight. What they've done is they've presented an inversion of reality, an ultimate inversion, which is they've given us a globe Earth and a flat sky. What I mean by flat sky is because they've placed all of the skylights on an indeterminable, almost infinite radius. You know what I mean? Which you can't.
It makes exactly. It makes a parallel geometry to say all the stars are infinitely far away and they're hitting the Earth parallel. That parallel of the light hitting, it makes the planar geometry. So you're right, it is an inversion.
So but here's the thing, right? This obnoxious suggestion to our mind's eye, right, which is only the now. Let's none of us here, or anyone who's listening to this brilliant channel, let's none of us here forget all there is the now, and my memory of what I'm thinking about, what I'm referring to, you know what I mean? But all there is the now. But yes, going back to the point that they built this obnoxious suggestion on imposition on her now, on the truth, because that's the lie. So something true has to be in play, and what is the opposite of what they present? Well, then it is an enclosed curved surface. We would call it a barrier or a dome if you want, but that's loaded in its own sense. And then we have a flat Earth surface. I was going to say stationary, but we have a flat surface. So what they have done is converted a flat Earth into a globe Earth, and a curved sky into a flat sky in that sense. And everything opposite as well. It's a closed sky in terms of a flat Earth. In terms of a globe Earth, it is an infinite sky with endless bounds, non-bound. So I think in that greater symbolic sense, and because remember, please remember this, come on, we are coming out of the cave. Are you suggesting for a second that the Navy or Admiral Byrd, however far you want to go back and trust their findings, deliverances, and especially secret deliverances, but are you telling me that they didn't know, the powers that be, that the Earth was stationary and flat from the outset? Had to have, right? So therefore we're just delivered an elaborate story. And here's my point actually. Is this story an elaborate story to lead us nowhere, or is it ultimately to lead us back everywhere once we come out of the cave and realize that the greater significance is not in the literal, it is in the symbolic, the referential.
I really learn a lot. I really learn a lot listening to this channel. I mean, like just this afternoon, we've been talking about these HUDs, and I knew nothing about them, and I understand more what they're about now. And, you know, people can just provide evidence for whatever. And then you, as someone looking, you can look at that evidence and make a decision for yourself, which argument sounds better. Witsit was just in here, provided that paper about some people philosophizing that the Earth's core was going to go in a different direction, and he provided that evidence. And then Kosho came back with I don't know why he would even call that evidence, but he gave his evidence, and it's just up to the person that's listening to decide which he thinks is better evidence, and then not get all mad about it and fight each other over it, but just listen and be patient. There are going to be people that come in here and disrupt and try to take over the whole show, but we just have to be patient.
No doubt. No offense, Kosho, but your evidence sucked. But I did have a question.
You no offense, Kosho, but you're a cunt.
But Kosho, I did have a question for you though.
Hey, Jerry, what do you call a three-legged, three-eyed freak? Pete and you having sex.
Me and Pete. Yeah, I knew that was coming. So predictable. You're so predictable. We can predict you better than Einstein's math can predict the orbit of Mercury. Now,
My
listen, I have a
son
question
actually
for
has
you.
only one eye as well, or
Hold
he
on.
only can see through
You
one
doofus.
eye.
Hold on, I got a serious question. Do you think that we see in Euclidean geometry the visual
No,
space
you
that we
don't
see?
anyway.
Do you think that matches Euclidean geometry?
This is a
I
new
think that
subject.
you can model it both in Euclidean and
Well, I mean,
and
did you guys want to keep going with the Earth?
Say what?
Sorry, hold on. Did you guys want to keep going with the core of the Earth, or?
Well, no, that's the end of the answer. So you go back to anything else you'd like. But
Then to what answer? So
first
was
of all,
that a
you don't
yes or a
see
no?
in
Do we
geometry.
see Euclidean
Yeah.
geometry? Yes or no?
You don't see in any geometry, so you can describe the things that you see and the way you see in many different geometries. The same way you can describe the Earth in many different geometries. It's just some are useful. Some are more useful than others, and they're depending on what you're trying to describe or calculate or whatever. But you can describe it in both. Both those two geometries and other geometries are valid. They're not invalid.
But does what we see match?
Glenn was describing that earlier.
Bro, yes or no? Does what we see match Euclidean geometry?
Jesus Christ. I just said that you can accurately describe it in many different geometries, including Euclidean and including non-Euclidean.
Oh, you can't describe it in Euclidean. It directly does not match Euclidean. Does anyone have that peer review paper Gleam posted? Maybe Kosho didn't see it. He got in late.
Gleam said just that, dude. He described three
He
different
said
ways.
we don't see the guy, the PhD peer review motherfucker. Okay, he said we don't see in Euclidean geometry. It breaks some of the basic premises.
Yeah, he did say that. He didn't say the first part you said, but he did say the second part that you said, that some of our observations contradict the assumptions made by Euclidean geometry. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that doesn't mean that you can't describe the things that you see using Euclidean geometry. There's both and more would be valid in different circumstances.
Such as?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do we see in Euclidean?
What?
Hold on, man. Just yes or no. Does what we see match Euclidean geometry?
That question is malformed, dude. Because you don't see in a geometry. You use a geometry to describe.
It doesn't matter if it's malformed.
Yeah,
Can't
so
you just answer it?
You can use either
Can't
geometry.
you just answer it to get it off the table?
Use either geometry. Dude, don't do that, man.
Malformed.
You can be angry at the
yes
answer,
or no,
man,
and then we go, and then we move on to something else. Yes or no?
You can describe what you see using either geometry. The question is which one is more appropriate for the task that you're describing.
All right, Gio, write it down. Kosho obfuscated and wouldn't answer.
That's what Gleam had said. That's what Gleam's expert had said. That's what the things that I posted had said.
Well, hang on.
It kind of sounds like you're saying perspective is relative. It's geometrically relative.
Let me tell it to you like this, dude. If somebody said, "Is the Earth non-Euclidean or Euclidean?" That question is malformed because you can describe the Earth in both Euclidean geometry and in non-Euclidean geometry. You can describe the coordinates on Earth in Euclidean geometry and in non-Euclidean geometry. The question is, which is more appropriate for what the task at hand is. So you got
the task at hand is the greater backdrop.
Specific scenario, you use one or the other, but you can use either or. Neither of them are invalid.
Kosho, there has to be a greater backdrop setting. If you talk about the Earth, whether the Earth is what are you going to call it, a disk in space, a pizza in space, or a globe Earth, is space so it's against the backdrop. It's a relative setting. So can I just ask you this? When non-Euclidean geometry is applied, what is that applied to? When Euclidean geometry is applied, what is that applied to in terms of the greater world?
Non-Euclidean geometry is usually reserved for curved spaces, like curved manifolds.
Not the curved Earth. What Euclidean geometry, does it apply anywhere in our universe?
Euclidean geometry, yes. You can describe the curved Earth in Euclidean geometry, yes.
Which is the best way of describing the Earth then in non-Euclidean geometry?
I just did that. Depending on the
We're
scenario,
not talking about just
why their work could be appropriate.
We're not talking
It's
about
already in his
just
file. He
describing
wouldn't
the
answer.
Earth.
Go ahead.
We're talking about a visual field of view. That's been the whole topic, is the visual field of view, not just a description of the Earth.
We put it in his file. He obfuscated, wouldn't answer. It's fine. One more question, though, Kosho. Totally unrelated to the last one. Do you support putting fluoride in water for newborn babies?
What?
God.
What kind of sick question is that, dude?
This came up.
What do you mean?
Well, this came up earlier, so that's why he's asking.
Oh, what are you?
We got a bet on what you would say.
You can walk into any grocery store and go to the water aisle. It's actually even next to like the baby food and stuff. Anyways, they'll have like distilled water that has fluoride added, and it'll have a little picture of a little baby's face on it, smiling as if it's so happy, and it says with fluoridated water. So he's just asking, do you support feeding that water to a baby?
I mean, do we share? Did you get the blood test back from your kids, Jeremy? Did it turn out to be? Why are you asking me this question? Like, it's my opinion matters.
Dude, can you answer a yes or no question? Yes or no?
First part.
Because it came up. Hold on, because it
The
came
second
up.
question is, why would you expect my answer to be any different than what your answer is?
Well, dude, the reason is because it came up earlier. Who would actually support this? And someone said, well, there may be some globe earthers that actually do support fluoride in the water, or even feeding fluoridated water directly to a baby. So I think maybe he's just asking you just to get your response.
He's screwed either way, isn't he?
There's probably some people who support.
So I have a question. Listen, can you answer a yes or no question? Yes or no?
So is that a no? You don't support that?
Yeah.
Yes, Gio, that's a no.
All right.
Mark him down. Mark him down.
Did you hear me? Can you answer a yes or no question? Yes or no?
Why would I need to support or not support that? I mean, if I was
Who's
my
this
baby,
culture fella anyway,
somebody wants to give their
So
baby
funny.
fluoride.
He won't answer it, guys. He will not answer yes or no to that question.
Well, part of it, Coach, so in my mind, it's like, okay, you have this mainstream thing, there's like the tenets that they claim, the baby picture on the fluoridated water and all that stuff, right? And the recommendations, and wide stretching and all kinds of things, food, all kinds of different things. And it's like the shape of the earth and also other truths, it brings a question, what is true and solid and good, and what is corrupt? So I just think with all of these things, they all need to be looked at. And so if there was a vote, hey, should we take it off the shelves, water that has added synthetic fluoride to it, having a baby's face on it? That's the question. If there was a vote for that, who would say, yes, we should keep that going? And who would say, no, that's actually corrupt. We need to remove that.
Yeah, I think I can kind of guess without having to ask people like what person would answer yes or no to that. But I mean, it's kind of like as me going around to all the flat earthers and asking them, hey, do you support people drinking their own piss or feeding their own
real
piss?
Kosho, stop taking the fucking piss, man.
Well, that's
real
true.
here.
People would respond differently to that. I agree with that.
Yeah, but I mean,
Gio,
I wouldn't expect all flat earthers to.
Yeah, but Gio, don't forget, Gio, when the baby is fed
baby.
with the bottle, the tap water contains fluorides. Even though you boil it and sterilize it, fluoride is still contained. So we're actually being fed fluoride as we grow. So if Kosho objects to the feeding of fluoridated water to a child, but then he objects to it being fed to a child as it's growing all the way up to an adult, which is what we are now, and we're ingesting and showering underneath fluoridated water, Kosho.
Yeah, as I said,
hold on. I thought you objected. I thought you objected to feeding the fluoridated water.
The question was weirdly stated. Do I support that? Yeah, that's like my politician. But no, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't give that to my kid. I wouldn't give it to my kid. And if
so you don't support
somebody asked for my recommendation, I would say no. But would I say that they shouldn't sell it in the stores, or I would lobby to get them to remove it from the stores? I mean, I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to give health.
What's your thoughts on fluoride in the water then? Just give us those to begin with, and that will give us a good starting point. Remember, we're trying to establish a new beginning here now, where we'll take this forum from here on in. What's your thoughts on fluoride? Is it bad? Is it good?
Hold on. It's unclear. So you wouldn't feed it to your kid, but you're not objecting to them selling it on the shelves.
I'm not stopping other people from doing whatever the hell they want. That's right.
I mean, do you think that product should even be... Okay, I might ask the wrong question. Do you think that product should be sold?
I mean, if they found it to be like, exceedingly dangerous. I know they say there's like long-term calcification of your pineal gland or something like that, but Other than that,
Well,
I'm not aware
a
of
restriction to your
Let's
blood
start
flow.
here. Hold on, Pete. Let's start here. Maybe we're too advanced in the conversation for this part.
Hi,
Do you know
Jeremy.
why they claim that they put fluoride in the water?
I know several claims. Yeah, there's a claim that it helps with tooth decay, and then there's the old claim. Well, there's the claim that the Germans claimed that it made their people more docile, so they used it on their own people. So there's those two claims, but I think that the tooth decay one is the main claim that they use nowadays. It does seem like a kind of an extra level of
Bullshit,
for
yeah.
fighting tooth decay. Just putting fluoride in your water, you could just give people toothpaste, but
Nobody's claiming that nobody in the government is claiming, or whoever does this is claiming that they're doing it to make us more docile. Obviously,
I don't know, but
they're claiming.
yeah,
They're claiming
it's a
it's for
German
our
claim.
teeth, right? In America, Germany did, Mengele or whoever the fuck did some sick shit. In America, why do we claim that we put fluoride in the water?
I just told you.
You said something about Germany. I just want to make it clear.
I said,
Why
I said two claims. That was one of them.
need it.
No, he said for the
Nobody
tooth decay thing. He said for the tooth decay, but I think he also was alluding that the part of the history of fluoridation in water connects back to World War II and some of these biological weaponry things they were doing to make people more submissible and docile to the authority.
Yeah, but I don't know
right
the
now
truth of that
in
per
America,
se, but yeah.
But right now in America, why do we claim to be putting fluoride in the water?
Oh
It's
my
not to make us more
goodness
docile.
They're
Jeremy,
claiming.
hey man.
Just for the
I
record,
Hey, take it easy,
Damn shit,
man.
man.
They're
Yeah,
claiming
it's to quote unquote prevent tooth decay, which is insane because white sugar, synthetic sugar, is one of the biggest causes of tooth decay, and that stuff is in everything. It's in every product. You go get the candy bar at your checkout aisle. It's in the soda. They have commercials blaring about it. So it's like if they really cared about if they really cared about tooth decay, they would ban white sugar.
Bullshit.
Yeah, well, the reason why they claim, I don't know why you're making this so difficult. The reason why they claim they put fluoride in the water.
Hold of this forum.
Bro, stop interrupting.
The reason why they claim they put fluoride in the water in America is because of tooth health. And is there any other reason other than that?
As far as I know, I think it might have something to do with keeping the water clean, maybe, but I don't know. I think
No, that's not correct. It's only strictly for for tooth decay. So so now we have that was tough, bro. That was tough.
It was tough for you.
So now we have
early on, man.
Now we have a newborn baby. Giving the newborn baby,
they don't have any teeth.
Fluoride in it, since the baby has no teeth yet.
That's a good point.
It's only useful when topically applied. Fluoride
Do
is
you think we
as a topical application.
That's actually also true. Yes.
Do you think we should be giving
ingesting it, and the idea of a universal medication being applied to our water is barbaric. The real issue also is how much dosage is that child getting over its lifetime. It's in soups, it's in every prepared meal, it's in every soda, it's in everything eventually in the cow's water and everything. So it's definitely a waste product out of the aluminum industry. It was sold.
There's no way.
It was sold to the dentist who knew nothing about toxins because they were putting still amalgams.
Yeah, that may be. Show me Coca-Cola and Campbell's soup using fluoridated water.
What? You think they use water? I happen to know a little bit about water, and the only filtration they use is carbon filtration, which does not remove municipal fluoride.
Yeah, like even the bottled
Show
water.
me that they don't use municipal water, asshole.
Hold on, guys, real quick. I'm almost at the end of this. I'll be done, and I'll back off, and I'll let everyone else.
Name one plant that uses municipal water. Name one.
Name the percentage that comes out of a plant versus what's distributed through every fast food place and every soda fountain.
So, Kosho, knowing that the fluoride's only for our teeth, and that babies have no teeth, are you for or against giving the babies this water with fluoride in it?
Dude, first of all, like I said, I don't like that.
Yes or no?
It's not up to me to tell you what all babies should do. But I'm telling you, for my kids, I wouldn't give my kids fluoridated water. I don't.
You think it's?
I don't believe the claim that it's really that helpful. But I do want to just inform you that I'm seeing now that it's not just about, coming in contact with the teeth, but I guess in the same way that it's supposed to calcify your pineal gland, it provides strength for your teeth and I guess your bones as well. So
Okay, but
that's
No.
at least.
your bones.
No, there's no evidence that ingestion, they've shown that ingestion doesn't actually have the benefits, and that there was never evidence of versus topical application that actually outweighed the risk. And they showed that there's no way to actually monitor the ingestion rates because everyone has different ingestion rates based on their body type, yet they're just giving a uniform amount of fluoride to everyone, and that it's actually only been shown to help teeth with topical application. So that's
I'm just
what
sharing the
explaining.
claim. I'm just sharing the claim. That's it.
Well,
Like
yeah,
I said, I'm not an advocate for fluoride.
Well, so the question is, why is Target? He's at I went to Target and there's newborn baby water for formula, and it literally advertises in big letters fluoride added, like it's a good thing. And to anyone that was saying that they don't use fluoridated water for Coca-Cola, you can even go buy a bottled water at the store that doesn't have fluoride.
Maybe the water does, but I'm not saying they don't. I want him to show me. That's a pretty loose claim for him to just be like, it's in all the soup, it's in all the sodas. That's pretty loose, man.
Well, it depends on what water they use. There is reverse osmosis, which I'm sure Dan is familiar with. That will get fluoride out or gets most of it out. Now, Coca-Cola, I know Dasani water, for example, is reverse osmosis. So in theory, Dasani would not have fluoride in it. Whether it does have trace,
not as much.
Which is owned by Coca-Cola, by the way.
Whereas some companies, I don't know, Campbell's Soup or whatever, they might, like Dan said, they might only use carbon filtration, or they might not use any filtration, or they might use RO water. I think maybe Coca-Cola might use RO water because they're trying to keep a consistency of taste, or even distilled. I'm not sure, but
they would probably have it in there. Probably as clean as possible.
I'm totally aware of the claim that we're having better dental health because of fluoride. In fact, the better dental health in the past 50 years has to do with the nylon brush.
No backup.
Horse hair brushes prior to that, and people were sharing brushes prior to that. So
can you not boil it out?
The improvement in dental health is the nylon brush, not fluoride.
Well, the thing
reverse osmosis only gets some of it out, by the way. It doesn't actually get all of it out.
It's a harder substance than anything else. It's in the 96-97% range instead of 99%. And it's just so small that it gets through, and that's why it gets in the pores of your teeth. That's why it's valuable. It's like deodorant, that clogs your armpits. You just don't eat deodorant, man. It'll work. It'll clog the pores of your teeth. It's
crazy about it. Yeah. Well, the RO reverse osmosis can only get out of everything that's in there, it can only get out certain percentages. So if the water only had fluoride in it, it would maybe get 98, 99%.
A lot of companies.
But if the water has all kinds of other toxins in it, like heavy metals and pharmaceutical waste and all that other stuff, then the RO is not even going to get 98 or 99% out. It might only get 87 or 86. So RO water, like Witsit said, doesn't even get it all out either. But there's even a deeper component to it, because the type of fluoride that they use, the synthetic fluoride, actually causes fluoridosis of the teeth. It actually decays your teeth more. So it actually puts a protective layer on the teeth because it does have that quality to it. So people, when they first leave the dentist and they got all fluoridated, they're like, oh yeah, my teeth feel real strong. It's because it will put that layer of fluoride. But ironically, because it's a synthetic form of fluoride, it's actually damaging the teeth underneath. And that's what fluoridosis is, when it literally decays your teeth. So in terms of the conspiratorial parts of it, it's this pretty dark thing where it's it protects your teeth temporarily, but you got to keep using it to keep doing it. Meanwhile, it's actually making your teeth worse in the long run. And then you end up needing cavities. And then you get into the mercury amalgam fillings. And mercury is a completely toxic substance, which causes all kinds of health issues. Anyways, so it's a dark
complete
thing.
Misinformation and untrue.
Let's not get into what.
Dude, how does ballers defend fluoridated water? It's provably a neurotoxin, dude. It's this is sad, bro. And I told Jeremy this morning, and this is why he's been asking throughout the day, that you will 100% have ballers defend this. And here we are, where we're defending neurotoxins in the water that don't even actually help with the teeth, and ingestion has never been proven to help with the teeth. And you can literally go read medical journal, dozens of them proving them to be neurotoxins.
The fact is that there's many studies, historical studies for many years, that show that this indeed actually is one of the most effective public health campaigns that have ever existed. It's reduced caries. It's
Edward
reduced dental
Bernays.
caries.
Bernays, right?
Bernays. There you go. Edward
That's where
Bernays.
the campaign came
Chuck,
from.
So
But
guys,
Chuck, would you support?
can I quickly say something? The WHO, there's a PDF from the WHO that talks about fluoridation of table salts, especially within ready for eat meals and all the stuff that the industry use. And up to this date, the industry mostly uses refined table salt that is indeed full of fluoride. So when you buy from big companies like ready to eat meals or like these soups that someone talked about that there's a lot of salt in it, or for example, what is it called? Sauces and also
Yeah, it's in tons of shit, bro. It's in lots of
meat.
stuff.
In meat, there
Hold
is
on.
also very cheap salts.
Wait a minute. Can I say
sausages
something
and
here?
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they say fluoridation, real quick, I'm going to make a distinction because when I researched this, from what I understand, you can't just say fluoridation or fluoride as like a general term because originally it was calcium fluoride, and what they're using now is sodium fluoride. So anybody looking at studies on quote unquote fluoride, they have to make sure that the distinction of calcium fluoride and sodium fluoride, which is what they're calling fluoride now as a generic term, rather than calcium fluoride, which was originally what they were using to help the calcification or calcify to fortify the teeth. But if you're not using calcium fluoride, then you can't just refer to it as fluoride when you're looking at these studies and that what they were saying helped historically. Whoever that was chiming in, thinking that was
no doubt.
There's
it's fluoride as a specifically fluoride. So this isn't a compound. So
It's not a compound.
Fluoride, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like a calcium fluoride is a compound. It's not fluoride on its own.
Yeah,
Dude, again,
sodium fluoride is actually harmful. Yeah.
The fact that I have to go in here and Google it for you guys.
I realize that. I'm not talking about calcium.
Yeah, I know,
fluoride.
I know, Damon. I was talking to the other guy. Yeah.
Hey, Damon. Is fluoride a neurotoxin? Yes or no?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Right. So don't you think it would be
probably in high concentrations? It's toxic. Yeah.
No. In the actual levels that are consumed.
No, definitely
It's been proven. Okay. So have you researched it?
Yeah, I'm researching it now again, like 16, 17, 18, 20 times now and through history.
Sodium
I look at it every
fluoride?
time somebody says to relook and see if there's any new long-term studies that have dropped.
No, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Do they specify?
It's not Damon. It's good to hear Damon here. Hello, Damon.
Don't mock people, guys.
So you just insult me and then tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. Wow,
No,
you're
nobody
great.
said that, but
You're so
anyways.
smart.
So when you were researching it, was there a distinction between sodium fluoride and calcium fluoride? And
No,
which
there-
one is
there is
actually
none.
distributed in the water supply? Do you know?
No, it's fluoride as in relation to parts per million. So like 0.3 to 0.7 parts per million is what they would find, a normal sort of rate. They like 0.7 to like 1 parts per million as
Harvard
like an
University
as an
neurotoxin.
ideal dose in water. Yeah.
You ever
There's
seen a
Harvard-
million parts of
Harvard
anything?
neurotoxin, NIH, fluoride, neurotoxicity in the water supply. It's
Yeah.
so easy to research this.
Yeah, I just posted one from the National Library of Medicine, which it says first topical fluoride application in oral cavity appears to be a more direct and appropriate means of preventing caries. Secondly, systemic fluoride uptake is suspected of causing adverse effect, in particular neurotoxicity during early development. The latter is supported by experimental neurotoxicity findings in toxokinetic evidence of fluoride passing to the brain. And then just the other part I was going to read in the conclusion here. It says, the recent epidemiological results support the notion that elevated fluoride intake during early development can result in IQ deficits that may be considerable. Recognition of neurotoxic risks is necessary when determining the safety of fluoride-contaminated drinking water and fluoride uses for preventive dentistry purposes.
Yeah,
So neurotoxicity.
Yeah, obviously,
reading something there.
obviously, those that are not poor and have access to dentists and can go and see the dentist have, yeah, when fluoride is used in that way, it prevents caries much better. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. As far as the
Oh my God.
neurotoxicity, that's a total fucking bullshit thing to say. Yeah.
Well, we just
Joe,
dropped
you
medical
failed.
journals proving that they're neurotoxic.
Yeah, post them. Go ahead, post them.
We already did.
They're in the
Where?
chat.
I'm sorry, I'm reading my own at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah,
We just
you're
posted several.
doing something.
Where'd you post it?
Your position is really barbaric. You know, I mean, this is
Whose position?
think about
It's a
what
Bodai's position,
medications are universally applied. Think about
It's
that.
not, it's not a medication. It's a
Did fluoride drive me to flat Earth?
it's an element.
No, your mother drove you to flat Earth.
Fluoride actually probably was one of the factors that led me to flat Earth. I mean, I've been on this journey for
That's
a long
fine.
time. I've been on this journey for like a very long time. You know, it started in the late '90s for me, or with fluoride and the moon landings and just all that stuff. So I mean, this is probably is one of the factors.
Well, I
that led me
can
here.
appreciate
Absolutely.
that. I do appreciate that, Jeremy. I meant more like, did the neurotoxins fuck my head up and then, you know what I mean, get me trapped in this
You
realm?
can't. You don't know where you've
Okay,
been
guys,
since then.
guys. I know a guy in Florida that works at the water company. You have to have a hazmat suit to insert the fluoride into the water system. And one day he didn't have the hazmat suit, and the supervisor told him, just don't get it on your skin. That's what he told him. That's all I got to say.
Look here, fluoridated water also leaches the lead from the pipes. It's also been proven. There's the study for that. Then you can, of course, look into what lead does to people, especially young people. So here's the Mayo Clinic study for that.
Yeah, but is it all a scare tactic? Should
Holy
our
shit.
pineal gland, whereas what it comes back to, Austin, or should our pineal gland be liquefied to allow the greater flow, or should it be calcified ultimately, if we think in terms of greater energy, ether projecting, and we think of a projecting surface itself? I wonder.
Wow, what's it like? You're misleading.
Oh,
They have
a hard thing to
68
say.
milligrams of a fluoride ion in L-deionized water for exposure for 90 days for a mouse, 120 days and 150 days applied to diverse methods, behavioral. And then not only that, they're using sodium fluoride for 120 days.
Yeah, in your mouse face.
Which is actually dangerous.
Yeah, the mice are getting fucked up by fucking
Wow, dude, the
like
look, I'll tell you know the best way to know that someone
like
is someone you should never
6,000
trust at all
times
ever
more
is someone
fucking
that defends
fluoride.
fluoride in the water. Anyone that defends
as
fluoride
per
being
a
given
human.
to children should never be
You
even like
fucking
allowed in
weirdo.
society. You definitely
You
shouldn't be
fucking
allowed to like
weirdo.
talk. That's just my opinion.
If you eat apples, you eat cyanide. So don't eat apples because you'll die.
So what about the mice, though?
Dude,
You
this
fucking
is so bad,
dumbass.
dude.
Damon statistic.
I'm a dumbass because I just dropped medical journals proving it's neurotoxin. Yeah, for sure.
Well, no,
Yeah,
the
it's a
elevated
neurotoxin.
levels of it. Yeah, this
And
Chinese
water will
food
kill
stuff.
you if you eat drink too much. So what? What the fuck's your point? Fucking weirdo.
Here's another study right here.
I mean, Gio just read off a nice little clip.
The point is
Gio
actually
just read off a nice
the sales campaign that
little
put
clip of
fluoride.
where was your
That put fluoride here.
shit from, Gio?
It was a sales campaign. It wasn't just like a public demand or a medical demand.
Holy
You
shit.
have to understand.
Yeah, some guy had a
about-
whole bunch of toxic refuse.
So
Some
he's
guy
trying
had
to
a whole bunch
compare
of toxic refuse from the aluminum.
mice being
This
exposed
study
to
I
like
posted is actual humans, dude. It's study on humans and their
excessive.
IQs, which is why you probably drink lots of
Fuck
fluoride.
mice.
Yeah, but
This is literally a study about humans. So what are you talking about?
Did you say fuck Mike?
This
Mike
is of
can tell us a
mice,
lot.
not men. Sorry, this is of men, not mice, Damon.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, what's so funny is the way they test many things for humans is on mice. With this right here, they show that in this study, it shows that there's a correlation between higher levels of fluoride during pregnancy associated with lower IQs.
230.0 milligrams per liter was quantified in a femoral blood sample. Yeah, at 200,000 times the fucking rate of fucking fluoride that's supposed to be in water. Yeah, it's fucking toxic. Yeah, so
No,
what?
this is what are you talking about? This is based on them
This says it
just
right here.
consuming fluoride in the water.
Yeah. Do you know that pediatricians do not recommend?
You don't even
that
read your own
expecting
journal.
mothers-
Hold on.
child
Okay,
abortion?
here we go. I'll read it. For decades, community water fluoridation has been used to prevent tooth decay. Water fluoridation is supplied in about 65 or 66% of U.S. residents, which is actually low. In fluoridated communities, fluoride from water and beverages made with tap water makes up 68% of daily fluoride intake in adolescents and adults. And this is literally fluoride crosses the placenta. And laboratory studies show that it accumulates in brain regions. So then you pull out the accumulated number and say that it's not a representation of the fluoridated water because you can't comprehend medical results. And the truth is, you're just trying to read it quickly to dismiss it. So you just got debunked. Yes, it
No,
just
not,
now showed you that
that's
it
not even
accumulates in
in the
body.
fucking article you read. You read that from somewhere else, not a fucking actual
No, I
journal.
just dropped that article. I just dropped that journal. You're just lying now.
What's the actual medical journal? Where? Let's
I just
see it.
dropped it in the chat. I dropped it in the chat, buddy.
I don't see it.
Well,
I'm
that's not
reading
my
the one
problem.
you just posted.
I'm disengaging from this guy because he's terrible.
All right, but summarize again. But put the disagreements on the table for the audience, and you just summarize. Damon
The
doesn't
docile
agree.
slaves
This
are
and this.
reporting that children are getting fluoride, which is provably a neurotoxin.
Here, I found it.
They showed that it accumulates in different portions of the body.
Right. It sounds like, Damon, from a third-party observer, it sounds like you're not accepting Whitson's claim until you see a verified source, but you think it might be possible, but you're waiting on a verified source, or you think it's unlikely but possible? Is that what we're doing?
He's
You're
just trying
gonna
to find
concede.
something in the study to dismiss the evidence. That's it.
No, I just now opened it, dude. I'm reading it. I just got to importance and objective. I can't read that fucking fast.
We test tons of things on mice, dude. That's how we test tons of things before we give it to humans. Duh.
Yeah, but like if you don't understand what toxicity means. I mean, there's lots of things that are toxic that are in our daily lives. How comes you're not talking about those and only fluoride?
No, well, they actually, because they show that it hasn't been demonstrated the difference between topical and ingestion properties do actually outweigh the risk of neurotoxicity, which has been demonstrated. And you don't want to address the actual intellectual argument. You want to knock the pieces off the board.
No, I don't.
The
I'm
difference
reading
is-
the fucking articles you posted.
Okay, Damon, the difference is, though, the other stuff we eat, like you said cyanide or whatever in apples, that's a little different because that's some natural shit that's just in the apple. It's in the seeds. We don't even
Fluoride's
eat
natural.
the seeds,
Thank you very
really.
much.
Whatever that. Okay, but we're not changing. We just grow an apple and eat it, right? There's cyanide in the seeds, whatever. We're not purposefully putting any chemicals into it so that it makes it more toxic, which is what we're doing with the water.
Yeah, chemicals are different. Like sodium or calcium fluoride, they are both chelated forms of fluoride.
Yeah.
Chelated means that the other mineral, like sodium, would be salt, and then calcium is actually bound to the fluoride. So, in order to bind something to fluoride like that, they have to get the fluoride into a form. And there's a lot of chemical processes involved in that, and then chelate it to, let's say, calcium, for example. So that's a very different substance than, let's say, spring water that might have a small amount of fluoride in it. That's actually a natural form. It's naturally chelated within the water. It was never synthetically produced, and it's natural within the water. Same with cyanide. You can make synthetic forms of cyanide that are very dangerous and can kill you, but eating a couple apple seeds, when the cyanide is chelated and it's actually built in the seed correctly from nature, it's not going to kill you.
Also, I have to correct this misinformation this dude said. Him and Kosho both dismissed it as it's not a compound. Admittedly so, they add sodium fluoride to public water supplies. So the types of fluoride added to different water systems include fluorosilicic acid, sodium fluorosilicate, and sodium fluoride. Oh man, bummer. Okay, so we do get to cover sodium fluoride. Oh, let's see how bad sodium fluoride is. Are you guys going to turn around and defend sodium fluoride
How
being
much
put in the water?
sodium fluoride is in the water?
Is any okay?
We didn't
Yes,
even get.
there's lots of things in the water.
We didn't even get
that
to
are
what
fine,
the.
that shouldn't necessarily be there.
This is ridiculous, man.
Whatever. I mean, you breathe more toxins every fucking day into your lungs. Every fucking
Basically,
minute.
this dude's
You
argument is
get-
Are they putting them in
just
there?
consume tons of carcinogenic things because you can say anything is carcinogenic. So we should just intentionally consume.
No, I didn't
things
say
known
anything
for
about
carcinogenic.
carcinogenic, you fucking ass.
No, I'm
Jeremy's your
making
line
the
of
point of
thinking,
your
though, bud.
argument.
That's
Your
the
argument is
problem.
that
Is
since other things are bad and we can't avoid there being some bad things, then we might as well not even hold it accountable because everything's bad. What a great argument.
If you want to avoid the good that fluoride has done, for public health, then that's fine, and only talk
What
about
has
these
sodium fluoride
weird,
done?
Sounds like jabby
sort
jab
of like
talk.
toxic sort of levels of fluoride that we can give to mice. That's fine. I mean,
What has sodium
you
fluoride
do
done for the
your
good?
own thing.
How many excess
I've
deaths from fluoride?
irrefutably destroyed your argument.
I mean, you cannot drink fluoridated water if you think it's dangerous. That's fine.
No, I want you to keep drinking it, right? Because I don't care. My point is that they're giving it to children. And there are people like you that run around and try to ridicule those of us who are trying to stand up for the children, including newborn babies that are being
That's what
given
it is.
sodium
You're standing
fluoride.
up for the children.
That's right. Yeah,
I
that's
find
right.
that very hard to believe, Witsit.
That was the whole conversation me and Jeremy had this morning. That's what started this whole thing.
Everyone.
Well, I'm glad you found a high horse to ride.
We haven't even gotten to what they did in Germany with the fluoride yet. I mean, do you know the history of this? The same place that
There's so much misinformation, and really it's ignorance. You have ignorance.
All right, hold
of-
on, Damon. You're completely interrupting Jeremy, dude. We don't want to mute people, but if you're going to do that, it's obnoxious. Jeremy, go ahead and finish what you're saying.
If you know, just knowing the whole history of this, where it was first even presented, who okayed it and shit. I mean, it's super fishy. I don't know. It's very, very suspicious that they're putting this in the water.
It's suspicious. That's because you have a suspicious mind. You think everybody's against you and trying to get one over on you or do something to you or whatever. You don't realize that the world is made up of people just like you, everywhere, doing the same fucking thing every day, the best that they can.
You don't want to get over on people? Are you dishonest?
No, I don't.
You don't believe in capitalism? Oh my God.
Well, capitalism isn't
Maternal
necessarily
study,
getting
maternal
over on one
fluoride,
person or
maternal
another.
fluoride exposure during gestation and lactation decreased learning and memory ability. Oh man, that's rough.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, it was in mouse. It was in mice, so it doesn't matter. It was in mice, so it doesn't matter.
I have to disagree with the study if that's what it says, but I don't think that's
Yeah, because
all that it says. Because I think that you've cherry picked out something, and I think that it's in a particular context, and it's probably in like excessive amounts of fluoride situations and things like that, or like particular types of fluoride or particular situations. You're not reading those parts, right? Like you're just reading like an abstract and cherry picking out the things that sort of like go along with your own point of view.
He's just dismissing it. He's dismissing. I've dropped 15.
I'm not dismissing it. I'm reading it. I'm still reading it.
In terms of
Well,
like,
you would have to come back tomorrow then to read all what I've dropped. So.
Dude,
Yeah,
the truth
exactly.
is,
But I'm
Damon's
supposed to know everything you dropped.
Damon's defending this, but the truth is though, like there are a lot of people, just out in the world that would defend it as well. Like he's not by himself in terms of defending this.
Gio, I have something to say that I think you will like. I really think Austin might appreciate to some degree as well, and lots of others. But maybe because if we think in terms of biblical times, the creator times, Adam lived till 900 or whatever. Well, Methuselah lived to 900 years of age. Adam, I'm not sure he lived that long, but God decided, or the Creator decided, that this was not an appropriate lifespan, and we were given 120 years. Maybe this wasn't sufficient as well, so now we're given us a limited span of, let's just say, 70 years. 70 years. So all of these different things necessarily have been introduced to limit or hold back or natural potential, right? but limit us within this experience we're having. So it's all potentially a design from the higher power, which is all about the good. How about that?
Hey, wait, does this guy support
Yeah, that was
them giving fluoride to
good.
the newborns?
What's the
answer?
Hold on. What's
Yeah.
the thing in? All right, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Does anybody know the name of the YouTube video? Is it called the Fluoride Deception? You guys never seen it?
That is one, yeah.
I'll YouTube it right now. Is it all right?
Jeremy, do you know what the average age lifespan was at the time of Jesus? Can anyone tell me that? Gio, what is the official story? Hey, Damon, perfect. Because you're a ball earther and you hold and adhere to the official story. What was the average lifespan of the person who lived around the time of Jesus, the time of the Roman soldier? What was the age?
I mean,
he had to go get a drink of water. I think he left.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors to even trying to think about that. But
what's the official designation, Gio, is what I'm asking. That's why I wanted Damon to say so.
Yeah, I mean, fluoride definitely shortens lives. Yeah. I mean, the worst case scenario here is that there's a group of individuals that want to control us and have various agendas to partially poison us for various reasons, to keep us docile, controllable, to sell us their medical
dumb us down
solutions, to dumb us down, to shorten our lives in various ways so that, we're only here during our kind of working years. And in those later lives, we're submitted to their pharmaceutical interventions and so on. So, I mean, it's like in World War II, the Nazis were using fluoride, for a biological weapon purpose. Now, we could have another discussion about who actually won World War II and who's still in control. So if we have psychopaths that are purposefully poisoning us and poisoning children, it's a pretty important topic. And so if that is happening, then for someone to defend it means that that's what they're defending.
Oh, but what if that's not what's happening? One second, please. You've decided that's the only thing that might be happening then as an alternative.
Hold on. Is left lane here? Because this is a big left lane. Are you here? Is this an important enough topic for you? Remember, you said we should talk about important shit. This is pretty fucking important right here, right?
I like it.
Dude, it's not really that people
yeah,
defending it. It's much like, sorry, it's like just how they defend it, right? It's like just like immediately dismissing it when we're dropping the link, like just trying to read through it. It's like, oh, this doesn't count. Any way they can, that's what's annoying, bro. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like when I saw that Target was selling that, I was like blown away. I'm like, no way. They didn't even hide it in the ingredients or something. They've like advertised it on the front of the gallons of water.
Right, it's like in large print.
They try to get
it's in like large print, like.
Yeah, because they're trying to sell it as if giving it to your baby at that early age, which of course is the worst time to give it and will cause the developmental retardation. I'm not using that as an insult. I'm saying the actual what the word retardation means. It retards the brain. It's neurotoxic at the core times when the brain is developing. And they claim, oh yeah, when the teeth are first developing, you want to have this fluoride to protect those teeth. But yeah, it's a massive deception. It's up there with the mercury amalgam fillings. I mean, that's a whole nother one. It's a huge conspiracy to cause, and it's connected to this. It's linked in with this agenda.
These are conspiracy avenues. I'm talking about here developed conspiracy minds, right? Here's my point about all of this. The ultimate connection is the stymieing of the pineal gland, right? So the fluoride in the water will continuously restrict the natural flow of the pineal gland or natural form of the pineal gland. Isn't that what it's coming back to ultimately?
That's a claim that a lot of people think is the case. I don't know that that's been 1,000% scientifically validated, but that is something that many think is going on. But as far as I know, that hasn't been something that
the pineal gland is so predominant, right, in both flat Earth and just global thinking, I guess, all around thinking. So if we're, this is what I'm saying, we're amongst ourselves here. It's not as if like none of us have. Jeremy, you just said you considered all this stuff 20 years ago, and here you're arguing against Damon. Here you are against David 20 years later and getting back to square one. That's what I'm saying.
Despite what you think, Pete, I didn't just jump in this whole conspiracy thing when Brandon started doing his
I
show.
know
Okay.
that, bud. I know that. But my point is, here you're back fighting against Damon, who immediately after about 2 sentences, we should have realized what he's doing. He's defending some sort of an official stance to the death. So you got to move on. You're so sick and tired of it 20 years fucking later. But
It's not even
here's
the
my point. As I was talking about, we're fed an official story. So the official conspiracy story, if you want, is they're putting fluoride in the water to stymie or natural form of our pineal gland, and it should be fluid, and they're trying to calcify it, right, via the fluoride. But here's my question: should the pineal gland be calcified as opposed to be fluid, because of our true nature, or where we're actually coming from in terms of a non-spinning ball Earth, infinite universe, heliocentric setting? You know what I mean?
You do have an
What are the
interesting way of
what are the pros and cons, Pete? What
Are
do you
we
think
all
the pros?
wiser now than we have ever been in our lives? Are you smarter now than you've ever been in your whole life?
Pete, you do
Okay,
have
what
a very
are there?
interesting way of twisting
Sorry about
things. I
that.
will
Sorry
I'm,
about
say.
that.
yeah, but Pete, are there any pros to calcifying your pineal gland? Is that what you're
Yes, I
saying?
would
That
say yes, because we are all, the carbon form is the fallen form of the crystal form, and we are all of tree of life, which the
Okay, so now you're
ultimate
saying they put fluoride in the water to make us smarter. Is that what you're trying to say?
how do you get reflections, Geo? You have to have a solidified surface to some
Oh my
degree.
god.
what the? This is
Let's just
crazy, Pete. You're
move
like,
forward.
excess
Yeah,
deaths,
bud.
anyway.
excess
Listen,
deaths.
Did
bud.
you guys
Listen,
know? Did you
bud.
guys?
1 second, please. One
No,
second,
no, no
bud.
more seconds. You
Okay,
said
go
your
ahead.
piece. Wits
We
is
need
go.
Wait, just actually
we need
wondering.
that
Do you guys know that
disclaimer.
the study I showed that
My
shows
bad.
that like fluoridated water will actually strip the lead from the pipes. So it strips the lead from the pipes and then puts the lead in the water. And obviously, everyone knows about the studies on the poisoning of lead. So that's pretty crazy. I dropped in there. I did drop a bunch of links, but you could maybe search
That's a
my name and put a
psyop,
bunch.
bud. That's a psyop about
Okay.
lead.
Dumbing down.
Yeah,
That
but
would be dumbing down even more if it has that role as well.
Yeah, I was wondering what the date was on the lead pipe study,
Yeah, that's
because
a
lead
psyop
pipes are
about
illegal
lead.
now.
It's a psyop
you think they
about
wouldn't
lead.
replace all the pipes in the world, bro?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're supposed to.
I think it was
Well, Wilson,
1987.
you seem to believe some official stories and others you don't place so much stead in. I wonder how you decide or discern. I do
Because I know it's
wonder.
not. I know it's unintelligent to just think that they're all real or all fake.
I don't do that.
So
If
I'll
you,
study.
if
I'll
you're
just study
referring
it.
to me.
I was trying to study it and figure out what the truth seems to be, man.
Oh, have you heard
We
about the
need that.
lead conspiracy? So that lead is not as bad. Anything that they tell you is fucking bad is generally good for you. But why did they get rid of lead? Well, one of the great reasons, well, lead was in the paint in your house. Now we are in the information age, right? So you need
Yeah,
some
yeah.
sort of a conduit, a congenial conduit in order to facilitate the transmission of waves. Lead is, it's almost like mercury in a sense, but it will reject or bounce back any intervening waves. So
Yeah,
that's
all right,
the
yeah.
sort of conspiracy story about lead. They've fed us that they have to take it out of everything because it's bad for our health and it'll poison us. Whereas in actual fact, it's probably good for us, but they needed to
Oh my
transmit their
gosh.
new
Pete,
technology
That's just
through our
strange,
bodies. I'm
man.
done now. I'm
beyond
done. I'm
strange, dude.
done. That's the fucking
Lead
official
is
conspiracy. I'm
very,
done.
very toxic in any amount in the human body, dude. It
Yeah,
damages
but tiny
neurotransmitter
amounts.
communication. It's very, very toxic.
Yeah, but tiny amounts, Geo. As
No, any
Left
amount
Lane
is terribly
said,
toxic. Any
apple
amount.
seeds contain cyanide. You can eat
Lead
Sound
no
like a
bueno.
tiny
baller.
apple seeds, but tiny amounts is good for you. Yeah, like
Yeah, you
everything.
gotta chill, bro. You gotta chill, bro.
I am
I mean,
chilling.
children that eat lead paint chips can be brain damaged for their entire life. Permanent brain damage if they eat it as a small, like the lead paint chips. If a little baby is walking around the house and thinks it's a candy on the side of the wall and pulls lead paint off and eats it, can literally be permanently made mentally retarded or damaged from just eating that amount of lead. So it's very, very toxic.
Okay, I'm not saying I have no experience directly with lead. I'm just talking about an official story, then an official conspiracy story. Where does the truth lie, Geo? I don't know. I don't know. I'm suggesting.
Building materials.
Listen, listen.
that they
I know
okayed.
for a fact that paints in your wall were based on lead, and in order for transmission, satellite era, JFK said we went to the moon not because it was easy,
So
because
you're
it
on
was
the
hard. But
JFK
anyway,
now,
yeah,
bro.
but hang on, please.
It just you
Satellites,
ruined the
all
conversation.
external
You
broadcasting
literally
then
ruined it,
had to
though.
come to.
Just
Okay, go on,
destroyed.
okay.
Are you trying to do it, or
Yeah,
is it just how you roll? Like, what's the deal?
I'm trying to talk
yeah,
to
the
you and make a
building.
We've been
point.
having good conversations for hours, and you come in and just erupt the whole thing.
Don't. I was trying to make a point about lead in the paints of the walls of the
Making
interior
shit up.
linings of houses. Why
You
did
know,
it away with it?
the building materials that they okayed are frightening, to say the least. They okayed lead paint. They okayed asbestos, which, by the way, the same institute that okayed asbestos also okayed aspartame and fluoride. I think it was called the Mellon Institute. So they got a good track record.
Yeah, I think lead was in terms of the conspiracy part of lead. I think that was one of their first plans of how to dumb people down and control the population and to keep people suppressed. And that's why it was in the gasoline, it was in the paint chips, it was in the pipes, it was everywhere. And I think it turned into a situation where a lot of people figured out how immediately toxic it was. So enough people spoke out about it, and then they had to remove it all.
Yeah, but I already said at the start that this is a conspiracy layer and beyond. If they're telling the truth in some way, and if obviously they deliver any of their deliberations, they're going to give us a fake scenario and they're going to give us a scared tactic. So if lead, in a sense, is not as bad, it's like mercury. Geo, have you not heard the association between mercury and ether? Come on, someone please tell me. Someone please tell me, have you not heard how they measure
why you give the
air
word
pressure with the mercury barometer and thermometer?
Yes,
Oh,
yes, we've heard about mercury. Yeah.
okay, thank you. So the same thing with lead. It's not that the things are bad. It's actually maybe and potentially the things are good within a conspiracy story, but they deliver the official bad story. So what can we make of it? Not saying that you come down and everyone has to fucking load upon you, but no, what can
I don't know. Where were we?
The story
That
of
may have
leaded
been worse than Damon, bro.
the story of leaded gasoline, known as ethyl, was such a successful campaign and such a great product for that industry that it was only like financially driven. You know, they weren't trying to dumb us down in that case. They were just trying to make different fuels and different compression engines not knock. So they really looked hard and hard and hard for years to find something that would keep cars from knocking. And it was the slight lead additive that was just a huge success. Just to look up the word ethyl in terms of an advertising campaign. It was a huge sales campaign, just like fluoride was. You know, that Edward Bernays thing. He sold three things. He sold fluoride to the dental industry. He sold bacon to the Americans as the national breakfast, and cigarettes to women during a New York suffragette parade. He gave them cigarettes so they looked like the Statue of Liberty. And prior to that, it wasn't fashionable for women to smoke. So basically, cigarettes, bacon, and fluoride is this guy's claim to fame. And they're all huge marketing campaigns. And that other mention of aspartame, the what's that dude's name that was our Secretary of State? Rumsfeld. Between running Vietnam War and the Gulf War, the guy worked for Searle selling aspartame in South America. So
You're talking about
between running
Kissinger?
no, Donald Rumsfeld. It's like between running armies, he was running a campaign for aspartame throughout South America, country to country, basically bribing them to put it in the water.
We have people defending it.
Yeah, that's
we
wild.
have the people
Good
that
job,
got
Damon.
attacked. It's crazy, bro. It's so crazy. Like, yeah, I don't know. They
it's
they
actually
accomplished their
cool
mission.
because it's automatic. What he's doing is making an assumption we're wrong. He's here to prove us wrong. So it doesn't matter what we say. He's got to find something wrong about the way we said it, and because it's a
What up,
position,
Adam?
it's a pure bias, pure.
Well, I know people that are like bragging about their 4th jab and still know fluoride's bad. So that's bad, right? I mean, that's like next level. So
Here we are, right? Here we are, strange times. I just
by the
found
way, Bernays, Edward Bernays was the nephew of Freud, and I think the son of or the nephew of Bernays is the CEO of Netflix.
Yeah, but people should go check out that fluoride documentary, whatever it's called, the fluoride deception. I think there might be some other good ones if anyone can recommend them.
the warning on the side of toothpaste is pretty sweet. It's like anything larger than the size of a pea, you're supposed to rush to a hospital. It says right on it.
yeah.
Do not ingest. And we put it straight in kids' mouths.
Well, you see what's really crazy is like their whole talking point is you guys just spread misinformation. But that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? It's the ironic, it's the bait and switch. It's like whenever New Perspective jumped in and said that they switched through, right, where they use these different types of fluoride, sodium fluoride, etc. They don't do that. It's not a compound. They don't put that in the water. That's not real. And then one easy Google search, you find out they definitely do put that in the water. It's one of the primary versions of fluoride that they put in the water. So they spread the misinformation. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty nasty. I mean, it is medication by all definition.
It's wild though to me that I don't know, just wild.
Also, what's trippy, in the old days, they used to guess what flus were coming around, and there was always a flu shot. And now everyone forgets that they've always been guessing. They've always been making shit in advance. The problem that they had with autism and stuff is because they refused to fucking refrigerate it. So they ended up putting in that preservative in the stuff because they make it the year before. So they guess the year before, then they put in a preservative, and then they wonder why there's problems with it. And now there's your shots all the time like there used to be. So I don't know what the big deal is. Nothing's working. It never did.
Then imagine this. Imagine this. I am a healthy, breathing human being on the plane that never in his life got a shot. Do the guys who love the shot listen to this? I still exist.
An immune system? Is that what you call it?
Maybe, yes. According to my health minister, I should have been dead since the beginning of last year. I think April last year, to be exact. I'm still here, which is, it's interesting, right? How am I surviving? One might wonder.
You're a super spreader, so
Pure blood.
Class of your own.
Right.
Never forget, filthy mudbloods will pay for their crime.
All I know is unjabbed sperm is the next Bitcoin.
Yep, it is. Yo, it's already happening on Tinder, bro. All these chicks.
Man,
I hope it's left
think
up to me.
At some point, I need to hide, I guess.
I'm hoping that it's left up to me. I'm hoping that it's left up to me to have to repopulate the world. It's a tough job, but I will do it, guys, for humanity.
Oh yeah, man.
You'll take one for
Let's
the
go
team.
Genghis Khan, man.
Yeah.
Ancestors time, man.
I probably I hope they don't hit me up at some point. You know, like put me some secret lab and harvest me.
Well,
Was there
someone's
somebody
going to
in
become
here,
a billionaire if they come up with a way to prove if someone has been or hasn't been jabbed, so that whenever the girls start lying and saying that they haven't been because they can't get any of the high value guys, like, well, you need a scanner pops up on the app. Nope, she's not a pure
Like
blood.
that movie Gattaca? Like that movie Gattaca or something?
I don't know. I've never seen them.
Just
But
just
yeah, like that.
That's a great movie.
yeah, just a heads
Who,
up. If you provide false information in the action of intimacy, like even if you're lying about body counts, in certain European places, that's considered rape on the other side.
What?
Wow.
Yep. So if they give you false pretense that when you went in this sexual intimacy of consent, that this person was not jabbed, you can actually label it as rape. It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Dude, that's
Weird.
insane.
Hey man.
was it somebody in here or somewhere else that was saying that all the Davos for the economic forum, that all the participants were requesting drivers that were unjabbed?
I
I don't know, but dude, I just thought about this. Some degenerates may actually begin to prefer women that are vaxxed because they don't have to worry about getting them pregnant.
Oh yes, sterilized. That is true. Won't have to
Natural
worry
birth
about the baby
control.
in the oven when the body itself is attacking everything.
Yeah,
Well, not
speaking of
that.
which, I saw my ex-girlfriend who had to get it because she's got a kid now and had, her son wouldn't even be able to go to school unless she got it because she might be giving it to him and then he'll be transferring it to the kids at school. So she had
Wow.
to get it, but she hadn't had her period for 5 months, and she was diagnosed with early onset menopause. She's only 35 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. So that's a pretty frequent story. You may be surprised.
So you think they're doing mixing up batches, like in terms of eugenics, to try to control, populations in different areas
Sterilization.
Yeah,
They
for
even
sure.
have
Like,
intermittently? Yeah.
They even
it
said
would
that
go under the radar.
that men should freeze their sperm if they want to have children before they take the jab. That was on the thing, the recommendation. Like if you're gonna get the jab, make sure because this could cause sterilization, basically.
Yeah, they admit they didn't even test for damage to male fertility. Like, they didn't even test for that. Like, I think it's crazy because it's a beautiful plan in the sense that it'll go under the radar. Because say that the birth rate just plummets in 15 years, like most people aren't going to go back and put it together. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, it's going to go unnoticed for the most part. I think they'll get away with it.
But isn't it that they want it to be this case? I mean, why would they at a certain point want to repopulate if they have put so much thought into making people the way we see it now?
Well, there's plenty of people though. Like, there's plenty of people, and you're never going to prevent them from making anyone. So I just think that, like, say you were a slave owner, like, yeah, you might want 1,000 slaves, but do you want 1,000,000 of them? Right? I mean, no, you don't need 1,000,000. You need 1,000. You got 300 acres. You don't need 1,000,000.
If you have 1,000,000, if you have 1,000,000 slaves, now you got 1,000,000 mouths to feed. If you don't have the work for 1,000,000 slaves, then you're not going to have 1,000,000 slaves because that's just more mouths to feed, more security guards, and shit.
Yeah, and
chains.
now they're replacing that need for labor with AI. So, it would make sense at the same time they'd, decrease the amount of slaves. They don't need as many.
Yeah, the whole dynamic has changed, and it used to be they needed constant growth to keep this Ponzi scheme going, the multiple Ponzi schemes going that they have. But we're coming up on a paradigm shift where automation is going to not need the need for those people. So now what do? They just automated a McDonald's. Like this, humans doing these menial labor tasks is going to be gone soon. Even my job, they got two different ways to clean a bathroom without a human being involved.
Pretty crazy to think about.
All right, what else we got?
Crazy to think about that the world is what it is right now. Like, we live on a plane where people believe that they're in a spinning tilted ball. It's just
man, it's just still something I find absolutely insane. Like with people running around not only knowing what gender they are, but also thinking they're on a tilted, spinning, wobbling board. Like just think about all of this.
I think there's still some use to people because after you develop AI and automation, you want your machines to be more human. So that says something about gathering data and observing how human behavior works and how to manipulate it. The psychology to make your machines more human and your humans more machine, and until they're obsolete completely. Until there's no more use.
I mean, the
Until-
need for people is. I don't know. I disagree with that. I think the need for people once automation kicks in, they're not going to be needed. They're going to be useless eaters. I think they call them.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought too. But there's something about people that you can't really get a machine to be more like AI, like general intelligence, general AI. That's basically an automated, almost like a sentient being. You can make your own decision. So you know what I mean. Still need to study how we work, how the mind and the body work in order to develop a better machine, automated,
They're not going to get
AI.
rid of all the people. They're not going to get rid of all the people, but you don't need 8 billion people.
Right, right. You just need the best specimen.
Maybe you only need 500 million, like the Georgia Guidestone said.
You just gotta get the ones with the best genes, type of thing, to transhuman.
Like
Bugle boys.
seriously. Go ahead, Demont. Like seriously, why did they blow up the Georgia Guidestones? Was it because it said only 500 million people, and that's actually their plan? So they don't want they don't want people to see it now, or is it like Witsit said, where they blew it up for people to pay more attention to it? So because they got that weird thing where they got to tell people their plans, or
Maybe
well,
it was a celebration that they've actually reached a milestone. That's that how many people actually died. We're at that level.
Which one did they blow up? Just the portion with the hole on it?
but they took them all down though because of the safety hazard or something.
I mean, you want to do
initially. I'm just wondering, like, which one was actually taken down by the people who bombed it, though? The one with the hole in it that's facing the North Star, or the whatever Polaris or whatever. Like, which one? Like, that's what I thought they were doing. I thought they were taking out the one that was lined up.
No, the whole thing came down. There was somebody that supposedly, but they say somebody like went and put a bomb there, but it looked more like a strike from like a projectile,
like a drone strike or something.
Yeah,
right.
like kind of directed energy weapon type thing, maybe.
Right, but was it to the stone that had the hole in it?
No, well, there was just one panel taken down, so they took the whole thing down like within 24 hours.
Yo, there. Did you guys hear about that?
Like, out of the panels.
I don't know if it was directed at which certain panel or not.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't that one.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious about that. Okay, so I'm not really sure then. It could be the
Well, there was a
500.
lot of astrological stuff. Like there was a whole sundial to it. It was like there was like all these complicated things.
Yeah. So
right.
Yeah, the middle has the for the solstice. The top has for the clock, at noon, high noon, and then the first panel has the Polaris star hole. So it's really, I think all that's actually in the center. I think even the Polaris hole's in the center of the center beam.
Did you guys hear about that new planet they found? It's just like Earth.
About 10
they
of
named
them.
it Kepler. They named it Kepler 22. Guess how far away it is? 600 light years away.
You think that's bad, Jeremy? Jeremy, they just claimed they received a radio frequency from 900 billion light years away.
From
What,
who?
Saturday here?
I saw that
900
What did it say?
billion light years, bro.
That might be off by a little bit. I
Was it
think.
rap? Was it I don't know. What was it? Was it like Bohemian Rhapsody?
it was sent
Wait,
before the
did
Big Bang.
Kosho just say that might be off a little bit? Is that what you said, Kosho?
Well, yeah, there's
Oh, I was
there's
wrong.
no way that's
I'm
possible.
sorry. Okay. So it's 9 billion light years.
Okay. Yeah.
That's still ridiculous. So my bad. That was
How
misinformation.
long does it take light to travel across the universe since the Big Bang? I mean, damn.
Dude, think
Can you
about that, bro. Think about that. So
can
insane. Like a light year is 5.88 trillion miles. And they're claiming
exactly?
that
Can you
this was from 9 billion of those? Bruh.
do you believe you really can
Nah,
see light through the past?
that checks
Like if you look at light, you see into the past?
out. Yes.
You believe that?
Yes. Light
That
it takes time for light to reach your eyes. It doesn't happen instantly. So whenever you look at something, you're just looking into the past, right?
no. What light takes time to reach your eyes?
All light.
So
Yeah,
when
You
you
can
see
say
it at
light
the
doesn't
point you see
travel, but
it,
it has a. You can say light doesn't travel or whatever, but there's definitely a speed to the perturbation. It doesn't happen instantly, right?
no, no, no. I didn't say anything like that. I'm
Yeah.
just
So if it
saying, do
doesn't
you
happen
think
instantly, it's taking time. Go ahead.
time is carried within that amount of light? So when they say this thing is that far away, just because light might get to you in a certain amount of seconds, do you think the light itself is carrying the past with it?
And they say a light year, they're
You're roboting.
just saying how long it takes for light to travel in a certain amount of time, and then use that distance.
How do you demonstrate anything other than instant for light?
How do they know that this radio signal came from 9 billion light years?
That's the question. Yeah.
I think
And
it's
what
all
does it
nonsense.
say? What does it say? Is like Jeremy was asking right away. What does it say?
Usually things that far, they just infer it from the redshift.
Uh-huh.
Jeremy, you didn't
The
just say that
redshift.
you think we see back in time, did you?
Yeah, I was
Kosher
gonna
did.
say maybe Jeremy was just hot micing. Let's just
I
assume he was
think
hot
it was
micing.
hot miking, Gio. Yeah, I'm sure he was hot miking there.
Redshift.
Too much fluoride in the water for Jeremy.
Who can come up with the amount of zeros that 9 billion times 6 trillion is?
I can.
Dude, they
Too
claim
many.
that's like looking back 8.8 billion years.
There's 22 zeros.
Right. What kind of radio
Dude, they look
station would
back
be
in
playing?
time 8
22.
billion years.
What would you call that number with the 22 zeros?
I think it's 33 zeros actually.
15. No, I think it's 22, but it's 15. 15 billion trillion.
Dude,
Billion.
imagine believing they looked 8 billion years into the past, bro. Like that they received something from 8 billion years in the past.
You got to be Stockholm to high hell to believe that. Like, you got to be really, yeah.
What kind of
I
past
think we'd
radio
have.
frequency would that be?
You think if that was a real measurement, we'd have some real pictures of Earth by now.
What is the oldest you can see if it's not 8 billion years? What's the limit?
Look, I don't
Is
know
there a
if you want
number?
to believe it. I swear to you, dude, I don't care if you want to believe it, bro. I'm not
No,
trying to
I'm
convince
just
you that.
asking. I mean, I'm just
Don't try to
asking
flip this
what
around
the
on
limit
me
is.
like it's unreasonable for me to not believe it. You know, it's definitely just 100% all on you right now.
I
So,
guess
Not
the question.
saying anything. I'm
I
just
don't believe
simply
that I can see
asking,
8 billion.
Hold on. What's the
Yeah,
what
I got
is
question?
the
you.
limit?
How
got it.
far can we see? How many billion years can you see? Is that the question?
You know how far we can see? Now. That's it. We can only see now.
No.
Yeah.
What's the
I got one.
distance of years? How do you see years? I don't get that at all.
Well, you know what's
They
funny
just
is
say
that
because of light speed and they assume a distance and they say that's how long. But basically, I think that if we see the stuff in the sky, it's there as we see it. You guys think that it's 8 billion years delayed. Look, man, I mean, if they fed you a cereal that was pseudoscience in physical form, you guys would eat it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just thought it was funny.
There would be no cereal left. We couldn't even get a bowl. They wouldn't let us have any. We'd be like, "Let me get one, please."
They'd
Instead
start
of milk,
crunching
they
the cereal and snorting it and stuff.
instead of milk,
A
they
cereal
use
called Floridios.
yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say instead of milk, they use fluoridated water.
Globios.
hey, well, this is all funny and stuff, but when we put our logic caps on, you realize that this conversation alone takes time. It takes time for the sound to travel from my mouth to the mic, and that to travel from to get
Yeah,
from
but
the internet to wherever you are. So you're
There's
technically listening to
delay.
me in some metric of the past, whether it's a second ago or not. Even though to me it feels like it's happening right now, you're obviously not hearing this at the same time I'm saying this. So that concept is not like foreign or far fetched. It's actually correct, and the same is
so is
true
a
about anything you see.
radio frequency or a light? The area the light shines in, is that time encapsulated in those two? So like time's encapsulated in sound, you're saying, and now time's encapsulated in light also. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's just saying there's a delay. Like the minute he speaks, the millisecond he speaks, the vibrations come out of his mouth. It has to go into his mic. It has to get processed through his computer. It's turned into ones and zeros. It's fiber optically sent through the cables, etc. It gets to your computer or your internet provider, then to your home router, your home Wi-Fi, the whole then into your Discord, and then the ones and zeros are transferred into sounds that then come through your speakers, and then from those speakers to your ears. He's just saying there is a time delay. Like you're hearing me right now, but technically it's a bit delayed from when I said it.
Oh, 100,000,000%.
Yeah.
But like the idea that you're looking at a light, hold on a second. The idea that you're looking at sunlight, and then in the sunlight, time is carried with the sunlight that's carried this way. I'm just asking, like, is he like putting the two together? I understand what you're
Dude, he
saying.
believes.
There's a delay. I get it 100%.
Well, I was just gonna say it's so funny though, because they want to really detach from the absurdity of the specific point, right, or the specific claim that story is making, which is that they received a signal that took 8.8 billion years to get here. It's like, bro, the fact that we have delays in coaxial cables when we transfer information with our limited circuit that actually has a processing time delay itself with the actual mechanisms we use to relay the information and the circuitry delays and all this, somehow we can take that and say, oh, look, this took 8.8 billion years to get to me. That's just such a leap into, like, yikes, bro.
Where's the
That
leg
is
of
a leap.
that?
But if
Exactly.
you add without degradation,
Odysee.
I was just gonna say that is a big leap. But if you add without degradation in there, like imagine something lasting for 8 billion years, like just that alone,
There is degradation.
it is insanity.
There's certainly degradation.
So then, Kosher, what have these entities provided to you that makes you believe that, like, even though there is a delay that we all know about, like, a bit of lag when we're communicating and stuff, where have you been able to make a leap that in quote unquote outer space, that light is doing that with those kinds of delays of eons of time delay, or even 8 minutes from the sun?
I mean, it doesn't have to. There's no, stretch. There's nothing stopping me from believing that when the principle holds true in every circumstance. Like when I was watching the fireworks on New Year's, and I noticed the ones that were closer to me, there was a simultaneous explosion with the sound, and the further away they were, there's a sound is much later than the explosion, and obviously this because
So
there's
is
a
that
delay in the sound, and
That's sound.
there's a delay in the light, and there's a less of a delay in the light.
Dude, that's sound,
So
dude. Okay, if you think there's a delay on Discord, it doesn't even that doesn't according to you, light goes 186,000 miles a second. That means it could go all the way around the globe multiple times in 1 second. Okay?
7 times.
So I don't understand why the great distance is so impossible to y'all.
No, it's not
The
that.
fact that you always flip it onto us, right? Where it's like, I know for a fact you can't even conceive of it. No one alive can actually conceive of that. You can conceive that something is 9 billion times 5.88 trillion miles away.
Yes. No
See what
problem.
I'm saying, bro? Like, that's just. And that it took 8.8 billion years to get here.
Yeah.
You can't conceive of 8.8 billion years, Left Lane. There's no way
How
you
long
can
is a trillion seconds? Left Lane.
seconds, I think it's like 33 years. Or no, it's like
32,000 years.
Yeah.
Actually, it might be more. I think it's
Skylane-
like 37,000 years is a trillion seconds.
Skylane.
The ability to imagine a distance is one thing, right? We can all think of a vast distance, right? But think of something traveling 8 billion years without losing like any. That's impossible.
So I
That
have
is
a
just
legitimate
impossible.
question.
What
I have
does
a
it
legitimate
lose?
question, right? They say that the light from the sun, it takes 8 minutes for the light from the sun to get here. Is that correct, Kosha?
Sure.
That's correct.
Sure. Okay. So if we're capturing something like the ISS transiting the sun, and it happens at a specified time, and we can predict that exact time, is the light that's coming from the sun delayed 8 minutes as the object crosses?
What the fuck?
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Mr.
I just asked, what does that even mean?
He's saying
I know
so when
what
we
he
see the
means.
ISS, we're not actually seeing it in front of the actual light that the sun was emitting when the ISS went in front of it.
No, it is. You're seeing the light from that moment when the ISS was right at that point. So there's a slight delay where from you to ISS, but from the ISS to the sun is a great distance, and its actual position, it may have moved slightly in its path, but it's not going to be, there's nothing kind of contradictory about that because
We're not talking about the light. We're not talking about the sun moving in its path. If you see it go in front of the sun, so you see it in front of the light from the sun, it's not actually in front of that light. It just looks like it is. It's actually in front of light that has an 8 minute difference.
Well, no, it's still gonna from that position. It's still in front of the sun. So that's what I'm saying. Like the U to ISS not that far.
But when
Can
we're
we
looking
bring
at
it
the
down
sun,
to a reality?
we're looking 8 minutes back, right? Isn't that the claim?
No, you're looking at the sun 8 minutes ago, but that doesn't change where the ISS.
That doesn't change the direction in which you see the sun.
We know what's anything about direction.
Nobody said the
Yeah,
direction.
I'm just clarifying that. In any
Only
case,
you guys
that's
are
not
talking
clear.
about direction, though.
Yeah, I just clarified that
but I
just in
was
case
also-
it's not clear.
I was also
Can I
curious.
make a realistic
would notice-
example? Bring it down to earth. We all agree that sound wave propagates, right? A wave in the air or water, we drop a pebble, makes a wave, right?
Yeah,
Now,
the air and the
think of-
water was already there, but yeah.
Whatever way you want to think of it. Now, think of the light as it has to propagate through something, right?
Okay, go on.
Everybody there?
Yeah.
So now that light has to propagate, and like think of it as a pond of water propagating. Now think of that wave traveling for 8 billion years. Do you think that's possible?
Absolutely. There is degradation.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like really?
What would you imagine would stop it, or what would express its limit? Because it's true that.
Have you ever dropped a rock in a lake? Did the wave go forever?
Yeah,
the wave and see how far.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So there is degradation. Like the microwave background radiation, it did start off as microwaves, 14 billion years ago, however long it was.
Think about how powerful this radio signal has to be. Like we can't even send radio signals all the way across the earth, right? Because we have like attenuation. We have radio signal attenuation. You guys think that this thing went 8.8 billion years of travel, 9 billion light years, and then went through our entire atmos all the way down, and then we just received it no problem, right? It's like, I don't even know why can't you guys just, like, you don't know at all that actually happened. That's just made up. And when you actually look into it, they're like, technically it could actually be something we did on the earth. We're not sure. Right? But like when I tell you what the headline is, you're like, yeah, for sure.
Oh, it's not something we did on the earth. But yeah, the degradation that's caused by the expansion of space, and also the what do you call it? The inverse square law and the expansion of the wave. So these are things that are going to make the wave degrade. But to stop it from traveling, you would need something like obstruction, like the atmosphere, for example, or some other obstruction. Otherwise, there's nothing that's going to stop it from traveling. There's no reason for it to just spontaneously stop.
Oh, do radio signals have any attenuation going through plasma?
Sure.
Is there plasma in space?
If there was plasma in the path, then that part of the signal would have been lost. That's what I'm saying.
How would there not be plasma in this space?
If there's something obstructing the light as it's propagating, then that part of the light it's not going to reach us. So that's.
Hey, can you draw a pathway that long for me that has no plasma in your model?
No. There was probably plenty of gases, plenty of plasma, and like I said, the signal is not the same. It's not as strong as the signal whenever it left. The expansion.
Also, think about this. They're basically saying that this radio signal was on the way to us 4 billion years before the Earth was made.
Sure.
That's cool.
It was on the way before Earth was even like a thing.
There's a lot of hot air to pass through in that claim, for sure.
Sure.
That's all it is hot air, yeah.
Well, if there was, where most of the masses and most of the matter is like, in the stars and the solar systems, if there was anything directly blocking that light, we just wouldn't see it. So
that's a cool unfalsifiable claim.
So there obviously was a clear path. Otherwise, we wouldn't be seeing it.
Is it part of this based on the idea?
If I assume my conclusion, then the fact that we got the signal means that it couldn't have gone through anything because I assumed this to be true. Therefore, it's true.
No, the fact that you see it means that it wasn't obstructed.
Simple.
Right. And isn't that dependent on you thinking that there's places where there's nothing for it to be obstructed by, like where there's spaces in between, where there's like a nothing that exists that is just like a nothing?
Most of the space is that type of space. Very little bit.
Which is what type? What's in that?
Space where there's matter like the sun, like a concentration of matter like that.
Do you believe there's vast areas of nothing?
Yes, a very little mass and matter. Yes, in our
very little is different than nothing.
Earth Moon system around our own planet.
Right,
it's all.
You're saying there's spaces in between the masses where there's actually nothing existing.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying it's where it's very little. Like there's like I think the density is like in the deep voids, it's like something like 7 atoms per cubic meter, or something like that.
7 atoms per cubic meter. So in between those atoms, there's places where there's actually nothing.
No, I'm not making that statement. I'm telling you that there's very little space for the light to travel through, meaning that it's going to have very little matter obstructing it. Meaning that there's, unless it was obstructed by something, the light reached us. That's why we see it.
Okay, so you're not saying that nothing exists.
No, you're trying to get me to say that, but I'm not saying that. I haven't said that.
Okay, so there's actually something, no matter what, that it's going through.
Hey,
being
I'm
obstructed
just
to some
curious.
degree.
How do you ballers like watch like this video? Well, you ballers should have to watch this 7-minute video. This is just your people you believe are going to space, talking about the Artemis mission right when it's happening. How do you guys watch them say, "Oh yeah," someone's like, "Well, we supposedly broadcast the moon landing live. Why can't we broadcast this live?" And then their answer is, well, we'll get it to you as fast as we can, and just be patient with us. And we're having a lot of communication problems. And, yeah, I'm sorry, we can't really do much better, and we kind of expect this problem to keep happening. And oh man, we had to land 200 miles away from the shore, so we can't actually show you the landing. So there's no Wi-Fi out there. How do you in 2023? How do you guys watch that? And then watch them claim to return a picture of the Earth, and it looks just like the moonrise picture from '72. We have no improvements, and they sit here and just shuck and jive and make excuses for no live video and just avoid the question. Like, does that not bother you guys at all? Because I know deep down that, like, when you watch it, you're like, damn, I really wish we could get some high definition live feed so I could shut these flat earthers up. I know it has to frustrate you guys, right? Like, am I tripping?
No, the frustrating part is that there was most of the trip was live footage, most of it, and it still didn't do anything to any flat earthers. You guys just
they
complained
literally
about it.
say that
Just hand waving.
none of it's live. They literally said none of it's live.
Yeah,
that's what they said.
It was live. What are you talking about? Most of it was live.
They said
I'm saying
I was watching it live.
Yeah,
I watched a
no,
good
they
bit
said
of it
you weren't
live.
watching. They said you were watching a delayed transmission that has to go through many people watching the videos and pictures and then selecting what to send out. Not there will always be a few minutes delayed while they look through the pictures and videos. This is what the Artemis head, like, PR guy just said. I just sent you the video. So why are you guys lying?
They said it was live, and they also had live tracking. So there's a website that showed exactly where it was, and the live tracking matched exactly what the live footage was showing. So
see what I'm saying? So they're not.
The NASA
like
officials. Kosho, do you not listen? The NASA official in this video, the NASA official, okay, is telling you that it first needs to be going through certain type of people who look through all the material until it's being made public. And the woman is
I've not seen that.
asking. The woman is
because you guys don't look into stuff.
Yeah, that's why
I know.
Wiki is telling you to watch the video before you do these claims.
yeah, but what you guys aren't understanding is that
again, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You haven't watched the video. You already
living this and listening to people's explanation and acting surprised.
People's
When this was actually happening, SC, for example, because he knows this because he was more in this than most people. He would show us where the live footage was, or the live the website that showed its live position, all this type of stuff. It showed its position at any given moment. And if you watch the live footage when it got close to the moon, or when it was showing you the live footage, it matched that fucking website that showed exactly where it was.
Dude,
there's no
NASA
discrepancy in that.
People are right there saying that it wasn't live. So how about you watch the 7-minute video?
Does it make it all fake?
No, see, now instead of admitting you were wrong about it being live, you just say something like that.
Exactly.
Does it make it all fake?
Do you guys actually not even care that in 2023 they're giving you the same quality footage they gave you in 1972 and the Earth looks exactly the same? And that they say in 2023 that after in '69 they claim to live broadcast the moon landing, that they're saying that they can't give you live footage now because first you guys lied and said that they did give us live footage.
They did give us live footage. That's not a lie. You're wrong. That's it.
We get it. It's like attacking your religion. You have to interrupt me. You have to make sure you don't hear the truth out loud. Make sure you don't hear the truth out loud.
Kosho. Again, if the very people who have created this mission, the very heads of these people, are telling you that it's not live footage, and you still go on saying that it was live, even though in this very video the NASA head is telling you it can't be because it is first going through people analyzing the material, and he's telling you it's not live. Why are you still claiming the opposite? What is wrong with you?
Clay, listen. The feed that I was watching said NASA live feed. That's what it said. I was watching the feed. I was watching a live feed. Nobody gave a disclaimer. I'm not through.
You've been lied
Nobody
to.
gave a disclaimer. Nobody said we're going to analyze this stuff.
Then you have been lied.
Present it live. Yeah.
So now your question should be why. Now your question should be
Mr. Holy Roller calling people liars, and because they're presenting their own reality.
Your question should be, wow, if I thought that, then why did they mislead me? That's what your real question should be.
Us, dude. You guys are misleading the room. Whenever, like, if you guys can talk about this in post, But in reality, when we lived through it, there were certain events, like when it got to its closest approach to the moon. When it got to its closest approach to the moon, and there's plenty of other moments too. When it did its I forget what it was called, when it does the lunar whatever orbit, whatever changes from the Earth orbit to the lunar orbit. These sort of events were literally happening in real time. They were showing us in real time what was happening, and there was no way. There was no way to delay that because the trajectory was exact. It was exactly where it said it was
You
supposed
would
to.
really need to take the audio clip from the video, play it in here through voice mode, so you can stop saying this kind of stuff. Do you really need to go out and now cut the video, get the audio clip,
You need
put
to
it in
show
the
it.
program, and make
Prove
it
I
your
already
point.
did. I
because
dropped the video, and you guys are afraid to watch it because you're just like
I'm not
religious
afraid to
about
watch
your
it.
belief.
I'm not
Then
afraid to
go
watch
watch
it.
it. How about you go watch it then?
I watched it when you posted it, dude.
And you're just saying, "Nuh-uh."
No, I'm saying that somebody can inaccurately put things together and then come from a place of pretending to know what was happening, but other people were living through the actual thing and paying much more attention than just watching a 7-minute cut of different out of context phrasings. Because in real time, like I said, in real time, like what's it called, the lunar whatever orbit part of the orbit, like they would literally show you what was happening exactly when it was. Like you can see the telemetry data. The telemetry data on a different website was telling you exactly where it was. So all these things matched up. It wasn't some choreographed thing for everything to be delayed.
So does anyone have their telescope footage that night in 1969, or is it just the Hollywood footage?
Well, let's stick with this one. Kosho, you said you watched the video that Witsit posted. Is that a video that maybe someone saying that they were lying put together?
Yeah.
There you go. Poison the well.
Website.
Dismiss the video.
dude, this
People
is
are
absolutely
It's a legitimate question.
No, what's a
yeah,
legitimate
it's
question is why are you so desperate to be a defense attorney for a company that intentionally lies to you and treats you like a mundane little bitch that lies to you on purpose and doesn't think you're smart enough to think for yourself and tells you in 2023 15 different excuses as to why they keep on having cuts in the footage, why the quality's no good, why I can't give you live footage. When they make up all kinds of excuses, when the person specifically asked them if we gave a live broadcast of the moon, why can't we have a live broadcast of this? They didn't say, well, Koso says it is live. They said reasons why they couldn't give it live. Isn't that funny, though? You're just immediately trying to dismiss watching the video because your cognition is tripping out. This can't be true. This can't be true.
There was plenty of live footage. Most of the trip was live footage. Like, seriously, I was surprised how most of the trip was taped and sent out live. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. I didn't expect that. And there was a bunch of different still shots that you could use from that trip that are much better than any of the Apollo images, like instant classic photos of like the crescent Earth and like shit like that. There's tons of cool shit. So when you're saying that the footage wasn't better or whatever, there was
I talked to so many ballers that said they were incredibly disappointed with the mission, that they think the quality sucks, that whenever it got close to the moon, the quality sucks, and then they should have had way better pictures and videos when they got close to the moon. They should have had all kinds that the mission sucked. Here's Kosho telling us it was incredible. It actually exceeded his expectations, and it was like the best thing ever. So it's like, okay, cool, bro. Yeah, the NASA guy didn't say that they couldn't do it live. The NASA guy didn't say there's all kinds of mistakes happening. All the people that represented it didn't say we expect it to keep happening, or we keep having glitches. We can't relay the information instantly, and we get it to you as fast as we can, but it has to go through the people to look through everything that we get first. But those people were lying because Kosho and Left Lane on the Discord says it was amazing. Gotcha. Great summary.
Here's a fact that you might take with you for the rest of your life, or you might just disregard it. But when somebody makes a 7-minute cut of out of context phrases, like literally just snippets of people saying stuff out of context, it turns out that's not the best way to get information. Turns out you might get information wrong, and it turns out that in this case, that's what happened. You guys are getting it wrong. Some of us lived through this. Some of us lived through this, and there's no question that all these phrases are out of context.
Really? So do you want to bet money on it?
That these are out of, yes. These are out of context.
Yeah, so if we go, so what you're saying is if I go show the screen where the person asked about it being live, that they're going to say, yeah, of course it's live. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm not. Yeah, like I said, somebody says that in this video. That's fine.
And what was his response? What was his response when the girl asked him
that? The answer is
hey,
yes.
Kosho, what was the NASA head's response when they said, "Why can't we live broadcast this if we live broadcast the moon landing?" What was his response?
Hey, what was the subject of the conversation? How do you even
The
know what they were
Artemis
talking
mission?
about when it was
My
taken
God.
out of context?
Oh, so you haven't looked into it at all, but you know it's out of
No,
context.
I'm telling you that this whole entire video is phrases taken out of context.
No, it's yeah, sure, it's clipped up funny things. The point is, when the person asks, "Hey, why can't we have this live broadcasted if we were able to have a live broadcast from the moon in 1969?" What was his answer?
Yeah, but the question is, how do you know what they were talking about if it was taken out of
Yeah,
context?
Go look at the
if
original
you can't
video.
produce me a video of NASA people talking about this through a conversation, then I'm not interested in looking at it.
No, you're not interested in looking at anything that goes against your bias, dude. You're like, it's called
No,
boomer
I am.
syndrome.
No,
You have
that's
to
not
believe the
true.
moon
It's
landing is
I
real.
will look at
So
it.
you
I
have
will
to believe this
absorb
dude.
it. I will look at it. And
Okay. So
I will absorb
Leflane, are
it.
you
But you're going to have
interested
to
in the
present me
fact?
something that's
Okay,
worth looking at.
yeah. So are you interested in the fact that they asked why can't it be live? Why can't it be live like the moon landing? And then they said, and they came up with reasons why it couldn't be live. They said that it takes too long. There's a delay with the information. We're having all kinds of communicative discharges and all this stuff that isn't working out. The receive and send transmission signals aren't working. We're having a bunch of glitches. We're sorry. Be patient with us. We'll get it to you as fast as we can. That was their answers to why we can't have it live. Does that not even bother you at all?
Does that mean that none of the footage was live?
Okay, so you see what I'm saying? Like, the question was, why can't we have this live broadcasted? They made up excuses why it can't be broadcasted live.
But what were they talking about when they said that? They could have been talking about
the actual Artemis mission should have been live broadcasted. How do you not understand that?
But how do you understand that? Like, if it doesn't say that explicitly, why are you assuming that they're talking about the entire mission?
Well, that is what it's talking. No, so the fact that they may have claimed a couple of moments, they say this is a live feed, and of course, under their own paradigm, it's delayed. You don't actually see it live feed. Okay, they never claim that you're literally watching something happen. Okay, cool. So you see this. This is why I actually encourage you guys to take the jab, because I'm not even joking. Because you guys don't even have it in you to be like, yeah, this is bullshit that we pay billions of dollars. This is bullshit that we pay billions of dollars, and they won't even live broadcast the mission in 2023.
They can't do live anymore.
See what I'm saying? So whatever. So what I'm going to do is go talk to honest people in the world and continue to wake them up and say, look, here, they claim they had a live broadcast in 1969, but now in 2023 they say they can't. And then we'll let you guys run over here and pretend it's completely normal, right? We'll talk to the actual honest people that are like, yeah, that's highly suspect. That makes no sense. And then we'll let you guys pretend we're insane for having questioned it. Yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll just part ways here.
Do you know why they have no live broadcast allowed? You know why that happens?
Whatever they said, I know you believe it. That's what I do know.
I never even listened to them. I know what the answer is already. There's an answer. You know what the answer is?
Their answer was that it's too difficult to do it right now.
No, that's not the real answer. The real answer.
That's what they're
legally they can't. Legally, they're not.
Not the NASA head, not the NASA head representative, but Zanuck. Got it. Zanuck, Kosho, and Bacon have the real answers. Not the NASA
I have the answer. I haven't looked at it at all. I know the answer already. The reason.
Zanuck,
Can I give the answer?
Zanuck, is it some answer you don't know?
I do know. I know how the answer. I know the answer. I didn't have to.
No, I'm asking. Is it some answer?
Because I know the law. Because I know the law. They're not allowed. They are not allowed to broadcast anything live. It has to have a delay because if something happened, like if it blew up or if there was a body flying out of the spaceship with a decapitated head or something, they got to be able to censor it. So it's about censorship now. They do not allow live video feeds.
Oh, but they did 1969 in the middle of a war.
Yes, they did. You're right. What's wrong with you? Yes.
In the middle of a war.
Yes.
You're lost in the sauce.
They had
like,
some live and some filtered, but most of it was allowed to be live if they wanted it to be loud. Now it's very restrictive. No live footage.
Can you show me the law where you made that up from? Can you show me a law or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the insurance policy, please.
Hey, he made it up.
Zanuck, listen to this real quick.
Today we got to witness the world's most powerful rocket take the earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it. And it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight.
Do you guys know where that comes from?
Why is he saying that?
Do you know where it comes from? Yeah, there you go. He's quoting a Bible verse that describes a flat earth. Why is he describing? How does a rocket shake the earth by its edges and shake the wicked from it? Why is a NASA employee using a Bible verse that says the earth has edges?
I don't know.
Yeah, and that's
Today
weird.
we got
Job
to witness
38:13.
the world's most powerful rocket take the earth by its edges and shake the wicked out of it. And it was quite a sight. It's quite a sight.
Where's the edge of a globe?
Dude, Job 38:13 is one of the number one verses that describe a flat earth.
That's just coincidence because
It's just a coincidence. It's like they're gonna say that. It's gonna be quiet for a second, and they're gonna just say they're gonna flip it on us and say we're crazy for not thinking.
Oh, we
that
had
automatically
to think about it, process that a minute. I've not heard that. I don't know.
Isn't
It
that
just
kind of
sounds
weird?
kind of.
Okay,
It
why are
just
you
sounds kind of
processing?
like dramatic, kind of.
Why are
I
you
don't know if he's trying
processing?
to make it
I'm
dramatic or
gonna
what.
force you to listen to the video you don't want to watch.
Finally, can you just kind of explain why we're not getting to see these images live? I mean, I believe the Apollo 11 landing was broadcast live. Why now don't we have the technology to see all of this live?
We're going to downlink that video as fast as we can. Unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of time, a little slower than we might have want. But as soon as we get the data down, video processing folks will be processing that.
It takes a team, though, to bring the imagery of Orion down to Earth.
Imagery has been invaluable throughout the history of NASA.
We have folks that
literally have to look through every still image and every video that's released.
We are expecting to provide some good imagery.
Video and pretty pictures.
And we're being as transparent as we can here.
It's incredibly complicated, incredibly challenging.
I would just again ask for a little bit of patience, just taking a little bit of time.
So is there going to be any more engineering footage from the launch offered? And we've been expecting more views, not only of the mission, but also from the launch pad.
This is a phenomenon we will expect to continue throughout the rest of the mission.
In terms of more media release, yes, absolutely. We will share footage from the launch. There are many other customers, science customers that use the Deep Space Network. There is a capacity that we share there with other customers. But the data that is on the ground, we do need to go through that.
Video processing folks will be processing that.
We'll have to look through every still image and every video that's released.
So again, I would just ask for your patience and let us work through that process. And we will absolutely share what we can as soon as it's available. We've seen a number of issues with file transfers, but obviously, imagery, we love it.
Imagery has been invaluable throughout the history of NASA.
We want to share it as much as we can. We want to record it. But if we're having issues getting it off of the vehicle,
I mean, I believe the Apollo 11 landing was broadcast live.
Actually slows the effort to share things with the team. And
why now don't we have the technology to see all of this live?
We did have a number of communications glitches. We had either forward or return link problems. Jim, do you have anything to add in terms of the anomaly?
Why is it chopped up like that? Why is it chopped up like that?
Anything but you acknowledge that no matter what the context
No, why?
is.
No, it's straight up question. Why would they chop it up like that?
Why would they not have images for it?
They're trying to emphasize it, man.
Yeah, you think they're going to show us make it a 7-hour video?
Why would they not have images for us? I'm trying to search images on NASA's website for Artemis right now. There's like nothing.
Why is the opening statement right from Job 38:13 and right after this 14 when it says the earth takes shape as clay under seal, as if he's pointing to the specific verse that just comes right after his sentence if he would have said it. So what is the edges and who's the wicked being shaken out of it?
Don't know. If you ever been to a rocket launch, I was there in '72 when I think it was Apollo 17 or whatever, as a child, and buddy, it shook the wicked out of my ass. It was awesome. It was an amazing thing.
Dude, he's already defending them using the Bible verse. That's crazy. What does that come back to?
But why would I say that? I don't know.
It's
so
not that
funny.
exciting to watch a rocket launch. It's
This
really
is
not.
so funny.
If you're close to it, it's almost like it's trying to knock you down. The sound is like so like
Yeah, it's
such
loud.
an impact on you. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
It's loud and bright, but it's not. That's like every launch. I mean, it's not that big of a deal.
It's
It's
pretty.
definitely
It
like
is to me
lackluster. You
pretty
look at it and
awesome.
you're like, this thing is going super slow. Like it doesn't even look like it lifts that fast.
Irregardless, back to the video. I mean, does this these clips that you presented, does that mean that the entire mission was fake? Is that what that means?
Why do you always do this? I
That's
just
their
don't get it.
go-to. Like what? So everything's fake. Why is that the go-to, man?
I mean, what does it mean? What is this? What is this video with sound bites on it? What does it mean?
It means they can't give us live images. Why can't they give us live images from Artemis as it's doing its thing?
It means we destroy that technology, and it's a prime forces will back again.
But the bigger question is, why are they putting it out like it is live images to most people and like literally fooling people, some of which are in this room, to believe that it's live images, but then they admit that they're not? Why would they do that?
Yeah, the stream I was watching that said NASA live, and I believed it was live. I had no question about it, no reason to question it. You know, but you know,
I think the reasons to question NASA are compounding, and at some point you're going to have to.
Well, but from my perspective, St. Paul, I don't have any issue with the technology and the ability to do what they're doing. It's entirely within the realm of possibility, in my opinion.
How are you still satisfied? I don't get it. I just don't get it. How can you be satisfied with such a
What if
such a
like
bad science fiction company like NASA?
He keeps saying things are possible that he doesn't. I mean, what does that even mean? What's possible? That you saw something fly up in the air when you were a kid? Wow.
No, I just think it's within the realm of possibility. Technology, I think it's doable. I don't have a problem with it, our ability to do that.
To do what? Fly a bottle rocket in the air?
Shoot rockets in the to the moon.
On the 4th of July, we shoot bottle rockets all the time. I don't doubt you there. Now, what's that got to do with anything else?
Oh, I don't know, D-Mark. What's it got to do with it, buddy?
Okay, I'm just saying, like, you ever seen a rocket's camera on there they let you see personally, or let you put your own on there?
I used to shoot rockets with cameras on them, but they only went about 1,500 feet.
Oh, so you're telling me that you can't get a rocket to go nowhere yourself? And you can't see down below the 0
1,500
point?
feet's pretty cool. 1,500 feet shot's a pretty good shot
So
for
how
a
far
hobby
down
rocket.
below the horizon do you see?
Never
When you
paid
look
any
down,
attention
how
to
much
it.
stars do you see when the dirt stops in the water for the globe, when that stops there? Like when you go up to a certain point, the law of perspective would say that the dirt and water stop and then stars begin. And like how high is your rocket when you can look down and see dirt and then see it stop and then see stars beyond it?
I don't know.
So there's nowhere on this dirt ball, the mud ball we live on, that you can send your rocket off of to where you can look down and see space. That don't you find that weird?
No.
You don't find it weird that everywhere you stand is the edge of a sphere, and everywhere you would send something up, even 1 foot, 2 foot, 3 foot, or more, the ball would stop existing at a definite area going out. It would just stop right there, and space would appear. Space would grow bigger and bigger and bigger, not the globe. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
Like your globe has a radius. It has a value and area to it. It has a circumference. So as you go up, the more you go up, the more your globe has to cease existing, looking down. It has to stop right there. It's somewhere the buck has to stop. And then you look down and see stars. Now, if you can get your rocket To see stars looking down somewhere, I'm on a globe with you, Skylane.
Okay.
I mean, hell, if you can send your rocket horizontally and have a camera on it and show us no dirt and water for just 1 foot. Then I'd be a glober. You think your rocket has the ability to go 1 foot away from the dirt ball horizontally? So magically shooting your rocket horizontally would make it not work 1 foot now, right? Find it weird you guys are always ready to do something all one direction. One direction, Democ. Doesn't that prove something to you on a sphere that's all directions? No, it doesn't. It proves flat Earth. When you can only do it one direction and that's vertical, welcome to flat Earth. You have to figure out a way to prove that the globe exists by doing stuff diagonally and horizontally the same way that you're doing it vertically. Because that's how it would say. From the center out, baby. Let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
I'm down to see any ball as big as you can get it and get any microscopic cube as small as you can see it under a microscope, the smallest one you can get with tweezers, and put the cube on the sphere. And I want to see where the corners touch evenly onto the sphere. I want to see where this exists because in my recollection, spheres don't have corners. It's not possible. No matter what size. No matter what size, unless you can go get a microscopic cube and make it match a sphere, doesn't matter the size. For those of you who don't comprehend, take a microscopic little cube, sit it on the biggest sphere you can get that you know is a sphere you can put on camera that's a sphere, and then put your little cube on there and zoom in, zoom out, and let's see how the corners touch. See how just because it's a big sphere, the little cube's going to conform to it. I can't wait. It's going to be such an awesome physics lesson.
Oh, God. The globe.
You know, if
I
they
mean,
are
that's some.
faking it, it's a pretty big production. If they are faking it, you got to think about all that goes into building the rockets, and they're obviously shooting rockets. I mean, thousands of people witnessed the rockets being launched.
Yeah. I mean,
Lots of
what's
people
the
see
matter? I mean,
fireworks.
Yeah, it's like the 4th of July down here in Florida all the time with those rockets. Man.
I mean, what's the big deal? You're just seeing a firework. What else
That's
is
it.
new?
That's it. That's it. It don't go up near fast enough as it sounds.
No, bottle rockets go faster. The hell? A
Yeah, it's
whistler.
ridiculous.
No, it is a production, Skylane, but I mean, you think they have enough money to do it? What do you think?
Oh yeah, they got plenty of money.
Right. So you think if you had a crew with that much money, you could throw something together like they did?
I don't know. It's just amazing to me to imagine if NASA were a hoax and all the effort that's put into it to present the hoax. Yeah, you know, I try to get in y'all's head and look at it from your perspective. You know,
yeah,
I guess.
I can tell you
I guess.
what would happen if people would not believe in the globe? Less people would have taken the jab.
That's not the question. The
That's one thing
question
I would
is,
think.
Hold on, I don't think he was done, you guys.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I try to get in y'all's head and think about it from your perspective. It would be a pretty big deal. I mean, if they were able to pull that off and getting all the tax money that they get, you know, getting the American taxpayers to fund it.
You
And they
mean
were
like
doing
elections?
just enough work to present something to make it look like that they were actually going to space. And yeah, they probably could turn a profit on that, I guess.
They're not only funding it, they're even buying it, man. They're buying into it. They're believing
No,
the
but
science
see,
fiction movies.
that's I mean, that was my point earlier. To me, it's not science fiction at all. It's totally within possibility of doing it, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that they're doing what they're showing us.
What? I got a question.
But you
What do
know,
you do if you're?
I still try to consider, you know, your perspective on it. Go ahead,
That's
Mom.
okay,
What
man.
do you do? What do you do if you're the astronaut, right? And you know, right, you're not going nowhere, and you got the whole world basically in a way, right? For example, just in a figure of speech and speech, on your shoulders, and the government, and they're telling you, and you know, it's not going anywhere. Do you tell people about it when you know the risk that you face?
You would definitely not do a. You would definitely do a 666 sign and a one eye sign over your one side of your face, and which you know, as a and would wear a lot of rings and sound like a
Well,
drunkard.
would
That's what you would do.
Skylane or anyone personally, if they were the guy, and I said, "Hey, man, guess what? It's all fake. I'm sorry. As soon as you see this red light go off, jump down this chute. If you don't, you'll probably end up dead. Please just listen. Jump down the chute. We'll talk about it later. It's all fake. Please don't tell anybody after this. If you do, we have to kill you. So, you know, do what you want, you know." And so, what would you tell the government? What would you tell your kids and your family when you seen them the next day? Would you tell them the truth?
Yeah, that's a whole nother thing to think about. Who all knows about it and is having to keep their mouth shut, and is that even possible?
Well, but there's all kinds of criminal operations. I mean, you've got the mafia. You know, I mean, there's all kinds of criminal organizations that have all kinds of secrecy and different ways of keeping people, you know, in that. I mean, like, for example, if you were doing something like that, like you're an actor on the ISS or whatever, and if they, you know, like Demak just said, if they said to you, you know, it's even darker. This goes kind of dark, but it's one thing just to say, oh yeah, we'll kill you and your family. Obviously, that's enough of a threat for most people. Or, you know, we'll put you in jail, and we all know what happens in jail. You know, we'll put you in jail for the rest of your life, or in solitary confinement. But even worse, they may have like torture things that they can torture people with, which is like a very, very dark thing to even think about. But, you know, like they won't even kill you, but they'll torture you for the next 50 years or something like that. You know, absolutely terrible. You know, playing like extremely loud music or whatever for long periods of time, or pulling your teeth out one by one, or, you know, all this horrible stuff. So I'm just saying, like, you know, how many people would keep quiet, you know, under threats like that? Just those things alone.
And what if you met some of the people that supposedly died in some areas or on some stuff, right? And then to the national people, like, hey, they died on the news or live, right? Supposedly. But then you meet that person and they're like, look, man, I'm not, and they're in a cage and whatever, like what Gio just said, that's being done to them. And you're like, whoa, like, you know, do you want to tell anybody? And religion, you could take a vow of silence also, so you don't have to tell them that way too, you know, to protect yourself.
Yeah, but I mean, there's like mafias and all kinds of other criminal organizations
Yeah.
that obviously people keep quiet about. I mean, there's people right now probably involved in all kinds of criminal things that are keeping quiet about it because they know the consequences of what happens if they were to tell anyone.
Murder, yes. Anybody knows anything about murders or certain crimes that are high up there? Yeah, you're part of it. You go too. Yep.
Just
Yeah, I mean,
compartmentalization.
Yep.
Could be
Yeah, and if you're running a
classified.
new
Could be classified information. This is classified. That's classified.
Yeah, they do it in the military all the time. Like there's all kinds of non-disclosure agreements, and those guys don't even tell their family members what they did in the military. You know, they don't tell their wives or kids, because if they did, they would go to prison or all the consequences for it. You know, basically lose their entire life. So we even have people in the military right now having 100%. Like, you agree with that, Left Lane? Like, you agree that there's people in the military right now that were in some quote unquote secret operation where they were bombing people or whatever it was. They signed a non-disclosure that they cannot tell anyone. They can't peep a word to their wife, their kids, their best friend, their mother. They can't tell anyone. And if they do, they could instantly be arrested, put in jail, and their whole life would be ruined. Like, you agree that's already a thing, right? Just even in the mainstream military?
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of feel like that those guys think that they're serving a purpose of good, which I think it would be easier for me if I were a serviceman like SEAL Team 6 or something, had to go on secret missions, and I took out a bad guy, and then I come home and be with my family. I wouldn't have a problem keeping that quiet. But if I knew I was involved in such a deception that I was taking dollars out of the American public's pocket for profit, I couldn't do that. You know, I
Some
couldn't
people
do that.
could though, but some people
Yeah.
do.
War,
Howard. Yeah.
Yeah,
all war
I'm sure
brings
they do.
profit.
I'm sure they do.
What if they're
I mean,
convinced
they all.
of something good? What if they're
No,
convinced?
no, but Jew, they're people that they even know it's bad what they're doing, and they still, sign these NDAs and whatnot.
What about the guy on the other side that got shot, that you suppose, like, he's got kids, and like, what if he was going to be a good guy to shoot you, but you just shot him first and he was going to be the good guy? How did he become the bad guy just because he got shot?
Yeah, I mean, you
Oh,
ain't
yeah,
even gonna bring up these far-fetched scenarios, man. Just look at bankers, for example. These guys sign deals to create certain type of financial instruments that are gonna bankrupt people,
Right.
and
And they
get told
implement wars.
to keep it a secret.
Yeah, all these things can implement wars when you mess with somebody's money, their food, way of life. That can all start a war, like a real
Yeah,
war.
I'm just saying you don't have to link it to wars. They're just people in their everyday jobs. People that make pharmaceuticals, for example, and even if they know it's got these bad side effects, they sign NDAs so that information isn't released before the product goes live, for example. I mean, these are things that happen.
100%. Yeah, you can't even work at certain stores back in the day. If you worked at one grocery store, they didn't want you even shopping at another grocery store. And if one of these certain shoppers saw you, you could either be fired or whatever. Yeah, weird stuff. Yeah, it's just working at another store. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of. It kind of never ceases to amaze me how kind of, in a sense, evil or dark people can be, and somehow think it's okay in a way. Like, this is probably not even the worst on the list, but those like tech support scammer people, a lot of them in India that have these huge call centers, and like they are just robbing people for just hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, of what they're taking from people. A lot of people taking their retirement or taking the last money they have in some cases, usually elderly people. Now, in their mind, they might just, because I've seen some of these like people do like pranks, on YouTube, where they kind of like, they call it scam baiting, where they basically like, they're doing their YouTube channel, but they're kind of baiting those scammers and they're kind of playing around with them and trolling them or whatever. But some of the times, like at the end of the call, once the scammer kind of knows that they're baiting them, they'll kind of be a little bit revealing. And I've heard some, it's like their attitude, they're like, they just think that these are like rich Americans. Who gives a shit? These Americans have all this money. They have an excess of money is what they think. So they don't mind that they're just robbing old ladies and convincing old ladies to send them $20,000 or whatever it is. However, there's certain cases where that $20,000 was the last money that elderly lady had. And maybe she has a little dementia, so she didn't really realize that was the end of her money. It's like puts a lot of people into crisis. And those guys just think they're killing it. Like in some of those videos I've seen, they're like, oh yeah, I'm driving a Ferrari. Yeah, you guys are so stupid. I'm just scamming you. And like I said, that's not even the darkest it gets, but it's just an example of how when people are running a scam or a hustle and they're getting that immediate benefit for themselves, seems like there's in some way, there's like no extent as to what they may go to kind of convince themselves either it's okay or, you know, to keep it going.
Reminds me of stockbrokers and like
that's
the
the
Bernie
place they ought to
Madoff.
send the SEAL Team 6 to.
The SEAL Team 6.
So, I
Hope
mean, if
he's-
you're doing that, is it that much of a bigger leap that at a kind of higher level of more clandestine kind of level that they would be doing that there'd be guys that are just, instead of calling old ladies and scamming them for $20,000, pretending that they're Microsoft, they're just sitting behind computers and they're making CGI for NASA and they're making billions of dollars. And they're just, you know, is it that far of a stretch, or that they're on the ISS, not really in space, just being actors? I mean, is it that big of a stretch considering the higher level of money that's involved?
It's easier to fake it and do it that way. It's easier and cheaper to fake it, to have nothing actually to produce, to anybody who the debt that doesn't even really exist. You don't even have anybody sent anywhere. Anything that blows up is just a fucking a model rocket piece of junk anyway. Way cheaper and easier. And when you show another human, the guy that supposedly died yesterday, okay? So if you walk up to me, take me to this secret little room, and I'm talking to somebody I believe died a week ago, right? 100%, like thought they died. And now they're sitting here live talking to me and telling me, hey, there's repercussions. Now, I could be protected and be fake dead or whatever by them or whatever they set up, or I can just be dead. You know what I mean? So, like, what would you do in that scenario? Like, literally, say your favorite actor off a daytime drama show dies, coming to sign autographs, and you see it, like you see the crash. Then a week later, the government takes you to this room or this place, and that person's right there like, hey, man, that was all fake. How would you even react to something like that?
I don't know, Demark. I've never thought of it.
It's pretty wicked shit, right? The government,
Yeah.
think about it, though. Would that keep you in line? If you know that they could fool you enough?
I think it's just goes in the realm of probability and how many people would be involved in it, and would all those people be able to keep their mouth shut? You know.
Right. Now ask yourself, involved in what? What would you actually have to be involved in or be lying about? What part? Like if I'm paying you to do something and you do that and you come home and go to sleep every night and you give me a report, you do what you think you're doing, like you're not really lying about anything. There's only a couple people that actually would be lying about anything. How many people do you think
saying
you
that
would
the
need?
guy sitting behind the computer making the NASA CGI, he may not feel the guilt that he's lying to the world. He's just doing a job. Is that what you mean?
Yes, a lot of them. Yeah, pretty much 95% are like that. You would only need 5% in the know to scare to keep it all covered up. And that's pretty much anything. Just like Fight Club. Don't mention Fight Club, and then what is there to mention and what can they say? You're a liar all day? I mean, that's it, really, right?
Well, I mentioned those like tech support scammer dudes. That seems like, from what people have kind of exposed about their call centers, a lot of the people that are doing the calling don't really even think what they're doing is wrong. Some of them are even deceived into thinking that they actually are helping people with their computers, you know, because they're on a lower level. So they're like screening the calls and, oh, ma'am, you know, we'll help you with your computer. And then they kind of send them along to another department. So it's like some of those, like at the beginning levels, they just think that now I don't know how much they really think they're doing a legit company, but who knows what they're actually telling them that they're actually doing. They don't even know maybe what's fully going on. Some of them do know, obviously, but they also might not really know the extent of it.
Yeah, like a doorman at the bank. He's not in with the GM and all the stuff they're doing or got going on with money. He's the doorman.
Half the time they say they're doing simulations of the real thing, and the people that are actually doing the work can't tell the difference between the simulation or the real thing. Just shows you how it could be a simulation.
Exactly. How would they even? How would you or I even know if on your computer it's space you're looking at or a program they're sending? Exactly.
Mic check, mic check.
Come in, testing.
Hey, left.
You're good,
Leftland,
Mike.
did you watch that video?
No, I'm driving.
Okay. Yeah, it's less damning than I remember. Yeah, clearly they're talking about something specific. They're not talking about all the footage from the mission. I gotta find the the actual footage to confirm that, but it's clear.
That's interesting.
Well, yeah, because they talk about how they have to retrieve the footage from the craft and sort through it and sort it out. Clearly, that's not the footage that they were showing, because they were showing us footage that was live while it was happening. They're talking about all the data that it collected while it was on its trip.
There was a lot of
cameras.
Yeah, there was a lot of imagery which was recording while they were up there that they weren't broadcasting, because there were cameras all over the vessel.
Yeah, it's 16 cameras.
So is that what they were talking about?
Yeah,
How many of them were uncut? When did we get 16? 16. When did we get 16 squares on our screen with 16 videos live?
Yeah, none of them were uncut because they didn't show it to us. Most of the footage was for tracking its position. So I was looking at stars and stuff.
So they admit they can't show you anything live.
No, they were showing us shit live. They were showing us inside the craft live.
So now they're showing you live.
Different cameras.
So now they're
That's my
showing you
point,
live stuff, but before they, I'm confused.
Yeah, that's because somebody presented this in a way that was confusing. But they showed live footage, and there's also a collection. There's a wealth of footage that the craft has on it. They didn't spend all the energy to send that back. Most of that footage was captured and recorded and stayed on the craft. So they have
Can
to
I
actually
ask you,
retrieve it from the craft.
why would you send any object with footage and not get all the footage? What would even be the point of sending it with any then? If I'm going to send a rover into a cave with 3 cameras and all I got is 3 cameras, I'm not going to say, well, guys, we only need this first 13 seconds. We're going to forget these other 2 cameras that I got recording. We're just going to take camera B, not C or A. We're just going to take this one. And they're going to be like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Why would you? Huh? Aren't they all being done? What do you mean? Don't we? That would make no sense. None.
Yeah, you would think so, but it's like if you were driving around across the country, right, and you were live streaming it to YouTube, some of the trip, but you also had 16 cameras that were recording the whole time. Obviously, you're not streaming all 16 of the footage from all the cameras. You're streaming whatever you're streaming, and there's a giant collection of data that didn't get streamed.
Is NASA autistic or on meth? Who needs 16 cameras? I got 2 eyeballs.
Yeah, I know, but most of those cameras are for tracking its position. They use those cameras to navigate.
So there's no point in them at all. Now don't mention them anymore. Which ones do we mention? Which ones are the good ones that don't have nothing to do with garbage that we don't need to worry about? The ones that we need to only focus on that we can look at and seeing something. You just told me I got to worry about 16 cameras. Then in the same sentence, you told me 16 of them are for tracking. So are they for looking at stuff or are they for tracking?
Hold on. I got to go ahead and eat dinner, but No, they're all good. They're all good cameras. All of them are good. They have so
To
many
do
of
what?
them because they have a purpose. But all those cameras are
To
capable of
not
taking
see.
pictures and footage.
To not film them all live is the purpose. That doesn't make any sense.
I can catch up with you after dinner, Demont.
Okay, will you go count how many are real cameras we can look at the whole time, start to finish? Just at least one, okay? Just pick one out of your 16. You got a lot to choose from.
I don't know if you saw the footage, but most of it was most of it, like probably half of the entire trip was live streamed. There was a lot of live stream.
Of what?
I gotta go eat dinner now, so I gotta go.
Yeah, and I'm
See you
sure you
later,
could like artistically draw some great stuff from the live stream camera you got.
Don't make fun of my pictures, bro.
I'm making fun of your 13-second live start to finish NASA videos. Your 13-second long ones. So much trajectory.
What's
16
crack-a-lacking,
cameras.
guys?
How
What are
would
y'all
you even
talking
put
about?
16? How would that even look with 16 cameras on an object? What would that even look like? Somebody do that, please. Get the cheapest shitty cameras you can. Put 16 of them on something. Shoot it through the air, and I would just want to see what that looks like on the screen with 16 different views of stuff. How retarded would that be?
What's up, Nate? You got?
Hey, what's up, Chill? How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. A nice sunny day here. It's getting warmer. It's nice. It was a nice sunny
Nice.
day. Nighttime now.
Are
But
you? You must be out west then.
yep, I'm in Northern California.
Jealous, man. It's just been rainy and snowy and wet over here and cold, man.
Yeah, it's nasty here in Tennessee.
Very nice.
Yeah, we had like 3 weeks of nonstop rain, and I got a little bit of snow because I'm up at some altitude. But yeah, finally it cleared up. But it sounds like you guys just got a big hit of snow all out east there, right?
Yeah, man. Very nice right now. And everyone getting sick.
They putting some extra juice in the chemtrails.
I think so, yeah. I think they like doing that thing where they create extra clouds or some shit so that there's more snowfall. What do they call it? Cloud seeding or whatever.
Yeah, it does seem like people seem to get sick like at the same time in certain areas.
Yeah. Like everyone in the southern hemisphere, they all get sick in the middle of the year. And then we tend to get sick like at the beginning of the year. Yeah. You gonna get your flu shot, Gio? Or...
I'm first in line, dude. I'm gonna camp out. Actually, is what I'm gonna get there early, stay all night, camp out, make sure I'm first in line.
Have you ever had a flu shot before, though?
No.
Oh,
Like of all the questions, that's the question that came to mind, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna ask, do you have a topic? But apparently that you went with that one.
I don't know the topic, man. Maybe Essie could bring one up.
Well, I just posted a picture. Spacecraft going to the moon, traveling 686 miles an hour. Any comments?
It's a really cool looking picture.
686 miles an hour. That's it.
Correct.
That's good CGI.
It all checks out. Everything's looking good here, sir. Nothing to report.
All nominal.
Doesn't it have to go
Yeah,
way faster than that to like break through like Earth's orbit and shit?
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it's
does.
got to go 18,000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
escape velocity.
and then it's got no resistance after it goes 3
'Cause what-
times in slingshots. And then it
Yeah, because wouldn't
slingshots.
that mean? Wouldn't that mean like an F-16 could blast off into space at like because they're going like what like Mach 1, which is over 1,000, right? Or no, I don't. How
No,
fast
it's got
is
to
not
go
Mach 1.
18,000. No, it's not going
Yeah, but
18,000. It's going probably 4, 5, 7 something. It's not going 18. You got to go 18 to 24. Then you got to go around the earth 3 times, slingshot, going faster and harder than ever before, so hard. Then you go to the moon 238,000 miles faster than ever before, so hard. Then you I don't know how, but somehow you pump on a brake that doesn't exist and go around the moon 600 miles an hour.
No way, Demog. It's kind of like if
you
you
didn't
throw a
catch the
rock
math?
up in the air. If you throw a rock up in the air, do you
We're not in
understand
the
that it
air.
slows down? It slows down to 0 before it comes back down.
You're not in the air. You're at 18,000 miles an hour. You're telling me the rocket goes to 0?
You're still
So
under
the
the
rocket gets
influence
to
of Earth's
0 miles
gravity,
an
though.
hour is what you're explaining to me, right?
It's kind of like they basically shot
The
the rocket
rocket
up
gets
there
to
and it
0
slowed
miles an
down.
hour. I got
Okay.
you. And then it free falls, correct?
You know what's I've always wondered about like astronauts and stuff. I never thought about this until the flat Earth. Until coming on here and stuff. How Globers, they insist that like the ground and the earth and the air, everything's moving lockstep. We're constantly moving from the second we're born to the second we die, forever and for always. We're always constantly moving. So that's why we don't ever notice it. So like, wouldn't it be catastrophic to like all your organs once you get into an area that's no longer spinning? I don't know, but I don't know if
Yes.
they ever think about that. But you know what I'm saying? Like let's say that
Nah,
like we are on a
I don't
spinning
think that
Earth, and
checks
then we
out.
like
Yes, the
why?
liquid off your eyeballs, the liquid off you. There would be no resistance on any opening. It'd be weird.
Only
Yeah,
if it's like
100%. But what
I don't
Left
think it'd
Lane
be.
is pointing out to you guys, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Left Lane told you guys a big secret. The rocket goes up, reaches 0 miles an hour at its tip point. Not 18,000, not escape, not 24, 0 miles an hour, and then it free falls back down to Earth. Just remember that.
Free falls back down to Earth.
Well,
No,
yeah,
but just like leaving leaving an environment that's constantly moving, like that's all our species, I'm getting in a Glober's head, but that's all the species has ever known. We've always constantly been. And then to go into a space that's all of a sudden not moving at all, it's just dead still. I feel like there would like our eardrums just start dripping out of our ears, and like I don't
That's
know.
a
I don't
bit
feel like it would be
extreme.
too good. Why? It's something that like it's kind of
he's
it
saying
would be like
he's
taking
saying if we lived on a centrifuge and our body was that little pill bottle, the little tube on the centrifuge with your blood in it spinning all those ways, and then you automatically just stopped, there would be a definite reaction going on. I'm with
Yeah,
you.
I mean, yeah. If you were in a centrifuge and then like your whole life, and then the centrifuge stopped, you definitely depressurize.
Well, think about this. What if you were on a merry-go-round for 3 hours straight, and then as soon as you got off that merry-go-round and just stood still on the ground, how sick you would get? Like you would be fucked up.
It depends how fast that merry-go-round was going. But I see what
Even
you're
if it
saying.
was just going like, I don't know, 5 miles an hour. They don't. I mean, not super fast. Not to the point where
I'll
you
tell
just
you what,
become
man.
comfortable. Just a
I'll
gentle,
tell you what.
constant rotation.
You know those wave pools at amusement water parks, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you ever spend like more than like a half hour inside of those wave pools, and you're like standing on like on the ground of the pool, and you're like letting the waves hit you, and your body's like balancing itself so that it doesn't get knocked over, and you go walk outside of the wave pool, you're gonna have this like strange pseudo feeling that like you're gonna feel yourself like still swaying back and forth. There's like a lingering effect. I don't know really how to explain it, but like you'll still feel the waves knocking you back and forth even when you exit the pool.
Right.
Just like a video game, it's a memory. I think it's the memory of the vibration, and until that wears out, out of your whole system, yeah.
Oh no. Like I was playing, my daughter got a little Switch Lite for Christmas, and like I pretty much speed ran Super Mario just to beat it real quick because I want to see what it was like. Because I haven't played a Super Mario game since like
Super Mario
64. I
what?
started playing Xbox. Yeah,
Super Mario
Odyssey.
64 or Odyssey. Oh yeah, that's a good game, man. I love that thing.
Yeah. So I was, I've never played a Switch before, and then tonight for like 2 minutes I played my Xbox, which I haven't turned on in like 4 months, and I was like, "What the fuck is this thing in my hand?" Like it felt so fucking weird. So imagine, being on Earth and blasting off into space, how fucked up that would feel. Like constantly spinning, all of a sudden no longer moving at all. You're just in a void. Like that, I just feel like your intestines would start like exploding, and like it would
Not
be
to
weird. I
mention,
feel like you'd be violent.
it's a
I mean,
vacuum.
again,
It's not
it
just.
seems. Go
It's
ahead.
not just no movement. It's a vacuum, also. Correct.
Well, sure, yeah,
Well,
you
yeah, but you're
definitely your
technically in a
eyeballs would definitely like
pressurized
pop out
chamber.
of your head and
Yeah.
all that. But if you were in like
I mean, 'cause
a force field bubble or something, I mean,
well, yeah,
really,
the tin
it really
can that
comes.
they're in, the lem, the thing that's like as thick as tinfoil. Like you're in that, and let's say it's pressurized to what do they say, like 5. So I mean, I'm not saying your eyeball's gonna pop out of your head from that. Just the fact that you're no longer spinning. And then once you get on the moon, well, no, I guess the moon spins at the exact same rate as the Earth. That's why so
No,
maybe that wouldn't be an
How
issue.
well,
long
that's
do
not
bubbles
true.
exist in a vacuum? An actual bubble.
They say
What'd
the
you
moon
say?
only spins at 10 miles an hour on its axial rotation.
Sure, yeah, it spins once every 27.3 days.
Then they say it's going around the Earth at like, what is it, 2,288 miles an hour is the speed that it's orbiting the Earth. And there's no atmosphere on the moon, so to land on that, you'd have to make some serious maneuvers.
Absolutely. There's no atmosphere on the moon, yet the moon's in the Earth's atmosphere now. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I tried getting to the bottom of that, and I don't think there's any like NASA website page that says that. I think there's like some Russian blog or something that says it, but I don't know. Like where do we all
Simon
get
Dan
that?
just dictated it to be true.
Okay,
I
well,
don't know.
maybe he believes in RASA or whatever that is, but I
Wait,
mean,
you're
where are
saying
we all getting this from?
what, the axial rotation and the speed orbiting thing?
No, the Earth atmosphere extending to reach the moon. Like, where are we all getting that from? From what I've seen, it's just
That happened
like
in 2018. Announcement by NASA in 2018. I shall try and find the article for you shortly.
oh, if it's by NASA itself, then yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's cool. That if that's how it is, but I don't want us all claiming something that's just been stated by some like internet blogger or something.
That's the whole reason why the American flag was waving. It's in the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, very nice one.
Oh man.
So I'm searching right now. Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon, and I got an Earth.com/news as the first link. Newsweek. Okay. NASA confirms moon in Earth's atmosphere. Let's see what this gets me. Okay, that's ESA. What's that? Oh, that's the European Space Agency. Okay, so the ESA.
What year was that?
Is
What year
saying
was
it.
that, please? What year and
Let
what
me
month, please, of that article?
let me click. It's loading. And fine, I'll accept all cookies. Fuck you, website. Let's see. 20th day of February in 2019.
19. Oh, that's a bit late. It was earlier than that. It was definitely 2018.
Oh, but here we go. Let me read the first paragraph. It's like one run-on sentence. A recent discovery, and this is coming from the European Space Agency website. A recent
With the
discovery
giant run-on
based on observations by us, the ESA, and NASA Solar and Heliospheric Observatory, SOHO, shows that the gaseous layer that wraps around the Earth reaches up to 630,000 kilometers away, or 50 times the diameter of our planet. The moon flies through Earth's atmosphere, says Igor Baliukin of Russia's Space Research Institute, lead author of the papers presenting the results. I don't get it. Is a Russian astronaut somehow a member of the European Space Agency?
Not since last February.
But this is from the European Space Agency website. So, if they're saying it, that's a big deal. It's not NASA, but it's the European Space Agency. So,
but it's
fair
not
enough.
NASA.
But it mentioned
they're all the
NASA's
same thing.
report.
NASA
It mentioned
is boss of all of them.
NASA reporting it.
But it's not NASA.
Yeah, but it says
So if it's not NASA,
NASA.
it's cool, right? It's real.
No.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think you're keeping up, man. You seem lost.
So it's not just
Or
NASA we can't trust. It's all space agencies.
All space agencies are tied to NASA.
You seen? Oh, hold on, man. This guy just seems like really lost. You might just want to sit back and listen.
I'm asking questions, man. Should I not ask questions? Please answer.
If those are the types of questions you're asking, then yeah, man, just sit back and try to think of better questions.
Well, why don't you let the other guy answer? Because someone did have an answer. Go ahead, Bon.
Well, NASA's got their finger in everybody's face pie.
Uh-huh. What if it was something from the Chinese Space Agency? Does NASA have their fingers in that pie as well?
Are you going to answer this guy's questions like they're worthy of a response right now?
They are.
He doesn't
questions.
You don't even mean what you're saying.
Why
man.
don't
Get
you
out of
let
here.
Bong answer? Why are you poisoning the water and trying to control the conversation?
Because I can tell where you're coming from.
Why not just let Bong answer?
Don't try to punk us, man. Don't try to punk
I'm
us.
not punking anything.
Don't be a punk, okay? Quit being a punk and ask questions that are based on your own curiosity, legitimately.
I gotta say, every time I hear that guy talk, I think of Ace Frehley.
Yeah, but Bong, if it was a publication from the Chinese Space Agency, is it something I could believe? Something I could trust?
Well, Chinese Space Agency's fake. They got fucking glasses of water sitting on a desk on their fucking space station, just hanging out.
So it's all of them.
And then
any space agents.
Yeah, they're all trash. Have you seen some of the some of the images of Earth from the Chinese space station where it looks like it's not a sphere. It looks like a 3-year-old tried to make a ball out of some Play-Doh. It's just lumpy and shit. It's all fucked up. They have boxes just sitting in the corner of their space station. It's not tethered down to everything unless everything's velcroed at the bottom. I don't know which. You guys have all seen the glass of water. Silly.
Sure. I think it's suctioned to the table so that the glass itself doesn't bounce off. And I've had some conversations about water sitting at the bottom of a glass of water And it's actually surprising what kind of responses you can get about how
Yeah, but Don
plausible that
Pettit,
is.
Don
What's
Pettit
up and
has
what's
like a whole
down?
5 minute. Don Pettit has a whole 5 minute thing on how liquid won't like the whole
Yeah,
like you guys
yeah,
seen
but
that
it's
little coffee
carefully
cup he
no,
had
but
with
it's
his friend?
it's
It's
carefully
amazing
worded
talk.
though. It's not. It's what
Yeah.
he says. I'm just being fair here, but what he says isn't about water not sitting at the bottom of a cup. What he's talking about is trying to drink from a normal glass of water and actually get the water to enter your mouth. Not that water won't sit at the bottom of a cup, because there's
Yeah.
this could spark us into like surface tension conversations, and then actually like not zero G, the slightly less than free fall environment, that the space stations are
Yeah.
in, and yada yada. And you're never going to hear the end of it, and no one's going to be satisfied at the end of that conversation.
But
I
you know
feel
how
like
like think
I feel
about
like that
like
glass of water was put there to spark up, to like light a flame underneath your butt to make you come on here and waste your time trying to like argue against people like who we're dealing with here about this specific thing. Like, don't fall for the trap. Don't worry about the water. We got bigger
a
fish to
glass
fry.
of water sitting on a desk on the on the Chinese space station is just silly. Like it's all
That's
done
the
on
point,
purpose.
man.
Water.
It's
Yeah,
a
exactly.
piston breadcrumb. You think you're picking up little crumbs that'll lead you towards, clues to a result, but they were placed there on purpose for you to pick up, and they peed on them as they left them behind for you to pick up. And they got you to eat the yellow snow, didn't they?
Don't
You know
eat the
what I
yellow
do
snow.
wonder?
Don't eat it.
What I do
That was
wonder
a nice
though is like,
analogy.
what's like the heartburn like in space? Because you gotta think like all your stomach acid inside your stomach. Like how's that not floating up to the top of your stomach, getting into your esophagus and shit?
That's a good point. Actually, I think that's something I never
And
thought of.
blood flow. Yeah.
Just
Like
the whole
just
the whole digestive process in zero
it,
G.
yeah. Now, like like swallowing food, I get that because it's your muscles contracting in your esophagus. Going like I get the muscles are just pushing it, and like trying to take a dump. I get that's just muscles. So I mean, I don't see that like once it comes out, it's gonna float up in the air. I
So
feel like
so
there would
so
be
when
like
right so when you
turds
have
bouncing off the wall once a week in the ISS, but
when
I
you
mean
have
that kind of stuff I get.
when you have
Sorry.
what's that word or what's that symptom like you have acid reflux. So you
Mm-hmm.
what are they just taking Pepto Bismol all the time to keep the acid from like I mean that won't even work.
Isn't it the same
Yeah,
way
but you
you
gotta
can
think
drink water upside down? You know,
To
you
get rid of
guys
the
never tried
hiccups.
that?
No,
No, like have you never tried to
it's
drink water
that's
upside
one.
down?
yeah,
Your
Yeah,
body
that's
yeah,
still
what
that's
I
one
said. Your
part of it,
your
man.
muscles,
body
He
still
he already
your
absorbing some
muscles
he
are
water.
already
pushing.
addressed that. There's
Yeah,
there's
your
multiple
muscles are already pushing.
factors. There's multiple factors of like living in zero G environment, and that is one of them. And none of us have any issue about like the compression of muscles, like pushing things along a track, right? That's fine. But I mean that's not the whole story at play. Sure, you can be in a zero G environment and use your muscles to contract and like push the water down into your stomach, but it's a whole different story about the liquid in your stomach being in a zero G environment. If you jump and then hit the ceiling and push out the ceiling, well, you're gonna get a lot of that acid flowing up into your esophagus.
Yeah, I mean,
I feel like that would be
I
a
would
constant
assume.
thing. Every time you like open your mouth, you'd be like wanting to burp shit out. And they have like very long, like long-winded interviews where they're talking and talking. They're not, excuse me, it's just, I don't know.
Are
And
they
then
ever
your
eating
bladder.
during those interviews?
They make tacos and shit all the time. They're fucking making tacos and eating guacamole. They'll like take a salsa chip and like throw it, and there'll be like some salsa floating around. Yeah, I got it. And then like the other guy will bite it. They're squirting toothpaste at each other. Like they're very haphazard with all the stuff they kind of just toss around.
Yeah, that is really strange. There's those videos of the ladies washing their long hair, and there's just droplets and globs of water just letting just freely released to float around and land on whatever surface it may happen to land on. It's like, I don't know. Hopefully the interior is all waterproof. Hopefully there's no sensitive like electronic equipment around.
No, dude, that one video where she's taking a shower, there's a power box right behind her. Like a fucking like something you would see at a store with like a red switch on the side, like just full of, I don't know, but it's just, I mean, that's like a center, like she's showering next to the fucking thing. And I'm like, that doesn't look like something you really want to get wet. Ugh.
It doesn't seem to be a matter of concern to them. I mean, they obviously aren't concerned about debris or liquids freely floating, through the station. I mean, as far as what I've seen, it doesn't seem to be a major concern at all.
Not only that, where's all the air filters? Like they have to have massive like filters they have to change constantly, catching all the skin cells, because I mean there's some form of air conditioning on there obviously. So where are all the filters for it? I mean, dude, you gotta change your fucking filter once a month, in a regular house. You got people just breathing recycled air constantly. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they got like some kind of like Kevlar thing that never needs to be changed, and it just, and then, but then again, if you open up the vacuum of space and your thing's bolted in, it'll just suck everything off. So I don't know. I guess never mind. Maybe that's not that interesting of a question.
I'll tell you what my biggest interest in is about the ISS and how it operates. No. in like a entertain, like in a humoring sense of like, okay, so it's up, just accepting it, right? I really don't understand the like the cooling system, because like you all know how a car coolant system works with the radiator and stuff. What do you call that? Like the like inductive heat transfer, where like the hot metal is passed over by a cool breeze, and it passes along the thermal energy to the air passing over it, so that it can it can cool itself off by passing its energy, its thermal energy it creates onto the outside environment in order to keep itself at a regulated temperature. But you don't have that in space, and so to the degree I've looked into it, they say, well, yeah, the ISS radiator coolant system doesn't operate like a car does. It actually uses liquid ammonia, and runs it all over all the hot parts, and absorbs the heat energy into this circulating coolant fluid of liquid ammonia, and then it takes it to the dark side of the ISS and glows off the heat energy, right? Like it radiates an infrared light, and it takes all the light energy that the sun is heating it up with, and then absorbs it into a fluid circulating of liquid ammonia, and then takes it to the other side, and then like releases all that energy through infrared radiation, and just glows off all the excess heat. It's like there's not a single technology that exists here on Earth where something is cooled off just by the process of glowing off the excess energy. Because everything with a temperature glows infrared light, right?
You know what's weird is when you get into the actual like numbers of the temperatures that the outside, that like the wall of the ISS, and it's like that's facing the sun versus the side that's completely dark.
It's like almost 400, like 300 some Fahrenheit.
No, thousands.
No, I don't think so, man. Yeah, I don't think so.
No, it is. Oh, trust me. I mean, you gotta think it's up in the thermosphere.
Well, there's a difference between the particles in the thermosphere versus like an object in the thermosphere. Or I mean, I know that sounds silly, but and I'm not,
No, I don't
I'm
buy
not,
that.
and I'm not completely sure that the ISS is in the thermosphere. I think it's actually beyond that. But either way, they say that a piece of like sheet metal in empty space, exposed to the pure like sun rays, only gets up to about 400 degrees Fahrenheit.
Where at? In the thermosphere?
No, in free space, just with the sunlight shining directly on it without any sort of protection, it'll get to like 400 degrees Fahrenheit. But that's
Yeah, but
still pretty damn hot.
yeah. When you say free space, like what altitude is this?
Well, I'd say it's somewhere in the exosphere. It's just a hypothetical about a piece of metal just, out in space beyond the, first layers of the atmosphere that they imagine is real. but yeah, you got a point though. Like, why is the thermosphere hotter than a piece of metal in free space?
My issue with the thermosphere is this. Okay, they say the thermosphere is. I don't remember them. It's 2,000 degrees, whatever. And then they claim, well, it's just individual gas particles. Well, what's heating those gas particles? Those gas particles aren't blasting off from Haiti and flying up through the air and then getting no, those gas particles are up there and they're being heated by a source. A source is heating those gas particles. If the more matter you add, it's going to absorb more of the energy from the source that's heating those particles. So I don't understand why people claim that it's just the individual gas particle that has the heat and nothing else gets hot. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you're right. You're right about it being in the thousands. So I just googled it. It says the molecules or whatever
Like
of the
2,000 to
thermosphere
5,000
is
degrees.
4,500 degrees, and that's way hot. That's way hotter. I don't know why they would say this, but that's way hotter than what I've heard. Like a piece of metal in the exosphere gets up to, just taking the full brunt of the sun rays.
Well, the thing
I
is,
don't know. Yeah, that's
like you
weird.
look at like satellites are made out of aluminum and all kinds of
I
shit.
mean, you know their answer to that, man. I mean, we don't need to do.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that
what
comes to
they
the
say.
whole. That comes to the whole. Yeah, but the argument is, well, the particle of gas is really
They're
hot.
so
Nothing else
sparse.
is
Well,
hot.
yeah, but it's so sparse, and there
It's
is a
not the
logic
job.
to that.
But there's
It's
particles. There's particles that
but
that
it's
whole
not a
entire
bad
wall of the satellite
excuse.
is particles.
Yeah,
It's not the
but it's
job of the particle to heat
but man,
the.
there's no point to go down this lane because it's a fairly good excuse because you can have like a deep fryer, right, turned up to like 400 degrees, and you drop some fucking Twinkies at the carnival into the deep fryer, and one drop of 400-degree oil splashes out and lands on your forearm, right? It doesn't make your
Right.
body all of a sudden 400 degrees. It burns you for a second, then it dissipates, almost immediately. It just stings for like a millisecond, but it doesn't
What
have a
heated?
it doesn't have a large
Yeah, but
effect on
then
the temperature of your overall body.
right. But see, what heated up the oil? That what made that drop of oil hot?
The
And then
gas
put your
flame.
hand. And then put your hand above the gas flame. That's it. That gas flame that got the
Yeah.
oil hot
Okay,
should be
okay.
keeping your hand hot too.
Right. Which
That's
is
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
and yeah. No, yeah. I hear you, and that is what I just a second ago said is really weird. How could the thermosphere, how could the thermosphere particles be hotter than a piece of scrap metal thrown into free space between the Earth and the sun, which I've heard only gets up to, like I said, like 400 degrees. So, yeah, I don't understand how the thermosphere could reach a temperature of 4,500 degrees when something even less protected wouldn't reach that same amount. It seems,
Well, think of it this way.
it seems
Like
suspicious.
imagine if you took like a plexiglass like aquarium, right? Like let's call it like 20 feet by 20 feet, just and it's only got like it's like an aquarium. There's no top to it, so you can put stuff in it, and you put it up in the thermosphere. And let's just say you in the middle of it, you open up a can of air, and that air just kind of keeps pushing up against the glass, so it's not escaping off anywhere. It's all kind of staying put. That air, since it's all just particles, just like everything else, like the particles are really hot. The air's going to get to over 4,000 degrees. Wouldn't that melt the plastic around it? But the thing is, how come the air gets hot, but the plastic holding the air in won't get hot? That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Well, before all of the air gets hot, it's going to expand, and the air that you brought up isn't going to be the same amount of air that's still in there like hours later.
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's just call the. I mean, I'm just saying if we could just like have a collection of air, like pressed up against the wall of a container up there, but it's not completely sealed off. So I mean, I guess the air would still leak out, because that's what air does.
To a degree,
But
not completely, because they think the gravity is going to keep at least some
well,
of the air. Like you could take a cup of air, right? Like just like normally the way people would refer to it is an empty cup, right? But of course there's air in it. So like the Glovers think you could take an empty cup or a cup of air, send it into orbit, even though there's nothing keeping the air sealed, like it's open on the top. They think you could send a cup of air into orbit, and that the air, like to a degree, there'd be a good amount of air still in the cup as it orbits, even though it has an open top to it. And then how hot would that air get? Yeah, I don't know. That's a difficult question.
and I keep thinking about that drop of oil analogy. How like that one drop of oil that hit your arm, it's not going to turn your body to the same temperature of the oil, but it's going to burn the fuck out of
Right.
where it hits you.
The thing with the
To the point
thermosphere
where
or the
like, oh
IS,
shit, look at this.
my bad.
Oh no,
I
go
was
ahead,
just gonna
man. I
say
feel like we're hogging enough.
the thing with the thermosphere is that they say it's equivalent to, like, say if you were to stick your hand in a pot of boiling water, or if you were to stick your hand into a 400 degree oven or whatever. Like obviously the boiling water is going to hurt. It's going to be hotter. You know what I mean? Quicker. You're going to get it quicker because there's a lot of molecules around. So they say, the thermosphere is kind of like sticking your hand in a. What the fuck is beeping? The
Yeah, but you
thermosphere is
can't
kind
stick
of
your
like.
hand. See, you can't stick your hand in a 400-degree oven longer without a oven mitt covering you, or are you just in and out. See, like
Yeah,
my
that's what I was.
stoker,
That's
right?
where I was going to get to. That's where I was going to get to. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
So the thing is, yeah, you can make that analogy where you can pull your hand out real quick and it doesn't get burnt. However, if you leave your hand in there, like the ISS is left in this medium, eventually your hand would burn, and eventually the ISS would get hot. That's where that analogy falls apart.
Well, that's where they bring it. That's where they bring in their ammonia coolant fluid that can radiate infrared light as a way of releasing thermal energy. It in order to cool off, it glows the heat away.
But the thermosphere is
It
so
glows
hot,
it all away.
ammonia would evaporate. The ammonia would
Well,
evaporate away.
I mean, those are in glass tubes or whatever. The I mean, they're
Like
talking
in
about
front of
something
glass.
in space, right? So
Yeah, glass
that
tubes with micro asteroids the size of a grain of sand that will go through like 500 Empire State Buildings.
So speaking of that, do you know how many meteors, micrometeors, and meteorites enter Earth's atmosphere every day?
How many?
That's what's giving everybody heart attacks.
That doesn't seem right,
Oh
but
boy.
it's in the millions, bro. It's in the millions, they claim. Now, most of them burn up in Earth's atmosphere because they're smaller than they're small. Some of them are very tiny, but things like the ISS or satellites would get ripped to shreds out there.
Yeah. Now, real quick, the whole like 400-degree oven thing. See, I do a lot of smoking in the summertime, and like where I put my coals and all that, that gets to about 600 degrees. And
You're
when I
talking
open
like
that door,
smoking.
like
You're talking about like
yeah,
smoking
it's
meat.
right.
I thought you
Yeah,
meant
my bad.
smoking
Yeah.
weed.
No. On the side of my grill, it's like the little thing. It looks like a tiny little like grill attached to my grill. Like you
Yeah,
got a
yeah,
great white shark, and then you got that little fish that sits onto the. Yeah, that's what it looks
yeah.
like.
That's cool
But
that
I
you got
mean,
a
it's
smoker,
about.
by the way. That's good shit.
Oh yeah, no, shit. It
You got
it
grills
sucks.
on
It's not a
grills.
it's not a good one, but anyway, what I'm saying is like when I open that because it's only getting about 600-700 degrees in there because the smoker part where you put your meat that's only I'm keeping that at about 200 degrees and it's right next to it. And when I open up that smoker door, you have to be quick because that shit burns. Because so that like put your hand in a 400-degree oven. Yeah, you can do that for literally half a second. You put your hand in there. If you leave your hand in a 400-degree oven for literally 2 seconds, your hand will start turning red. It's a stupid argument. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you.
And the thing
It's
is, they're
really not.
ignoring
It's
what's
really not
making
that
that
bad of
oven
it.
hot. But
Nah,
they're
if
ignoring
if
about
you
what's making the oven hot.
nah,
So social.
if you buy into the particles, it's not that bad of an argument, man. For real, like you
But it's
shouldn't
not.
be.
It's not the particles' job to heat the stuff up in it. Whatever heated up those particles will heat up the thing inside the environment with those particles. It's
Well,
not like
yeah,
the particle has
and
to
that's a
fly into it and
and
make it
that's a
hot.
different
That's
story.
not how it
Yeah,
works.
you're right. You're right. That's a different story that has nothing to do with the oven example. But you're right that
But
like
it's all tied in the
something
thermostat.
They claim the sun is heating the particles up, causing
exactly.
that's what causes the gas molecules to get enough energy to leave space. They claim. So they claim that it's getting dummy hot. Now the solar panels on the ISS, they're obviously
That have been
facing the
blasted
sun.
for 23 straight years. Because what the
Yeah,
ISS went up in '99, right? 2000.
yeah, but as far as the heat thing, no. Yeah, those are some dope ass solar panels. Anyways, as far as the heat thing, no, they're black. So you can get away with saying, "Oh, the ISS is silver and it reflects." All right, cool. But you got the black things that are always facing the sun, so that's not going to
Yeah,
work for that. They
which are
got to
made
be
out of
getting
gallium.
dummy hot.
Yeah, they're made out of gallium, which has a melting point of like 500 degrees. Those things are getting
I
well over
mean,
500 degrees.
if you
If
have
any
Just by
something
globers
being
in
black,
here,
blasted.
I don't know if
I'd
anyone knows about
appreciate.
it, how to make a solar air heater, but if you have a box with some black shit in it, that shit's gonna get dummy hot, like quick. That's how solar air heaters work. If anyone has a black door on the front, I have a black door on the front of my house, but I also have a
Hey, put your
glass,
hand on some pavement.
one of those glass doors. Well, it makes it
Pavement.
even worse when you put it in a box. It makes it even worse because now all the heat gets contained inside that box. There's nowhere for the shit to go.
Yeah, and
This
then
is
you're
how
gonna
like
take
solar air
being
heaters work.
yeah, but then being up in the thermosphere where there's no air, there's no breeze, there's nothing to cool it off just by blowing air on it, like there is on Earth. You get a nice cool. That's still cooling off the ground and shit. There's nothing protecting it from the sun rays. It's just being bombarded, which gets the air molecules. See, the thing is, if there was enough air up where the thermosphere was, like there is on Earth, all that like it would be 4,000 degrees. The more matter, like
What
a molecule is made out of matter. The more matter you add to the thermosphere, that matter is going to get hot.
what does a fan do in a vacuum? I mean, how
Yeah,
what?
yeah. Diddly squat is doing diddly squat.
Yo, what the fuck is a fan doing?
But here's another question. How can the
Oh,
Earth forget the ISS? How can the Earth regulate its temperature? They're going to tell you a story the same as the ISS. It's glowing off its excess thermal energy on like the non-daylight side, on the night side of the Earth, right? It's it's giving off all this heat and radiating like infrared light. in order to like let the thermal energy escape out into space. It's shooting, photons out into space in order to relieve itself from gathering more and more temperature. But I mean, like how the hell is Earth glowing off enough heat from itself at a perfect rate to have these seasons and this well-regulated, temperature? I mean, I guess they call it the Goldilocks zone, but that's just a word, you know. Seems I don't know.
See,
Seems a bit miraculous.
the glober answer is think about surface tension of water. Gravity holds on to air the exact same way that surface tension. I don't know. They don't fucking know. Nobody knows.
I just
You
don't
can't have
get
gas
how
pressure without a container. Anytime you
you
see
got.
it glowing, you're seeing glowing because the gas is interacting with the light. Like that's why you're seeing it glow. So that means all that glowing is fucking gas, which is our atmosphere, which is selectively going off into a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's all bullshit.
Quite the miracle, man. Quite the miracle how it all works out.
Yeah.
You gotta believe in. Yeah, you gotta believe in miracle upon miracle in order to be a glober. You got to believe in so many miracles.
It's what they said earlier. How one dude said that he can see a wave traveling for 8 billion years. Like what the fuck? Like it's just they're making things up. They say, "Oh, you believe in God, you believe in the flying spaghetti monster, but I believe in waves that travel for 8 billion years."
Their favorite their favorite response to me pointing out these miracles, that we're experiencing is they say, well, every single rock of the millions and trillions and billions of them out there, they all have the chance to have humans or life or sentience on them. And you think you're special just because you're the one out of a trillion that worked out. But you're not special. You're just the one that happened to, be in the right time at the right place under the right conditions. And the analogy they give is a sentient pool, a sentient puddle of water, and the puddle wakes up one day and says, "Wow, it seems very serendipitous that this pothole. It almost seems like this pothole was custom designed to fit my body." Says the puddle of water in the pothole, when really it's just the pothole that's limited in its expression and defined by the pothole itself. And I mean, I get where they're coming from, but I mean that's one miracle where the globe model has literally thousands upon thousands of miracles of water fitting into specific puddles.
Endless.
It's just a form of nihilism.
Well, how is a puddle have? How can a puddle be the word smooth, or an arc, or anything else? If you make an indent or an impression, which the water or the puddle itself, the dirt hole, right? How does that have to do when they say the word smooth, round, level, all these words, right? How can a pothole or a canyon? How can they go together? If I say I've got a perfect sphere with 20 million, I got a perfect sphere in my hand, which is locked up in a thing. The real perfect ones, they're little balls. They don't have potholes in them. None. So, like, to have little potholes in an ocean and Grand Canyons and 8 Mile dips and mountains, like, where would you put this in the physics lab as smooth or round?
That one went off my head.
Yeah, I don't think you can put that on the shelf as evidence.
Right.
I mean,
you can't.
like
so you can't you cannot be on a globe that's smooth. It's not possible because nothing about a globe this thing we live on, if it was a globe, nothing about it's smooth.
Well, we
but
know
you heard,
water.
you know what
Water
Neil
goes
deGrasse
down.
Tyson said. Oh, sorry. No, go ahead. My bad.
Oh no, I was gonna say, like like um like the water, like starting from a high point, water goes down to a low point, and if it's a sphere, then like where does it go from there? It's always going is the like where's the water? How's the water travel on a sphere?
There is no point that water has to pick left or right from the teeter. Yeah, exactly. The side of the hill. Where does it want to go,
I
left or right?
mean, they'd say it would try to evenly disperse around the entire surface. That what water wants to do is spread itself as thin as possible and as evenly as possible, coating the outside of a ball.
No, what
Except
water
for the
does is finds its way off the ball to the bottom and then drips off.
Well,
Right,
I mean,
that's what I would think.
that's how balls
That's what I
work,
would think.
in reality. But that's not where they're coming from. They believe in floaty balls and magical, non-friction
Right,
space.
right.
So
But even a
It's
that's
like,
not where
hill
they're coming
becomes
from.
an island.
has anyone ever seen the Sherwin-Williams paint? Sherwin-Williams?
yes.
Yeah, and so it's like paint pouring over a globe, right? And so it's like it starts at
Mm-hmm.
the top and then it drips downward, like
How can
towards.
an island?
Yeah, that's not what they believe. That's not how they imagine it, though. I mean, you know this. I mean,
Right,
what
but think about it.
what are we doing here? I don't want to straw man them. That's not what they would
I
argue.
don't either. So how do we have an island when the dirt is supposed to be under the water? The water is supposed to be the round part of the earth going over everything. How do you have an island of mud ahead of that or above it?
Well, they tell us that enough mass under this fictional pseudo force called gravity will take matter and form it into a ball collapsing under its own like weight and pressure. But then we're
So is
presented
there?
when you've ever seen the like pictures of a globe, the picture of their globe with the waters of the oceans removed. Well, it's actually very cavernous and not and not so collapsed under its own weight into a ball. It's very textured with hills and valleys and where's gravity at that point? Why
Well,
didn't it all even out smoothly? Why would it be so textured?
Why
No,
is
I think the
North
reason
America
is.
above the water?
Oh,
Why is Asia above the water? I mean, if gravity's pulling everything to the center, why is there any land masses above the fucking water, which should be at the top, just forming around the ball? There shouldn't be any type of land masses because of gravity.
I think what
what?
they'd say, is that it would all come down to volcanic activity of fucking like magma eruptions creating all of this land above the water and causing all like the texture of the surface.
Why would it stop
Very
collapsing
actually,
on itself?
you answered that as a glober. I know you're not a glober, Fundy. But like no, very good glober answer. I can't really argue that because that makes sense. I get why they would say that. So, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, but they at the same time to make that argument, they have to tell you that you live on a solid crust that it's like the egg, it's like the shell of an egg, right? It's solid on the outside, but inside it's all liquid, right? And I mean that's what they're telling you, that you live
yeah,
on the firm crust on the outside, surrounding of a ball of liquid rock. Just
but
like
Oh, liquid.
what's
also don't
How
underneath
they
you?
does
tell
Just
us?
miles upon miles
Ah,
of like fucking liquid magma,
hey, you
But
want to
also
talk
don't
about the
they tell
cold,
us that the
dude?
spin, that the gravitate, like the spin of the Earth causes this pear shape for it to be like so. So if the
That's
Earth
at
is
the
that
equator.
malleable, then the spin
That's
of
at
the
the
Earth is
equator, and that's
causing
just
it.
the water. Sorry.
So I'm saying that the spin of the Earth, is causing this pear shape that they're telling us that it is. It's not a sphere. It's a spheroid. But the
an
spin of the
oblate?
Earth is cause. If it's that malleable, then I would think so. Is the spin stronger than the gravity?
Right. When does the gravity?
That's
I've been
the
trying to
point of
ask this
bring
the
up
whole
earlier.
time. How
Yeah.
does gravity know when to stop crushing or collapsing in on itself as dirt and
well,
water to
see,
make the
see, that's
shape
what
of
I
what it
was
is?
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. The miracles stacked upon miracles. So go ahead and put yourself at the right distance from the sun, called the Goldilocks zone, where you can, have liquid, ice, and vaporous water all at the same time. But the thing is that there's no good goddamn reasonable, like nihilistic reason why Earth is spinning the speed it is, and there's no reason that Earth shouldn't be spinning 50 miles per hour faster. And how much different would life be? Or let's just say, because what are numbers in their nihilistic worldview? Why isn't the world rotating every 3 hours instead of every 24 hours, right? There's no reason it should be spinning so slowly, as they would say. We all just happen to be so lucky that Earth is spinning the pace it is to where it appears to be stationary. But I've asked this question and no one's ever gotten back to me. How much faster would the Earth have to be spinning to where it would be noticeable? And I don't think I've ever found a glober comfortable enough in their position to answer that, especially when especially around like 45 degrees positive or negative latitude, because that's when you'd feel it the most, where like all buildings would need to be like built at a tilt in order to be like structurally sound. If the Earth was spinning any faster, you'd have to start building like skyscrapers at like an extreme tilt in order to get them to stay upright, and you'd also be walking like at a tilt instead of upright, like of course we all do everywhere you go. You stand upright, plumb to the ground. And how much faster does the Earth really need to be spinning to where you can like hang a plumb and actually see it through your own human eyeballs, a noticeable like deviation from perpendicular to the surface?
Right.
I'm
Everything.
waiting for anyone to give me that. I guess I could
Well,
do the
see,
math myself, but whatever.
but everything you just mentioned has to do with Earth rotating. As a ball rotating, our 24-hour day, that's how fast we're rotating. We're constantly moving. So what I was saying was, if you're an astronaut and then you blast off into an area that is no longer like the whole concept of the 24-hour day
That doesn't
is just a
bother me.
random coincidence.
That
No,
that
but
is,
see,
that
the
doesn't
thing you
bother
said
me,
was
man. I don't know why
like
that
how
bothers you. The
perception.
the only the
No,
only time you're gonna be like you said earlier, like a catastrophic
everything's
event
based off the
is
rotation and movement. Once you
yeah,
get
but
into an
that
area that is no longer moving,
nah, that doesn't
I
make
mean,
any
dude, our
sense,
concept
man.
of time is based off of movement, of off the Earth
Nah,
rotating, causing
Now
a
that doesn't
24-hour day.
that doesn't make any. The only time you're going to be affected is when you go from a high speed to no speed in a sudden way. Like if you're skydiving,
Mm,
you
that's
know
literally
if
what I'm saying. How
yeah,
fast do we
but if
rotate?
but it's about the amount
1,000
of
miles per hour
time
to
in which
where?
the change of speed occurs.
But there's
If
a
you go
part
from
when you're
falling from
blasting
like
off
a
from here to the moon. There's a part where you're no longer rotating anymore. You
yeah,
completely stopped rotating.
but it's gradual, man. It's not like you hit a wall and you stop suddenly.
No, either
You
you're
gradually
rotating
slow
or
down.
you're not rotating. There's no gradual. Either you are moving with the Earth spin, or you're
No,
not.
their model says
That's
it
the,
is gradual.
nah. I mean, yeah, they can make up whatever the fuck they want, but in reality, either you're moving or you're not. You're going from one area to
I
another.
mean that's not even what they would say in their model, honestly.
It's just like, like the whole 24-hour, like our day is 24 hours. It's perfect. It's perfect amount of night versus perfect amount of day. That's literally all based off the Earth
Yeah,
rotating.
just enough to make
You,
sure the dark side of the Earth has enough time to radiate its excess thermal energy off into space by glowing infrared light to maintain this amazing climate we all experience. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like I said, there's miracle upon miracle, just stacked infinitum, and it is ridiculous. And then add all of what we've said about the previously mentioned miracles, and then why don't we slap a fucking solar eclipse and a sun and the moon that just so happened to appear as the same angular size in the sky? Let's just throw that one on there. Yeah, I mean, it is ridiculous.
The new moon, because we're at a very nice crescent right now. The moon's already set where I'm at, but the new moon this year, like as of like this, the last one we just had like 2 days ago, was the closest the moon has ever been to the Earth in like 48 million years. Just so you guys know, the moon was
Oh yeah,
closer to
sure.
it like a couple days ago than it has been since humans have been walking on the Earth. And there's been no effect on wildlife or jellyfish migration, nothing like that. I mean, it's fucking retarded. I mean, shit. Never mind, you cannot see a new moon. No one's ever seen a new moon. It just happens to be closer.
Boy, oh
But
boy, oh boy. I mean, I was a
I feel like
I
we
was a
killed the room.
hardcore globe enthusiast for about 4 years before I came across my first Jeranism video, which for some reason YouTube like pushed me and put in front of my face, which I still find kind of peculiar. It's like, wow, like what, like I never, like the only reason I heard about flat Earth is because YouTube like pushed it in front of me, which I'm always very like suspicious about anything that I didn't seek out, but somehow this like completely new topic I've never looked into somehow finds its way to me through some sort of algorithm. That was weird, and I didn't like it at first. Of course, you listen to them speak, the different proponents, and then you take it upon yourself to be like self-responsible and in charge of your own like decision making and acquirement of knowledge and information, and you make your own decision at the end of the day. And here I am. But the thing about me being such a hardcore globe heliocentric atheistic nihilistic Big Bang proponent back in the day was that it started getting really weird, because when you look into the model itself long enough, you start realizing the geometry and the ratios and like the numerology and the circumstances involved to define this model are actually like a symphony of coincidences that I honestly started getting really uncomfortable about, to the point where it when you really look into like the ratios of the solar system that they tell you, it has all the trademarks of a Freemasonic designed creation. As you might know, like all like the as you might know, like all the state capitol buildings and the Washington Monument and the White House and all that, like there's lots of ratios encoded in its design of like proportions and numbers that the Freemasons, worship and stuff. You get your 33s and your 108s and your 153s, and and if anyone's doubting that, I mean, I'll remind you that uh, one block north of the White House is the Scottish Rite, headquarters Freemason Lodge, which has 33 steps leading up to a building with 33 pillars, which are all 33 feet high, that are all like 33 inches in circumference, that house the 33 council high, council members of highest respect, that are all 33-degree Freemasons. So if you don't think that they fucking worship numbers, I mean, I don't. Okay.
Hey, you just mentioned 33 a bunch of times. I
It's
just
an
saw this
angle.
video like a few minutes ago. You guys know who Damar Hamlin is? The NFL player that like had a cardiac arrest. The Buffalo Bills, like
I
the
mean,
dude a
yeah,
couple weeks ago.
I heard about it.
Okay.
Was he number
Yeah.
33?
Well, when they were all standing around him praying, everybody was kneeling except for one player. His number is 33, and his last name is Neil. He's the only one not kneeling. That's just
Yeah, I
fucking
mean,
funny.
yeah, these things happen, and I don't really care to go into like listing off a bunch of celebrity actors or musicians
Well,
who all,
I mean,
but it's
yeah.
there. I mean, whatever at this point. Like
Well,
nothing
see, think
surprises
about
me
like
anymore.
the sport of football, how like it doesn't matter. Like the thing is, you got players that are 185 pounds, and then you get a player that's 359 pounds. Almost 400.
Sure.
But there's only been one instance of cardiac arrest throughout the
Oh,
whole entire
yeah,
NFL
yeah,
season.
yeah.
So I
I
think
see.
they
Yeah.
all probably got placebos. I mean, maybe he didn't. I mean, maybe some of them didn't. See, I don't know.
No,
You know what's weird?
it's honestly some sort of miracle, and I mean that in the strongest sense, that no one's been hit hard enough for this same thing to happen ever. Because the official story is that this is all.
They
You
haven't.
know,
They have an
hold on,
Indian.
hold on. Well, hold on. The official story is that this guy got hit so hard it caused a malfunction of his organ, right? And it's honestly a miracle in the past fucking what, like 70 years or something of the NFL that
Right.
this is like some sort of new event. Like, oh my God, like it happened. None of us saw it coming. It's like, what do you mean you never
Do
saw it
you
coming?
do
It's
you know
actually a
what they're
fucking
talking
miracle.
about?
It
The
hasn't
injury
happened
that they're
100
claiming.
times a year since the founding of the
The
NFL.
injury. The injury they're claiming happened to him happens in. It's only ever been recorded in two sports: baseball and lacrosse. In base, okay, so imagine a major league pitcher pitches a 105-mile-per-hour fastball and it bings you right in your chest. That and the same thing with lacrosse when they flick
Sure.
the little ball.
Yeah.
That's the only time, and it's only happened like 4 times in recorded records of sports.
Don't you feel like this is a pissed on breadcrumb? Like, don't you feel like this is something they want you wasting your time talking about instead of focusing on something that matters more? To me, this is just
Um,
like to me, this is just a stunt to get people like me and you arguing online with people who have all the grounds to stand upon that to call us crazy conspiracy theorists, even though we're probably right. The whole thing might be set up to the degree that it's just to divide and conquer people and create all this conversation that ultimately leads to nothing but a big disagreement based on the perspectives they know we hold. They know that there's people like us and they know there's the normies. And when events like this happen, even I could guarantee you that, oh, here we go, the next few weeks are gonna I bet a million conversations are gonna happen on this very subject. So we should probably do our best not to get sucked into debates that you know where you stand, you know where they stand, you're not going to convince anyone with the evidence or point out the 33 number of the one guy who's not kneeling. You can share that with me, and that's fine. I kind of enjoy that stuff. I have a sort of I don't know, appreciation for it that most people don't. But ultimately, like what are we doing getting sucked into this media event? Like we're the ones making it a big deal. If everyone just ignored it, then it's just one dude who got hit real hard, or maybe it was staged. And who cares? They stage things all the time. I'm not gonna, spend the next 2 weeks trying to get to the bottom of it and find out, who was involved in the fucking, staging of it or whatever. Is like but then at the same time, I don't have an answer for you. What are the important things in life to focus on? Family, love, friendship, wisdom? I don't know. I guess that's a good start. I don't feel like I'm gaining any wisdom by spending the next 2 weeks trying to get to the bottom of this faked event, but everyone's free to do whatever they want and have interests and explore whatever topics they want. But I'd honestly recommend a lot of conspiracy theorists to not take, certain subjects so seriously. And if you are willing to, delve into it and invest a lot of time, please just consider it like a hobby for fun. Like, I'm okay with people doing conspiracy research as a hobby for fun, but discern the difference between the conspiracies and the truths that you look into that will actually benefit you and the people around you like deeply, versus the ones you look into that ultimately lead nowhere but no way I'm gonna let them pull one over on me. But it's like, yeah, whatever. Go ahead and pull whatever you. At this point, I'm not getting fucking dragged down into any nonsense. Like, no one's gonna corrupt my like spiritual essence at this point. I'm not getting tricked by anything important. I know who I am. I know thyself. I got that covered. At this point, I got the armor of God or whatever you want to call it. No one's gonna corrupt my soul. I've already escaped from their fucking traps. But leave it to them, man. Leave it to them to keep on, putting these things out. I mean, do you think a single month isn't going to go by where they give us a pissed on breadcrumb to obsess over? You know, like how often do these deceptions, false flag events, major media covered events come out where we have our take versus the official take, and yeah, I think we're probably right about it more than the person just listens to CNN about it. But it's just going to keep on coming, right? Like it doesn't actually ever end. Like there's some sort of conspiracy generation machine at work where you're going to be given endless rabbit holes to dive into, and they're actually providing them from you. That's the thing. They know they're the ones making it, and they're not trying their best not to be detected or caught. They're actually counting on you noticing it as a way to lure you into wasting your time. Don't let them lure you in with these obvious deceptions. Take a 10-minute look. Say, yeah, this is my general take. If it's not something that really matters at the end of the day, make up your mind. Don't give a shit if anyone disagrees, because who gives a fuck? Maybe spend a little bit of time, but definitely don't fucking like get in any arguments about it.
Dude, that's why I wrote the book, as it'll be coming out soon, man. It's exactly that reason. Just to document a point in time in history and exactly everything you said, kind of in a nutshell, plus a little more.
What are you talking about? What did you do?
I just finished a book called Flat Earth Data: Is the Earth a Realm? And basically encompasses kind of just what you said there.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's hopefully it will just document a part of history. And because, as anybody, I don't know how you started out, but I wasn't, dude, Facebook and YouTube were, the thought of them being deep psyop networks, for agenda-driven politics and things like that, wasn't even a thought, right? Flat Earth helped me understand that, but then obviously as you open the present, you get to the bottom of the box. you end up wanting to kind of distance yourself from the word flat Earth, right? To a certain degree, because of all the negativity that comes along.
Yeah, there's baggage, man. Yeah.
And the point in the exercise, I believe, is obviously just an exercise in critical think. And
absolutely.
And that, giving an opportunity for a reader to go through the process of that without having to go through, like for instance, when you came across Eric Dubé, you would all be watching his stuff and not realizing it's Robothams. But then he'd hit you hard with the Hitler rap song, or and he would promote like sort of anti-Semitism a little bit, right? So you'd be kind of like, what the fuck does anti-Semitism have to do with flat Earth? So there's things like that. Not a lot of people understand, I guess, and to why that would happen and why that would be part of can possibly be analyzed in the book that I wrote, right?
Where the fuck is the book?
Dude, to just show you the cover copy, it's pretty dope, man. The cover looks pretty good. It's just, look, dude, it's there. It's just got spelling mistakes and things like that. I'm still going through the edit, right?
Spelling?
What's that?
Spelling mistakes.
Well, like if I'm reading it, right, I use Grammarly and all that shit. It's not professionally edited, but I mean, it's there. I have 2 people working on it right now. Like I had 2 proof prints printed off, so they're going through it, and I'm just working on it right now as I'm finishing it. But it's just finalizing it. It's just like putting the button on everything, and of course,
2 weeks, a month. What are we looking at?
I'm hoping by the end of fucking.
We've been waiting 9 years for this book.
Are you going to read it, Jeremy?
Well, I think you guys appreciate it because
audio.
it's just the story, man. It's just the story of what went on, and just kind of like the idea of any kind of Mike Pompeo said it the best.
Gio. Hold on, that was a good question, Gio. Is there going to be an audiobook?
No, I don't think so.
The bigger question is Jeremy in the book?
Yeah,
no.
That's top 10. What?
No.
What
No.
the fuck, bro?
I mean, you might have been asked a couple of questions here and there, and as far as that goes.
I should be in the front. What's the little thing they put in the front of the book? The little thing or the end of the book or something. I should be in all that shit. Come on, man.
Forward.
Yeah, it should be in the forward, backward, all that.
There's a section. There's just a section about Discord and asking questions on Discord, right? I mean, that's what I know you from. That's what I know you're about. But as far as your character goes and everything, you're just
put a list of the top 10 flat earthers. Did you make a list or?
No, there's none of that stuff. No, there's no top 10. It's literally just a collection of the story, dude. I mean, if you made a PDF and an exercise before and you present it to the kids and turn kids into flat earthers based on your exercise and information, you could repeat that at a larger scale, right? So if you did a smaller scale, you could do it at a larger scale. So it's just kind of the story of that implication, right?
I'm gonna write a chapter for the book. Don't wrap this up yet. I'm gonna write a chapter for you. We'll put it in the end.
Well, I have final thoughts, I have a final thoughts in the end of the book. You might like the final thoughts.
But can I just add a chapter of my own?
For real though,
well,
David,
you could just do your own thing. I mean, you're spending all this time here. The way that I look at it is pretty darn cool to use Kindle Works to make content. I mean, you got Chat GPT. I mean, you could put in your parameters and ask it to write in the vein of, Bible if you want, right? And get it to do a thesis for you.
I would recommend if you're able to do an audiobook. I mean, even if it's just a YouTube reading of it, but yeah, because a lot of people, are maybe more likely to listen to it rather than read. But
I hear you. Yeah, no, yeah. I hear you. But I don't.
Yeah, you got a good Canadian voice. You should read it off in an audio, for YouTube.
Yeah, we'll see. I've gotten this far already. I kind of just want to, I mean,
if you want to get the info out there, that's probably one of the best ways to do it, ain't it?
Not really, because it's kind of just for me. It's not for me. The medium that I have, the medium that I've chose, it will be here for 10 years, 20 years.
Here's what we're gonna do.
The material is done. The material is done, so there's no rush to do any audio. If somebody wants to do an audio for it, go ahead.
Yeah,
it's just.
Here's what we're gonna do. You come out with the book, I'll buy a copy, and then I'll read it on YouTube for the audio.
There you go.
Actually, we should get a British person to read it because they just sound smarter.
Yeah, for sure.
With their fancy voices.
Rumpus would love to read it.
Get the Rumpus to read it.
Imagine that. That would be priceless. Too funny.
He would start off, what bullshit. That's what he would call it. Right when he started up.
Yeah, it's going to be. I think
he'd be throwing in his own comments in the middle. He'd be throwing in his own comments in the middle. He'd be like, "This is rubbish."
Yeah, funny. Like when I was back on Brandon's show a long time ago, but we were going through the celestial navigation. And he was doing this whole drawing and everything, and I wanted him to put the 90-degree right under the GP. I wanted him to put a little label there, and so I was kind of riffing on it a little bit, and then he said. He was refusing to do it, and finally he said, "Okay, fine, I'll put something there." And he put a little thing there, and then he just wrote in text. He wrote irrelevant gibberish, and he put a little arrow to that area, to the GP. So he was trying to say that it was all irrelevant gibberish that it was just funny. I'll post it. That was his summation of what I was saying about the GP being at the 90.
I mean, the way the way it sounds, I mean, shit. I mean, somebody I'm sure at this point has taken AI and put all these voices together over these debates. No,
Yeah, there it is. Irrelevant gibberish. He put a little arrow there because he drew this whole thing, and I'm like, well, just put the 90 degree, dude. Put it on there just for me. And he kept refusing, but finally he did it. But he had to label it irrelevant gibberish. Yeah, I mean, it's all history. It's all history in the making. Like, I could see in the future there being like an actual like database where people in the future will want to go back and listen to a lot of these discussions and debates because it's going to be like, it's like historical, you know, like they convinced the people the Earth was a globe for this long, and then there was this great unraveling. Did I kill the chat? What's up, Eggshells? Are you driving? Eggshells was on here the other night on his motorcycle, cruising down the road, talking to us.
that's pretty dedicated. I mean, for something that he opposes so greatly, spent a lot of time on driving his motorcycle too, doing it. It's pretty dedicated. In all his defense, though, there's a lot of boring shit on television and on media.
What say you let me write a chapter for your book, Data?
What do you got?
Well, I
What's
don't know.
that?
I'm not sure
You
what
got
kind. I'm not sure what kind of chapter he wants.
Say that again. What?
I says, what? Suppose you let me write a chapter for your book.
Well, you guys all have access to Amazon and Kindle and all that shit. I mean, you should why not do it? I mean, mine is a little bit of a anecdotal experience with learned calculations, right? Going through the exercise, going through the process, and then coming through the conclusion, right? Just like the exercise was designed for.
Is it going to be the whole story, or is it going to be tailored to be a propaganda piece?
Well, I don't know, because I didn't create the information that was put on the media. I didn't create the videos. I didn't create the stuff. All I did was observe and report about it. That's it. So you'll have to make an assessment of the information that I've presented, as whether the information is conjured or is it just parroted from the source, and then me parroting the source of the information, having an opinion about that source.
Nice. But you do probably add some of your own thoughts, or?
Well, that's the idea. It's the end of the day. Like, imagine, I mean, I don't know how, if your studies were into mysticism and ancient religions, well, you're 10 years, 20 years ahead of me from any of my thoughts being anywhere near that. And then if I was to research that particular aspect of astrology and numerology, you could be quite pleasantly surprised to just how much is actually in plain sight when it comes to how that system actually works behind the scenes, if you will, to historical events, signings of deals, stock market situations. So if you're not willing to research, you're probably not going to find teachings or any kind of situations or coincidences that, it's just, I don't believe in coincidences at this point because of the pattern that you see, right? So
I don't know. That sounds kind of conspiratorial to me, bro. I mean, you really believe that
at the end of the day, pattern
up?
recognition could be probably pretty conspiratorial. It's just the ideas that we all went through the elections of elections of Donald Trump in 2016. Everybody heard the words fake news. Then I don't know if you're familiar with 1933, the War Act, plus the Munn Act. Like, these things were enacted. I mean, versions of them.
You think the elite would actually match up numbers with symbols and letters and use it as a code to speak to each other so we can understand? No way, bro. They would never do that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yep.
You guys ever talk about like positive stuff? Like, I mean, solutions to problems, or are you guys only problem orientated?
So at the end of the day, there's no problem here. It's just observe and report, right? So there's no actual problem in anything stated.
All right. So, like, what are you going to do about these things you are observing and reporting on?
Well, just like originally, the inspiration was the fact that I came across prior books that sort of had the, if you will, I like this word, iconoclast. And it wasn't for the idea that there's any anti-government there. No, good government is good government. The idea behind the iconoclast is truly in this statement is if somebody says you shouldn't look into something, that should be a red flag. And then if you do look into it and they call you names and laugh at you and mock at you for looking into it, that even becomes a bigger reason, right? So it's sort of that succession of material in the book is that if you are somebody new looking at something and you're introduced to that process of, like, for instance, asking one question.
Nate, I love talking about positive things. What do you got? Let's roll with it.
No, definitely. I love talking to you about positive things, Joe. You are very solution orientated. I'm just wondering about the others. This isn't it wasn't really a question for you, Gio, because you are very solution focused. You and I have a lot of good conversations about things that could make the world better. I'm just wondering about the others.
Positive is the new negative, bro. It is the new normal. You know what I mean?
I don't understand what you said. Positive is the new negative?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Level is the new curve. Level is the new curve. You know what I mean? Space is the new underground.
All right. But do you have any solutions to the world's problems? Like, what are you doing about all of the bad stuff in the world?
I'm just waking people up to it. As many people as will possibly listen and consider it. I try to wake them up to it.
But what do you?
The whole 100 monkey theory. You know what I mean? You get enough people who understand and know the truth. I think then you'll have change.
Yeah, but what are you doing in your own personal space? Gio has a lot of projects he works on. He
okay, so you're saying. So I make
things of that nature. Like, what are
I make organite with resin and crystals, black iron oxide, copper grain, and I make chemtrail busters. And I try to teach people, everybody I see, about going barefoot and getting grounded and how good it is for you. I talk to people about the benefits of using borax and a lot of different things day to day.
What are the benefits of using borax?
So the first time you use borax, bro, if you fill up a hot bathtub and then put like a box of borax in there and maybe a little bit of like organic antibacterial soap or some Dr. Bronner's or whatever, and sit in there for like 2 hours, maybe not even that long, like an hour and a half. And then you get out and put something soaked to catch the drain. You'll be shocked at how many nanofibers will come off you, right? once you do it once, though, you pretty much it doesn't work as well each other time because you get the initial ones off that have been there since. Because all the soaps that they sell in the supermarket or even organic stores are pretty superfluous. When like, okay, so I told my ex-girlfriend about this like years ago. I was telling her about borax and how it relates to nanofibers, and just recently, like in less than 6 months ago, on this science channel, they announced that the way that they what they use to make the nanofibers cohesive together is borax. I was like, oh shit. So it can be used positively and negatively with these nanofibers. Like it makes them stick to each other, but it can also be used to relinquish their adhesiveness from organic things such as your skin. Does that make sense?
Okay. Interesting. All right, I'm gonna definitely look into it.
Well, so Nate, borax is a form of the mineral boron. It's really just a way to get the boron. Thing is borax is actually like a cleaning agent, and I do think it has, in terms of ingesting it orally, I think it has some other chemicals in it because it is like a product, you know. But the thing that borax mainly contains is the mineral boron, and boron is generally not very available in our diet today. Like most people are probably not getting much of any at all, just because the soils are stripped out and desertification and all the problems with mineral stripping out of our foods now, plants and animals. And most people don't get boron anymore, so most people don't have like any of it, let alone an adequate amount of it, or let alone even like a therapeutic dose of it, like a little bit more than what would be average, as it were. And so so it has a lot of different effects in the body. Like it has anti-parasitic and antibacterial and antifungal components to it. It has immune boosting components to it. It even has processes in it connected to cellular regeneration. So yeah, boron is a very interesting mineral. You can actually get like boron, as like a supplement form as well. But yeah, so borax is sort of a source that some people go to get the boron.
Dude, I started. What I do is like whenever I take a shower and I'm gonna wash my hair, like normally I don't know how often you guys wash your hair with like shampoo or conditioner, right? Instead of using shampoo or conditioner, if your hair is like short enough where it's like not longer than like your shoulders, I mean most guys' hair is pretty short. Okay, so just wet your hair, rinse your hair out thoroughly, and then get a couple handfuls of borax and just scrub them into your scalp until your whole scalp's completely saturated with the borax. And just scrub it in there, and then I usually, what I do is I use Dr. Bronner's, and I'll lather my body up, and then I'll just use handfuls of borax and scrub it with my own fingers. And dude, I've never felt cleaner in my whole life. Like if I don't shower with borax now, I don't feel like I even really got a clean shower. But what it does to my scalp and how much it softens my hair and feels like it regenerates, dude, there's no product like it, bro. I even told my ex about it, and finally one day she did it. I don't know, she was really drunk or something, and she did it, and she was shocked, and she was like, because girls, like, they're not going to put anything in their hair that's, they're all into their weird ass products, that stars endorse and stuff like that. But dude, this stuff. But don't be fooled by any other brand named other than the borax, the white box, the 20 Mule team. In fact, they even made a video game, Red Dead Redemption. It's like originated from the 20 Mule team. Yeah. Yeah.
But isn't that used for like detergent and stuff?
Yeah, well, on the cover they show like a circular like washing machine door, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I use it to wash my clothes with it too. In fact, like whenever I go clean floors or clean the floor at my house, whether it's tile, wood, whatever, I usually lather it up, get it wet, lather it up with soap, and then just pour borax all over it, and then you use like a scrub broom, right? And it's a trip. What this stuff does is I've never seen any cleaning product like it that can make dirt and stuff like that. What it does is like it's like the same property as snow. How like if pure clean snow touches like anything, it like takes on that color, right? It does that. It like makes the dirt like adhere to it. I don't know. It's hard to explain unless you use it, but it's not just because of its grittiness. But I'd say that's one of the properties. But like, after a while, you'll see the borax turn really dark gray and brown, and it's soaked up pretty much as much dirt as it can, and you just pour more on. But the boxes are like where I live is like between like $5.50 and $6.50 a box. The boxes are pretty big, but it's like the only other product I think that's maybe even been around longer than baking soda. It's been around since like the late 1800s.
All right. And how long have you been using it on your skin?
Probably going on like 3.5 years now.
You've had no bad reactions.
No, not at all. Nah, it's like it's hard to explain. Like I can't not take a shower without it. If I could only use one thing in the shower, it would just be borax, even over soap or anything. Although if you lather your body up with a little bit of like body wash and then use it, it helps adhere and become more malleable instead of just like coming off. Because if you just use it like a handful of that with water, it like sprinkles, you know what I mean? Like it falls down, it doesn't all get on your body because it can't stick, you know. But you don't need a washcloth or anything. Just use your own hand. You'd be surprised that like the ridges in our fingers, I think were created to be like a scrubber for our body, the way our skin is. Because I've tried all kinds of different products, even like natural rocks and stones, and that stuff's good for the bottom of your feet. But other than that, like I think just our own fingers, like the ridges on our fingers, were created as like a scrubber for our body, you know.
Yep.
That makes any sense.
Just a way to exfoliate the skin as well naturally. Yeah, for sure. Using a little bit of nails on your skin to activate the skin and exfoliate.
Yeah.
You use it as well, Gio?
Borax? No. I was just saying using the fingernails to scrub the body.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just like if you're let's say you're like soaping up your arm, instead of just using, your palm of your hand or whatever, you can actually just like, even after you have the soap all on your arm, you can then just take your nails and kind of like give yourself like a light scratch basically. And sometimes you can even go a little bit stronger with it and just kind of almost feel like you're lightly scratching your skin, not really heavy, but just light. And then, that'll help exfoliate and regenerates. It gives, lets the dead skin cells kind of brush off, and then it lets the space for the new cells, and also allows for more oxygen to flow through the skin. Okay. So it has a lot of helpful effects. I was just referring to that part of what he was saying. Yeah, using your fingernails as kind of a natural scrubber.
Even if you don't use your fingernails, just the ridges, like your fingerprints. You know what I mean? They're like made that certain way for a certain reason, and I don't think it's just to identify us. You know what I mean? That's what the elite make our fingerprints out to identify us, but it's really like our fingerprints. It's just like so different when you touch things and you're touching things with like an intent and purpose. How you can rub your fingerprints, like your fingertips across something, and it creates some type of vibration. You know, any type of glove or anything that's like acting as a go-between between that, it'll kill the vibration. But they want us to think that it's dirty and germy, to not always hit your hands with that. What's that? The stuff they have pump bottles all over that, like germicide or whatever it's called. But yeah, so I think our fingerprints, like I've been experimenting lately and like letting certain fingernails grow a little bit longer and filing them and using them as like to go between my teeth instead of dental floss. And I feel like that's what one of the reasons our fingernails are created like that. It's just one of the things we use, like we can use for our own body without needing like an external non-organic source, you know?
That's interesting. I was going to say too about the borax. If you're still here, Nate, about that. There's actually, if you look it up, you'll see that there's like a lot of people that have also claimed to have it like help with a lot of like chronic health issues that they had, like even like autoimmune diseases, and also there's a whole thing with cancer as well. People having incredible results and healing a lot of things with it. And then basically there being there's actually a whole kind of conspiracy wrapped with it, where that boron is so helpful like that they had to co-opt it and make it not medically, allowed or whatever. And then they now only sell it as a cleaning agent, and they tell you like not for human consumption,
Yeah.
And I think they've added chemicals to it. I don't think that's the thing. I think that the product now, like they're actually adding, I mean, using it on your skin is probably not as, because I was talking about internally. Like, do you consume it internally, or you only use it on your skin?
I used to, like, maybe like once a month I would pour like maybe a level teaspoon in like a gallon of purified water, and then I'll have it like put it in a glass jar, and then I had like a purple Tesla plate. I would like set that underneath it for like a week or two. next to
Yeah,
the
I don't
jar
think
and then
the
smoke them
chemicals
out for
they
like
add to it. I don't think the chemicals they add to it are too bad, but yeah, when you start consuming it internally, yeah, it
No,
could
no.
be
I don't think
over long periods of time. Because yeah, I've tried it in water too before. Yeah, it's
I don't think they add chemicals to it, but I could be wrong. You know what I mean? What I've done is I've looked up the actual place because it's only a couple hours from my house in California, and when I went to the Google Maps, like the street view, all the pictures I saw, there was heavy chemtrails over it. So that could be the chemicals that are getting in it, just like anywhere, though. You know what I mean? When I used to make when I first started making orgonite and chemtrail busters, and I didn't know like the way resin dries and what materials will make resin crack. I put borax in some of them, but that didn't work out too good. It's not made for resin. It broke it apart.
sodium tetraborate. Yeah, see, there's these different forms. There's sodium borate,
Yeah.
sodium tetraborate, and disodium tetraborate. So
Okay,
yeah,
yeah, that makes
it's
sense.
interesting.
I'm sure there's a more purified version you can get. You know.
They use it as a pesticide as well.
Yeah, for ants, you could sprinkle it around your house and get sugar and water and sprinkle the sugar water on top of the borax. Supposedly the ants eat it or take it back to their nest and they all die from it because they have exoskeletons.
Yeah, borax actually can kill ants. Yep. They will eat it, and it actually like expands in their stomach and kills them from the inside.
Actually, it's the boron that's toxic to insect nerves. It's diatomaceous earth that you're thinking of that actually cuts their seals on their legs and their joints and dries them out.
Oh, okay, I've heard that too.
Yeah.
See, stuff like that is such...
diatomaceous earth does have a whole thing with them as well. But I think with borax, that is what happens. Like they consume it and then they die from like the inside. So like enough of them have to consume it.
So it's strange. See, I always say that the best things that can heal us, or the best things that are we could possibly use, are free from the ground, and there's no profit in that. You know, that's why they have like agencies like Hydrex or whatever. You know, pest control agencies that are always working all the time. You know, but that's not the solution to killing insects, because that stuff goes back into the ground too. You know.
But yeah, Jesse, is that your understanding of it? Like, yeah, I think they eat the borax and then it does something to their stomach and it kind of kills them from inside their stomach.
Yeah, no, the borax acts on their nervous system. It destroys their nervous system.
Well, I just did another search on it, and it says the first one I got was from Terminix. Anyways, it says when they ingest it, it disrupts their digestive system, eventually causing death.
Well, maybe it does something to their digestive system too.
Well, I think that's how it kills them, for ants in particular.
This is interesting stuff.
They take the borax back to the colony, and then it ends up.
They take the borax. They put the borax in the bucket. They put the borax on their skin, or else they get the hose again.
Yeah. So
in fact, those even like some of those little ant traps that you get, like the products that you buy, there's a couple different ones they use, but one of them is just literally borax, like in with a little bit of liquid. I forget the brand name, but they're pretty attracted to it. It's pretty crazy. Like they're into it. Yeah, this is from ants.com. It says when ants eat the borax bait, It interferes with their digestive system and eventually kills them. However, it's not an immediate death. Yeah, that's why like with that type of trap that you can use to get rid of ants like in your house or whatever, the ones that have borax in them, some of them actually work really well for certain species of ants, but it does take a while. But it can be effective because it gets to the queen eventually, and then the whole colony dies. So if you have like a problem where they're ants are in your house, like all over your kitchen, that kind of deal, like sometimes the only way to solve that is to actually get all the way to the root of it because they just keep multiplying. I've had that issue before in the past at other places I've lived, and yeah, in California sometimes they can they're pretty resilient. If they found their way in, they're going to keep coming.
But now, I mean, if this stuff is toxic to ants and it's toxic for us to ingest, isn't there a risk of it like being absorbed through the pores on your skin as you use it to wash yourself? Or I don't know.
Well, whether it's actually toxic to ingest is actually an entire realm of discussion and debate and different ideas on it. So but the mainstream medical kind of thing will definitely say that. That's what I was saying that they did to it to like what I was trying to say earlier is that like boron and certain forms of boron and boronic acid were originally used like in medicine just to give the mineral boron. And people were having all kinds of tremendous and have had many tremendous healings and recoveries from all kinds of illnesses and things with it. Something that just totally changed their life. And it doesn't have any negative side effects if it's like a clean form of it to get that boron, because boron's a trace mineral. Like I said, it's just very hard to get. Like molybdenum is another one. Although boron is like almost like a medicinal mineral. Like there's something about it that has some really helpful effects. Anyways, but then now there's the product borax itself, which could then be debated, like what is in that, because it comes from one of those big corporations and they might not tell their entire secret, or, as it were, of how they're making it. So there's different forms of it. So, but I mean, some people even now like use borax like internally, like they put it in their water and use it all the time. So there are people that still use it. But yeah, there is quite a thing. Like it's kind of hard to like even try it because there's so much mainstream like narrative telling you that it's not for human consumption kind of thing. I've tried it. I think they do add some chemicals to it that make it a little bit problematic, but not extremely. I mean, it's not like extremely toxic, but I think it kind of would be over time.
Okay.
But I mean, that's just I don't even have proof of that. Like I don't have physical proof because they'll just say that it's, sodium tetraborate. They'll say that's all it is. So I just don't think that's the original version of what they were using in medicine. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of been changed and turned into a cleaning product. But it still has some of the benefits that the boric acid has and the boron mineral. I just think there's better ways to get boron ultimately than those. But that can give you a high dose of it, which is unique. But like now you can get boron as a mineral. So
all right.
yeah, there are people still using it.
Yeah, it seems it's like 50-50, What I'm seeing on Google, it seems people do use it, but I don't know. It does seem 50-50.
Yeah, but if you look into boron itself, like it's like I just like here's a list of things: arthritis, strong bones, menstrual cramps, yeast infections, cancer prevention, testosterone levels, athletic performance, brain function. Yeah, so there's just a lot of really interesting things about boron itself. Yeah, the yeast infection thing, or just infections in general. Yeah, like I said, it has really strong like antibacterial and antifungal, but it has those effects without having side effects. Granted, that unless depends on what form one might be taking, but just the mineral boron is what I'm referring to. Like being a mineral, I mean, you wouldn't want to like overdose on it, but just being a trace mineral, it's like something that the body is very familiar with and uses, of course. So it's like made for us. Kind of one of those things that, especially if we had a good form of it, it's like it's worth it for everyone to get their boron levels at least to adequate levels, you know, and just see what health benefits it brings depending on what someone might be dealing with, whether it just gives them more energy or, you know, has various different effects. It's one of those things because everyone's so low in it that just most, like if you're complete, just imagine if you're completely deficient in it, or if you haven't had it in 10 years, like any boron, you know, and you, unless you've gotten it in a supplement or eaten certain foods that may have had it in there. I don't know if you eat seafood, but there would be some in seafood, at least some.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind taking like a supplement. I'm just wary about the whole, you know, using that, you know, the borax boxes that they use for detergent, because it sounds like the other dude said that's what he uses. If it was like a supplement or something, I would be fine with that. But apparently, he uses the stuff they use as a cleaning detergent, and I'm sure there's other things added to that. That's just what makes me a bit wary, you know.
Yeah, like I said, I experimented with the borax one, and yeah, I did think that it had some toxins in it. Like it was did seem to have some other chemicals in it. I just posted this link just since we're talking about it. So for example, that one, yeah, Pure Encapsulations, that company is actually a good company because there's a whole nother thing, but there's something called magnesium stearate, which is a trans fatty acid toxin that they put with most supplement products on the market. And anyways, this company doesn't put that in there, which is awesome. And that's called an excipient. It's really just an extra thing that you don't need. And it actually reduces absorption of what you're taking anyways. And it actually damages the intestinal lining. So it's completely problematic. So anyways, this is a great company that they don't put that stuff in there. But the Pure Encapsulations. Anyways, I just posted just to give an example because that's like boron glycinate. So it's basically boron bound with glycinate or glycine. It's a glycinate because it's chelated with glycine, and glycine is an amino acid. So basically, it's just glycine and boron. So anyways, that's just an example. I don't really recommend any like synthetic supplements like this or like, you know, individual compound things. So I'm not even like saying it to recommend it per se. I'm just letting you know that there is things like that have like just boron supplements that are fairly clean version of it. I mean, that's actually not to get boron. Yeah, it's not really problematic. Certain other supplements can be, but that one, like I said, I would recommend it on one level, but on another level, yeah, that is a fairly clean source of it considering.
Yeah, that I would have no problem taking, honestly. You know, that supplement.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the scale of like, yeah, there's other things that are different. Like just to get a mineral though, yeah, and just the fact that it's the mineral with glycine, it's pretty clean.
Hey, G, are you? I just hopped in here and heard like the past couple sentences, but do you think it ever has to go past "let food be thy medicine"?
When it comes to certain things, can we add plants with that? And then plants and herbs, food and herbs.
Sure. I mean, like I have a respect for the
Sunshine.
like I definitely have respect for like natural medicine, you know, and so it does seem like there is some wiggle room in the expression "let food be thy medicine," you know, because like I don't see any issue if you have like a knowledge of, grinding these herbs and mixing them together or delivering them through whatever other manner besides oral. Like, I mean, that's just wisdom right there at play. Does like smoking definitely isn't a food, right? But can there be benefits to smoking certain herbs or taking them in different ways?
Yeah.
Other than orally, yeah. So I mean,
even tobacco, like in a natural form, like a true wild species, wild like jungle tobacco, for example, actually has, and I know this might sound extreme, and I'm of course sharing my viewpoint of it. Literally no negative effects smoking it. Now I'm talking about real wild jungle, like the real original species, like the heirloom species. That's what would be key. But yeah, smoking it doesn't have harmful effects. It actually only has medicinal effects and is actually incredibly powerful medicine. Tobacco is one of the highest on the spectrum of all plants really on earth when used in the right form like that. So yeah.
So you'd agree with me that there's a little bit of wiggle room in the old expression "let food be thy medicine." You know, there's exceptions. It isn't all about just eating the right foods in order to be as healthy as possible. You can take extra measures, but then that's also where the deception can slip its slimy fingers in. So you gotta be careful there.
Well, there's a lot of prevention. There's a lot of things that can just be prevented with food, so where you would never even have the issue, which is what's awesome. Like just prevent it before it even happens, or to like make sure that it never will happen, like that particular health issue, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And if you add plants to food as well, they're the medicinal plants. Like I truly do think the earth makes all the medicine we need right within it.
Sure. Yeah. Most likely, I'd say health is such a health and diet and all that and medicine. It really is one of the more complicated subjects, and it doesn't necessarily have to be, but in the position we find ourselves in with all these with all this propaganda and all these different messages and trends and whatever coming from all directions aimed towards us, you do need to find someone who can give you some good advice or do your own research or whatever to figure out what's reliable. But yeah, it seems to be that the information on how to what do you call it, like whether it's self medicate or prescribe medication or whatever, it does seem to be this topic that you really can't it kind of takes years upon years of dedication to feel confident about what you're doing if you're kind of doing something other than just eating healthy, and even just figuring out what healthy eating means to you personally because of the whole difference between one person to another, like my father, right, his tongue swells when he eats certain foods and mine doesn't, and I would tell him, oh, that's perfectly healthy food, but that'd be wrong for him because something's going on with him to where no, yeah, he's right to stay away from foods I would consider healthy. And
yeah, if he's having like a histamine direct reaction to that could be a unique thing. There's also different blood. Like, have you heard about different blood types? The way foods affect different blood types.
Yeah,
we all have a particular like our genetics and our blood type actually like have certain foods that will. Like there's generally it's viewed as like three categories. So like a certain food, depending on your blood type, it's either helpful, like actually beneficial for you, like is very, very nourishing and supportive and actually helps the one. someone. And then there's another category where it's neutral, where the food doesn't necessarily hurt them, but also doesn't necessarily, it's not super helpful. It's like neutral. And then there's the ones that are like the avoids or like the antagonist ones that if you eat any of them, they can cause, like fatigue and even immune system depletion and foggy brain, that kind of thing, even sleep issues. There's a whole bunch of different categories of things. So it's almost like for a lot of people, when they've done this research and experimented with it, it's like if you're eating those foods, it's almost like you're staying in a rut. It's like your wheels are spinning in the mud kind of thing. And then they find that if they only eat the foods that are in line with their blood type, they seem to have like just more accelerated healing and regeneration and more energy and all these very potent effects, even to the point of like eliminating autoimmune diseases or like eliminating arthritis, things like that, like pretty major issues. It's pretty fascinating.
Absolutely, man. I think the best advice I've ever been given is, if you want to, you got to be reserved, but you got to be adventurous at the same time and strike a balance. And sometimes people may need, like, if they're, suffering to a large degree, like the best advice I've ever heard is, start with like a diet of certain foods, and then like really take notes and pay attention and like measure your heart rate and like after eating certain food, like eat a meal of one specific food and see how you react to it, and like keep notes and like identify the reactions that you personally have to ingesting certain ingredients, and you'll find the ones. And I think it's probably like, I don't know, maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but I would think that if your body has like an extreme, like if your heart rate starts beating real hard or fast, right, that's probably a food you should stay away from. And I've noticed that in myself, that you eat certain foods, it kind of takes a bit more effort to digest it than other foods, or it's like to like return to homeostasis. So some things are just harsher on the body than other things for different individuals, and you just gotta know thyself and check it out one thing at a time, and figure out a list of foods that you have a positive reaction to, and stay away from the things that you have a negative reaction to. Because my father said, "Oh, I ate a tomato and my tongue fucking hurts and swells." It's like, all right, well, yeah, strike that one off the list. No more tomatoes for you. And it's kind of a journey we all have to go on. I feel that maybe in older times where like similar genetic pools all lived in tribes closer to each other, that there was some advice that elders could give to you. But the fact that people move away from their hometown, families split up, the child lives on the West Coast, the parents live on the East Coast, whatever, you're not really around people anymore that are similar to you genetically, especially in like a place like America. So at that point, you're kind of on your own, because I don't know, we're all kind of mutts here or something like that. But at least
there's a process called agglutination, when the blood becomes agglutinated, and agglutination, when the blood becomes agglutinated, essentially the way it can be seen under a actual microscope is that it all clumps together. That's the easiest way to describe it. It's almost like clogged or kind of clumped. And then and there's also lectins as well. So they found that certain foods will activate an agglutination process for people and certain ones don't. So it seems like the ones that are the antagonists are the ones that cause the agglutination. So it's interesting that that's a factor as well, that certain foods, because that's what you were referring to, like eating a food and being able to kind of decipher what it's doing. And however, whether your blood's agglutinated or not, may not be instantly noticeable to your awareness, but it could be having various effects, is what it turns out to be for a lot of people in terms of like lowering just the whole function of their system in that way. So, and then there's also, like these lectins, and which have these effects in the blood as well. And they can have various like It's like, it seems like a lot of our foods, in my viewpoint, are actually way beyond genetically modified than they're telling us. Like there's way more modifications. They're really only telling us about like 2 or 3 of them, like, oh, corn, wheat, and soy. But there's actually like many, many more. I think even hundreds and even into thousands in terms of all the particular ones. Certain plants are modified even more than once. But anyway, so certain plants are like have these lectins in them that then trigger a certain human disease, and then they treat those human diseases with pharmaceuticals. So it's like a whole deeper part of the food system and what's actually going on at that. But that's the lectin side of it, I think. Whereas the agglutination side is the actual effect the food has on the blood directly as well.
Well, that's wild, man. You've definitely done your research. Yeah, and we do have the technology that hopefully a person finds a way to personally like take advantage of, and like figure out these more detailed, nuanced aspects of analyzing, like what's involved in their diet, what they're doing to themselves, and then also just like measuring how they react on just a feeling level. And then I mean, it'd be awesome if we could all get blood tests. Unfortunately, we all can't like try out these things, and I mean you can, but it sounds kind of expensive. But yeah, like I was saying, it's not an unsolvable mystery. I think everyone can figure out what suits them, and the more technology involved, perhaps the better. But still without it, I think you can just just eat a meal, and especially if you want to like keep it to like simple ingredients where you're not like fusing together all sorts of different like peppers and spices and meats and cheeses and milks and sugars and carbohydrates and grains or whatever, right? And you just like take one ingredient at a time or a couple. That I think we all have the ability to figure out what works for us and what doesn't work for us. And I don't think it necessarily has to get any more complicated than that. Not to say that the technology can't give you an even higher level of discernment. Gosh. Phones.
Have you guys heard about it being more important about when you eat than what you eat?
Yeah, it's a big factor too. Yeah, the timing.
Yeah, exactly. Like how long you let your body kind of like recoup. Not that what you eat's not important. Like obviously, I think it's arguably the most important thing to your health. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. I think mental health and a bunch of stuff. I think that allowing your body to like heal itself in between eating is a big deal, right? Like I think that people just never let their body freaking chill, man. They just constantly throw stuff in it. I think that's like one of the big parts of it personally.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of that has come out like in these recent years as well, like with intermittent fasting, for example.
Yep.
Yeah, that's where it's at. Absolutely. And I think that's the natural rhythm, the natural cycle, just to give your body like, let's just say 18 hours a day where you're not eating anything. And then you're only you're just eating within that like maybe 6 or 8 hour period, like 2 meals or whatever one might either does, 1 or 2 or whatever. Yeah, and they've actually they know that. That's why they push this breakfast, lunch, dinner thing. Like wake up at 6 a.m. and like pound down these like eggs or whatever, like breakfast foods. You're supposed to eat right at noon and then at dinner. Like, yeah, that whole cycle, I think, kind of like the Gregorian calendar, like, and just into like the whole food pyramid and all that stuff. Like it's part of the taking us out of our cycles.
Yeah, I think so. It's like I've always been like pretty healthy. But I've like always naturally not ate breakfast, like from like a pretty young age. Like even going to school, I just didn't really want breakfast, or I would kind of be forced to eat it. But I would just, like certainly in my adult life, I'm like lived on my own since I was 18. I wouldn't have someone there to tell me to eat, so I just kind of wouldn't. And so I don't really get sick, and I definitely did not eat healthy. So I kind of, I'm not saying that works for everyone or whatever, but from my life experience, I never really got sick because I kind of did intermittent fasting most of my life, like without knowing it. And the same as like with Chris, the guy I went on tour with, like he just does intermittent fasting, and he's like older but in great shape. I think that not eating all the time is a huge part. But this is what's so crazy about all this. Like, so someone has cancer and you tell them, dude, you can eat these mushrooms and you can like start fasting and you can do mucus cleanses. So do some fasting, intermittent fasting, like change how often you eat and change what you eat. They would almost rather get chemo. Like they want their Dr. Peppers and they want to eat from the time they open their eyes to the time they close their eyes. Like they want to eat what they want and when they want. And it's like this crazy spell where people just like can't break it. Like they would literally rather sit in a bed being radiated than like change how and what they eat. I don't know. It's really crazy. It's like such a sensitive subject that you almost can't even try to go tell someone like with pure intention how they can maybe get rid of stuff like cancer because they just don't want to do it, man. I've actually talked to people in my family that are like, I'm going to eat this until I die. I don't care. So that's crazy, man. Try to tell someone not to eat as much and they're going to like feel like you're personally attacking them.
That's true, man. I know, dude. Some people, it's almost like they have like a suicidal level addiction to certain things that are just like killing them slowly. It's like, is it like a form of suicide? Almost like a suicidal impulse that they're in some cases, because you're right. Like they would literally rather like keep eating certain things that are causing the issue and like get chemotherapy rather than just doing the thing in the first place that would have been needed to avoid that whole situation.
Yeah, I think it's parasites. I think parasites control the host to do whatever they want, even if it kills them.
So the parasite then has a psychic connection and is able through the ether to control their mind as well as their body.
Well, evidence shows that it can mess with your organs, including your brain. Yeah, I think the parasite just wants what it wants. It doesn't really care about the host, and it manipulates you via addiction. In my opinion, it's like all illness comes down to inflammation, mucus, and parasites.
And then, then the idea that certain parasites like actually consume the foods, like let's say sugar or whatever it might be, that like that's the parasite's food, so it gets you addicted to it, so it gets more of it, especially like sugar, for example. And especially like corn. Oh man, those parasites, like they feed on like, it's so dark because like the corn syrup based sugars, all those corn syrups, high fructose corn syrup and all that stuff is all made from the most genetically modified corn on earth. And that shit is so demonic to begin with. So they're literally giving people tons of sugar that's super addictive and causes weight gain and all the blood pressure issues, all these different stuff that's made from the most genetically modified corn to begin with. And then these parasites, like what if they're actually feeding on that? And then that's killing the host eventually. It's pretty dark, pretty intense.
Bro, my parasite is crazy addicted to coffee and athletic activity. I don't know what to do with this guy, man.
That sounds like well, depending on if it's coffee addiction or not, but the athletic stuff sounds like that. Well, there's also things that are like the opposite of parasites, like they actually help you, actually help the host.
Anti-parasites?
Prosites.
All I know is my tapeworm gets hungry.
Yeah, and a lot of these parasites are really hard to get rid of as well. That's why they're so chronic for people. And I think a lot of them are even like genetically modified to not be very easy to get rid of, or they can like harbor in the body. They actually create these like biofilms, and these biofilms basically protect them in their position in the body, so they can like surround themselves with this biofilm material. And that's the trick, is being able to break down that biofoam and get rid of it. And the biofoam, if it makes it to where it stays in there, then it can become chronic for people. I think it's a huge part of human health in today's world.
What about affecting your mind or your brain?
Well, I think in my viewpoint, they also have a whole spiritual component to them and a connection in the spirit worlds. So yeah, like they often have that, they have that connection as well, or they can. There's just different types of parasites, because I think there's some that are somewhat natural, but there's a whole bunch of these like GMO ones nowadays that are creating all kinds of like autoimmune conditions and all kinds of different inflammatory and yeah, I think they can affect the mind as well. It's connected in that way, like through the body, like the mind body connection, and then also I think even on the spirit level, there's a purpose for them. That's why, like, if you change your mind, you can actually kill that parasite, because like you can purge it through both channels, through the spirit, through the mind, or through the body. So you could like take a medicinal herb or something and actually kill it that way, and then the mind would heal from that. Or you can actually change the mind pattern, and then in some cases the parasite will be thrown out of frequency, kind of like a Rife machine. It's like basically being your own Rife machine. If you know how to generate those frequencies, and whether that's connected to the mind patterns or the energies connected to them, and by transforming that, it almost works in a similar way to Rife machines, where it changes the frequency that your mind, your body is functioning at, the electrical frequency, and then the parasite just ceases to be able to continue surviving, and then it just eliminates.
Do you think some people can go mad from a parasite or become like a serial killer or something like that?
Yeah, definitely. There was a woman, I won't go into the whole story, but just to respond to that, there was this woman who, I'll just try to go through it as brief as possible. Basically, in a nutshell, she was just this very like kind, gentle person, like, you know, one would consider just a nice kind of, you know, sane-minded person. But she got diagnosed at a doctor for having a parasite. And so the doctor gave her this parasite medicine that was like, it's like, it like kills parasites, you know? And she started taking it to kill the parasite, and she had a complete psychotic break, like a full mental break. Now, thankfully, she was in an environment of people that understood what these mind states are. So she was actually just supported and given what she needed. So people like just round the clock were like staying in the room with her and just being with her. And she was just going through like very, very tumultuous stuff. But instead of being like drugged and shut down and put into a mental hospital, she was actually allowed to experience it and was supported, because these people were very understanding of how these processes work. And after about a month of literally almost round the clock, her going through this whole process, she was able to heal it eventually and have it be resolved in a positive way. And like I said, she had a lot of really positive help, you know, supportive ceremonial help to help her through it all as well. But my point is that what's wild about this story is that just by taking that parasite drug, you know, which those anti-parasite drugs are pretty, you know, chemical. They're like hardcore, like they're various like, you know, chemicals that do things, as it were. And so just by her taking that parasite medication, it literally caused her to have this full like mental break of like emotional and psychological, all kinds of stuff. And like I said, she was able to experience it and go through it. But it's just wild how just taking that parasite medication, just by triggering potentially that parasite within her that was just totally dormant, it wasn't even affecting her before. But once she took that stuff, she had this extreme reaction. Now, I think if you use herbs to kill parasites, you wouldn't necessarily have that, because the herbs would work with you in a more organic way. But if you could take if you're going to take a chemical, like an anti-parasite drug like that, yeah, it caused a totally intense, very like urgent type situation in her. So yeah, it just shows how much, you know, potentially parasites are connected to the mind in these ways.
Oh yeah, kind of like a side effect. Yeah.
I think it's one of the reasons people are way happier and have so much benefit from a medicine like ayahuasca, because ayahuasca just purges parasites. It's probably on Earth one of the most potent anti-parasitical plants that exists. It just roasts them. It's awesome. People feel so much better afterwards. They have better digestion and have so many healing benefits. And I think that's part of why. They can cause like depression too, or they can be connected to that as well, like chronic depression or even anxiety and certain, eating disorders, lots of different things.
Yeah. I was thinking they had more like they were more of a culprit than people realize.
Yeah, I think like the clandestine part of big pharma creates these things, puts them in the environment and the food and the water to get them into people. And then ironically, those like GMO version of parasites end up creating health problems that the pharmaceuticals are given for, or causes other things like the addictions as well to like all the high fructose corn syrup and all that kind of stuff, and all the chemicals and the foods and things as well. So yeah, it's like they're actually creating a lot of the problems. You know, they're like the root of it. It's the classic like Hegelian dialectic. They create the problem, and then now they come with the pharmaceuticals or whatever, jabs or whatever treatment they claim for it. So I think they make a lot of these parasites and also the disease-causing things that they call viruses. But I do think it's definitely possible always to get rid of them, and there's also ways to prevent getting them too. Because if you, for example, have like all the probiotics your digestive system needs, then a lot of those parasites won't even have anywhere to even try to survive. And keeping your blood alkaline as well is a lot of things that can make it so where like even though they're in the environment that they would just pass right through you. I think that's the best we can do because I think they're putting them everywhere, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned artificial parasite. You think one could be electronic in a way?
Well, that's even deeper. Like, what are they? Yeah, I know that's an intense thing as well. Are you saying like could they have like a nanotech component to them or? Like a chip? Or were you saying mechanical, like an actual bot thing? Well, they're pretty tiny, so they won't quite be able to be mechanical in that way. There's also
like
things that are
intelligence.
like parasites that are actually beneficial. They're like the good ones. They're not really the same thing as parasites, but there are things that basically are helpful and they actually will like consume and kill a bad parasite. So like if you have the good ones in your system, if one of the bad ones comes in or whatever, it can literally just like annihilate it. Because the good ones eat up the bad stuff and for you, and they actually help you. Whereas the bad parasites consume the bad stuff and then they shit out the bad stuff in your body, and that's usually what causes the actual disease. So, like if a parasite is like feeding off of like some chemical or compound or whatever it may be, it's literally leaving like a it's not really shit necessarily, but it is. It's like they're leaving like a secretion in the actual, and then that is what goes in the bloodstream and into the body that actually causes, can be the root of like whether it's different, like various different conditions. It's like that thing that they're releasing all the time. And then they protect themselves in a biofilm so they're hard to get at to kill them.
Right. Yeah, and I was thinking like an artificial intelligent one that like, one that like connected to Wi-Fi and shit like that. Some kind of, one that's like, they can do something with or hit it with a frequency or, give it direction or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep. I know, dude. That's a huge topic. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of where things are headed. Yeah. And kind of already are. Like remote,
Well, it just reminds me of
remote
of a
medicine through the grid, quote unquote medicine.
yeah, just like catching a virus through the grid, you catch the cure or upload the cure, right?
Yeah. I think we have to be the cure. Yeah. I think we can build the immunity to all these things.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think we are the cure already. I think everything else is the fucking disease that you bring in, crazy or, you know, foreign or new for whatever that means. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like that whole field of parasitology, I think is very, like we were saying before. Yeah, like I think that there's ways in which, like big pharma, like doesn't really test for them as much as they probably could or should. So yeah, it's like they kind of purposefully avoid it or look at it as a very minimal factor. And they've like suppressed research into it as well. So we're kind of
Oh
left to
yeah,
our own to figure it out.
yeah. Yeah, kind of like side effects of things that they would be like, oh, well, we don't know what this is or this is or this is, when a side effect of this one thing could cause like fucking epidemics all over, and it'd just be something really simple that you didn't even think of, but someone knows and has noticed and can put it together. Hey, when you buy this or this happens, that's when you don't feel so good every damn time. You know what I mean? Like breathing carbon monoxide, you're not going to feel too good until you heal up.
Yeah. Well, it's awesome to be able to know how to purge these things as well. That's the good news about it. I mean, the bad news is that because it's like the fact that it exists is kind of intense. But like with like ayahuasca in particular, I mentioned that like people like who like they didn't even know they may have had a particular parasite, but working with ayahuasca, they purge it, like they completely cleanse it from their system, and then afterwards they have like it's like being a new person. It's like a total shift in their consciousness in this like really positive way. And there's other healing effects that can be going on as well, but just that connection to people realizing that they were like carrying something physical in their body that seemed to be connected to the psychological, and even spiritual and just their whole mental state as well, that once it was cleansed from the body, they totally had like a really positive shift from it, like a positive healing. So it's pretty interesting as to what that is exactly, and yeah, what are they releasing? That's really that has that connection.
I just feel like it's something that it can't handle. Like if you gave me like hot peppers or something and I couldn't handle it and I'm allergic to it, or you gave me something I'm allergic to, I wouldn't, I wouldn't want to mess with it as least as possible.
I think to kind of like add to what Gio was saying, I think fasting is a good way to, I guess, administer some sort of cleansing in your body, basically. I think like you can do things by fasting, or you can do them by taking pills or drugs. And I would just say that fasting is a much cleaner way to do it.
I think fasting is a way to pinpoint a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we were talking about intermittent fasting a little while ago. Yeah, intermittent fasting is really good, but
I'm talking about like 3 days more like 3 to 7 days range.
Yeah, because once you stop consuming any food, your body is like in a neutral state of like regenerating itself.
Same thing with like certain like effects. Like eat some shrooms, you get some certain effects. If you fast enough, you get the same effects basically. So I just feel like it's almost like that the medicine is inside of you. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah.
can go outside of your body to trip, and you can go outside of your body to like purge yourself of these things, but you can also just not eat, and your body will just do it naturally for you.
Well said, bro. That's so true. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's like just by doing the fasting, it kicks in that the spiritual, experiences, and that whole, it has the potential to, like, I think like there's a unique type of experiences, spiritually, I think, that can be activated either with like meditation, fasting, and then like breathing as well, different breathing techniques, like just by breath alone, you can activate a really powerful state. And then of course there's all the plants as well, like psilocybin mushrooms or ayahuasca and different plants that have like DMT and visionary components to them as well. So it's like that's its own subset as well. But you're right, like just fasting alone can activate it as well as meditation can, and even dreaming as well. There's sleeping as well. But isn't that incredible that it is naturally within us, and it's just a matter of taking some action to kind of activate that state.
Yeah, I feel like fasting and meditation is more like the long road. Whereas, say you want to get to like a trippy state of mind, you could just take magic mushrooms or DMT and get it like quick and easy. You know what I mean? But it's a little dirtier because like there's a little less control when you do it that way. And also, some people the mushrooms fuck with their stomach and stuff, but like it achieves the same way. It's like kind of like you could just stop eating this fucking sugary fucking garbage, or you could just take this diet pill. You know what I mean? Like, there's many ways to skin a cat.
Yeah, it is interesting the different ways that these different forms seem to activate these states. Yeah, it is. Like there's even, have you heard of like trance dancing? That's a form of dancing that can as well, where you like actually, yeah, it's really interesting. Oh, also drumming, especially
I
the
was gonna
type
say,
of drum, like the trance drum, where it's just one, it's like boom, 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 it's just one tone repeated, and it's like it's like almost like a clock, boom, 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 and that can totally put you into a trance. Like they do that, yeah. Like people have claimed they go to like the bottom um of the Great Pyramid. There's like a chamber down there, and they did this like drumming down there, and they said they all had like mystical, out of body, like spiritually transcendent experiences. Can you imagine being in the very base chamber of the Great Pyramid and just with a drum meditating? Yeah, they said that it was like a full blown visionary experience they all had. So yeah, that would be even a more potent form of it. But yeah, it is interesting, all these different forms and how they seem to kind of activate us.
yeah, I was gonna say, one time I fucking hit a joint and went to this concert, smoking some weed, and then it was actually a trance music concert. I'd never been to that. It was the only time I ever went to one of those shits. It was a good party, but at one point, bro, I don't know, I met some chick, and then we were kind of dancing together, and I fucking like started tripping, and like that doesn't happen from weed. Like the way, I don't know, it's really hard to describe.
Yeah, I mean, weed can definitely activate it as well, like for certain people. Yeah, especially if you
I
don't
feel
do
like it was everything, bro. It was
anything like
like,
a while, like if you've taken a while off and then you do like a large amount like quickly, people can have like a trip, even like a full kind of experience, like, or with edibles too.
oh fuck yeah, edibles, yeah. I think it was a combination though. I mean, I think you're right about the music. Like certain types of music has definitely certain types, right? Some music makes you angry, some makes you happy, makes you sad, and I think trippy music can actually make or enhance your trip.
What do you guys think about congenital diseases then? Could they be prevented, or what do you think that's related to or caused from? You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Just wonder what you guys thought of congenital diseases.
Well,
Yeah.
naturally, they're congenital parasites.
Well, that's an entire topic in and of itself as well. Yeah. I guess one thing I would say on it is that it's a little bit of a different topic, but it is actually connected, because I mean, I think the spiritual stuff is connected to our birth and our birth into this realm, and then the connection to the, you know, beyond our birth, before our birth, and the greater whole. But in the intrauterine life, there can be certain toxins that can enter through the umbilical cord that unfortunately can cause certain issues to the baby, biochemically, even mentally, physically, in different ways. And yeah, if the mother does have parasites, that can be a connection as well. There can be that a transfer of that as well. So yeah, that's a whole category in and of itself. The disruption of the intrauterine life, and the different chemicals, and can even be connected to schizophrenia and certain extreme mental disorders. Believe it or not, it's even connected through these different. Well, I'll just say this. So there's there's these 4 stages of birth. Like the first stage is when you're just in the womb, you know, and you're in that. There's like the positive and negative of each of these stages. But the first one, like you're in the womb, so you're just connected with everything, but also very sensitive as well. And so any toxins that can come in there can have more of an effect, and can kind of like blur the difference between reality and non-reality. Like that's what it's connected to in a schizophrenic person, but in the actual. But that can be, it seems for them to be rooted, can be rooted back in the intrauterine disturbances that have happened there. And then the second stage is when the cervix is closed, but the birth process has begun, like the water broke. So that's like the imprisonment stage, where it's like you're trapped, and you're trapped in there, and there's no way out, like no exit. And you're like, it's suffocation and so on. And then the third stage is where there's like this Dionysian process of struggle, and because the cervix is now opening, so now it's like the whole process of
what about the
and then sorry so yeah, the fight or flight, that fight or flight kind of struggle to be born. And then the fourth stage is when you're actually released, and then you're the sudden unexpected expansion and release. Anyway, so all those patterns are connected. I know that was kind of a longer thing. But I was just trying to link that together, because the congenital things that happen in that first stage of it, I think, can be connected to a lot of those factors.
What about the fact that many congenital diseases are actually genetic? How do you think that comes in, especially when it comes to diet and things like that?
Yeah.
Like, for
Well,
example,
that goes pretty dark. Like, are they genetically modifying us and modifying these diseases into us?
Okay, I mean, I've got congenital heart disease. I've got left ventricular heart failure. It's congenital, and I've got there's a history of heart disease, similar heart disease through 4 generations on the male side, on the paternal side of my family. Just curious what you think about that.
Well, I'll share. This is going on a level which you can let me know what you think, but it is how I see it. I think in certain cases, may or may not be the case for you. Obviously, I'm not necessarily saying that, but I actually think that certain karma that is held within certain family lines can actually be connected to certain physical ailments that run through those family lines.
What do you mean karma? What do you mean?
Like collective karma from certain things that happened in your family line, in one's family lines past.
So, all right. So events that could have happened to my relatives on the paternal side could have maybe caused some genetic disturbance to cause this to happen at some point. Is that what you're inferring?
Yeah, that like when certain actions are taken by, within a particular family line, those actions, until they're kind of cleansed from that family line system, will continue to affect the members in those family lines. Although sometimes it skips some people, like some may be affected more than others, like siblings. But that's one of the roots that I see to many of those components. And therefore they can actually have the potential to be, I think, reversed and healed, because it's ultimately, there's a spiritual root to it, even though it has the physical form as well. So like, I think there's a purpose to it, instead of it just being like that that's like that idea that you just like, why you kind of thing, or why did it happen to you and not someone else, so yeah, I do think there's like deeper connections on those levels, to the physical, because I know what you mean. Those are through the family lines, and they're very deeply rooted.
So, like being born with like a pointed ear, right? You're basically saying, so you and four generations or four lines of you and your family members have passed the heart condition that's like, you would say is just like something that's like just different for you guys, like a pointed ear rather than a rounded ear, right? And you're just passing on the attribute, right? The gentleman with the congenital heart.
Yeah, I
Well,
heard what you're saying.
Well, how about this for an example for Heart One? And again, I'm not saying this is for you per se, but one like example. I know it's gonna be hardcore. It's pretty intense, but just if you don't want to think of it as real, you could just think of it as a movie or something. But imagine that one of the family members kills the other family member by stabbing them in the heart. Now that would be such a deep thing. Maybe the son does it to the father, or the father to the mother, whatever it may be, or even a sibling to sibling. And the rage or whatever would be involved in that, it's obviously very intense. And so, for example, if that episode occurred in one's family, could that then be the root of some ongoing issues with their hearts, for example, in that example? Until that issue is actually healed and resolved, it will continue to physically affect the hearts in many of those individuals. And even like through, like if it was the father who did it, it might go through the father line. If it was the mother who did it, it would go through the female line. I think it's even that nuanced. But yeah, I think if one were to do the work to heal that, then you could actually heal it for everyone in your family, for even currently and into the future. So it's pretty deep work. Because we were talking earlier about these like ways of activating these like spiritual experiences, like either fasting or meditating or various different forms of, and if that was something that someone was needed to heal in their family line, then those are usually the kinds of states that they would be able to confront it and process it and ultimately be able to transcend it. That's the only way I'm aware of is to access those states, and it will come up organically in the person, which is what's cool. You don't have to like instruct them to do it. It's like, from my experience with these experiences, it's like our psyche has its own inner healer. Like it knows how to heal itself ultimately. And if given the tools to do so, it actually knows exactly how to work through it all and process it. It's like it has its own intelligence, it seems, that drives the process and supports the person. But yeah, it's not very well known about because they've suppressed it. They don't really want us experiencing any of that kind of stuff. They just want us to go with their medical solutions. No, they're not solutions. They're like treatments or whatever they would be called. Jesse, you there?
Yes, sir.
Hey. Yeah, so earlier, dude, you brought up we're talking about like Flat Earth Data is doing his book and all that. I wanted to ask you this actually. So in your mind, let's just say indeed the Earth is not a globe. Okay, it actually is stationary, and we're just on a huge platform. Like we're just on land coming up out of level water. Which is really not a big leap. It's like, oh yeah, it's kind of what it is. It's not even kind of what it is. It's just what it is. And anyways, but if you come to that conclusion eventually in this life, as it were, whether you have to do measurements or whatever needs to be done, or whether the entire world is already at that phase, etc., would you think? So I'm saying, from that being the case, would you think that now all of us involved in it will be any one of us who's been involved in it, anyone, even on a minimal level or a significant, even just in any part of it that's documented in the future, because it's true, will be seen as like a very unique selection. I don't really want to use the word celebrity because it's not really, you know what I mean? That's not the right word for it, but like, revered and like celebrated that those were the humans that were actually involved in it. And thus the question would then link back to, like what is your thought on the significance, if it's true in your mind, and how it relates to that? Sorry, I know it's a long question.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what that question was, but I think I picked up the question. Do you think the Flat Earth pioneers would be considered as, like heroes or whatever?
Well, I mean, not necessarily that, but I'm saying everyone involved in it, no matter what one thinks the Earth is, just in this whole process.
In other words, would the Flat Earthers be seen as how the mainstream sees, Einstein and Newton and those guys, kind of?
Yeah, but even in a different way. Instead of it just being like these 2-3 figures, these like weird propped up figures, it would be an entire group. And I'm not just saying quote unquote flat earthers. I'm also saying globe earthers, etc. Like I don't usually use those kinds of labels, but I mean, people, just in the, like, for example, we were all convinced it was a globe to where it was pretty thorough, like the 1970s, 80s. I mean, they had it on lock virtually, especially in the first and second world countries. Of course, a lot of third world countries and tribes and things have always known the truth throughout the whole things. But nonetheless, in the first world countries, obviously we got the hardest hit of it, especially after World War II. So for it to have gone on for this long, and then of course not be the case, and then starting in, let's just say 2015, the huge resurgence of humanity across the earth being involved in the process discussion, no matter what quote unquote side someone might be on, being involved in it. And so what I'm then saying is that in the future, people in the future that will know this grand story and how it all played out, would all of this content, like any live stream or any content that is involved with this, would then be seen as like a historical thing in which it was being uncovered, discovered, and the whole process was unfolding?
I don't know. it could just be seen as like thinking back, think about all um, the arguments about whether, say, smoking cigarettes was unhealthy or something. It's like now there's kind of a general consensus that it's not good for you, but I don't think people really think much about how we got there.
Well, this conversation we're having right now, for example, it's being recorded right now, and I'm backing all of this audio up as well, even on hard drives and stuff, so it's all backed up. So I'm saying if these live streams, for example, and all the others that have been done as well, if they are documented and known by those in the future, then this very conversation we're having right now may be listened to by who knows, because it might be a whole thing, almost like a Netflix type thing, where people, it's like a whole realm of that perhaps many, many more will want to hear in the future. Like I guess the way that we would listen to any type of content, out there. But this is unique because of this time. So what I'm then saying is that, the Earth actually is stationary and planar. It's not a globe. And as we're moving into the future, all of this documentation of the process we all went through, then what I'm saying is that you, as Jesse Gordon, whether you continue with this stuff or whatever you do, you already are part of it. And someone in the future, or who knows how many in the future, will know you. Who knows, hundreds, thousands, even thousands of years in the future, know who you are and what your exact voice was and the content you released, etc. That far into the future, and that you were here right now in this journey, in this process that all of humanity is going through.
I don't know. Humanity seems to move on in an odd way from what I've seen. It's hard to say.
You think people would just move on and then never just accept it without documenting it, or?
Most people would just move on. I mean, there's always going to be that, 1%. And in that case, then there's still going to be that 1% of globers that are still holding on to it. And they're going to be, they'll be scavenging all this stuff and playing it to each other and that kind of stuff. But I think most people will just move on with their lives.
Well, I think it's such a significant piece of history. I mean, look at how much people go back. We can't even get recordings, going too far back. But when you look at all of the historical documentation that's done, and they make video games out of it. They make, all kinds of different things out of history and documenting it and wanting to know, all of those components. Just the whole field of history, and even like antiques, for example. Like different paintings and different antiques that have like history to them. People love that stuff. And, the way people consume content, in today's world, obviously it's like even at more of a level, but even if it was even a little bit less intense than it is now, people still might want to listen to 1 or 2 hours of whatever it may be, whether it's something within history or some, creative endeavor, like a movie or whatever it may be that they want to go back and see. So in that way, like everything will be historical in the future as well. Like even movies, that we all know now. But I'm also referring to like this particular discussion because this is, at least in the top 10 biggest realizations that will be like fundamentally transforming to humanity. I mean, it's obviously the biggest size-wise because it's the entire Earth. But in terms of the ramifications and the significance of this, I mean, what nature actually is, what the Earth is versus what a false idol that we were sold of the globe.
Hey, I like the controlled debating you were having earlier. I had to take off for work, but that sounded good. You're trying to kind of keep it like a civilized discussion. I liked it.
Yeah, well, the other night, Witsit and I we were talking, several of us, and we were talking all about different components of that, and then it was like a breakthrough moment. And then the next day, like I told Jeremy about it a bit, just some thoughts on it. And then the next day, like he started just kind of spontaneously just kind of taking a little bit more action and like doing like a voice cue, which Lemonbird used to do that as well. And we've done that at other times too. Lemonbird would do the voice cue a lot. But anyway, so Jeremy started doing that, and he was just saying that it was way better. It was awesome. And he's like, it was like less interruptions. You know, people wanted to get on the queue and then be on the queue, and it was like, great, because then they had their chance to talk, and they knew when it's their time on the queue that it's less likely they're going to be interrupted, or if they are interrupted, then obviously it makes more sense for mod to mute people. Because when it's like the popcorn style and the quick back and forth, they might interrupt just in a more organic flow, and it's kind of harder for the mod to be like, well, I'm not just going to be muting people if they're okay with the interruptions or whatever. And then of course it goes over that line and it gets too chronic. But with the voice cue thing, like whoever's speaking, it's more known that of course it's their mic time and not to be interrupted. So then if someone did interrupt, it would make more sense for a mod just to do a quick mute kind of thing. The only negative about the voice cue is it takes a little bit away from the organic nature of just anyone can jump in. But it does seem to be better content, and it seems to be way more organized and like letting topics actually complete, letting people go back and forth on things. So yeah, and I was doing that today. I was doing that in a way that, I haven't quite done that in that way before, but it was totally natural and seems to be much more consistent content, rather than sometimes it gets more chaotic or gets kind of turbulent. And then there's also the idea of actually like debate moderating. So like actually moderating for the debate itself. Because you can moderate for, let's say just someone is ad homing or interrupting, like you can do that kind of moderation just to make sure people aren't doing that. Just go, the full blown personal attack shit show kind of thing. There's that level, but then there's another level, which we could almost call it maybe debate moderating or whatever other terminology, where you're actually moderating for the actual discussion more, like what the actual topic is. Like, okay, there's a rebuttal. The other person is making a claim, etc. Okay, they do the rebuttal. And then we can analyze, is that rebuttal valid or not? Things like that, like actually, and then also not letting someone just sideswipe it by trying to just do a topic change or, and then also incorporating like people being able to go back and forth, like one-on-one. So like if you were going back and forth with someone, instead of some third guy coming in and just creating some whole new topic, for you to actually be able to go back and forth with that person and get to the root of the actual discussion itself. And then we were kind of incorporating, like when someone does just come in with a full blown ad hom, then it's more like, all right, that's a foul. You know what I mean? Like instead of letting them get away, actually being like, all right, like that doesn't count. That's like not a real rebuttal.
Yeah. Is Jace here?
He's in the VC. Let's see if he chimes back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he's gonna clear up the difference between a theory and a scientific theory, because last time we were kind of getting somewhere, and then speaking of third persons coming in and dumpster firing an argument, some guy with a ducky as like a fucking avatar just started insulting the flat Earth, just in the middle of me trying to like understand what Jace was saying last time. So I don't know. I was waiting for Jace to, make clear the difference between a normal general theory and a scientific theory, because like, like if there's no difference between the two, then I mean, then what's the point of putting the word scientific in the front?
He's responding in text, but I don't know if I just messaged him VC because he said I already cleared that up quite explicitly. That's what he said in text, but
he definitely didn't.
All right, J-Ace. By the way, I know I was kind of
Like
talking.
I don't know why he's claiming he did, because we were in the middle of the convo and then some other guy came in and just started insulting the flat earth. So how could we have gotten to the bottom of it if it was completely and utterly interrupted?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we're gonna start like moderating more for, because like Wits and I, like I said, we talked the other night and we were talking about, it's like when it goes into debate mode, we need to apply like a unique form of moderating for that instead of it just being popcorn style. Whereas if it's more like the podcast style, like we are right now, it can be more popcorn and someone can go on for 20, 30 seconds at a time. But when it's like actually, in that debate kind of style, yeah, because otherwise, like you said, it can just get derailed. So yeah, so Jace, can you voice and just explain it?
I don't think he can. He's probably working, or I don't know, walking his dog too quick right now to get on the mic.
Yeah. He's catching his breath.
Dude, last time it was fucking ridiculous. He was like half explaining, half trying to gasp for air, dude. Not trying to insult you, JC. I know you're here and you're listening. It was just funny, man.
Yeah, but I mean that is how it is. Like if you're walking heavy like that, yeah, dude, trying to keep like a combo going.
Yeah, and it was like, I feel like we were actually getting somewhere. It was like actually a productive conversation, and then it was just like out of nowhere, like, don't you think flat earthers are such a retard because of this? And it's like, all right, like why, like why? Well, now I kind of don't want to, and it seems like Jace is lying about what happened. So I don't even know if I want to discuss it with him anymore.
Now he's saying go back and get the tape. Well, yeah, Jace, it's all on the channel.
Like quite clearly what happened was we were in the middle of the convo and then someone else literally started dumpster firing the convo. Me and the third party kind of got into it. And then I realized that I shouldn't get into it with retards and I shouldn't waste my time. And then I literally said like, nah, I'll talk about it later. And then I actually left the convo. So there's no possible way the convo could have continued.
Anyone else that can explain it to you?
He is saying that it did continue past that.
Well,
someone
there's
else
no possible way because I left. So there was two parties to the convo. One of the parties left. There's no possible way the conversation continued.
Well, but the topic may have, and he may have continued in it, and he may have someone else may have picked up your point, and they may have actually continued it without you.
I have no idea, but like if a conversation has like two or more parties, right? The parties have to be present for the conversation to continue. So like he could have started a conversation on the same topic with a different individual for sure, but that's a different conversation, right? The conversation I was having with him ended because I left because another person was wasting my time. And I'm just surprised as to why they're starting to make up stories about it now. Like as if to like, yeah, just it's weird. And like if you're gonna make up stories, I mean, why not make up stories about what scientific theory is? You can make it up about something that I literally was present for.
I mean,
unless you want to explain it to me, Jesse, if you're still here, or
I'm still here.
any Grover for a matter of fact. I would love to have like a philosophical discussion on the philosophy of science and what differentiates it from other forms of knowledge. Like that would be a great and productive convo. But
You want to have it with me, Carnivore,
yeah, sure. I mean,
or
anyone.
Zanuck, or all three.
Well, I was going to say I could give you my understanding of it, but I can't
Zanuck's not really
guarantee
a
that
combo.
I can't guarantee my understanding of it is going to be correct.
Go for it.
I mean, Zanuck could go for it, or you could go for it. I'm not sure who just talked. Actually, I wasn't watching.
That was me. Yeah.
Highlander.
I mean, if Zanuck's here, he'd probably be able to explain it better than me.
What's the question again? Since I was not present for the original discussion.
Basically, someone was making the point that what they're saying is the truth because it was a scientific theory, and what the other person was saying was not the truth because it was made up in his head or what, something like that. And then they finished their combo, and then I asked, well, what is a scientific theory? Like, what makes a theory scientific versus just any other theory, right? And then me and Jay started to get into it, and then some rubber ducky guy just started insulting the flat earth for no reason, like total impulse control. And yeah, then I kind of got in it with him, and then I realized, like, yeah, I came here for a different reason, and then I was just like, I'll back out now, and then the convo ended.
I think the dividing line is pretty nebulous. I just Googled it. It says a scientific theory is based on careful examination of facts. A scientific theory is structured explanation to provide, or is a scientific theory is a structured explanation to explain a group of facts or phenomena in the natural world that often incorporates a scientific hypothesis and scientific laws. The definition of a theory contrasts with the definition most people use in casual language. So,
right, that is kind of nebulous.
So
right?
Right. I mean, we could have one end of the spectrum where I says, oh, you know what? I put a blue Tupperware container out in the yard and it rained. So I think blue Tupperware containers make it rain. Right. That's kind of at one end of the non-scientific end. It's a theory, but it's
that would be a correlation, not a causation, right?
Well, it's still
unless every time you tested it, it did indeed rain. But then again, like, I've heard certain things where people can tell, like, if it's gonna rain, and then they do a rain dance, and then people are like, "Oh my god, the rain dance worked," when really they just knew that it was gonna rain. So,
right.
like,
So that's one.
Yeah, this is the discussion I was kind of starting to unpack with Jace last time. Is the actual, like, where is the dividing line between just a theory and then a scientific theory? Like, where does it cross over? This was the conversation. It's a very nuanced conversation. So it couldn't have possibly completed in 5 minutes and then got interrupted halfway through. But yeah, I was actually looking forward to it last time. But yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a very solid line, is what I was kind of like hearing so far.
I think there's things like the one I just gave as an example where most people would agree that it's not a scientific theory. And then there's, the other extreme where you might have every possible aspect controlled and you repeated the experiment thousands of times and you have a very high probability of your theory matching the results. And in a case like that, most people would probably agree that that was a scientific theory. But between those two extremes, I think a lot of people probably would draw the line in a lot of different places.
Right, but then doesn't that kind of dispel the reason of science? And science supposed to be like objective? So if science is supposed to be objective, but then the line where science begins and ends is subjective, then that's kind of a contradiction, at least in my mind. I don't know. I
mean, my understanding of it is that a scientific theory, like you said, is based on facts and experiments. So it's kind of like, you know how we have the natural laws? Well, a scientific theory to me is like the same kind of level as a natural law, but the way we found it out was through experiments. And each time a scientist has run that experiment, accounting for all the variables, the outcome has always been the same.
Right. Like, I'll give a couple examples of what are considered scientific theories, and feel free to disagree with me if you think these aren't scientific theories, but last time I checked, this is like mainstream official scientific theories, right? So we have like the Big Bang theory. That is considered a scientific theory. I'm fairly certain. Evolution of species in biology, that's a scientific theory, right? Yeah, you could probably go on and on, but those two, just, you know, for a starter, Big Bang and evolution are considered scientific theories. But then how does that make it? I'm just, yeah, why, like, just kind of getting a point where what you just do some experiments and that's
general theory of relativity. We have the theory of gravity.
I think the difference between the laws, the difference between the laws and the theories is that a scientific theory that is the best explanation we have, and we always get the same results based on the experiments we do because of the knowledge that we have. But there is a possibility that experiments could be wrong if, when our knowledge expands and we get more knowledgeable, that we discover another variable that we didn't account for previously, then shows us that our previous experiments were maybe not valid.
So that means nothing you did made any sense all day until you get a reaction or an action.
It's repeatable, predictable, measurable, quantifiable. Laws are in stone. Very rarely are ever laws disputed. But the theories,
you know how they say,
theories can change. Thanks for clipping me, Will, by the way. Theories
yeah, Sonic, you're really low.
You can't.
Really
Zanuck, you're way low, and you can't prove nothing with science. So, at what point are you proving or disproving anything with your theories? What's the point of having a theory if you can't do nothing with it?
For why things happen.
Is there a reason? Can you replug your mic in, Zion? I'm going to turn you up or something.
Yeah, your mic is pretty low.
Fucking back to the old computer until my power supply comes in tomorrow by FedEx.
I just turned on the phone. Imagine he sounds better now.
Okay.
So imagine
you know how they say they can't. You know how they say science doesn't prove things. The theory is just the shit that they aren't proving.
Right. Laws are
exactly.
Laws as being proof, but it's more of like we know that happens. It always happens. There's never exceptions to it. Whereas
all of our ideas about the thing we've never proved and just loosely related to certain experiments that actually aren't even proving the thing.
Well, no. Then like theory of gravity, for example. There's a lot of we square up a lot of things with general and special relativity with the new theory of gravity. The old theories of gravity were a little antiquated, and they've been replaced by the new theories because they had better predictive qualities. They answered a lot more questions. They're still theories, and it could be something completely different. But so far, that stands up to the scrutiny. And the reason it came about is because there was a lot of paradoxes with the theory of gravity.
So,
that's just one example.
So no proof stands up to no proof, and your theory of no proof, and your different theory of no proof, your pointless theory after your pointless theory after your pointless theory, they can always change. That doesn't prove anything. Does what now?
That's not what I said, but go ahead, D-Mark. That's what makes it fit. It makes it happen.
D-Mark, we were having a good conversation there, and you've just come in with a whole load of mumbo jumbo and tried to derail the conversation.
I was trying to put my theory across.
Agree with that. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. Maybe only very minorly. I think Demog's pretty on point right now.
No, he is always just there to be the disruptor. You know,
he's on point.
He doesn't ever have a point. I've never had him.
How can he be on point when he's saying, "So your no proof equals no proof is no proof"? I'm sorry, that was just a whole load of mumbo jumbo that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, Gio, you got to
the word theory. So what's the point of a theory?
You guys do the thing that you're not proving. and you're making more science to not prove the thing you're not proving.
To change the theory, everlasting. To change it a million times and back again.
As
To
you
not
know,
prove it, to not do anything, but to make new theories. So your
you make a
science just
theory, and
makes
then
theories that
once
you can't
something
prove.
disproves the
It
theory, you
creates
can disprove a
problems
theory.
that you can never
Once there's
solve.
one
Proof
exception to
would
the
be the
theory,
solving of the
the
theory,
I'm
entire
right?
dropping
theory is thrown
down
out.
one channel here.
Go ahead, Zandy.
Yeah, once you disprove the theory, or once you've proven an exemption has happened with the theory, the entire theory is thrown out. You start over. So that's kind of what one of the advantages of.
Not necessarily. In some versions, they actually just add a new layer on top of the theory to explain away the discrepancies between
That's
the
true.
old theory and what is observed.
But the old
Actually,
theory is
right?
wrong, and they throw it out, and they modify it and make it so the theory does incorporate what they saw for the exception, and then wait till there's another exception, which we haven't had in a lot of things like general relativity and special relativity and gravity and many of these things that are theories today, as you mentioned a couple, in evolution, etc.
How can
Right.
you
So,
modify something you can't prove or demonstrate that's an imagination?
See, that kind of stuff not really contributing much, Demark.
so with the scientific theory, real quick, how do I put this? Isn't there some aspect of Occam's razor in the scientific theory in that
No.
if we have a bunch of observations from a bunch of different experiments, there could be infinite theories that explains it, right? And so isn't it basically the simplest theory with the most predictive power that is preferenced? Am I
Not
correct
necessarily.
about that? Not
Not really.
necessarily. Okay. Would you like to correct me then? Where
Well,
is it?
I don't
Where
think
is the
some
exception, right? Because it's not
some
necessarily
theories
the exception.
some theories require the complexity. Some, if they're very simple and there's brevity in the theory, then you're probably leaving holes, and that's not good for a theory either. You want to have it as complete and substantiated and supported as much as possible. And sometimes technology and things in science can be extremely complicated, have multiple factors that preclude it from being simple in any way, shape, or form. The main thing about scientific theory is that it is representation of what you see, or the cause of what you see. So gravity, for example, a law that's not in dispute. Never shown exceptions for the gravitational laws. But theories of gravity have evolved and are changing. Now, so far they've stabilized and nothing's really changed. Not much has changed with them recently. But it doesn't mean that there won't be changes in the near future. We could find out a whole other reason why it's not bending and warping in space-time. It's something else that's bending and warping, or appearing to bend and warp. We
Okay,
don't know.
so what I'm hearing is that a scientific theory, people keep tagging me in the text chat, man. It's really tough because I'm not looking
Focus.
at it very often.
Focus.
But basically, from what I'm hearing, is a scientific theory basically is the difference between a scientific theory and a normal or general theory is that scientific theory has to explain the explain or predict the outcome, explain and predict, or explain the predictions or outcomes of an experiment, basically, and that they can be thrown out basically when a new experiment occurs. That
No, not really. That's not. The experimentation phase is really what's providing support and evidence for the hypothesis. The hypothesis is in part of what builds on a foundation that then supports the theory. The experimentation is at the bottom level. Every experiment is going to provide support for this hypothesis, and then of course the hypothesis, multiple hypotheses could be pulled together and give you evidence and support for the theory. Like, for example, gravity again, theory of gravity. Well, now they say it's bending, warping in space-time. Why do they say that? Well, because of all these observations they make and all the tests that they do to support that. That's what they've determined to cause this apparent acceleration that we see in objects that are still in free fall, which is paradox. And so this bending warping space-time through all the experiments they do kind of point to that's what could be happening. It's a good explanation for it. It's very hard to wrap your brain around, but it is a good explanation. And it has a lot of predictive qualities and a lot of evidence that it is that's supported by the observations and the experiments that they make. But it could, like I said, it could be something else. It could be completely different, and we haven't got to that point yet where we have challenged it in a way that actually sticks. The electrostatic's not going to stick.
So it's like this conglomerate they can just keep adding things to and kind of tweaking and modify it, but it's never actually validated. But it's based upon certain other things that are true.
Right.
No, I think it's
It can't be validated. It can only be invalidated, it seems.
Yeah.
It's valid.
Invalidated, you can just add a little onto it and then make it valid again.
It's validated based on the information that we have at that point in time. Yeah.
Temporal validity versus actual validity.
Basically,
So,
yeah.
So
it's based on the information available. So if you're missing information, then you're always going to be wrong, basically, which is all the time because you can't possibly know all the information there is to know. But I guess as you gather more information, it gets closer and closer. Hopefully. Unless there's truths that you can't gather like that through experimentation.
I think that's why there can be shifts away from those paradigms, because if they're not fully true, then they won't maintain. They won't really be able to sustain.
Well, we'll do an exercise here. Let's talk about the law of gravity. No one disputes the law of gravity. Let's talk about the theory of gravity. What would you say could be an alternate theory for gravity? Right, just kind of spitball it.
By law of gravity, do you mean things fall or accelerate at 9.8 meters per second?
Yeah, the equations, the equations, the big G, the little g, the acceleration we see. You drop something, we can predict how fast it's going to accelerate.
I don't think
why things have weight, how much they're going to weigh based on the mass.
I think referring to big G would be begging the question, given that is
it's not actually
up for consideration in the flat Earth debate.
It's not begging the question because that number.
Well, yes, because if it is something that is under contention in the debate itself, you then can't use it as evidence of something.
It's not. That's not the contention. Remember, the debate
It is. You're not listening. In this specific debate, it definitely is.
You're not listening.
It definitely is.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
This exact context of debate. It is actually begging the question, right? Because it's under contention in this debate.
It's not under contention at all. We're talking about a theory.
We're talking something under it.
Can I speak, please? Can I speak?
I waited my turn. Something under contention is true.
I'm trying to explain to you, and you'll just keep on talking.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's not in contention. We're not talking about the law of gravity. That's not in contention. The argument is about if the theory of gravity today is something, which we talked about before, what would an alternate theory be, and how would you construct it, and how would you end up showing evidence for that? And some people say it's some other things. Well, you can make up whatever you want. Spitball it. Just tell me what you think about the theory of gravity. Forget about the law of gravity. That's not in contention here, nor are we arguing about it. Because we put something on a scale, we can weigh it. Based on its mass, we know the weight in this so-called gravitational field. We don't have to even go there because that's never. You can't see exceptions for that. In our Earth, only way things we know that mass has weight.
Big G.
What?
Right. Still little g.
No, big G and little g both are not in contention.
Big G is specifically under contention.
You're diverting. I'm not talking about the law of gravity. I'm talking specifically about why things fall, why things appear to attract, and why things can be in free fall and also accelerate. All these things that we know about gravity, the theory of gravity, not big G and not little g. That's not part of the theory.
There's no such thing. You have no proof for it.
Why is the law of gravity supported by this theory?
Because they're using some truths about the way that real physics works and combining it with certain non-truths to force their theory.
Define a non-truth for me.
The actual effects are happening. Like we're on the actual Earth. It's just not clinging to the center of a sphere.
Okay, fine. So tell me the ultimate.
Seems like
it's not about the sphere.
I think it might help. Zanuck, I don't know if you think this would help, but if it would be like there almost needs to be like a column. Like this is what we observe. Yes, we can all observe things fall. Now, there's another column, interpretation given by mainstream science, and then a third column, alternative explanations.
I'm asking you for the alternative.
That's a good way to put it. New perspective.
Yeah, well
That's
said.
a great way
I'm
to organize.
asking you to do the third column. What are alternative ideas in your wildest imagination? Just spitball. I'm not going to hold you to it to say, "Oh, you're an idiot" by saying it. Anything's possible. What do you think? Everyone, give me one. 3 people chime in. What do you think a good theory of
Do you know
gravity?
how a capacitor works?
It's not a
Kind of?
theory.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we live on a planar Earth, and I am not saying a capacitor in that it works using electrostatics. That's not what I am saying. So please, I know somebody's gonna strawman it, but like if anyone's listening, please try not to. Say that there's like 2 plates. It doesn't even have to be physical plates, but let's just say 2 planes. You could say there's 2 planes, right? And one from the other kind of has a similar. I mean that's at least how I would assume it would work on a FE world, right? There's
Where's the plane? Where are the planes at? You have one plane at the bottom. Where's the other plane at?
between the 2 planes.
Where's the other plane at?
Above.
Where? Like there's a plane
Like
above us?
2 Gaussian surfaces. Is that what you're talking about?
Let's just say 2 surfaces, 2 planar surfaces above us that act like
Or is it
capacitors.
one above and one below?
That acts like capacitors, but capacitors work with electric forces and charges. We're not talking about that. We're talking about mass and gravity. So this is just a theory, right? But between the two surfaces, planar surfaces, there could be some sort of acceleration / deceleration of mass between them. The same way that charges accelerate or decelerate depending on what's near to them. So yeah.
Do charges accelerate in a capacitor?
I'm not saying in a capacitor. That's in electrostatics. They do accelerate towards each other.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's
I mean, I'm using
it seems like a really
I'm using the capacitor as a metaphor or analogy, right? Like I specifically stated earlier, like it's not actually a capacitor. It's just a analogy to it. But anyways, go ahead now. I'm done.
Well, wait a minute. I think there might need to be like a 4th column to the idea that I was talking about before. We're like, okay, so we observe things going down. Okay, we all agree upon that because we all observe it. We can test it very easily. And then the other thing would be the mainstream column, and then maybe the alternative theory. But then also the 4th column would be what we agree on about the reason things go down. And in that column for this would be we all know, and in fact, mainstream acknowledges part of that is density. Right. So they're acknowledging that at least part of it is density. Right. Is that right?
I'm sure Zanuck wants to respond, but I was just going to say before you go, Zanuck, let me say one thing as well. And so what I was just going to say, which is that virtually all of our understanding of like humanity from the beginning, they always had the one universal thing about their cosmologies is that there was like a sky field, and of course there's the different names for that, but there's like the surface above, like Noah was saying, and then there's the ground surface, which is the ground electrically as well. That's the ground, and then there's whatever's below. So it's like in those 3 layers, like the upper world, the middle world, and the underworld, and we're in the middle world. So from that perspective, if there's a relationship with mass between the upper surface and the surface we're on, it's going to give us this physical effect. Going to give us physics. It's just coming down to a plane. It's not going to the center of a sphere. It's just down.
Right. Exactly.
Well, it sounds like there's been a lot of ideas thrown that nothing really even spitballed, even, using your imagination, how things would show an attraction that would apply force to objects, yet they would be in free fall while accelerating. Number one.
Are you assuming attraction?
The instantaneity of gravity, of a fictitious force, is a real problem for that. Because anytime a force is acting on something, that force can only be applied at the speed of light. But there's the instantaneity of gravity, where that fictitious force can be removed instantly. As soon as that whatever's holding it back is gone, it's instantly moving. There's nothing. It can't have a force that's being transferred because there is no force to transport. It's just they're stopping the progression of this object through space and time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's a force. I'd just say it's
How does it accelerate if it's not a force?
Acceleration. Yeah.
How does something accelerate without a force?
Falling.
That's the paradox. That's
falling.
That's the same thing. That's the same. Yeah, but the problem is that's the same thing that relativity also has a problem and is used to explain away, right? How is something accelerating without a force? So, I mean, it's the same question essentially. We're just approaching it from an FE standpoint, really.
We're saying you're saying there is no force. You're saying it acts like
exactly.
You're not even saying there's a force.
Right. There's no resistance of a force to.
It accelerates without a force.
Well, to be fair, as well, Zanuck was asking for ideas. He wasn't as much wanting to debate, although obviously he is wanting to debate too, probably. But you were originally just asking for ideas,
Yeah,
right?
I want
to replace. Yeah.
Yeah. So take the flat Earth position. Like, okay, you know what? All you guys are messed up. You're just filling gaps, giving non-problems for non-solutions for problems, and all these criticisms of it. So spitball, give some crazy idea of any use some creativity and figure out how else could you explain this paradox of what we see happening with the theory of gravity, not the law of gravity, but the theory.
Right. So wait, you agree? Did you hear what I said about density? That you at least agreed density is a part of it, right?
No, because we can actually throw different densities in a box, throw it off a building, and the density would have no preference in that box whatsoever.
Well, the reason that they go down is the density, equilibrium between the density of the object, and I'm not talking about the rate of fall. I'm talking about we need to figure out what where the acceleration comes from, right?
Well,
so that's in contention, right? But as far as the reason that the thing may go down, you can agree at least that it's more dense than the air, so that's part of it at least, right?
No, because all things, regardless of the density, will all fall at the same rate. So that doesn't.
I'm not talking about the rate. I'm talking about the density compared to the air around it.
Hold on a second, Beer Man. Go ahead, Beer Man.
Yeah, I just want to ask regarding the acceleration of gravity. Is it the same say you're at sea level? Does the accelerations go the same acceleration speed, or however I'm trying to explain that? And then if you are, say, 200 meters above sea level in the same location, for instance. So the reason why I'm asking that is, could it be a medium in the way the speed of light is traveling through that medium that could be causing the acceleration?
I wouldn't think so. We have gravity is different everywhere on the Earth, whether you're on the surface or as you go upward, changes with the square of the distance. But it's the same for all objects, so it's not really a problem that we have to worry about.
It could be if you're saying we can spitball ideas. If you've been looking at a lot of the little experiments that I've been doing, I'm thinking that gravity could be light itself hitting a medium. So, for instance, yourself is a medium. If you go into a box where there's no light, you're going to be black, nothing. Yes, you can touch yourself, but you won't see any color. You won't visually see that object yourself. But as soon as you shine light on it, you can see colors. And in different mediums, light travels at different speeds. So yeah, that's why I'm asking that. So the acceleration could be that it's because we're in a density gradient, and as we go higher, there's different densities. So
it's all light. It's all light at different frequencies.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking that question. So that'll be a very interesting experiment as well.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yeah, good points.
So what? There's no gravity in the nighttime.
There's still light at night, so it's not really about being light or not being there being light or not being light. It's more about the actual way that light is traveling or the
Yeah, there's
speed that
plenty
light is
of
traveling.
nocturnal animals use ultraviolet light to signal at night. There's all sorts of light, quote unquote light that's happening when the sun is down that we
We're really getting
we
off the
don't see.
reservation though, because we want a theory that describes why things accelerate to the
Xanax,
ground.
stop that. I'm just kidding,
Why
dude. I'm just fucking with you, buddy.
We want a theory that shows is a alternative to the mainstream theory now that bending warping of space time. So far, I haven't heard anything that really, even with your wildest imagination, something that actually can, satisfy that paradox as well as.
Here you go then, Janet.
Well, I could share my
What about-
thoughts as well. Go ahead, Tyler.
What about we're actually living in a simulation, right? And the programmer for the simulation didn't count on how intelligent the beings within the simulation would get, which is maybe why we're discovering certain problems within certain theories.
That's a good one. Yeah, that's actually yeah.
The reason the problems exist and the reason paradoxes exist is because it's not actually in the programming, because the programmer didn't count on us getting so intelligent.
Yeah, that's a good one. We're in a simulation. All this is fake.
Well, I think it is a form of a simulation in the terms of it being consciousness turned into light and then experienced directly through being, in this case, being a human, since that's what we are.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, like it's being simulated in the way that it's being manifest. I don't necessarily mean like there's different terminologies that are used with that term simulation. I'm just referring to it. You know how like if you were to I don't know, even just to use the virtual reality example, just, if you were to like simulate an experience of being on a roller coaster or whatever, where, let's say you would sit on a couch and the couch moves around, and you're looking at it through the VR thing, which they do have some of that stuff, it's like experiential gaming kind of thing where you're actually moving around. And they do that on like rides, like, amusement park rides and stuff, some of those advanced ones too. Anyways, it's like that idea. You're kind of like you're simulating an experience. Well, on a level of consciousness itself and actual creation, is it actually simulating the experience in that way? Meaning it's creating all of the light and sound and all the frequencies, electromagnetic, electrostatic, all of these qualities to create this physical world and the human body that we call the human body and all of the biological and physical realm that is being expressed and being, in a sense, simulated so that we can experience it. It's being manifest so that we can experience it. But Zanuck, you were asking about the gravity thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my viewpoints on it is that I do think it's connected to electrostatics, but it's not in the same spectrum that one would, in today's world, think of as electrostatics. It is connected to that same similar spectrum, but it's a slightly different spectrum. So this is like an Earth static field. And it's just like in the same way that, sunlight has all the different spectrums to it, ultraviolet, et cetera. Well, in this way, I think there's another spectrum on the electrical spectrum that's the Earth static, also the term geostatic, because geo means Earth. So it's like a geostatic spectrum, and it's its own spectrum of the physical world, the Earth static field. And the same type of static that we have, like if you like rub a balloon and you have your hair stick up, it's not really that exact same spectrum, but it functions in a similar way. So I think the ground is the negative and then the sky is the positive. So we're always grounded. And that's why the ground is the ground, because it's the negative. and then the positive being the field above, or the sky above, that is in a polarity and it's in a dynamic. And within the dynamic system, the Earth's static field, everything has a charge. All physical matter has a charge within this Earth spectrum, of this Earth static field spectrum. And all matter has its own unique charge in that spectrum. So it's not the same, just positive, negative, as you might think of, like shocking yourself. It's a little different than that. And it's within that actual spectrum. And so depending on what charge the physical matter has on that spectrum and its density and its buoyancy, that will delineate whether the object falls down to the negative or whether it floats up to the positive, like in the case of helium. So gases, metals, all these different things, our physical bodies, they all have a charge within the field. And we obviously have the positive charge because we fall down, and we have the density that correlates with that. And that you guys get into mass and all that, but there is something to the density of the physical matter and what it's made up of that creates that charge factor and what we know as weight, know of as weight.
Yeah, but it still doesn't address the instantaneity of gravity versus these forces. Which
have you ever seen like a tube television, a tube TV, where the dust is going by it and it gets sucked into it gets sucked into it?
Yeah, no one will disagree that there is something called static electricity and electrostatics.
It's a similar kind of. It's more like a static cling. It's a static cling, but it's a density weight cling down to the ground.
But it is a proper force, and it acts only at the speed of light, and it can be removed only at the speed of light and induced.
Yeah, it's the ether. It's ether gravitation.
Okay.
Ultimately, at the core of it, it's the way that the entire system is. But yeah, so that's how I see it. I see it that there's like the charge field. Now, to prove this, you would have to be able to have something to measure that charge. Now, the challenge is, I think that they've stolen the free energy. So I think that they have the ability to do that, because if you can measure this thing that you guys, that in terms of that term gravity, but if you can measure the real thing in the actual ether, in the actual environment, that is connected to the ability to pull free energy from it. And that's what they're hiding from us. So, and like, they're giving us all these BS versions of gravity that have some of the truth of the way that the static cling effect. That's how I see it. It's like the actual like Earth static cling effect is why things are raising and falling, and that's what we know of as gravity. And like you're saying, when you jump off a cliff and a free fall, all that kind of stuff is connected to that system. So they've used certain parts of that, like certain of the mathematics and certain of the equations, and because it's sacred geometry and it's vortex mathematics, it's all of that, the way that the gravity thing and the way that it accelerates, it's all vortex math. So they've taken some of that deep ancient vortex math understanding and they've woven it into their false theories of gravity to push the globe Earth. But the reason it has some validity and so testable in all of those ways is because it is a real thing. And they're using parts of that, but they're just hiding what it really is. And like I said, I think the only way to test for it is to have the equipment that also allows you to pull free energy from it. So they're not going to give that to us right now. They've already hijacked it. We need to eventually get it back or invent it again.
All right.
Yeah. Well, great points, Gio. I think that's certainly plausible for sure.
What about the theory that I explained to you at super high level of the bending warping of space-time? How is that not? I guess because it's too
don't like that explanation.
That's seen.
It's a reification fallacy, right? What Gio talks about is stuff that we can actually work with, right? That we know and understand, just slightly different aspects.
Mm-hmm.
Like, masses are all comprised of various charges, right? When we boil it down and we drill down into what actually comprises matter, the composition of matter is based on various charges. The density of an element is based on its atomic mass, right? And what are atoms comprised of, if not various types of charged particles, right? So wouldn't it stand to reason that everything that is comprised of atoms and the conglomeration of atoms as a whole has a effect on this kind of flow that Geo was talking about that also deals with it? So, you know, similar to like electrostatics. I mean, even the equation for the universal law of gravitation is very similar to the equation for Coulomb's law, which deals with electrostatics. And I know you've heard it a million times, but it's just kind of an one-way street as opposed to or it seems to operate more so as a one-way street because of the way that the energy flows downward. Now, on our idea of this realm in which we're living in, we have one down and one up. Everything, when I point up, I'm pointing up for everybody. We all know the direction. And like Noah was talking about with two plates, if we're talking about like two Gaussian surfaces, right? One above us and one below us, establishing this realm in which we live in to be somewhat of a capacitor, or at least a similar concept, then it would establish a very organized flow of energy from positive to negative, which sets your downward vector, which gives you your quote unquote downward force.
Charges released from rest in a capacitor will accelerate towards one of the plates. So it's different from we could say this gravitational force we know is going to be different from the electrostatic force in that one, there's no negative or positive. There's only positive. So there's only the propensity to accelerate downwards or the lack of that propensity. And then another difference that Zanuck pointed out earlier is the instantaneousness of the force action. Well, it's not really a force, but the instantaneous effect of its events, how its events occur, basically. Not
and
being
I think
by the speed of light.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you always talk about free fall and where's the force acting and blah blah blah. You know, if we seem to be riding along this river of energy flow at the same rate in which it's flowing, wouldn't it stand to reason that we really wouldn't feel any of the effects?
Yeah, or maybe it even is like something like the bottom might be like just some sort of I don't even know, like you said, like energy flow. Like the top could be coming out of something, and at the bottom it could be going back into something, and then like in some way maybe it recycles, something like that. I don't even know, but
Yeah, it's really just it's just nature, ultimately. Just that core, the way that weight falls to the ground. And that whole arc and that whole I do think it's connected to sacred geometrical patterns as well.
is it funny they call that onion browser Tor, and then it literally an onion is like a torus shape.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool.
It's kind of
That's
funny.
a good point. But do you think they even know that? Like, do they even?
I think so. Yeah, I think the guy Satoshi Nakamoto literally translates to like central intelligence. Like, I wonder who fucking that really is. Who's the central intelligence? Like, I wonder who that is. Like, I think these quote unquote controllers, I guess, is how I would put them. I think they love word games and number games, things like that. I think they're into jokes, things like that. Encryption, hidden messages, hidden jokes, secrets. Encryption is secrets, right? So
I got pretty full on into the gematria for a while.
yeah, I think there's something to be said for it. Some things that you look at is just can't possibly be that many coincidences. Like the sheer probability, like improbability. I mean, but in other circumstances, though, I do think that it's I think there's some randomness to it, and then you can put things into the randomness, but some stuff is just like kind of undeniable. Like really, like really, like some of it's just like really, like you're gonna sit there and tell me that this is this much of that's you're a coincidence theorist, like. But I think other things are not as you have to see the right presentations or the right set of facts, right? I wouldn't believe someone just because they said like, "Oh, I did the numbers," right? But like, if someone brought to me like, and there are channels who do this that bring to you just so much that it's just undeniable, then I think, yeah, then a case can be made.
Well, I think they use them in the way of like numbers have frequencies, and they also are aware of the luminaries and the wandering stars, what they call the planets in today's day, and how those are positioned as well. And like it does come down to frequency and like them wanting to put out, those particular frequencies.
I think some of it actually occurs naturally, and then obviously we've got people manipulating this as well. So I think some of it is that, but yeah, some of it is occurring naturally, and then obviously you got these guys on YouTube and that are just linking absolutely every single occurrence to it. I think that's a bit full on, but yeah.
Well, like numerology and astrology, let's say, are connected in terms of numbers and sacred geometry and the geometric relationships between things in the sky. So those are interconnected. And,
yeah, and also
and the numbers are connected to that as well. And it seems like gematria is almost like a black magic version, or can be used for that as a way to use those frequencies and numbers in a way to like almost like subconsciously program people.
Maybe not even just people, maybe the entire universe. But it's strange too, right? Because today's modern scientific establishment just really venerates the Greek philosophers and really just venerates Jewish thinkers, and really just I mean, both of these cultures were heavily into astrology and heavily into numerology, gematria or isopsophy. And yeah, it's just kind of funny how like it really is a cherry pick, right? Like, oh, these guys were such geniuses. They were so beyond their time. They were like Nikola Tesla and Einstein combined in one, wearing a fucking toga, right? But then, oh, what about isopsophy? No, that's just nonsense. That's just crackpot theories. They're stupid. They're crazy. They're ancient man. They don't know what they're talking about. It's like, well, you can't hold both positions, right? Either they're geniuses of their time, or they're crackpot theorists, right? You can't I don't know.
Yeah, well said.
That's kind of how you can spot it out, I think. That's what I've learned, is that proof by or disproof by contradiction is one of the best ways to discover things or find things out is when someone tells you something and it's internally contradictive, you can just immediately on its face just dispel it and throw it in the garbage immediately. I mean, it doesn't mean you need to tell him like, yo, you're a fucking idiot, or you need to point out their contradiction, but you can kind of just make a mental note like, yeah, this theory is self-contradictory, therefore it cannot be true.
What if you're programmed in an aspect like school or learning or whatever, right? And you're programmed in a way, right, in a fashion that you're almost like in a computer version or a computer format that you can pop an algorithm. So once you're programmed, you go through life, and like when you're this old or that old or this old or down the way, like a Manchurian candidate almost, like they put in information, you're going to hit that algorithm. Like when that algorithm pops through or that thing hit, you're going to react a certain way. Like then you're going to have an emotion from that or whatever, a reaction. Because if you're like programmed, like we make a program, we make the program to follow a certain algorithm or a certain thing, and once this certain thing happens, it'll either react this way or that way, right? So if they program us in school, when you watch the television or listen to radio, just a subliminal message would be just the same as an algorithm that hits you that you have to react to. Think about it. Could be possible.
I agree with that. I would agree with that. Yeah, programming. I think they knew how to make the computer before because they're already programming human beings long before they made the computer. So like they're just making a new replacement for humans.
100%, 100%.
That's why I think they have these like these giant crowns and these scepters and these orbs with crosses on them. All I think that's all part of some ritualistic like messaging system, right? Kind of subconsciously tells you like this person's powerful and knows what they're doing. You should probably listen to them. And I just feel like they've been in the business of influencing other people for, I mean, ever since the first pharaoh or whatever position or leader position you want to call it, pharaoh, king, whatever the fuck, emperor, Khan, whoever was the first guy, the first emperor, right? Ever since then and then on, it's been constant evolution of technology. It'd be the oldest craft or oldest set of knowledge in the book, really, influencing other human beings. And it would also be severely guarded and kept secret because of how beneficial or detrimental it could be if certain people learned of it.
If you don't mind, I just want to go back to what Zanik was talking about, the space time and gravity. Is it cool if we just go back to that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was also going to ask Zanik if he was still there because he asked for something, and I he never responded to mine because he was asking. So yeah, and then Napalm had really good points as well. So I mean, the viability of that is just it's undeniably high. Would you agree?
Yeah. So the reason why I wanted to go back to it is because I'm not that well learned on the whole space time and a lot of the subjects you guys talk about. However, I've got a basic understanding that it warps and that's what pulls objects in, which creates mass or something like that. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but let me just get to my point here where I was doing another little experiment trying to see if I could get an alternative for a black hole. So what I did is I took a glass of water. If you guys see what I do a lot of stuff with barriers and density mediums. However, I took a bowl of water and I took a needle and I just let the needle's tip go into the water, which could create a meniscus, a bending in that barrier between the two mediums. And when you shine a light onto it, light doesn't go through that. It actually it's blocked. There's or a lot of the light is missing, and there's actually a reflection is a little black circle when that light reflects off that surface, and also when it goes down, there's a shadow around shadow. So the light is getting refracted in that barrier, which is telling me that there's it's black. It's going to be a nothingness, which is the same thing we see in a black hole. So yeah, I want to just hear the understanding of black holes from mainstream side. I don't know if that made any sense as well. I really struggle with my explanations, but that's why I do the little demonstrations so you guys can
Yeah,
see it.
a little bit. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the same kind of concept can be seen with the like shadows in the bottom of a pool, right? So in my pool, the flow of water will sometimes create these like little eddies or dimples or depreciations in the surface, and that will in turn give like a circular shadow in the bottom of the pool, and these little circular shadows move with the depression within the surface. Is that kind of similar to what you're talking about?
Correct. So what's happening there is where that water and the air meet, there's a barrier. That's where the light gets refracted. That's well understood. But it's that's where the current understanding or discussion stops, unfortunately. However, I've been really doing quite a lot of little experiments and things like that. But yeah, 100% correct. So what's happening is the light's actually refracting between those two mediums, and that's why we're seeing that shadow. I can DM you my video, maybe give a bit more clarity on what I'm showing or trying to explain.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice.
So,
That's
so
awesome.
are you saying it's possible that this might be taking place in much higher regions, meaning there may be some sort of other medium displacement higher up that could give us the impression of like black holes?
Correct. So yeah, I'm even when we're looking over a body of water, we know there's density gradients that's measurable, but where that medium and the next medium meet, there's a barrier, and that goes up and up and up and up. The higher we go, and the further we go as well. And yeah, I think there's something bending that barrier at that location, which is causing a black hole, and that's why we're seeing nothingness there. I can probably I'll put the video here in the live stream, then the rest of you guys can also actually have a look at it. Yeah, I posted in the live stream. This is the first attempt of myself doing this, so obviously feedback is always helpful, but I'm not saying that there we go, I've cracked it and there we go, gravity black holes are replaced with my theory. It's just something I'm working on in between what I'm mainly doing, and that's atmospheric refraction. So yeah.
Atmospheric, yeah,
Interesting.
refraction. We have a bunch of experts in atmospheric refraction in here, I bet.
Oh man,
Self-proclaimed experts.
mainstream's got it so wrong. In my opinion, they got it so wrong.
What
Well,
do they have correct though? Like, other than the things that are like obvious and in your face, I really like the deeper mysteries of life seems to be just completely fucked up as if on purpose by the mainstream.
So the thing they got wrong is so the things they got right is Snell's law and the basics of refraction, but the atmospheric refraction, for instance, what mainstream and Andrew Thomas Young would draw for us. Yeah, dude, it's just so contradicting to what we actually see. So if you go through some of my videos, I try to keep them as short as possible, that I don't waste too much time, too much of people's time. But yeah, I show you what happens between different density gradients, different mediums. Yeah, interesting results. And yeah, I'm busy writing a paper on it as well. I don't come from a scientific background, so it's taking a bit longer than I expected, but I should have it published soon for peer review as well. But some interesting stuff. If you do want to, if you got a few minutes of your time, go check out what I'm doing. But yeah, atmospheric refraction is with what I'm explaining is between different density gradients and mediums, and the light is refracting and presenting itself, what I call a lens, but it's presenting itself onto a barrier between the two mediums, which you can clearly see in my small scale demonstrations, which is definitely contradicting to what mainstream is explaining.
If refraction was real, little people would have to look up to the horizon.
So technically we do. Yeah, so if there's there is a different gradient above us, for instance, a road mirage, that's basically a big puddle of a different medium. So that light is being projected to the top of that medium, and that's what we're seeing on a road mirage. And you'll see on some videos where you'll see birds flying through that medium. It looks like they're just going into nothingness. So basically, they're just flying into that puddle, if I can call it a puddle.
So, yeah, but a puddle has nothing to do with the bird looking like a rainbow or looking like it's like 2 miles in a different area than what it is, right?
So the reason why it would look like a rainbow is the curve in that puddle, that's like water tension, and there's a meniscus or a convex, or there's that bending which happens, which you can also see when you fill up a glass of water. If you a lot of my latest experiments is when you pour water on a flat surface, it actually has a like a dome shape, but it overdomes it. It doesn't end squarely. It actually overbends, and it's basically like a prism as well. If you take I got a glass table outside here, and when the sun gets at the right angle, there's a rainbow on the floor. That's what's happening there. But the reason why, if I understood correctly, you said the birds at that location, but you're seeing it 2 miles in a different location. That would be the refraction taking place, and it's presenting itself in that lens. But yeah, I show all that happening in small
Where
scale.
at?
If you go to the video I just posted now, 22 past the hour, that's my channel. You'll see some stuff there.
You make your house refract?
I can make it refract. I made my neighbor's house refract.
To where? Through what medium?
Through water. So our atmosphere is water, so I use water as well. It's
No,
a much
atmosphere
denser.
isn't water. Atmosphere has humidity in it, but atmosphere isn't water like that. It's not that thick. It's not in respect to water, and it's not synonymous the same way. So if you wanted to show me the attributes of air, you would go out in the air and say, look, I'm right here in the air. This is what air does. So where in the
So
air?
you think it's caused by like two lights interacting, Beerman, and that it's like creating like a flux pattern between them?
On the black hole theory?
Yeah, and even refraction as well. Like, how do you think refraction is occurring through the environment as well?
Let me go with refraction first, because the black hole theory is something still new to me. But when we shine a light through the air, it travels at the same speed in that same direction, in one direction. So when it hits a new medium, it changes speed, and then it refracts according to Snell's law. And at that location of refraction is where it presents itself. So if if you shining I actually did that experiment as well, or showed the demonstration. If you shine a light onto the top of water, you'll see the actual round light, or if you're shining a laser, for instance, you'll see that distinctive light on that barrier, and then it refracts from there, and then it will present itself on the next barrier. So I think I DM'd you as well with the internal reflection of a mirror. You can take two mirrors and you can bend a light in the mirror. It looks like it's bending visually. It goes around a corner because it's presenting itself on each lens or barrier. So when we're looking at the atmosphere, I don't know what's causing it per se. However, we do have electric magnetic fields around us, as far as I understand, that torus field, or I don't know if it's known in mainstream yet, but I've seen it written a lot. I don't know if that's maybe separating the barriers that we see between us, but over a distance, the atmosphere, I suspect this is happening, is it's getting there's amount of atmosphere being contained inside which is causing a gradient. For instance, with the road mirage, when the sun bakes on the road, there's a temperature difference, and it's containing that amount of water in there, or that amount of atmosphere. So when the light travels and hits that barrier, it refracts according to Snell's law. And where am I going with this now? Oh fuck! I've lost my train of thought. give me a moment here.
I was just thinking though, like if I have a sun source and it's hitting on a sphere, this isn't really to you, Bear Man. This is just like a global concept idea that just irks my brain. So if I got light and it can refract and bend around spheres, and I got the sun on one side of the sphere that's lighting up the whole one side, if it's automatically lighting up one side from its light, now which portion is the refracted light lighting up? Now, wouldn't you think that it would light up the rest of the ball? It's already lighting up half from just regular light. No refraction involved. Now I add refraction from every portion of the circumference of light that's around it. And how far does that go? So if I add refraction, bending, looming, all this other shit, magnification, reflection, like there's no way you would ever have a nighttime on a sphere. Ever. You wouldn't even be able to do that.
Well, there is that. Yeah, that is interesting in terms of the sphere, like the way that space and all the space dust and everything in space, that would be reflecting light. You would think, like, if that sun is so bright on the Earth side, like if you take a flashlight or a light or even like a fire, anything like that, any light source, and you have a little marble or a little sphere of some sort, if no matter like any way that you position it, so it has, pretty bright light on it the way that we do in the daytime, there's going to be a significant amount of light that's reflected on the other side of that sphere, to the point where it would look like midday almost all the time. Like it would never get pitch black like it does.
So when we look at the sun, I don't think we are seeing the physical object there. I seeing. It appears that we're looking at a not a projection, but where the light is being projected. So say the sun is, geez, let's put it in a crazy position. Let's put it other side of the world, for instance. Okay, and that's where that light is being presented. It's been refracted to that position. So you can take a bubble when you're doing your dishes, and you can shine a torch on that, and you can look through that bubble. You can shine the torch in a totally different location from where it's being presented, but that's where that light is being presented. Same happens with when you film the sun with your camera. You can actually see a little mini sun being presented on your camera, and not the lens flare. I'm actually talking about the actual image of that sun being presented on the lens. It's fascinating stuff, but yeah, this is just it's a very new and untouched topic, which at least in South Africa, the physics teacher that I presented this to found this extremely fascinating, and Yeah, it says this requires some attention. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get it on a much larger scale and under more controlled conditions, tested with some academics involved.
And think about the reflection too. Like if I shine light on something that's reflected, wouldn't it then from that object shine out and like go wider, 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 and bigger, 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 and then reflect from that, like from that also? So like either way, I get the magnifying effect from any light hitting any source. So yeah, I couldn't see the mirror ball we live on ever being dark anywhere.
So yeah, it can get bigger, but it can also get smaller depending on the shape of that barrier. I don't know.
Light can be its own barrier.